This is our protagonist, Corin. For some reason, just 3 seconds ago he had stabbed to death the main character, who was also his closest friend. So the responsibility to save the world and defeat the demon lord fell on him. It all goes back 3 years when he suddenly woke up and discovered he had been transported into a game called Arhan's Legend of Heroes. It's about a trainee with countless dangerous events happening to him, and those dangerous events keep occurring without end. Eventually, the apocalypse of that world arrives, and this is still a story that continues on. After assessing the situation, he was relieved, because in the story the protagonist will take care of everything. The character he'd slipped into was an NPC named Corin. This character's role is to hand out beginner quests, where the protagonist will save all the villagers. If things proceeded according to the original plot, everything would be resolved. So he went out to explore and to look for the main character, Park Sihu. He eventually found him. But then, when he heard the protagonist muttering things like sweet potatoes and Sprite, he realized that Park Sihu was actually a player of this role-playing game. So the two of them began to cooperate. The difference between them was that Park Sihu was granted the player's privilege A status window. But there was one problem. Park Sihu had never played this game before, but with Corin's experience as someone who had played through all the chapters and knew every route, he easily guided Park Sihu. So they teamed up to finish the game. Corin had all the game's information, while Park Sihu had the status window and the player system. Together, they were the perfect pair. With Park Sihu at his side, he was sure they could save many people, stop the apocalypse, and then return to their world. But one thing that deeply disappointed Corin was that their party was all men. The appeal of this game, including the fantasy elements, the variety of heroic legends, and even the romantic subplots. Park Sihu had no connections to any women. He only added them to the party when needed. Over time, it became all men, but there was something he should have realized earlier. When the Sword Emperor's granddaughter died on the way to the memorial, when Mariette disappeared during the final battle of the first state, and the mysterious deaths and disappearances, events that weren't in the game's original storyline. More importantly, Park Sihu's way of thinking, his personality, his true nature. Corin should have been at least a little suspicious of him. The truth was revealed when Corin accidentally discovered a mysterious underground chamber. Mariette Dunlop was a heroine in the game, but neither he nor Park Sihu had ever met her because she had gone missing. Yet now her magic staff was displayed in a glass case before. Seeing this, Corin cursed under his breath. Park Sihu, that bastard. He sneaks out every night, so I followed him all the way here. But how could a place like this exist underground? It's as if this is his storage room. Then he found a sword. It was an item lost when another heroine, Alicia, disappeared. Not only that, but many other items were there. All the belongings of the missing characters accumulated during their playthroughs were gathered here. And what surprised Corin even more was Mariette Dunlop's body, which was placed inside a glass tank. While Corin was still staring at the scene, a voice sounded from behind. "Damn, I've been found out. What are you doing here?" Those words came from Park Sihu. Hearing them, Corin spun around angrily and demanded, "What's going on here? You said you were chasing Mariette and lost her trail, didn't you? That. She's a demon anyway. Do you want to waste the blood of a high-level vampire? I'm just making proper use of it. You already drank some of it." Those words made Corin's face go pale. Then he remembered he had once taken a healing potion Park Sihu had handed. Imagining that what he'd drunk was the blood of a vampire made him nauseous. When he angrily asked, "Why would you do that?" Park Sihu replied, "Of course it's to complete the storyline more efficiently. Your playstyle is exhausting. Always worried about saving people, then losing. Why not just kill those Lark and Jur Jaeger guys outright? You keep protecting people we can't control. Even if you raise friendship points with them, it's better to use them like this. Listen up, I'm much better at this game than you." At that moment, Corin learned the truth. From the start, this main character had been lying. He wasn't a newbie, and when he learned the man needed only 3 more kills to reach 100,000 deaths, Corin realized clearly, this guy was no longer human. But faced with Corin's rage, Park Sihu only said, "Wake up, they're just NPCs. You've killed a few too. The ones I killed were irredeemable beast-like monsters. They were trying to annihilate the world." "What do you mean efficient? You disappoint me. If you're obsessed with efficiency, then why are you using an Odachi? Why does a mage take a knight's shard? And what's wrong with using ordinary potions? You can create them easily via the character window. So why did you create this damn place?" Park Sihu. Hearing that, Park Sihu's expression flipped. You need a wake-up call for your pathetic urge to balance society. Saying that, he reached out his hand and shoved Corin's head straight into the glass tank behind him. I'm going crazy. After everything I've done for you, don't talk to me in that tone. All I think about is you. I should be your reason for living. I am your world. Yet you don't know your place, sticking your nose into others' business. All you care about are those people. I won't hold back anymore. Park Sihu's words confused Corin. He didn't understand what the bastard was saying. Then he grew frightened and hurriedly stepped back. You aren't that kind of character. We've gone through 199 chapters together. Why suddenly change genres like this? But to that, Park Sihu replied coldly. I've eliminated every character who stood in the way, all for our future. The others are just surface level, don't worry about them. You're the only one I love. Those words scared Corin so much he punched him in the face. In his head he thought, this perverted bastard terrifies me. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. With that thought, he turned and ran. But before Corin could get very far, he was bound by purple tentacles like sticky rice cakes. You won't escape me. I will bind you forever. Inside this fabricated world, you are the only real thing. Everything will end soon. Once it ends, we'll be together forever. As he spoke, he began to dissolve. At that moment, Corin was also bound in some kind of space. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared before him. The final chapter is opening. Seeing this, he thought, it's starting. That guy always handles everything himself. I'm sure the final boss won't be a problem for him. Once he finishes the final boss, damn, what will happen to me? While he was still thinking about the life he'd have to live with this lunatic, another notification rang out. Player has died. Quest failed. That message left Corin speechless. That bastard actually lost. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself awake in bed. The scene was identical to 3 years ago when he first crossed over. Taking in the familiar sight, he clenched his hands and tears began to fall. I have to kill that bastard. Park Sihu, I have to kill that player. His words were full of rage and murderous intent. The dam break incident in the river monster subquest, the dam suddenly burst, sweeping away an entire village. Thousands of water monsters and thousands of innocent people drowned. At such a horrific sight, Park Sihu laughed as if it were a bountiful harvest. At the time, I didn't understand why that bastard was so gleeful. Thinking back now, despite the dozens who died, his only concern was the experience it yielded. That damned demon. I could stop him right now. Right now, he's only level 5 like me. All the factors that make a player stronger are at Merkaba Academy. After entering the academy, he'll grow much stronger. He's not a monster yet, but it's uncertain how fast he'll develop once he's in the academy. The enrollment ceremony is in 5 days. In other words, the only way to kill Park Sihu is right now. At this time, Park Sihu was also on a tutorial quest. The carriage heading to Merkaba City had been ambushed by forest monsters. Protect the people and the guards until it's repaired. Now the quest was nearly complete. It was just a few pesky monsters, so they could handle them easily. The girl even praised Park Sihu, pretty talented for a newcomer, making him bashful thanks. At that moment, the driver announced the carriage had been repaired, and they could depart. But quests never finish that easily. Just when you think it's almost over, something always pops up. Sure enough, a monstrous scream echoed, drawing the two of them's attention. Then a log flew at them like a rocket. The knight hurriedly shoved his comrade out of the way. Fortunately, both were unharmed, but they grew anxious, because their opponent was a werewolf, a rank 2 monster. This werewolf, facing the group, began roaring as if rabid. Hidden in the forest, Corin witnessed the scene. Damn, it's starting. I ran as fast as I could, but I couldn't stop it. If I'd had time to prepare, I could have saved them. The werewolf then attacked. With a single strike, it felled the female knight. Seeing this, the knight turned to Park Sihu and said, quick, get on the carriage. I'll buy you time. Go on, I'll follow behind. Park Sihu told the driver, but the driver chose to stay and fight, because he couldn't leave the knight alone. As a result, the group was quickly facing a near-raid wipe. The knight named Leon was also felled by the monster, while Corin kept watching. He needed to confirm before intervening. Is this Park Sihu really the world-saving hero, or just another player like me? The werewolf, seeing it had wiped out 2 of them, began howling in celebration. But just as it was mid-celebration, the remaining female swordswoman lunged in to attack. Unfortunately, her strike was easily blocked by the creature with one hand. Tension rose. The two just hadn't been able to inflict any real damage. Back off, I'll handle this, she told Park Sihu. This girl was the second daughter of the Aiden family, wielder of the Odachi, one of the 6 kingly swords, the most influential member of the party, and a named character. Her full name was Alicia Aiden. While Alicia was still locked in a tense duel with the monster, Park Sihu slowly drew a dagger from his pocket, taking advantage of her distraction. He stabbed her in the back. "I've been waiting for this moment," he said with a cold face, seeing that Corin could finally be sure. This was a bastard player, not any kind of hero. Alicia looked bewildered, not understanding why a teammate would stab her. Why? But to her question, he brazenly lied. "Sorry, I panicked and slipped." Alicia began to grow dizzy. His dagger had been poisoned beforehand. The werewolf couldn't pass up an opening like that. Seeing the two bickering and stabbing at each other, it surged like a storm at Alicia. Corin also understood why Park Sihu did it. If Alicia died on the quest, he'd claim the Odachi. Then he'd get into Lunia Aiden's team a legendary holy blade. Park Sihu seemed surprised she could still fight. She's poisoned but still not dead. Is she a key NPC in the plot? But because of the poison, she began to be pushed back by the monster. With no other choice, she prepared to gamble everything on a single strike. "Calm, focus, focus," she murmured, then closed her eyes to reach maximum concentration. When she opened her eyes again, she unleashed her ultimate move, Absolute Blade Sever. She funneled all her energy into her sword. Park Sihu in the back realized. At this level, Alicia could definitely kill the monster on her own. So how could he just let that happen? So he pulled out a dagger and threw it at Alicia, forcing her to hurriedly block with her sword. But at that moment, the werewolf's jaws were already inches from her head. At the brink of death, she reversed her sword and plunged it through the monster's throat. But she was completely exhausted and couldn't move afterward. Park Sihu achieved his goal. Seeing her collapse, he slowly stepped forward and picked up her sword. Their Odachi obtained. This thing only works with special skills. What now? Ah, right, killing NPCs gives experience too, doesn't it? His face clearly showed his murderous intent. Alicia looked utterly desperate. Her life was essentially over. Just as Park Sihu smiled and prepared to strike her, a pouch of powder was thrown from somewhere and exploded right in front of him. "What the hell is this? Who the hell did that? Show yourself." He cursed as he began scanning the area for whoever had thrown the pouch. At that moment, a pack of one-horned rabbits charged at him. The reason was that the powder pouch was made from top-end mushrooms, a favorite food of the forest monsters. They were coated in a dense dust. So to the beasts, Park Sihu looked like a juicy piece of meat covered in a special sauce. While that bastard was busy dealing with the monster, Corin dragged Alicia out. Thank God she's still breathing. As he began pulling her away, he took notice of the creature. An idea formed in his mind. Corin then used his dagger to pry out one of its fangs. By then Park Sihu had finished handling the monsters. "Damn, who the hell are you? Killed 3 horned rats in no time. Impressive, huh?" Having said that, Corin slowly stood and turned toward Park Sihu. "I am Corin Luck." Park Sihu asked in surprise, "How did you get here?" His question revealed something. This bastard had no memory of the previous time. All the better, Corin thought, then smiled. "Hey, you'll hurt yourself if you keep holding that sword like that." He said that just to deceive him. The idiot actually believed it and looked down at his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Corin stepped forward and threw a handful of sand into his face. The sand temporarily blinded Park Sihu. "You bastard, die," he cursed as he swung wildly. Those wild swings posed no real threat to Corin. He's clumsy with the sword, but he swings fast. Physically, Park Sihu's still ahead of me. Might as well take the risk, there's no other choice, he thought, drawing the fang he'd taken from the wolf earlier, and made a near-throat strike at Park Sihu, terrifying him. Right, this fang knife looks like nothing, but a stab to the neck still kills as usual. Dodge that. Keep your eyes on the fang, he thought as he kept up the assault. With the light weapon's advantage, his strikes came like a storm. Yeah, just watch the fang. Now Corin was about to land the finishing blow. He thrust the fang right up to Park Sihu's face, forcing him to hurriedly block with his sword. But that was only a feint. The real attack was the dagger in his left hand. Sure enough, Park Sihu was taken by surprise, but his sword was pinned by the fang. Corin succeeded in driving the dagger into his right shoulder. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered when he took the blow, but before he could scream for long, Corin struck again with the fang. The result was a throat slash. He was officially out of the game. After killing that bastard, Corin didn't forget to leave a few parting words. "To my past self, thanks for everything. I have to admit you made me stronger. Even so, I don't regret doing this, because I've cut out the seed of a monster." Then a notification popped up. Player dead. Calculating anomalies in the main storyline. Initiating backup world inspection. Transforming. Corin lock running trial. Running potential, running cognition, running compatibility, running player log. Transferring previous players' experience to hero Corin lock. Converting minimal backup reserves for storyline collapse and baseline stats. Begin running substitute player program Corin lock AAA class night. Inheritor of substitute player Corin locks martial skill. Seeing the notification window, Corin was surprised. A substitute player. Does that mean I'll have a stat window now? Just as Corin was lost in thought, a cough reminded him back to attention. The cough came from Alicia. Her condition was growing critical, so he ran over. Hey, are you okay? She was in bad shape. She couldn't see anything right now, but at least she still had enough strength to speak. Corin began checking her symptoms. You're dizzy and can't smell anything, right? Your ears are ringing too, right? How did you know? Okay, that covers everything. Add the slurred speech. It seems to be poison from the XCH plant, from the tutorial zone. Without a stat window, it's hard to craft this toxin. If it had been mixed a bit stronger, she'd be dead. Lucky break. But the werewolf's fang was still embedded in her. She was still in critical condition. We need to stop the bleeding and detoxify her quickly. With that, he took off his belt and used it to bind Alicia's shoulder. The pain made her flinch. It's okay, I'm an expert at bleeding control and detox. Don't worry. There was one concern. If she accidentally bites her tongue, it's over. Thinking about what to use, he looked down at the hand of that bastard Park Sihu. A disgusting idea crossed his mind. But there wasn't time for hesitation, so he put the dead man's hand into her mouth and said, "Bite down, you'll feel a lot of pain. So bite as hard as you can. Dead people don't feel pain anyway, and this is that bastard's corpse. A few more bites won't matter." Then Corin began treatment. First, he worked to remove the fang. I still don't get why I was sent back 3 years, but I'm back now, and I've killed the player. And those who died in my previous life are still alive. Right now, I've saved one person, that's enough. After a while, the bleeding was controlled and the fang removed. Now he was sitting down to brew an antidote. Hang on, I'm making the antidote. Don't worry, humans aren't that easy to kill. In a haze, Alicia still tried to ask her savior's name. Please tell me your name. Corin placed a cloth on her forehead and said, No need, don't think about it, just rest. When the antidote is ready, I'll wake you. He acted this way because he'd decided. From now on he would operate in the shadows. The fewer people who knew about him, the better. While waiting for the antidote, he began reevaluating the plot situation of the legendary hero of Arhan. As the title suggests, this is a story about a hero. While dealing with incidents occurring inside the academy, the player will become the hero and save the world. The hero will defeat countless monsters and take down the final boss. A rotten piece of trash like Park Sihu still has to follow the script. Because if the final boss isn't defeated, the world will be destroyed. But now that guy's dead, so who will take on that role? Who else besides me? But these bastards, if they want me to do something, they could at least do it properly, Corin thought. Because at that moment, a glaring red notice appeared before him. System window, access denied. No window access makes me no different from an ordinary person. What kind of crappy substitute player is this? I become a substitute player but can't use player support tools. I was so hyped for this, and it turned out like this. It's really hard to do anything in the future with just memories from a past life. I have to use elements outside the system to pull this off. After 3 years of training, I'm no longer an heir or a backup anymore. Thinking that, he drew a circle with strange symbols inside. As soon as he finished, the circle flared to life, and a burst of flames rose from it. Just as expected, it worked, Corin muttered. This was a type of magic he'd learned in his past life. Ancient worms script old characters that contain power within them, obligations that restrain oaths. They're known as the triad of command runes. They're one of the powerful laws governing this world, the source of human power and the root of destruction. He intended to inscribe them on his body, and the first of them was the duty of command. This command boosts the caster's power when they make a vow. You can make trivial vows like, I won't eat chicken, but because they're so easy, they barely grant any stat points. Still, even if they're easy, he needed to swear something he could absolutely keep. After carving the runes on his left arm, he began reciting his vow. I will not feign ignorance to greedily seize the treasures of the righteous. Immediately, a notification popped up. Duty. I will not feign ignorance to greedily seize the treasures of the righteous. Your stats will increase when you complete the task. A chain suddenly appeared beside his heart, as if to symbolize the binding of his oath. Another notification appeared. Failure to comply will incur a penalty of -10 stats. Next, Corin bit his finger to write the next rune onto his right arm, and it was restriction. I do not perceive spirits in this world. All things have their own clairvoyance, and there are also spirit forms and bodiless ghosts. Because spirit forms can only interact through mutual perception, they can't use their power to affect things that can't sense them. In short, those ghosts can only affect those who see or feel them. If they can't be seen or perceived, then they're doomed and can do nothing. As soon as he completed this rune, 2 alerts appeared. If you do not comply, you will suffer 600% of the enemy's damage. Activate damage limitation for spirit forms. Physical damage plus 50%. And the benefit for him if he followed the injunction was that the rune became a shield protecting him from all other spirit forms. And now, the last one was the commandment oath. This commandment uses the weight of the vow as defense, but carries great risk and great reward. That's why both Park Sihu and he used it in their previous lives. But even Park Sihu, who could use everything the system offered, failed at the final boss. If that's the case, I have a lot to worry about. The heaviest oath to make. I will save this world. It's the noble goal every warrior pursues the vow with the greatest ambition. Thus the triad of commandments was complete. Chains began to wrap around his heart. A yellow notification appeared. Duty, restriction, oath. All commandments will be applied to the substitute player. If you fail to fulfill the oath, death will be unavoidable. 2 days later, Alicia woke up and found herself in a hospital. Oh, you're awake. How are you feeling? The voice belonged to a nurse. Where am I? You're at Merkaba City Hospital. After a bit of conversation, Alicia learned that the person who brought her to the hospital had just left. And when Alicia turned to look for her belongings, she discovered Corin's belt. Looking at the belt in her hand, it was still stained with blood. After seeing the belt, she suddenly turned to the nurse and asked, "Is there anywhere that sells honey candy? I can only handle broth right now. I don't get this girl." The first thing she asks for after waking up is candy. 3 days later, the newbie quests began. At that time, Merkaba Academy's opening ceremony was underway. Corin was standing at the academy gate. "Let's see, you need a student ID to enter." Saying that, he began rifling through his wallet. He found a letter inside his wallet. "To my son, you have no idea how proud I am of you. Be a protector to those around you." The letter was written by his mother. "When did she put this in here?" Corin muttered. Corin Locke was an ordinary, inept child, but he still had a family. "When I first came into this body, I acted awkward and distant, but they treated me the same as before. And that's when I began to love this family and this world more. That's the difference between me and Park Sihu." At the train station near the academy, students jostled to find their way. A pretty blue-haired girl waved them over. "Hello, new students. Gather here. You're a new student too. I'm Corin Locke. While you're tall, you must eat well. Want a potato?" She smiled as she handed Corin a potato. I've never seen a girl offer someone a potato on the first meeting. A little later, she led him on a tour and introduced each building. That's the Architect Hall, where magic students gather and study. This girl was no ordinary student. She was Mariette Dunlop, a second-year student, head of Merkaba Academy, beloved by all and with a bright future. In life, people encounter many unforeseen misfortunes. And in the future, Mariette will face a great misfortune. She is the Stage 1 final boss. After a while, her orientation for the new students ended. Before parting, she advised, "Each of you take 1 potato and 1 sweet potato." Then she boarded her train. "Good luck, see you later." She was truly a very warm person. After that, all the students were gathered in the academy hall. While the students were still chatting, a magic array appeared above their heads. Then all the lights went out, causing everyone to grow anxious. "Don't be afraid. Why are the academy students getting spooked by this thing?" When Corin heard that voice, he immediately knew it was old Heyman. He always says that like a training drill. This world has a history of fighting demonkind. The most effective weapons against them are superhumans who can use aura or mana. And the place to train those people is Merkaba Warrior Academy. At that moment, another voice sounded from the darkness. "Hello, I am Professor Fermac Damon, in charge of this year's opening ceremony." He was a professor in the Knight Department. He continued, "Most of you are here to become knights or mages. When you arrived, your certifications were already delivered. But don't be all bark and no bite. Let me see what you're capable of." After he spoke, a system panel appeared before everyone. Corin saw his own system panel, Corin Locke. Aura rank 680 low. Mana rank 120 very low. Ability none very low. Overall rank 6th very low. Looking at those stats, Corin sighed without speaking. "My ability score is shockingly low." After everyone checked their ranks, the professor above said, "You're looking at your rank. Stand in front of the number that matches your rank." There were numbers from 1 to 6 at his feet. Everyone quickly gathered into lines in front of their numbers. After the professor said, "Good luck," all the students began to vanish. Elsewhere, all the professors were also observing this year's students. There are a lot of hidden talents here. No need to rate first and second place now. Let's wait until we've evaluated the others. These words came from a beautiful woman, the granddaughter of sword prodigy Alicia Aiden, a cleric of Avalon, a druid, Yule, and the sword-controlling mercenary Drinwarski, the golem engineer Cranel Luda, and the soul number one, Heaven Knight Demon H. War. That child actually enrolled. What was the headmaster thinking? Over here, another teacher voiced an opinion. Do we even need to test the 6th rank students? 5th rank isn't great, just eliminate the 6th rank outright. His remark angered the female professor. She snapped a black whip. The headmaster said every student has the right to learn. Do you dare go against that? The outburst made him break into a sweat. No choice then, let's begin. He snapped his finger. Then a cabinet dropped down in front of the students. It was the weapons cabinet. An announcement sounded. Monsters will flood in within 30 minutes. Please defeat as many monsters as possible. So this is a test. Put students into a defense zone and make them fight monsters by level. Tough stuff, Corin muttered. Thinking that, he still began choosing a weapon. Let's see, most 5th or 6th rank students won't think much and will just grab whatever they want. Most will pick swords. I did the same in my past life. At that moment the monsters were summoned. There were 3 wolves in total. They were short-bodied hunting dogs, RK5 monsters. Facing the appearance of these monsters, Corin took a stance. Swords look cool. As they say, 100 days to use a spear, 1,000 days to use a blade, and 10,000 days to use a sword. The answer is the spear. Saying that, he threw the spear in his hand at them. One of them instantly went down, to the stunned looks of its packmates, and while they were still in shock, 2 more spears streaked toward them. This was as easy as eating porridge for Corin, because he had so much experience. It took Corin about 20 seconds to kill the 3 of them, but in his previous life, he couldn't even kill these and was taken down by those hunting dogs. This time will be different. He'll kill every one of them until he ranks up. But 5 minutes after killing the wolves, nothing happened. Could the system be broken? Meanwhile, in the observation room, the teachers were still evaluating the students. Tusk, they can't even finish off those things. What are they good for? Back in the day, I could kill level 5 monsters in 1 minute 22 seconds. If level 5 was like that, I don't expect anything from level 6. At that, he turned his attention to a sphere, but the image reflected in the orb was Corin sitting there leisurely playing. What? The monsters weren't summoned. Must be a bug. After saying that, he summoned a few monsters for Corin to continue playing with. What he didn't know was that the moment he turned away, Corin had already defeated those monsters instantly. Ah, is this the first successful person? Only took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. I thought level 3 would only take 2 or 3 minutes. So what are levels 5 and 6 doing? After saying that, when he looked back at the orb, he found Corin just sitting there. What's wrong with that bastard? Why is he yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters should always be summoned. At that moment, a burly man spoke up. Broken? No way. For 20 years, Professor Josephine's experimental magic has never been wrong, but he should have been eliminated long ago. Clearly, the monsters weren't summoned. The burly man began to doubt. You saw that the monsters weren't summoned. No, I don't need to see that stuff. So you didn't see it happen. My God, I told you it was a bug. I'll summon them again. When Corin saw the wolves reappear, he started to get annoyed. It's been nothing but these monsters since earlier. You're not even worth training dogs. As he spoke, he grabbed 3 spears at once and threw them at the pack, sending 3 of them to the sky immediately. It all took only 7.3 seconds. The sight left the 2 teachers outside with their mouths agape. Look, Professor Firmek, what's going on? What about it? What's the fastest time you've recorded for level 3 and level 4? There was a kid named Jaeger who did it in 3 minutes 30 seconds. Then he asked, anything else? Judging by how he throws those spears, he must be the son of a hunter. Saying that, he summoned a boar, a level 4 monster. But just 3.7 seconds later, it was on the ground. He then summoned an owl bear, a level 3 monster. This creature could actually take a few more hits. The moment it saw Corin, it roared in fury and launched an attack, but Corin dodged. Corin then drove a spear into its flank. Angered by the blow, it swung with its left paw, knocking Corin back. But at that moment, he activated his ancient rune magic and turned it into a roasted cake. 2 teachers outside witnessed the scene and cried out in astonishment. Ancient rune magic. Those words drew the attention of the other instructor. Inside, the fight continued. Though the owlbear had been set aflame, it was still very tough. It seemed that burning it with fire didn't do much, but at least it limited the creature's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Corin took a running jump up high and drove the spear's tip straight into its head. The 2 teachers outside couldn't believe their eyes. That kid is definitely not a regular level 6. It's a shame the monster test only goes up to level 3. It's been a long time since we've seen someone this interesting. I can't wait to see him fight a demon. The smaller teacher then began to summon a demon to conduct a level 5 demon test. At that moment, Corin could sense that something had definitely been summoned, but he couldn't see or hear it. It's all due to the restriction penalty. I can't sense or touch soul. If that's the case, it means he can't touch the demon. To be sure of this, he simply waited. For about a minute, more than a minute, nothing happened, and Corin confirmed that the restriction had been activated. Since he couldn't touch the demon, Corin abandoned that test. 2 notification boards appeared. Demon test, rank 5 draw, rank 4 fail, rank 3 fail. Monster test, level 5 hunting dogs 7.3 seconds, level 4 boar 3.7 seconds, level 3 owl bear 11 seconds. Back in the gathering hall, everyone was showing off their rankings. Then Corin spotted someone he knew. This burly guy used to be Jaeger Hinchpatter. He was the one who started the fight with the player at the beginning of the story, and Park Sihu killed him simply because he provoked him. Although Jaeger was arrogant and a bit careless, that's normal for someone his age. Anyway, that lunatic. Next, Corin glanced at another acquaintance. It was a small kid, whose name was Lark. In the past, he met the same fate as Jaeger. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the great hall. "Good morning, everyone. I am Headmaster Iryu Kassar. You have joined the academy to become stronger, a gathering place for the powerful. Some of you are already strong. Others still have a long way to go. While I cannot guarantee you'll achieve everything you want here, I hope you'll find your own path. We're here to help you take the first correct steps. From the second step onward, that's your responsibility. That is all. Have a pleasant day." That was the headmaster's familiar speech. He gives that same speech every monster test. As Corin wandered around, he happened to see Jaeger bullying Lark. This is his chance. So Corin cheerfully went over and slung an arm around Jaeger's shoulders. "Hey man, your tattoo is badass. Your tattoo artist must be great, right? It still looks good up close. The one on the back is your blood type, isn't it? So you can get a quick transfusion if you get hurt. You planned ahead." As he spoke, Corin pointed at the tattoo on Jaeger's neck. Jaeger brightened up and said, "You sure know your stuff. Honestly, my mom did this. She's a tattoo artist, specializes in line work. But since I asked, she did it in an old-school style. She's amazing. Do you have any tattoos?" Corin's purpose in bringing this up was just to make friends. He already knew all this from his previous life, because in his past life, when Jaeger disappeared, his mother came to the academy and said that his tattoos weren't just for looks, but because she worried about her son at the academy. The heart of a parent, indeed. Jaeger continued to boast, "I even have one here. It's a flying carriage symbol of Merkaba Academy." Eventually, the two of them started to get to know each other. Incidentally, Corin also pulled Lark into their group. From a distance, Alicia witnessed this as well, so he rescued his friend, who was being bullied. That's great. He seems like a good person. And that was also how Corin made a good impression on Lark. Lark's ability is memory, right? Then I've just found a free skill book. He thought that and flashed a devilish grin. But in Alicia's eyes, the smile looked completely different. He even has a cute smile. What kind of person is he? Most of the academy's facilities are provided free of charge. The coffee here is cheaper than outside, and the dorms are free. Among them, the most recommended facility is the training room. The reason is simple. With this room, even impossible training becomes possible. For example, fighting spirit forms you can't see. That's why Corin was working hard, punching the spirit forms inside the room. His actions didn't shock the second-year students. Look, that first year is using spirit forms to train. Usually you only train with spirit forms in the second term. He must have heard about it and decided to practice. I heard some second years still can't even control wind spirit form. Meanwhile, in the training room, Corin was getting beaten to a pulp by the spirit form. It seemed this was still too early for him. Then a voice from behind rang out. "So you're a first year." The voice belonged to a burly man. Hearing him, Corin quickly turned around. "Hello, coach. Why are you fighting spirit forms to practice spear techniques? Are you confident you can do it?" "I can." Corin felt a bit anxious. "Why did you suddenly approach me? Are you going to test me or something?" The coach frowned and watched him for a moment, then smiled approvingly. "Good spirit. Here, I'll give you 10 meal tokens. If you succeed, come find me and I'll reward you." With that, he turned and walked away. Corin exhaled. What a scare, no need to get so worried. A food reward isn't bad, right? Now back to all of this conversation was being observed by Mariette. Corin kept pushing himself in training, of course still getting roughed up by the spirit form. While he rested, Mariette came over and handed him a towel to wipe his face. "Is it very hard?" "Yes, I'm tired." "Take a break. You've been working hard. You just need to get used to it. One day you'll do it. Try again next time. Mariette's words left Corin silent. He doesn't get a second chance. Last time there was Park Sihu. They had the player's window, potions, and skill books. But this time there's nothing. That bastard Park Sihu isn't here anymore because you killed him. So now you're on your own. So you have to become the strongest. Thinking that, he thanked Mariette, then threw himself back into training. First, I have to identify my limits. It might be excessive, but I need to test how my abilities compare to the past. After that, he began to unleash every technique he could currently perform. While training, he thought, I don't have a strong body, nor mana or aura. Information about Park Sihu and the future is useless against monsters and those geniuses. But to face monsters and prodigies, I have to work harder than anyone. It's my only option. Those 3 years won't betray me. After so much effort, Corin finally defeated the spirit form. To Mariette's astonishment, strong, excellent, those words didn't fit him. Mariette was so stunned she couldn't find words. What she saw was a person of tremendous effort and perseverance. He's incredible, she thought. Corin, meanwhile, enjoyed a few showy seconds in the air before dropping straight to the ground. Mariette hurriedly asked, Are you okay, Junior? Corin convulsed and replied, I overdid it. At least for this body I did. The next day, Mariette appeared before Corin again. Since yesterday, she seemed to be paying more attention to him. Hello, Junior. Today I'll show you the school's facility. This is the pride of our school. And over here is... While she sincerely introduced things, Corin paid no attention. He was thinking about something else. To fight properly, the body matters most. To improve physical condition without relying on Park Sihu's potions, there's only one way. It's to use the commandment. Do not ignore the suffering of others. And the target for him to carry this out on was Lark. So Corin edged closer and greeted, Hey there. Want to grab a meal with me? Having a guy suddenly throw an arm around him like that made Lark a little scared. But when Corin mentioned spellbooks, Lark's expression changed. As for spellbooks, Corin said, simply put, they're skill books, powerful relics that let you gain a spell or trait just by reading. The Merkaba Academy library is as large as the academy itself. It stores and transmits knowledge to future generations. But ignore that nonsense. Actually, this place is used to hide spellbooks. At that, the two began searching through the mountain of books. Fearing Lark might not believe him, Corin embellished a bit. You hide a tree in the forest, right? Lark was a diligent student, a model pupil from a good family. He memorized all kinds of magic and recorded them in his notebook. Of course, no matter how many incantations he knew, using them all was still very difficult. If your rank and mana level are too low, even excellent theory is useless. But if you have a spellbook, that's a different story. After searching for a while, Corin finally found an entrance. The moment he tossed a book down, the shelf behind them shifted, revealing a secret entrance. Lark gaped, I don't understand how this guy found it. Then the two stepped inside together. The passage was gloomy, making Lark a bit nervous. Corin, walking ahead, suddenly stopped and said, Lark, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. You have to do it well. Oh, okay. You want me to help you fight a demon, right? But what do I have to do? But before Lark finished, Corin punched him squarely in the jaw. Looking at his friend knocked out on the floor, Corin revealed a devilish grin. Heh heh, let's get started. Now his plan truly began. Corin had come to save Lark and to complete a special mission. If he could capture a demon here, he could obtain the hidden vein he desired. But there was one problem. A super strong demon existed here. It was the aberrant demon, Duke Sabancha. Because he was so overpowered, this became an impossible mission. Why can't I catch a normal one and have to catch an aberrant spirit? He was a generalissimo who once commanded the southern forces 800 years ago. His overwhelmingly powerful attacks killed most players as soon as the mission started. Of course, Corin wasn't among them. Because of the restriction cannot see souls, the Duke's attacks had no effect on him. Naturally, he couldn't see the Duke himself either. Those attacks kept passing through Corin's body, leaving the Duke baffled. At that, Corin spoke up, My Lord Duke, sorry, but I can't see you. Why don't you possess this guy's body? Saying that, he picked up Lark's body. It turned out that was his original plan. In this world, there are many different factors. Some turn ordinary people into beasts, like vampires or werewolves. One day, Duke Sabancha awakened, became a vampire and killed his servants. Although he tried to suppress the vampire instincts, he failed. In the end, fearing he would kill his wife and daughter, the Duke moved his entire house elsewhere and shut the city gates to prevent a massacre. He used magic to seal himself into a book, that very spellbook in this library. That's the introduction to the Duke. And now, he didn't hesitate to possess Lark's body. As soon as he took control of Lark, he went insane and lunged at Corin. Straight for me. Because he's a vampire, did something trigger him and make him go berserk? Watching Lark charge, Corin remained calm. The reason he chose Lark was because, when someone like the Duke possesses him, he can unleash the maximum latent power inside. Model student Lark, but a bookworm like him has pitifully low physical strength. That's why when Lark charged, Corin knocked him down with a single punch. I do care for Lark, but this is the optimal strategy to complete the mission. If I kill Lark while he's possessed, I can obtain the highest tier items, like the Duke's cloak or the vampire armor. They were all items Park Sihu once used. They will play a major role in what will happen in the future. But you're not that bastard, so you'll do it another way. My Lord Duke, aren't you curious about your wife Duchess Lena and your child Cecilia? Those words actually calmed him down. Then Corin sat down and continued. Let me tell you how they lived after you were sealed. He then began telling him many things. How his wife died after leaving the city, and how his daughter became a skilled explorer who traveled the world. How do you feel? Are you satisfied with my answer? Corin said this because he, too, had a family he loved in the world. He wanted this pitiable soul to pass on peacefully. Hearing about his wife and daughter moved him. Sorry for barging in on you. Thank you for telling me. To that, Corin just laughed. It's fine, I wasn't really hit. Even if I was, Lark's blow was weak. After that, before he ascended, the two of them talked for a long time. Finally, the rewards Corin received handled the remnant soul of the aberrant spirit Duke Sabancha. The spellbook, the book that once contained the Duke's sealed soul. Inside are aberrant powers and charms. If you read it, you can learn them. You have acquired new skills. Tenacious warrior and rebirth. Tenacious warrior and rebirth, like a fighter who doesn't lose the will to fight. As long as your resolve holds, your body will continue to recover. This is a skill that bastard Park had in the past. But I don't know how much it heals, since he was never really injured. Meanwhile, Lark slowly came to. You're awake. Don't be happy a demon spirit just possessed your body. Why does my jaw hurt if I was possessed? That question made Corin jump. I don't know, I guess. Oh my god, if you're going to lie, don't add I guess. Then Corin handed Lark a spellbook. Stop talking and take this. It's a spellbook. What? I can really take it? Lark asked incredulously to make sure. The reason Corin chose Lark was that sometimes he wanted to watch someone strive to earn a reward. Then a notification appeared. Quest, do not ignore the misfortune of the righteous, completed. Duke Sabancha quest difficulty B reward, 80 points distributed evenly. Details cannot be viewed. The notification stunned Corin. I got 80 points. In this game, each level up grants 5 stat points. That means this number corresponds to leveling up 16 times. I didn't even see a level up notice. So the level reward is only 80 points. Is it compensating for not being able to raise stats directly, but this much experience? What is this? Quest, do not ignore the misfortune of the righteous. Stat points, 40 distributed evenly x2. Corin Locke did not ignore the misfortune of Lark Berman. Stat points, 40 distributed evenly x2. Corin Locke did not ignore the misfortune of Duke Sabancha. The next day, in the physical training hall, Mariette was happily handing out potatoes to everyone. Seeing Corin, she ran over to chat. Are you going to capture a spirit form again today? Yes, I believe you can do it, Junior. I'll be cheering for you, she said to Corin with a bright smile. The sight made some jealous upperclassmen grit their teeth. How did Mariette get taken by some first-year 5th-rank kid? I watched closely but failed yesterday. Don't give him hope. Why is that rookie stealing Mariette's attention? But Mariette remained very confident in the face of their words. Then they opened a betting table. I'll bet 2 gold coins that the junior will succeed. I bet 7 silver that he fails. Such comments kept coming. Corin protested. Why are you all betting on me? I'm just trying to train. Whatever, focus first. I gained stats from helping the Duke ascend, so I can definitely capture it. Still, I don't know how strong I actually am. Let's start with the weakest basic ones. After saying that, he took his stance and performed the giant serpent burst. The technique he used to defeat the spirit form before was the serpent's long strike. Among the Huaza arts, that move is rather difficult, so he used the most basic of basics, the giant serpent burst. Maybe one strike won't even take it down, he thought. Unexpectedly, with a single strike, the spirit form was split apart immediately. The scene left the bettors below gaping. Just one hit. Has the giant serpent burst reached that level? Not only were they surprised, even Corin couldn't believe it. Am I really that strong? Mariette, standing behind him, also came forward to congratulate him. Yesterday you succeeded with 3 moves, right? This time you did it with 1 strike. Her words surprised Corin. What is this? Did she witness everything yesterday? Never mind, more than one mage can spot the Huaza art with the naked eye. What kind of absurd vision is that? While Corin was still thinking, Mariette handed him a pouch of coins. Ah, this is your share. Because of you I earned a little too. Of course you should get a cut. My share? Why would I not like that? Of course I like it. Whoever turns down money. His eyes turned into little coins. Mariette, you're really smart. Keep it up in the future. That evening Corin sat lost in thought. It was the same in my past life. I trained hard to gain some martial skill for myself. It's the same now. I'm close to the 5th step of the 6 steps toward enlightenment. There's a long way to go, but my spear techniques are improving faster than I expected. So I'm not too worried. The problem is ancient incantation magic. At that, Corin wrote a rune in the air. Immediately a notification appeared. You lack mana. This was the issue he was facing. In his previous life he couldn't fully master it either, because ancient incantation magic requires an enormous amount of mana. If he could train it now, he'd certainly be much stronger than before. I need to think this through. As he headed back to his room, a voice suddenly rang out. The voice made him stop. Corin recognized it. No matter how much he refined his spear arts and mastered ancient incantation magic, the person he couldn't defeat had appeared at this academy. The woman even Park Sihu couldn't kill, one of the strongest forces in the legend of the hero Arhan. The balance breaker, the night demon H. Warren. Corin panicked. Why has she suddenly shown up here? And she's talking to me. I don't know why, but just ignore her and go. I can't handle this ticking bomb. As Corin was about to leave, she spoke again. You have been merged. I don't think you are the rightful owner of that body. Her words turned Corin pale. How does she know I possess that body? Then Corin thought about H. Warren. A body with 2 souls, a human and a fiend coexisting. H. Warren's existence was an affront to nature. People say the yin-yang eye of those on the border of life and death can see the colors of souls. It might be stranger if she didn't notice. H. Warren, her eyes judging, continued. How was it? What did it feel like to crush and swallow that original soul? Before her question, Corin answered casually. I don't know. In my previous life he was troubled by this too. Are Corin Locke and he really 2 different people? Are the assimilated memories Corin Locke's and not his own? If so, then who is the I who studied at the boys' high school and the military dynamics program at the boys' college? That question had plagued him a lot, but H. Warren in front of him was different. She recognized that the body was original, but that the true owner of that body was not Corin. You're just a thief who stole it. You have no right to govern that body. In a neighborhood near my hometown, there's a guy who turns into a green giant whenever he gets angry. His name is Brooke. Do you know him? The funny thing is how much those 2 opposing personalities hate each other. Interesting, right? They're capable but different. As he spoke, he pointed at his head, actions that left H. Warren puzzled. Anyway, what I mean is that whether it's the original soul or a newly formed one, both have different personalities. Isn't that how they coexist? Whether they like it or not, we were born into one body. When you're born, no one is guilty. Corin's words left H. Warren momentarily silent. Then she began to speak. In this world, some people are born already sinful. Corin understood the pain behind her statement. It's just that now this person was far too dangerous to be involved with. After that, he said goodbye to her and turned to leave. The next morning, Corin woke very early. The only reason he left the dorm before the birds started singing was the quest board. Using the various commissions here to level up for upcoming main tasks was necessary for his development progress. But his goal wasn't to level up, so he didn't need to be too picky. Corin just wanted to test something. More importantly, why was Alicia here? And why was she watching so close? Thinking back, I don't have much information about Alicia from my past life. That bastard Park Sihu killed her. And now my memories differ from what I saw in the game. Standing there too long felt awkward, so Corin called out, Alicia Aiden. Hearing him, Alicia hurriedly replied, hello. She even bowed to show respect. Only then did Corin ask, you already picked up a quest on the first weekend. Isn't level 2 supposed to mean you don't need to rush for achievements? Ah, because I need the money, Alicia answered. Huh. Isn't level 2 supported with plenty of activity funds? At Corin's question, Alicia began to cry. They said they won't grant me funds because my family's income is in the top 10% of the kingdom. Finally, Corin understood the situation. It was like Korea's scholarship system. The wealthy don't receive support. In short, rich families don't ask the school for money, pay your own way. But sadly for Alicia, her family practiced abandon raising, so she had to earn minimal living expenses herself, no matter how much she begged. Hearing that, Corin knew she was flat broke, so he suggested a quest. If you need money now, how about the patrol quest? It pays pretty well. At the words pays well, her face brightened. Really? Will they accept up to 3 people? Do you want to team up? I can't, I have other things to do. He refused because Corin wanted to reserve this precious weekend to do quests that were easy to complete and would raise his stats. So his first quest would be, find a cat named Nabai. Missing cat named Nabai, 2 years old, especially cute, disobedient. Thank you fee. 5,000. Experience points and low rewards. But that didn't matter because his goal was a precept. If he rescued and returned the cat Nabai, nearly killed by monsters, he could prevent the owner's misfortune of losing a pet and falling into depression. And as a result, when he completed the quest, a notification appeared. Duty fulfilled. You did not ignore the misfortune of Anamar Milan. Difficulty, E reward, 5 points distributed evenly. Seeing the notification, Corin couldn't stop grinning. Great, the precept really works. Even small quests will help me increase many stats. His smile terrified the girl beside him. Next, motivated by the word stats, Corin abandoned scruples and decency. From helping the bullet to sabotaging other people's happiness. But then Corin suddenly remembered a quest even more important than stats. He had even noted it down before leaving today. At the same time, at some shop, a muscular old man was going berserk. This isn't it either. I've made a sauce from more than 10 ingredients like garlic, carrot, and chili. But the sauce that would satisfy my wish to make fried chicken taste great even when it's cold I still can't make. And while he was still racking his brains, a voice rang out. Add some malt, and your problem will be solved. Hi, all right, I'm off. The old man grew puzzled. Where did this lunatic crawl out from? Who in their right mind would add malt? Despite saying that, he added it anyway. Wait, this flavor. This is it. Shouts of joyful exclamation rang out from the building. And this was the task Corin was determined to complete. The world would be chaos without seasoned fried chicken. At that moment, a notification appeared. Duty accomplished. You did not ignore Weiss' misfortune. Difficulty, E reward, 5 points distributed evenly. The notice made Corin stare. What is this? This still works with the precept. I only wanted to satisfy a personal wish. Wonderful, yes. There's nothing wrong with someone who seasons fried chicken. His smile was villainous by nature. What a waste not to use this smile for a life of crime. While he was grinning like a madman in the street, H. Warren on the rooftop watched everything. Truly a strange human, she thought. At the same time, a gate appeared behind her and a female professor stepped out. You're here. I left you alone because you hadn't left the city, but at least get a permit before going out. But H. Warren paid no attention to the professor's words and simply turned her head. Then she remembered what Corin had told her the day before. Being born isn't a sin. That's a blessing. Another image flashed in her mind. You shouldn't have been born. These 2 images would represent the knots and turning points in her life. A few days later, at the hunting grounds, today all the first-year students were gathered here because this place would host their survival skills assessment. At these hunting grounds, if you reach the hut at the far north end of the forest, you will pass. For now, put on the armband matching your rank. You'll need to return it at the hut at the finish point. You'll receive points based on how quickly you reach the finish with that armband, and your reward will correspond to your score. While the professor announced the task, Corin watched. As expected, H. Warren didn't show. Besides, H. Warren isn't allowed to participate in practical assessments. Maybe it's about fairness since she's too out of league. At that moment, someone called him. Corin. The voice was Alicia's. Hearing it, Corin asked her, Alicia, did your quest go well? Yes, thanks to you I earned some living money. Fortunately it helped. Oh, do you want some candy? I meant to buy it for my sister, but it's too sweet for me. Seeing the candy, Alicia's eyes lit up. What? Honey bomb candy? Can I have this precious thing? It's just one candy. A rich girl like you has come to this point. Up above, Professor Josephine declared, the test begins. Then with a crack of her whip, she created a magic array above everyone's heads. Corin was still very impressed by the scene. I've seen countless mages, but using spatial magic for a crowd like this, only Josephine can do that. Still the same as always, Archmage. After that, he and the others were randomly teleported to spots in the forest. Right after that, the clash of weapons rang out, already fighting just after it started. The hunting grounds are an important event even veterans must repeat countless times. It's a battle royale system where you start at random locations and must seize opponents' armbands to accumulate points. Seeing that crowd brawling while moving through, Corin was delighted. Yes, fight fiercely. I have no interest in you lot. The most dangerous person right now is Alicia level 2, with the blue armband. H. Warren isn't here at the moment. If I take care of Alicia, The rest are basically free points. Alicia, you may not know, but I placed a tracking rune on the candy you ate. That rune will ensure we meet again. Then Corin put on his killer expression. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. For a few points, he had sold his teammates' trust cheap, saying that he rocketed over to Alicia. Alicia. Outside, Josephine told the headmaster, I'll go into the forest. Although professors are posted everywhere, better to be careful. Then she suddenly startled and realized something. Wait, thinking about it, where is that child, headmaster? Could it be that you didn't bring them, that they came on their own, they came by themselves? Maybe their heart has undergone some change. Poor Corin, still deluding himself that he'd scored an easy target. Little did he know the person he considered most dangerous had been following him all along. Hope the chairman doesn't get wiped out. Meanwhile, in the forest, Alicia was in trouble. Corin wasn't the only one targeting her. Why are you behaving like this? Don't you feel ashamed? So many people attacking me alone. At this moment, a few people lay knocked out at her feet. One of them even admitted, being cowardly is our specialty. Behind her, a man crept up while she wasn't looking and struck. You monster, fold your arms and take it. But the moment he was about to attack, a stone flew from nowhere and hit his waist, staggering him and making him spit out a mouthful of food. When Alicia saw her rescuer was Corin, she was overjoyed. You came to save me. You really are a good person. Alicia is so beautiful. Corin's words left her puzzled. I mean beautiful. That blue armband. As he spoke, he launched his attack, his face turning into that of a typical killer. Alicia was furious to the point of tears. Corin, I trusted you because you gave me the candy, so I thought you were a good person. Alicia is a level 2 knight of a pure martial school. Her special defensive abilities probably aren't yet fully mastered. In terms of combat strength, she's a mid-level 2, so you'll become a good person when you hand over the armband to me. Saying that, Corin gave a threatening smile. Although she didn't match his sister, a true genius, Alicia was still talented, ranked in the top 1%. She'd easily defeated 7 members of the 3rd and 4th year student council. Seeing her, a level 5 knight like Corin had let his guard down. Of course, that was until 30 seconds ago. Alicia frowned at Corin's barrage of attacks. What is this? He's too strong. He closes to very close range, mixes in dodges with long-range strikes. He toys with counters and maintains constant pressure. But that doesn't mean there's no opening. His breathing changes oddly when he switches between thrusts and slashes. If I can catch that distance, I'll have a chance to counter. But she was spun around by Corin like a top. The opening just now was intentionally exposed by Corin. If you rely only on talent and refuse to fight for real, it won't get you anywhere. Then he began to whirl the spear in his hand. This move was called Na, used to suppress an opponent's momentum. After that, he easily pinned Alicia's sword to the ground. He then combined 3 basic techniques into an effective offensive move and a sharp counterattack: Spear Extreme 6 Harmonies, Spear Chaos, and Na Kill. With a single strike, Corin sent Alicia flying dozens of meters. At the same time, Alicia felt the pain from that attack. Luckily, I channeled my energy in time to block the blow. If not, I might have been in mortal danger. Though not overwhelmingly strong or blisteringly fast, the level of refinement in each of his techniques is extraordinary. What the hell is he? Is this the power of a level 5 knight? I've been completely defeated. Next, Corin snatched the armband from Alicia. I'll use it in the right place, he said, flashing a triumphant smile. But just then, sounds of fighting came from behind. Drawing his attention. Then a massive greatsword swung down. Fortunately, Corin managed to block it in time with his spear. Too heavy. That's a sword made of mystic iron, 4 times denser than steel, enhanced with auxiliary magic and effective demonic blade for fighting large monsters. Being hit by this is really hard to defend against. He had to struggle to push the blade back. Then an astonished voice rang out. What? You blocked the heavy iron sword. Don't toy around. Put that armband down and vanish, 5th ranker. The speaker was a young man. Around him, many swords hovered in the air. Corin began to worry. Oh no, I think this guy is Drinwarski. I really don't want to tangle with him. Although he has an overwhelming record of taking on dozens of enemies alone, without getting hurt. That relaxed look, it's clear he's definitely different from Alicia. Well, there's no other way. Now that it's come to this, fighting won't do any good. Saying that, he turned and ran. This move left Drin speechless. He hasn't seen this situation before. The thing he's got in his mouth must be green, right? With that, Drin snapped and sent all his floating swords to attack Corin, forcing both Corin and Alicia to flee. Hey, are you crazy? Why is he like that? You usually don't do things that don't make money. And Alicia, why are you running after me? Because I don't want to die, and I don't know the way out. While running, Corin kept thinking carefully. Okay, no fighting if I don't have to. As long as I get this armband away with me. At that moment, Corin was surprised, because right at the hut's doorway another young man, and his golem blocked their path. Well, sorry. To pass you have to leave your rank badge. He was a first-tier golem master Cranial looted. The scene made Alicia incredulous. Coward. I can't believe you blocked the exit. Meanwhile, Corin knew he was in big trouble. In front is Cranial, behind is Drin, trying to avoid fights with others only to end up facing two big names at once. This time, there's really no other way. Saying that, he drew his weapon. Alicia gasped. What? You're really going to fight both of them at once? Corin was fairly confident. If a fight is unavoidable, then you have no choice but to face it. With that, they all lunged into battle. By afternoon, the outcome of the fight was clear. At the hut, someone knocked and said, "Oh my, it looks like the champion has arrived. May I ask who's there?" "I'm Corin Locke. May I choose a product?" he said cheerfully, holding 3 green armbands in his mouth. "Oh my, bringing back a green rank badge, what a fine student." "Ha, it's nothing, I just got lucky." The reason Corin won was his overwhelming skill, combined with excellent experience. He slipped through the heavy sword's arcs with his agility before it could deliver full force. After disarming the opponent, he drove the blade into the ground so the enemy couldn't retrieve it. Swords he couldn't block he dodged, then redirected so those blades targeted the golems. With quick improvisation, he swiftly hid behind Drin, using him as a shield against the golem's attacks. As a result, while Drin held the golem back, he struck at the golem's core and disabled. Immediately after, Cranial was also out of the fight since he no longer had a golem to control. With agility, judgment, and even determination, he fought like someone who had seen battle 100,000 times. Everything was decided in that brief instant. Perhaps it was experience forged over a long time. He's so young, how can he be this skilled? And watching him, Alicia felt as if she saw her sister's reflection. At that moment, Alicia recalled Corin's words. Don't rely on talent alone and be lazy about real combat. It seemed she understood that saying more clearly now. After that, Alicia resolved. I have to work harder too. Over on Drin's side, he looked at his sword and thought, before my power could fully manifest, he quickly found the solution to deal with that brat. How did he spot my weakness? In an instant, that kid knew all my techniques and tricks like the back of his hand. Cranial wasn't doing much better. Against small, fast weapons, a golem is nothing more than a bullet sponge. If I were you, I'd have a companion escort me rather than rely on that golem. Friends, I don't have any. Then go find yourself a friend. Corin's words made him furious enough to cry. That bastard is taunting me. Today there were 3 capable first years, and each of them remembered Corin in their own way. Corin, for his part, was still elated. That's great. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Now, among the remaining participants at the hunting ground, the strongest is considered the one under the forest's protection watch. But this wasn't limited to ordinary players joining. There was also the Academy's top May, Mariette Dunlop. She was helping others train by taking on the role of a monster. For why? This was the first time she faced an opponent beyond her limits. Thus the training session at the hunting ground ended. Are you a new student? Hello, I'm Mariette. Are you Y? After greeting Y, Mariette turned and asked, and you over there, what's your name? Her next opponent was the celestial knight demon H. Warren. At this time, a dozen students clustered at H. Warren's feet, all looking alike. Seeing this, Mariette realized, it seems H. Warren is looking for someone. Oh my, you're probably looking for someone. You just gather your friends and attack me if you run into me. But H. Warren paid little attention. She swept past Mariette like a gust of wind. This action seemed to irritate Mariette, and immediately a pillar of ice rose up in front of H. Warren. Excuse me. You can ignore me, but by the rules I'm still a monster, so I can't let you get away with that. H. Warren coldly turned and said, how annoying. And their battle was about to begin. At the rest hint, total is 117 points. It's been a long time since I've seen a score like this. Can I choose a reward? There are 3 rewards to choose from. A boar-slaying delivery, protective leather armor, and shark bear honey. Of the 3, the most valuable is the shark bear honey, but I came here with a plan already. Then Corin made his choice. I'll take the ginseng seed. Oh, you have an eye for that. As he chose the ginseng seed, he still had 17 points left, so the attendant asked, what will you do with the remainder? With 17 points, please give me these. He held up 2 cards, plant nutrient supplement 6 points and earplugs 10 points. After finishing, he left the rest tint. Wow, shopping was great. Even if I went 1,000 times, I wouldn't have had such luck. Besides, it's the first time I've seen them complete this trial so often. At that moment, Corin also saw Jaeger and Lark. It seemed they'd partnered up. Oh, second place and 19 points. I have 15 points. Corin congratulated them. You two worked well together. Jaeger smiled awkwardly. It was easy today. Want to train together in the gym tonight? If you still have energy to go to the gym, help me find the cores of those golems. This surprised Crane. Quite the lucky hit, right? We'll help you, it's fine. But at times like this you should be saying thank you. In his past life, Corin had worked a lot with Cranel. There aren't many heavy-duty meat shields like golems in mid-sized monster fights. Everything was winding down. The results were: second rank Mage Cranel Ludin was restoring the golem's core. Second rank Knight Alicia Aiden was injured. Second rank Knight Drenworski was drained of energy. Second rank Mage Y was unconscious. Seeing her sprawled on the ground shocked Corin. How could she be killed here? What are the instructors doing? Her life is so important they must have just fainted. At this point, Y began to speak weakly. Mariette, that girl, she... Before she could finish, a tremor shook the forest. The animals in the woods fled in a panic. Corin still didn't understand what was happening. Y kept murmuring, "Run, Mariette." Mariette possessed a natural gift for analyzing magic and a god-given mana pool, a mage who seemed never to have known disappointment or defeat. Her talent followed in the footsteps of Senior Professor Josephine. As people said, Mariette was truly a genius. To Mariette, the hunting ground was like a playground. She only needed to control the difficulty and help her juniors grow, as a senior would. That's how she usually acted. But now she faced the greatest wall of her life. The battle was one-sided, leaning toward H. Warren. When H. Warren lunged to attack, Mariette hastily cast an ice spell, firing shards of ice at H. Warren. But H. Warren didn't care. When the shards struck her, they simply shattered. The sight truly annoyed Mariette. I can't block an attack with only basic magic. What kind of magic is this? Although Mariette had promised the senior instructors she wouldn't use offensive magic above intermediate level. In truth, she had begun using high-level spells. In other words, unwilling to admit it, Mariette had started to go all out. Even so, the gap in power was too great. With a single kick, H. Warren sent her flying miles away. The tree she slammed into was left with a huge dent. "Don't come any closer," Mariette stammered, trembling. She was truly terrified. What stood before her was not a knight, a mage, or a game opponent. It was simply a natural disaster in human form. And now H. Warren was closing in on her. "Don't come near me," Mariette shouted. In her hand a sphere of ice had formed, her face more terrified than ever, like the last desperate struggle of a small creature facing a predator. Just then a voice rang out. "That's enough, H. Warren. Stop." The voice belonged to Senior Instructor Josephine. She stepped between Mariette and H. Warren. "Are you all right, Mariette?" Upon realizing the person before her was Professor Josephine, Mariette began to faint. This hunting exercise produced some unexpected result. First, the winner and highest scorer was Corin, a fifth-year student. And the top first-year, H. Warren, and the top second-year, Mariette, got into a conflict. Hearing this, Corin nearly wet himself. "I thought she'd awakened into some kind of boss, but she looks okay. Guess things are still following the original storyline, huh? Never mind for now. There are still 3 whole weeks before she awakens. I need to prepare a few things." With that thought, he left. A while later, at the edge of the hunting ground forest, Corin came to meet someone who lived here. First, he had to shed a lot of crocodile tears. Next, he had to act it out well. "Oof, I slipped." As he fell, he conveniently tossed the seed into the pond in front of him. What Corin intended is unclear, but the face reflected in the pond looked awful. "No, the precious seed Mom left me. What am I going to do?" A voice suddenly called out, "Why are you crying?" As if his plan had worked, the moment Corin heard the voice he bared a toothy grin. "There he is. In the legend of the hero Arhan, there is a golden test you can use only once the hermit's golden axe." To the woodcutter, who accidentally dropped his iron axe into the pond, the hermit asked whether he had dropped a golden axe or a silver axe. The scene matches that story exactly. A golden axe and a silver axe appear, but only for unique tier weapons or lower. Dropping any other weapon triggers no reaction, so the matter ends there. Corin had tried dropping 500 different items into the hermit's pond. Some veteran players also tried throwing in random items, even rare ones. A golden test the damned developers added while they were bored. "Is this golden seed yours?" "No, sir." "Or is this the silver seed?" "No, sir." As the old man began asking, Corin thought, Who would be crazy enough to drop the ginseng seed we worked so hard to get bought for 100 points into the pond? And the crazy hero is me. Ha ha, then this must be your seed, the old man said, producing an ordinary seed. Corin's tears streamed. Yes, that's right, this is definitely mine. Even after seeing gold and silver, you weren't greedy and were honest. I value your honesty and will give you these seeds. So Corin received the golden and silver seeds. The hermit, having completed his task, dove back under the pond. Corin stayed kneeling, telling him to take care of his health. But the moment the hermit submerged, Corin's face twisted into a grin. Heh heh heh. Items can be multiplied. If the old man saw this, he'd demand his stuff back. The regular ginseng seed increases mana, but the golden and silver seeds have very special effects. They're a hidden piece obtainable only this way. In the legend of the hero Arhan, there are some issues with people who hit level cap the day after harvesting, but that's not a major problem. In a past life, Park Sihu ate the golden seed and I ate the silver seed, but now they're all mine. Seeing the seeds in his hands made Corin grin from ear to ear. Next came an important piece of information. What would make Mariette the first boss and awaken her as a special vampire was a real event happening in 3 weeks, an encounter with the killer vampire of the Mist City John Doe. Corin didn't know how the demon faction's minion inside Mariette had awakened, but there was still time. That's also why I showed strength to the powerful second-rank players. No one wants to team up with a weak 5th-rank knight, even if you asked. The first thing that draws them to a main player is natural talent and power. Within a week, they'll be fully recovered. At that point, Corin would propose forming a team. The first boss raid of the legend of the hero Arhan, the special vampire Mariette Dunlef. There were still 3 weeks before Mariette's awakening, but that was assuming everything continued according to the original storyline. At this time, Mariette also regained consciousness after the fight with H. Warren. The roommate next to her hurriedly asked Mariette, "Are you okay? How's your throat?" That first year she should know her limits. You were restricted to basic magic after all. Corin thought to himself, if I have enough preparation, trust, and enough members, I can easily save a girl from her tragic fate. Until then, I'll train Alicia, help mercenary Drin control his sword, recruit Y from the Avon Forest, and get closer to the Golem Mage Crane. Thinking these things, he still felt his plan was perfect. If I prepare well, this will be a piece of cake, as long as no variables arise. But a variable did occur. Mariette's awakening process had begun. Her eyes turned red. "I'm so thirsty." That was her last line before she devoured her close friend. As for H. Warren, she now recalled her conversation with Professor Josephine. "I'm so disappointed in you. If I'd known, I wouldn't have sent you. If you want to learn, I'll tutor you privately. Reflect on yourself." In short, she would now be confined. Should I jump off the building? She muttered to herself when alone. Just then a face poked in through the window. "Ha, knew you'd be here." That Corin just stuck his head in like a ghost. It even startled the celestial night demon. "You're H. Warren, right? I think I've seen you before. I'm Corin Locke. Can you open the window?" Corin said, his legs still dangling on a nearby branch, holding a box of pastries. He then handed the box to H. Warren. "Here, for you. I didn't know what you like, so I grabbed this pastry. Besides, it's weird to hand it over empty-handed." H. Warren didn't immediately take it and said, "You breaking in is against school rules." But Corin had prepared his response. "I didn't come in. I'm hanging from the tree. And I just like being here. I don't think Professor Josephine is around right now." Actually, Corin came in case H. Warren was injured. But she didn't have a single scratch. And it seemed H. Warren was forbidden from going out or meeting others, probably because of what happened at the hunting ground. Understandable, since she's an important person. Josephine's concern made sense. But confining her like this for over 4 days. Thinking that, H. Warren said she went out. "Where to? She hasn't come here in over 4 days." This information surprised Corin so much he nearly broke the branch. Then he shouted, "What? She never returned even once since then." Yeah. Now realizing the situation looked bad, Corin hurriedly said goodbye to H. Warren. "See you later. Next time I'll bring food over for you." Having said that, Corin hurried off. As he walked, he thought, Professor Josephine went out, leaving the most dangerous person at Merkaba Academy, H. Warren. Something's off. The champion fighter of the Magic Department, Professor Dana, and of the Knights Department, Professor Fermac Damon, both used to be bodyguards. Now they're rushing around looking for someone. Could it be? With that thought, he ran straight to Mariette's infirmary. At the door, a professor was standing guard and called out, "Corin Locke, what's the matter? Your request to see her was denied." To the professor's question, Corin smiled. "Oh no, not that. Your guard Kron, 3rd rank, right? Professor Josephine told me to bring you food and drink. With sincere words and a natural expression, Corin's acting was flawless. Sure enough, the guard believed him completely. Ho ho, really? She does look out for her subordinates, and you came prepared. There were too many suspicious details. First, Corin's request to see Mariette was denied. Isabella, who guarded Mariette, was missing. They'd posted guards outside the infirmary. From the start he felt something was strange, so he had to prepare like this. Get the guard to step away for a bit. And as soon as the guard took his first bite of the pastry, his stomach immediately went into violent protest. Seeing this, Corin knew the drug had started to take effect. Oh my, what's wrong? Stomachache. There's a restroom over there. Could you cover for me a moment? I need to use the bathroom, but don't go inside. Yes, go ahead, I definitely won't go in. Stomach pain, and he planned to go leisurely. Unbelievable. Corin then stepped into the room. He still held onto a sliver of hope. No way that's happened, right? There's still a whole month. It's way too early. Please hope my suspicion is wrong. As he thought that, he pulled the blanket off the bed. But the person lying there wasn't Mariette. It was Isabella. Mariette should be lying here, right? Why is it Isabella? Isn't she missing? But when he saw the 2 bite marks on her neck, there was no doubt. This was what the professors were trying to hide. Mariette had awakened as a vampire and become the threat the first boss. Worse, this happened 3 weeks earlier than the original script. He hadn't prepared jack squat. There was a 4-stage attack strategy to defeat the first boss. Stage 1. Quickly deal with waves of monster attacks. Stage 2. Restrain her within magic circles. And after gaining the upper hand by dealing damage, Stage 3 would begin. At that point, everyone would have to confront the powerful enemy rampaging in the blood realm. Once we defeated that foe, it would shift into its final form, and the final stage would start. The focus of the attack strategy was the final form, so sometimes players might not even be needed. If the notable first years of the academy banded together, reaching stage 3 wouldn't be that difficult. But Alicia was injured because of me. Drin's weapon was destroyed, also my fault. Cranel's golem was destroyed and couldn't be restored, yet again my doing. Have I wrecked all the academy's notable first years? This is bad, we're screwed. In the original, after encountering the vampire killer in Mist City, Mariette attacked her roommate and flew into a rage. Then, in my past life, after that happened, we waited for Mariette and Isabella, who were then below the dormitory, to quickly deal with things. But Park Sihu deliberately let Mariette escape. But thanks to me, everything's a complete mess now. Alicia has 8 broken bones. Cranel's golem was broken, so he was completely useless. I also thought about Warren, but I couldn't predict how the battle would shift if he joined. So he began assembling every force he could use. In a corner of the training room, he tried to persuade Drin to join. Here's your work registration certificate, mercenary. This job is especially tough. I need you to find and capture someone alive. Are you insane? A mercenary only fights battles they can win. Besides, you broke my sword. Now I only have 2 left. With no other option, Corin played his final card. 20 gold coins. If you still don't trust me, I'll leave this as collateral. What he produced was 100% pure soul dust, nothing mixed in. When Drin heard the pay was 20 gold, his eyes lit up. You're a thoughtful guy. Then a notification popped up. Drinworski has joined your party. Next, at the library, Corin and Yule were talking. How did you know about that? I thought all the records burned to ash along with the forest. To Yule's question, Corin answered, I once read a book about it. The alphabet you use is Agam, right? You're here to find it, aren't you? If you help me, I'll teach you all of this magic. This was an offer too important for Yule to refuse, so she asked, tell me what I need to do. Thus Corin convinced the next member. Finally, it was these 2 nobodies' turn. This mission will be hard, pay is low, and it's dangerous. We might face an unusually strong demon clan, but if we succeed, we'll gain honor and fame. The 2 small-timers thought it over, then agreed, sounds romantic, sign us up for your team. And so a basic party was formed, a secondary damage dealer, a healer, and a few others, just enough to get through stage 1. That met the minimum requirements. This was the best they could do for now. And that evening, they set out into the woods to search for Mariette. And based on what Park Sihu said in the previous life, it seemed Mariette had fled into the forest. And there's only one forest near the academy, the hunting ground forest. Drin in the back wondered how could they find Mariette. This place is huge. If we search normally, it could take years. Corin answered simply, search. If you search, it might take years. If you don't want to wait, just ask around. It'll come out one way or another. Don't worry, right? He said that to Yule, so you already knew what was going on. Saying that, She drove her staff into the ground and began to murmur, "Spirits, guide us to her." At that moment the base of the staff glowed. Jaeger was impressed by the sight. A whole swarm of spirits has gathered. Unfortunately, Corin couldn't see them. But judging by their reactions, countless spirits were answering Yule's call. "Did they find Mariette?" Corin asked. "Yes, but their expressions just turned serious." "Look behind you, Corin. Why? What are you all looking at? Where is she?" Before Corin could finish asking, a monster attacked him from behind. Luckily, he blocked it with his spear. Then Corin swept his spear in a wide arc and sliced the monster in two. "Damn it! Where did you come from?" At the same time, a horde of monsters up ahead began charging toward them. "Oh my God," Jaeger thought aloud. Did Mariette turn into a monster? Seeing how serious things were, Lark pulled out his spellbook, and Jaeger drew out his hammer. "Ha ha, you dare charge head-on at Jaeger. Perfect timing, I was just warming up." Then he rushed forward alone to block the monsters, prompting Corin's worried shout. "Jaeger, don't charge ahead. They'll surround you. Take 3 steps back, don't be hasty. Keep hitting them and their numbers will dwindle. Lark, cover the rear. You will stay with Lark. Dren, I don't need to tell you, you know what to do, right? Just don't overextend." Corin's command ability surprised everyone. Despite the sudden attack, he showed no sign of panic. He even laid out sensible maneuvers and support. He's not only strong but has the experience of a captain and a strategist to lead a team. He acts like a leader. Who would have guessed he's only a 5th-rank knight? The Academy's ranking tests must be flawed. Seeing the monsters charging, Jaeger turned to Yule and asked, "Hey, I thought Mariette was here. What's going on? I don't see Mariette, only monsters." Yule stammered, "The spirit said so, that's all I heard." Lark offered his opinion. "Is Mariette controlling them? Monsters don't usually hunt in packs like this, and they seem more aggressive than normal." Corin immediately rejected that. "No, Mariette isn't the one pulling their strings. It's not that easy for her. Even if she could control them, this chaotic attack isn't her style." "Then why are these monsters attacking us?" Dren asked. "Neither of those things. Each species of monster has its own hunting instincts. But sometimes they fall into such desperate situations that they forget their nature. For example, something they can't cope with, something that makes them flee when confronted." Corin's words made the mood more serious. And at that moment, the one they were searching for, Mariette, appeared ahead of them. She looked nothing like usual. Her body was wreathed in a red aura, radiating a dangerously intense presence. Corin quickly ordered, "Prepare to fight. Yule, Lark, fall back. Dren, Jaeger, step back one and support me. Looks like you have a plan, so I trust you, my lord." In this crisis, idiot Jaeger still managed a foolish question. "You step one, or should I take another step?" Ignoring the idiot behind him, Corin said he would take the lead. At that moment, a notification appeared. Commandment 3. I will save the world. Mariette Dunlop. Increase all fate-related stats of Mariette by 50%. Her impact on this world. These reserve parameters are clearly based on the scale of her future impact on the world, not on a one-time event. Another notification popped up. I will save the world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette Dunlop. All right, everyone, let's go. This conflicted with the first commandment. Do not ignore the misfortune of others. Save Mariette Dunlop. Hero Corin Locke, the lucky axis. At that moment, Mariette stood before them, and tears began to fall from her eyes. This left Yule slightly flustered, but it won't change anything. Just eliminate her, Dren said. As he spoke, the true-weight sword came crashing down from the sky. But then, to Dren's surprise, his sword was stopped by a layer of protective barrier. Lark began to explain. It's a blood orb, a creature born from a vampire's blood. I didn't think a newly awakened vampire could have a blood orb with them. Corin reassured everyone. No need to be afraid. It was just born. It hasn't received her blood or mana yet. Without sustenance from its master, it can only block attacks. But Dren began to complain. For a mage like me, facing an opponent with that kind of defense is a big problem. It'll be fine, don't worry. Mariette then acted. Begone, she shouted in anger. Countless blood orbs flew out to attack them. That's a wide area spell, Yule, Corin hurriedly told her. On hearing that, Yule began to deploy protective magic. I don't know about other places, but this is the forest, this is my domain. Immediately, a wall of trees rose from the ground, shielding everyone. But the wall wasn't strong enough. The blood orbs were slowly piercing through. Yule herself was under tremendous strain. Seeing this, Jaeger grew worried. What if that defensive wall breaks? Shut your mouth. Jaeger, what are you saying? Yule kept struggling to maintain the wall. That one attack alone cost me half my mana to sustain the defense. The vampire's poisonous hunting ground effect is affecting, but I have to hold it so everyone has a chance to attack, she said, glancing at Corin. Corin could tell Yule was at her limit. Hold on a bit longer, I'll finish it in 5 moves, he told her. Can you really do that? Yeah, of course I can. The battle with the vampire Mariette was divided into 4 phases. Phase 1. The monsters around attack the player's party. Phase 2. After defeating the monster horde, Mariette herself enters the fray. You must face her. The most powerful spells are only cast from Phase 2 to Phase 4. In other words, before the final phase arrives, she can't use her full power. It's similar to a game, like in my previous life. Corin turned back and said to Lark, Lark, fall back a bit ahead of Yule. You can only cast basic magic about 2 more times, so take care of yourself. Lark was startled. You planned that far ahead. I get it, good thinking. Once you've used up your mana, run as far as you can. All right, we'll deal with it then. After giving those instructions, Corin started calculating. So far the attacks are wide but not very strong. The real danger is the alchemy spell that will come afterward. At that moment, blood crystals also began to pierce the wall. Corin frowned. She's coming. This is the alchemical freezing spell. When enough crystals accumulate on the wall, they begin to detonate, causing the wall to collapse. At the back, Yule began reciting an incantation. Mother Earth and the nourishment of trees and grain, gods and insects, let the canopy push back the world. With each line she spoke, winds began to rise, signs that the gods were responding. Although I wrote those ancient runes, only a pure-blood Avan can activate them. Although they're similar to ancient runes, they're a system language from another civilization, a secret tongue. You only get access to it after completing Yule's storyline. She who strives to become an Elder Forest Mage. The Elder Forest Mage is nature's favorite. The 1,000-year secret tongue belongs only to those of lineages friendly with the spirits. After the incantation ended, a startling scene unfolded before them. A colossal tree appeared. This was a giant willow man. Even Yule couldn't believe she had just summoned it. Corin thought to himself, yeah, it's a bit of a cheat to help her summon this, but given the situation, there was no other choice. He quickly issued the next command. Jaeger, there's still one living bear owl. Throw it to the willow man. Hurry, a living bear owl. Jaeger exclaimed. Wow, you're clever. There's actually one left. Of course it's still alive. Corin prepared it on purpose while they were busy fighting. Quick, throw it into the willow man's chest. At Corin's word, Jaeger promptly hurled the bear owl straight up, and the moment the bear owl fell into the willow man's chest, it was consumed by a shaft of light. By burning the sacrificial creature inside the willow man's chest, it served as the energy to power the summoning magic animating the figure. Once it had that energy, the giant began to move. With a single swing of its arm, it produced countless explosions, but at the same time, it put enormous strain on Yule. Is this too much for her? It's really tough for her to sustain a summoning like this for minutes on end. Don't stop, Yule. If you stop, everyone will die. I know, I'll try. Next would be the showdown between the Willow Man and Mariette. Facing such a giant opponent, Mariette let out a scream. Then she spawned countless blood spears and fired them straight at the Willow Man. But that wasn't a major problem. The Willow Man wasn't a living being but merely a construct. Holes in it didn't mean death. And in theory, in a fight between fire and ice, fire could never lose. That was Corin's thought. But Mariette produced a giant blood spear that pierced through the Willow Man's chest, and it also extinguished the flame burning inside the construct's chest. The sight left Corin stunned. They're all about to die. When the Willow Man collapsed, Corin realized that conventional knowledge had been completely overturned. This is a special difficulty level, Mariette Dunilla. The Willow Man's sudden defeat also affected Yule a bit. Corin urgently told her, fall back. Your mana is gone. Staying here won't change anything. Understood, I'm retreating. With that she vanished in a puff. Only 3 lives remained. Jaeger worried, I wonder if they can do it. Corin had to explain. Mariette used her full area spells, so her magic is weakened now. Do you know what that means? This is our chance to strike. With that he shot forward like a rocket. The other 2 hurried after him. As they charged, Mariette continuously launched blood spears at them. Fortunately, Corin's group could use their weapons to block them. As the initial attacker, Corin executed Accelerated Link True Weight Sword and hurled it straight at Mariette. Of course, it was still intercepted by the blood orbs. Damn, these blood orbs are tough. This time it was Jaeger's turn. He leapt into the air, spun his hammer and slammed it down. Take this, he shouted as he swung his hammer hard. It was Jaeger's special attack, Ash of Annihilation. The damage the enemy took would stack many times over. He's really useful. Good thing I recruited him into the team. While Jaeger was celebrating breaking the blood orb, Corin warned, idiot, watch out, right after I praised him. At the same time, Mariette activated Phase 3. At that moment, a vast power erupted from her. The Blood Realm had been initiated. A massive black and red orb appeared in the woods. After the Blood Realm exploded, Jaeger and Drin were knocked to the ground. Only Corin remained standing. Now they're trapped inside this barrier. The pressure is intense. Instead of being able only to passively defend before, the blood orbs have absorbed her blood and magic and created this before your eyes. Right now, the blood is slowly forming a werewolf. Seeing this, Corin could only sigh. I didn't think I'd be the only one fighting it at this phase. It would have taken at least 3 people back in my past life to handle phase 3. But now, it's just me. Well, it's not a big deal. The outcome will be the same. I'm still the victor. If you're born a normal person, you can tell the difference between beasts and humans. If you truly are human, it's natural to close your eyes in terror when you watch animals desperately fight for their lives. There was a chill and icy breath down my spine, unlike the burning heat in my throat. My throat was drawn to someone's neck. I don't know the name. I bit it. My fangs, which had always been there, tore the skin and reached its vein. The creature trembled. I couldn't tell whether it was the fear before being hunted or a fear struggle, and it no longer mattered. I no longer felt that blind, eye-closing terror. The whining of pain sounded like piano notes. That warm blood ran onto my tongue, wetting my throat. It ran through my body and warmed my cold skin, until my veins, thought to have stopped flowing, felt like they were expanding again. The name something with a Y, Bella, and the creak of the bed stopped. Only my heartbeat remained, like it would burst. That sound spread through me. The scent of that rich blood both overwhelmed and disgusted me. My body, once full of vitality, felt like it would collapse entirely. Only now did I realize that it wasn't an animal at all. I had committed a crime. I had almost killed my friends, as if they were mere animals. No, perhaps even more ruthlessly than that. As soon as Mariette realized she had treated humans like beasts, she clutched her gnawing hunger and fled, until that sun found her. The battle between Corin and the werehound began. The dogman let out a howl, then puckered its mouth and spat out spiked balls of blood toward Corin. "You damn dog, how dare you bite a human?" Corin shouted as he executed the move 6 Pierce's 4th form, whirling sky return. With a single swing, he sliced all the spiked balls in half. Seeing his attack had no effect, the dogman began to act strangely. He drove his fingers deep into his chest, then clawed fiercely, sending blood spraying everywhere. The streams of blood falling from his body began to form 2 smaller dogs. Corin was irritated when he saw this. "If you want to fight one-on-one, fine, but you dare go up against 3 at once." Corin lunged forward, then performed a long slide to dodge the attacks of the 2 dogs. After that, he used the technique, 6 Pierce's 5th form, throwing self into the wooden mount. The spear immediately pierced the foes, shredding the 2 dogs to pieces. "Are you giving me bait for a meal?" "Pretty simple compared to that roar. Anything else?" Corin said as he turned to look at the dogman. But the dogman had truly gone mad. Instantly, his figure vanished from Corin's sight. Did he disappear? No, he moved too fast for my eyes to follow, Corin thought. "Let me teach you a thing or two, pet. Winning doesn't require a 100-step plan. What matters most is finding the weakness in a single step." At the same time, he anticipated its attack and quickly dodged. This was also his chance to counterattack. Calamity Serpent Intent. Calamity Serpent ascends to heaven. Poisonous Dragon Break. With that one move, he shattered the blood rip and simultaneously brought down the dogman. But he wasn't dead yet and still tried to rise. "You choose to protect the one who created you until your last breath, huh? Why would you do that? Just wait, I'll definitely save her, your mother." As he spoke, Corin glanced toward Mariette. She was now entering the final stage. The moment this stage began, Mariette would drive one of the team members into a life-threatening situation. That's why he couldn't remove her bloodthirsty combat effect on his own. Normally, to rescue a team member, the vampire's target, all team members must stand close together and deceive her, making it difficult for her to pick the weakest target. But right now, no one could help. Because of this, Corin gave up attacking and allowed himself to be drained. A notification popped up. Vampiric affliction detected. Mariette Dunileff's stamina and mana are recovering. While Mariette pressed Corin down, sucking his blood like a madwoman, Corin still had time to think. So this is what being drained feels like. I can endure it. I have skills to deal with this. It's all thanks to the skill, Resilient Warrior Rebirth. A warrior never loses fighting spirit and always maintains his will. His body will continuously regenerate. This skill would allow Corin to regenerate continuously, so he could withstand things like this. At the same time, he recalled the moment Mariette kindly chatted with everyone while sharing those small potatoes with her delicate hands. Then he gently embraced her and said, "Now take it slow, be careful you don't choke." After draining the blood, Mariette seemed to start regaining consciousness. In the past, The moment Duke Sebantia awakened as a vampire, he drained his servants to death. Even the greatest remaining commander in history couldn't restrain his thirst for blood. It took Park Sihu a month to capture Mariette alive. And because she drank monster blood which tasted no different from seawater, it only made her thirstier. But Mariette never killed anyone. She endured the urges and cravings through her extraordinary will. This is an unnecessary contrivance for a final boss when there's only one weakness. That's why Corin believed that a better ending must exist. At this point, Mariette had regained consciousness. Tears fell from her onto Corin's neck. "Junior, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," she kept saying between sobs. Seeing her return to normal, Corin felt relief. No matter how many times I die, whether she's the top witch, or even if she's truly a vampire, none of that matters. Maybe I used to judge her like Park Sihu did, but the teachings of the master I met in that world changed me into a different person. The one I always looked down on as just an NPC in a game protected me and told me I was still a child. As the successor, I witnessed his final moments and, as his disciple, heard his teachings. It'll be fine. Once I'm sure I've grown up a bit, just watch, Park Sihu. I'll choose a different path than you. At that moment, a notification appeared. Mariette Dunilif. Difficulty, S rewards. Aura level increased from low to above low. Mana level increased from lowest to low. Gained pain tolerance. 100 points distributed evenly. A few days later, in the special cell created by Professor Josephine, Corin asked Professor Josephine for permission to visit Mariette. Now Corin and Mariette chatted with smiles. "I thought your taste would change, but you actually like potatoes. Are they good, Mariette?" Mariette, chewing a potato, laughed. "Potatoes are always good. No matter how you cook them, they're tasty." "Oh, really?" Corin said, pressing his face close to hers, making Mariette blush. Then she hurriedly shooed him away. "Go over there. I smell awful right now." "So what? When you bit my neck, I hadn't showered either, oh great Corin. That's not something you say to a girl." After that, Mariette went to sit alone in a corner, withdrawn. Corin sighed at the sight. "Good grief. You don't smell bad. I'm just worried about that girl H. Warren. She's terrifying. I thought I was going to die. I was so scared, but I couldn't do what you did." Those words made Corin think. He had met H. Warren and stirred something in her, changing her resolve and getting her to take part in hunting practice. H. Warren had accidentally encountered Mariette during training, and to fight first-rank mage Mariette, she used her true strength. That provoked Mariette, and the vampire within her awakened. Mariette continued, "How did you manage to pick yourself back up? Why didn't you give up? The spirit vessel too, everyone mocked you, saying you couldn't succeed. But in the end, you did. You're really amazing." Corin felt a little embarrassed by that. "It's not that impressive, but I like happy endings, where the good are rewarded and the wicked are punished. Something like that. A cautionary, touching story. You're a good person, you're very good, and you're beautiful too. In short, I like happy endings," Corin said, scratching his chin. "So I really want you to be happy." Those words made Mariette flush bright red. Corin had accidentally flirted with her without even realizing it. The two of them were truly cute. "Corin, I need to wash up and finish the potatoes. Can you go outside?" That was her excuse, since her face was burning and she didn't know how to face him. Corin felt awkward. He had only just arrived and was already being shooed away. But with no choice, he said goodbye to Mariette and left with Professor Josephine. Watching Corin go, Mariette silently thanked him. "Thank you for comforting me, but I'm not even sure I deserve to be happy." So everything ended with Mariette being temporarily detained. Because that happened, it's hard for things to return to normal immediately. But she'll probably be released soon, since the half-human H. Warren will soon attend regular school. Even if Mariette awakened and became a half-human, most people wouldn't feel threatened by that. As he was thinking this, a voice rang out. "Corin, can you come see me for a moment?" The speaker was the principal. "Is this the first time we've met alone? How do you feel?" "I'm fine, sir. What's this about?" "It's about Mariette's punishment." Those words startled Corin. Her punishment. He hadn't expected Mariette to be punished. So the outcome won't be a good one. Corin panicked. "Wait, I can explain." But before he could, the principal continued. "It's fine, her punishment has already been decided." Corin didn't give up. "But please hear me out. As someone who actually fought her, how could her punishment be decided so hastily, Miss Mariette?" While Corin stammered his explanation, the principal burst out laughing. "Ha ha, just as expected. Don't worry, there's no punishment. I don't think she's dangerous. I wanted to see the reaction of someone who actually fought her. Now I'm no longer in doubt about my decision. Don't worry, she'll be released soon. We just need to confirm her stability. I've heard other students talk, but I'm curious for details. Even a simple explanation will do. Could you tell me? Hearing this, Corin finally sighed in relief. You gave me a fright earlier. Then he slowly began to explain everything. That Mariette was safe and not a monster. Corin didn't know how much the principal believed, but he made his point very clear. I understand. Thank you for informing me. We'll need to make an official announcement. Of course, we won't disclose all the details. Now that I've heard the details, I must get back to my work. Thank you, Corin. As he spoke, he bowed to Corin at a 90-degree angle in thanks. Thank you for helping us prevent dangers caused by the inexperience and complacency of adults. I'm truly grateful and sorry. If you need anything, I'll try my best to repay you. Iryu Kasar, the Academy's chairman, is very valuable. He is someone who knows his weaknesses and takes on extra responsibility. Recalling what the man had said in his previous life, Corin believed he was a good person. With that in mind, he said, "Please raise your head, sir. That's my request." At the same time, in Mariette's cell, she was thinking back to the memory of drawing Corin's blood. The hand patting her back was very soft, and the skin that touched her was warm. Her reason, the part that had vanished, was swept away and washed clean by waves of emotion. As she pushed the cold monster child inside her away and reclaimed her humanity, the only thing she could do was apologize. But now Mariette felt more anguished and constrained than ever. Who am I to demand forgiveness? Is Isabella safe? Because she loved everyone most of all, guilt had worn her down. That was why she didn't resist Professor Josephine's magic, but accepted it and locked herself behind iron bars. But when Corin visited, she put on a different act. In truth, she was exhausted. She's a monster and a demon, an enemy of humanity who could suck others' blood at any moment. But one thing he said chased all her worries away. I mean, I want you to be happy. Those words were the sincerest she'd ever heard. She remembered the image of him throwing himself in to save her someone who had turned into a monster. That powerful moment, Corin's sacrifice and sincerity, made Mariette realize that part of her life would live on forever in memory. A week after Mariette's incident, although there was some turmoil because a few bastards had leaked that Mariette was at the school, the situation calmed quickly since the half-human H. Warren had enrolled. And even though the paperwork still said Mariette was detained, in reality she had been released. Seeing her return, everyone congratulated her, but Mariette didn't pay attention to that. She was busy scanning the crowd for her close friend Isabella. Isabella isn't here. Not finding her close friend made Mariette very sad. After that, she returned to her room and thought a lot. She must be afraid of me and hate me, right? If I were her, I wouldn't want a friend who bites me. I don't want to stand in the way of others or of Isabella. If that's the case, I need to disappear from this academy. As Mariette sank into those negative thoughts, a knock sounded at the door. This surprised Mariette. Who could be visiting at this hour? She began to open the door. Then a figure threw their arms around her. Mariette, are you okay? How are you? It was Isabella. She spoke with tears welling in her eyes. Mariette was stunned. Wait, how are you here? Why shouldn't I come? No, it's not that, but you didn't want to see me. No, that's not it. Finally, Mariette calmed down and asked her friend, aren't you afraid of me? The question startled Isabella a bit. Then she smiled and said, sorry, but I saw everything before I passed out. Your face after you bit me, the face that didn't know what to do and looked ashamed. You know what, Mariette? No matter what happens, I always consider you my friend. So whatever happens, I want you to still see me as your friend, okay? Those words made Mariette burst into tears. Thank you, I thought you would hate me. Hey, you're still feeling guilty. Honestly, I'm feeling fine, but I haven't been discharged yet, so I can't go out right after you were released. If that junior hadn't sneaked me out. She laughed and pointed behind her. Where did that junior go? There was a tall junior behind me a moment ago. Those words froze Mariette because she knew who that junior was. I get it, so he helped me again, Corin. She thought that and covered her face, blushing. So the first part of the story ends here. Everyone gets a happy ending, something that never happened in the previous life. Although a few unexpected things occurred and nothing went according to plan, I actually prefer this ending. Even without a player, the world keeps functioning. Even off-plan, everything still reaches a good conclusion. This moment marks the starting point of a new world. After that, in the following days, Corin's schedule was pretty simple. It revolved around attending classes, lunch, more classes, training, dinner, and training. The reason he trained so hard was because he needed to become even stronger. Given the script rapidly approaching with that girl, he had to train harder. That's why he was lying in the training room. The technique Corin was practicing was Supreme Serpent Art Serpent Ascension, and just as he finished performing that move, a voice sounded. Ooh, I'm impressed. Corin, you're really diligent today. The voice belonged to Mariette. You're back to normal as if nothing ever happened. All right, since you worked so hard, make sure you eat a lot. I didn't cook much, but finish it all. Saying that, she laid out a pile of pastries, all made from potatoes. Coincidentally, Corin was hungry, so he said, well, I'm hungry too, so I'll eat it all. That made Mariette very happy, but when she saw a little blood remaining on Corin's wrist, she started to drool. Ah, blood. Seeing her odd reaction, Corin asked, what's wrong? Is there something on your face? That made Mariette bashfully look away. Oh no, I accidentally saw blood and started drooling, she thought to herself. You've been drinking blood lately, right? Here. As she spoke, she produced a bag of blood. Fresh blood and packaged blood are a little different, aren't they? It's a bit different. Freshness, flavor, and your blood tastes amazing. I just find it strange. At that, she began to fidget awkwardly. It's probably like organic food versus pesticide-sprayed food. Yeah, similar. Like frozen meat and fresh meat. Corin thought for a moment and said, so does that mean you've resigned yourself to eating frozen meat for the rest of your life? Sometimes it's okay to drink mine. Those words shocked Mariette. Huh, what? Drink my blood? That made Mariette's face flush. What the hell is your face saying? But Corin kept going. He tilted his neck toward Mariette and said, I can regenerate. So if you're tired of packaged blood, you can come to me. Or are you craving it now? Those words made Mariette even more embarrassed. Don't say things like that. I refuse. I don't want to trouble you. Saying that, she paused and pulled out a vial. Anyway, it might be a bit nauseating, but it's very good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients. With such a tempting treat, Corin didn't hesitate. He downed the vial of blood immediately without thinking. His action left Mariette a little embarrassed. A few notification windows then appeared. You have absorbed a level 2 elixir. This elixir contains special ingredients. Aura rank has increased by 1. Maximum aura has increased by 500. 10 points have been distributed evenly. After that, Corin's whole body burst with a surge of power. The taste of this isn't pleasant at all, but thanks to drinking it, he's definitely stronger than in his previous life. Great! With this, Corin can begin the scenario with that girl Alicia Aiden, a direct descendant of the famous Aiden sword family, and a grade 2 knight. Alicia's life had changed a lot compared to before. After feeling the invisible wall between her and a grade 5 swordsman she met in the hunting grounds, Alicia realized she needed to improve herself further and began to strive for that. Of course, until a few minutes before she found her favorite treat. So many honey pop candy. Yes, Alicia was basically lazy and lacked ambition, and had no real interest in swordsmanship. Although her sword talent was nearly genius level, her study attitude was terrible, always earning below average marks, and Alicia was thoroughly satisfied with herself. Here, I don't have to swing my sword 10,000 times a day, the tests are just basic moves, and I don't have to sweat through brutal sparring with the seniors. Besides, my sister isn't here. Just looking at her expression, you could tell how pleased she was. I should enjoy this time. Enjoy what? Corin asked. His question startled Alicia. You haven't been coming to the training room lately, Corin said with a smile. But that remark made Alicia tremble. I've been very busy lately. Homework and missions. Hearing that, Corin grinned. I heard that pays well. Want to join my party? Hearing that, Alicia wanted to cry. Damn it, why does he keep coming after me? In some ways, Corin made it hard for Alicia to approach him. Standing before him, she felt her lazy habit and neglected talent exposed. The mediocrity of a prodigious swordsman certified as a grade 2 guard knight at a young age, and the granddaughter of a genius swordsman was laid bare. On top of that, Corin's methods were tough. He kept talking about basics. Isn't it normal at our age to pull off a ridiculously cool, deadly move? But when Corin said the two parties would get 2 gold coins and the difficulty was only level 2, her money-loving habit flared up. 2 gold coins. With that, I can buy so many clothes and honey pop candies. Let's go. No, we're going midweek, so just prepare your gear. Yes, sir. Oh, and today I'm planning a short mission paying 20 silver. Let's take it together. 20 silver sounds good. At that, Corin was very satisfied. For these factory-farmed chickens who haven't been beaten by society, herding them is extremely easy. This is enough for the scenario. I'm not sure, but by my estimate it's today. Back to Alicia's routine. She liked the patrol missions on the job board. Alicia simply followed the preset route through the city center and checked for issues. Monsters coming near the city were only level 4 or 5 at most. Mid-level monsters rarely appeared, so the chance of trouble was very small. Low work but good pay. Alicia didn't find it strenuous at all. Moreover, Whenever she did these kinds of missions, she always received flattery from the people around her, which made her nostrils flare with pride. It was completely different from being at home. At home, she only heard terrible comparisons between her and her genius older sister. The family looks down on me, but am I really that bad? So the two of them completed today's patrol easily. Everyone was safe and happy. That is, unless something else happened. And when I say that, it means something did happen. In the night sky, a flare began to shoot up, drawing everyone's attention. It was the signal from the previous patrol team, Monster Nest, at least rank 2. Alicia was a bit surprised because she couldn't see anything, but the guard beside her explained, because this is a magical flare visible only with the special lenses they're wearing. It's also the patrol guard's secret method. Anyway, let's move out. Those words made Alicia inwardly distressed. If nothing else happens on the patrol, it would end without killing any monsters. But when a spawn event occurs, everyone on duty must join the raid. The worst part was that it happened at the last minute, and that was exactly as Corin predicted. It was a level 2 monster den found by the patrol team ahead, the lair where wolves gathered around a werewolf. Werewolves were monsters Alicia could defeat. Even if poisoned, this time they could take it down easily. But immediately after, they ran into a bigger problem: the appearance of a special monster, a level 1 Dunlahan. Damn it, why is a Dunlahan hanging around here? She thought, and unleashed her signature move, Aiden Technique // Frozen Domain Burst. The technique produced an X-shaped sword chi that shot straight at the monster. But then Alicia was surprised by how the monster evaded her strike. It launched itself into the air and slipped through the gaps in the attack. What kind of elasticity is that? Like some sort of invertebrate. Immediately after, the creature's arm turned into a whip, coiling tightly around Alicia. So fast and so experienced. It's at least a level 1 monster. If that's the case, thinking that, she shouted, "Damn it. Help me, Corin." The honor of a warrior was the last thing on Alicia's mind now. A few guards nearby announced, "Corin is dealing with another monster." That news made Alicia cry out even more. "Why aren't you here when I need you?" At that moment, the monster launched a finishing attack on Alicia. It terrified her so much she shut her eyes tight. But then nothing happened. Alicia opened her eyes to find both the horse's head and the Dunlahan's head whizzing past her very quickly. Alicia realized someone had saved her. As she stood to thank them, the sword before her looked oddly familiar. Then a voice rang out, "You're still weak, lazy, and complacent as always." When Alicia looked up, it was, as she feared most, the eldest daughter of the famed Aiden sword family, destined to be the next successor, the strongest swordsman of her generation, the one to follow in the genius swordsman's footsteps, Lunia Aiden, who was also Alicia's older sister, a person extremely strict and terrifying. How did it come to this? Her sister's question drained the color from Alicia's face. You saw a Dunlahan and didn't retreat. Why didn't you analyze the enemy in front of you? And above all, that stupid way of drawing your sword, who did you copy that from? I'm sorry, no more excuses. The consequences of my actions are entirely my responsibility. Saying anything won't change the situation. Remember that it was my moves that put the soldiers who trusted me in danger. Yes, ma'am. Stand up straight, Lunia said as she flicked her sword toward her sister, forcing Alicia to puff her chest out as much as possible. An Aiden swordsman must always be confident. Yes, sister. And you, she said, looking at Corin. At that moment Corin was still brandishing his spear. Caught me. Just stood there watching Alicia while pretending to be busy. Lunia glared at Corin for a moment, and then began to introduce herself. I am the Holy Sword's chief disciple, the first mistress of the heavenly sword Lunia Aiden. Corin bowed and said, I am Langante's 8th disciple Corin Locke, a friend of Alicia. Pleased to meet him. Lunia looked Corin up and down as she assessed. Right, I get what you mean. But I can't reveal my full abilities. Only 2 people use the spear that way. No one else, just those 2. Over here. When Corin stayed silent, Lunia turned. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine. At that moment, another voice called out, Village Chief, we've cleared all the monsters in this area. Those words came from a member of her force, the elite troops of Aiden. They were all grade 2 knights, also called the 5 swords. They were all at the same rank and above Alicia. Then a girl asked, Mistress, should we pursue the monsters that fled? No need, let's return. Yes, ma'am. Alicia, who had been trying to slink away, was called back. These traveling swordsmen formed groups, commonly called sword guilds. They followed their leader, gathered together, and eventually regarded themselves as a sect. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garant founded a new generation of swordsmen, and as head of the clan at the time, he began spreading martial schools, making Aiden a famed swordsman clan representing the entire continent. At the Aiden Merkaba Sword Village, a small gathering of members was taking place. Authoritarianism, discipline, and an inclination toward organized strength, these traits existed from the start and still linger today. Down below, Alicia began to speak. I am a direct disciple of the Grade 2 Sword Clan Alicia Aiden. Greetings, mistress of the village. The other disciples were sweating with worry. What the hell? Even with a principal direct disciple here, why are you making the junior disciples kneel like that? Above, Lunia sat comfortably, one hand holding papers, the other a pipe, and began. Patrol missions, protecting merchants, handling level 4 monsters, what nonsense. There's even a task helping out a cafe. Alicia hurried to explain. Oh, that mission had me wear a uniform and hand out flyers. A friend recommended it. No, I just thought the cafe uniform was cute. It looked nice. She blushed with embarrassment as she said it. Lunia observed Alicia for a moment and said, Pathetic, Alicia. I never thought you'd use the clan's guard certification for things like this. Do you want to shame the family? Aren't all these missions just about hunting low-level monsters? Do you think fighting those makes you a hero? Alicia, don't forget human nature doesn't change. Her sister's words left her silent. A little later, Lunia held a private meeting with her 5 swords. Miss? No, she seems fine. Looks like she may have put on weight. Huh. Anyway, does nobody know that guy? That guy you mean Corin. He's just a grade 5 knight. Grade 5. Lunia was puzzled. Impossible. Is the Merkaba Academy's level test that unreliable? From what Lunia observed, Corin's gaze was fixed on Alicia the whole time. Yet the monsters couldn't touch him. To stay so focused despite fighting distractions, it's as if he has decades of experience. That sensitivity and steadiness only come from hunting skills in real life, and that spear technique. At a glance it seems simple, but to a top female swordsman, she recognized his spear skill as quite solid. The meeting was brief, but she was fairly impressed with that fellow. If that young man sided with my sister, thinking that, she recalled the academy had asked her to visit for an exchange, so she would likely meet him again. Corin was happily visiting with Mariette. Whenever Mariette, nicknamed Senior Potato, came by, she brought lots of things. Right now she had spread out a pile of pastries. These are potato pies. I filled them with minced lamb and baked them. Eat when you're hungry. As soon as Corin took a bite, he noticed something odd. Senior, the lamb tastes. Mariette cheerfully replied, you noticed. It's fresh, just slaughtered today. Professor Josephine asked me to help her butcher the sheep, so I practiced. Hearing that, Corin was moved to tears. Damn. While you live a boring vampire life with frozen blood packs to get by, this is actually delicious. I'm touched, Mariette. Well, is it good? Next time I'll bring beef. Do you like braised oxtail? While she was cheerfully talking, Corin suddenly grabbed her hand. I love it. You're talking about braised oxtail, right? Then it's a promise I will definitely bring braised oxtail. Anyway, your hands are big, Corin. Rough, sinewy, sturdy, the hands of a vigorous person, really wonderful and strong. She said this as her expression shifted and sweat started to bead. Suddenly a voice rang out. Mariette. The call startled Mariette, and she hurried toward the voice. Isabella, hello, have you eaten? Why is your face so red? No, I wasn't doing anything. Bye, Corin, see you later. Watching that, Corin could only think. Women are really hard to understand. In my previous life, I couldn't even go out once for 3 years because of that Park Sihu. Man, you really can't predict anything. The reason I couldn't date was thanks to that jerk Park. He controlled me too tight. My current friendships are quite different from my past life. Sometimes Yule brings rare wild mushrooms. Then the two of us go to the library and start learning the Agam alphabet. Dren also visits me more than my other friends. He seems to see Corin as a useful companion, so if there's a tough, high-reward quest, he suggests teaming up with me. Normally Corin is in the same class as those 2 random guys. Right now, those 2 were turning pale with fear. Seeing that, Corin hurriedly asked, what's wrong? What's happening? Damn it, there's a monster, one of them said, turning to look back. Behind Corin was H. Warren. Food, promise. H. Warren could only murmur those words. That body looks like the artist drew 2 different people, doesn't it? Seeing a familiar face, Corin relaxed. What's with H. Warren? Well, I guess she might as well be a kind of monster. What promise about food? Then he remembered something from a month ago. It seems you did promise to bring H. Warren food, but that was a month ago. She really remembers everything. Corin turned back and told his 2 buddies, I can't eat with you today. It's fine. I suddenly remembered I haven't done my homework. The 2 muttered and started to leave like they were afraid of ghosts. So Corin had to take H. Warren to a restaurant to keep his food promise. You look a lot like a cat, so I brought you here. Do you like fish? At his question, H. Warren was about to shove the whole fish into her mouth. Corin gasped, "Hey, are you crazy? Do you have an invincible throat?" "That's disrespectful to the food," Corin said. "But for H. Warren, food just needs to be chewed and swallowed." "Heh heh, just wait and see," Corin said as he started using chopsticks to separate the fish. "See, now it looks much tastier, right? Instead of just swallowing, you should look with your eyes and smell the aroma." As he spoke, he handed H. Warren a bowl of rice with a slice of fish on top. "That's how you show respect for food." H. Warren's face reddened a little. Respect. After that, H. Warren began to eat heartily. Watching H. Warren eat, he began thinking, the weapon production phase is more or less set. It's a bit early, but step 2 will start soon. Step 2 begins the component exam. The idiot Jaeger was complaining, "Because we haven't studied at all. 10 minutes until the test and you're only regretting it now. I told you to study. You should have nagged me more. You should have listened to me." "Hey, Corin, have you studied?" To that question from the two of them, Corin answered confidently, "I don't need to study. What are you gonna do? Pass the class on faith and hope." But Corin already had a plan in mind. "Heh heh, sorry. I'm different from you guys. This isn't my first test, so I'll bring out the top-ranked strategy." Up above, the proctor on the podium announced, "The exam begins. You may now turn your papers over." "Shall we get started then?" Corin cheerfully opened his test paper. If the moment of inertia of motion x is y, what value of y is required to perform a motion of 85z? After reading the question, Corin's smile vanished. "Oh shit, what does this even mean?" A while later, the exam ended. Jaeger seemed pretty happy, so he must have done all right. "Knew you'd be like that." "Jaeger, how about you?" Corin asked. To that question, Corin was truly desperate. "Guys, I only know how to write my own name." Corin's answer sheet was blank. Even idiot Jaeger had managed 1 or 2 answers before calling it quits. At that point, Corin remembered. "In my previous life, did I ever study? I just kept researching specialized skills nonstop and didn't learn anything about this world's general knowledge. But it's okay, there's still a way to salvage this." Later, at the festival hall for the pinnacle of coursework, one of the easiest challenges in the game, the department's practical exam, was a golden opportunity to rescue the embarrassingly low written score. These component tests were drafted by the professors of the night department or compiled by visiting seasonal instructors invited from outside. Each team of 15 trainees must face them and demonstrate their abilities. Afterwards, they will be evaluated and given scores by the professors in charge. Since I'm a 5th level knight, the trainer's level certainly won't be high. That's also why you're not too worried yet. Heh heh, do I get extra points if I beat the trainer? I don't know who it is, but sorry in advance. He apologized in his heart, but his facial expression didn't match. Whoever it is, I'll win and improve my written test score. That's Corin's plan. But at that moment, the crowd started to get noisy. "Wait, why is that person?" Seeing this, Corin was surprised. "What's with this reaction? Who's the trainer?" At that moment, a voice rang out. "Still all right. We meet again, Corin Locke." "What the? Why is she here?" Corin thought. The big sister has arrived. This time the president is out of the game. Cut to another corner of the testing ground, where the teacher's voice also echoed. "Well, today's special guests for the exam are swordsmanship experts from the renowned Arden Sword Academy. Please welcome the 5 Peak Swordmasters." At that invitation, the 5 girls under big sister Elena also stepped forward, moving gently. After all, they're only trainees. "Watch out for that swordsman, though. He looks strong." Looking across, the trainees realized these 5 girls were no pushovers, so they immediately shouted to attack at once, all charging together. Someone yelled loudly, then the whole lot rushed forward to take the blows. Only the youth Drin remained calm in the back observing. Even though all of them were high-level swordsmen, we have Alicia Arden on our side, so that's 2 level 2s. Our chances of victory are. On this side, the 5-peak sword deployed Arden's signature technique. The 5-peak swords combined. The 5 of them swung in unison, forging their sword chi together into a cohesive wave that surged straight forward. As a result, the trainees who had just charged hadn't even reached them before that blade of sword chi blew them up into the air. Seeing nothing, "What is happening?" they shouted from within the dust cloud raised by the technique, and Drin gave his overall assessment. The chance of victory is low. They approached the enemy and fouled their own sight, causing chaos. Their combat experience is too deep. Handling this situation is extremely difficult. So first we have to clear the line of sight, he thought. and Dren began spinning his sword like a propeller overhead, creating a vortex of wind that blew the dust aside. But at that moment, the demonic sword Malia flew in to attack him from behind. Luckily, Dren noticed in time and brought his greatsword up to block the strike. Alicia beside him, seeing this, cried out worriedly, "Dren." But before she could think further, Jenny's swift blade shot toward her at incredible speed. "Don't get distracted. I'm the opponent for the young lady," she said as she swung her sword, forcing Alicia to hurriedly raise her blade to defend. But it's clear Alicia's combat experience still had many shortcomings against these opponents. With a simple leg sweep, Jenny sent Alicia tumbling to the ground. "TCH, there are about 10 trainees, probably only 3 of us are enough. Her fighting stance has too many flaws, young lady," she said, then thrust her sword at Alicia again. Luckily, Alicia rolled to the side in time to dodge the blow. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the trainees enthusiastically cheered as they watched the 5 peak swords fight so impressively. Wow, as expected, the Arden 5 peak swords are the real deal. Their power is terrifying. And from their perspective, the 3 remaining girls with Elena were handling the rest of the trainees. "Hurry up, do something," the commanders yelled, but it was to no avail. "Look, they're all hopeless. Only those 2 still seem to put up a little resistance. At least for now it appears that way." The trainee in the stands glanced at Dren and Alicia and whispered. Turning to Dren, he began to maneuver several swords to charge and attack at once. "See this fire sword, iron sword." Malia opposite grew flustered and said, 2 versus 5 is unfair. Dren's experience isn't inferior to the 5 peak swords. When the dust cleared, Malia was overwhelmed by 5 dark blades, and he would soon secure victory, while Alicia's battle remained somewhat difficult. "Young lady, you need a lot more training. Do you really see yourself as the heir to the celestial peak sword when your ability is this limited? If this is your true skill, you won't even graduate from the academy. You'd be better off dropping out and going home to learn sword swinging by chasing chicken." Jenny's words riled Alicia. "No, I won't," Alicia shouted, pushing Jenny back. But at that moment, her eyes went dim and she collapsed instantly because she had taken a super-fast strike from Jenny. She should have stayed focused until the end of the fight. Still a long way to go. The swift blade sighed as he looked at the young lady before him. Although she opened her eyes to gauge the limits and the space around her, Alicia was helpless against such a powerful opponent. Right. According to the initial plan, Elena Arden's role should have been different, so why did she join Team B's Phase B? Turning to Corin's group, when they realized they'd be paired with Elena, their eyes went wide as saucers. And before they could think, Elena opposite already exuded a dangerous aura and said, "Let's begin. You all think this is a real combat experience. This is an elite class battle." The trainee commanders looked at each other in confusion. Elite what? Elite class battle. A monster that can single-handedly face an entire army, leaving dozens of guards struggling. Even an entire Legion A monster you can hardly defeat. Described as an uncontrollable disaster. A monster most guards will never encounter once in their lifetime. Anyone who claims to have seen it is said to be fabricating or exaggerating. But if it's that person, the story changes. Elena Arden can fight those monsters because she is the monster of monsters, and the more our protagonist thought about it, the more the skin on his scalp tingled. And now up front Elena began her assault. With a single swing, the big sister sent out countless slashes of sword chi tearing forward. The testing ground itself couldn't withstand the force, and shattered into who knows how many pieces. Meanwhile, the trainees were blown away like flies before they could react. The luckiest was Corin, because knowing how strong the big sister was, he had sneaked back and hidden behind a stone pillar to avoid being blasted away by the first strike. "Truly ruthless," Corin said as he looked at the students sprawled on the ground. And somehow, when Corin glanced to the side, he found that the veteran Yeager had survived the blow, but he was close to peeing himself. That was a near miss. Isn't this test a bit too much, facing such terrifying opponents? Corin relaxed and explained, "She's actually merciful. If she meant to use tactics, it's over in 10 seconds. But what's that in his hand?" Corin said, looking at the ragged heap beside Yeager. He lifted that bundle of rags and smiled. It's Lack. I brought him along because if I left him he'd probably die. Looks like he almost did." Turning to Yeager, the big man warned Corin, "You must not pass out. You're too heavy for me to carry." But as soon as he said that, another attack came and knocked the big guy to the ground instantly. And before our protagonist could react, the big sister's voice rang out, "Even if I wanted to help, you all are too weak. Come out. It's just you and me left." Elena said as she turned her face toward Corin. Corin realized he couldn't run, so he raised both hands in surrender and said, "Can I forfeit? Take a lower score if you must, but I know you won't do that. This is a chance to face a strong opponent. I don't want to miss fighting you," Elena replied coldly. Her words made Corin rack his brain, wondering if anyone could stand against Elena Art. In his previous life, Elena and he had fought side by side in many battles. She was the one who gave him the spear and taught him refined combat techniques. It's not an exaggeration to say I learned how to use the spear from her. Yet even by the final practice, I still couldn't surpass Elena. She was a challenge I had to face. If I wanted to improve, I'd ultimately have to overcome her by my own strength. Thinking that, Corin braced himself and assumed a fighting stance. Seeing Corin muster the courage to face her, Elena praised him without restraint. Good. With that she lunged at Corin, her face radiating danger. Our protagonist had to exert all his strength to withstand that first strike. What followed was a battle in which Elena continuously attacked and dominated, while our protagonist strained to parry her blows. However, he was constantly being pushed back. Only occasionally could he land a counter like the one now. But of course, it couldn't possibly hit Elena. She could counter instantaneously, nearly sending Corin to the dust. Then the big sister's blade whipped like a storm, forcing Corin to struggle even harder to defend. Yet the trainees in the stands were astonished to see Corin not felled by a single blow. Who is that? How could he possibly be just a fifth-rank student squire at the academy? A freshman able to go toe-to-toe with Elena Arden. How could that be? Back in the fight, after that high-speed exchange, our protagonist was panting like an ox. He looked exhausted. What a pity, Elena said as she sheathed her sword, sliding the blade back into its scabbard. That's it, it's over. No way, Corin thought, then suddenly realized something and gasped. The domain slash. It was the Arden School's most powerful technique, the assassin's instinct. Corin reflected inwardly. Opposite him, Elena drew her sword and said, "Let's see how you react. Show me a valid answer with your spear." As she spoke, the big sister unleashed a terrifying aura. Even the rawest trainees could sense how dreadful the next move would be. What is that? Isn't that extremely dangerous? Not just the newcomers, even the professors were sweating. Wait, is she trying to kill that student? Stop the test now. But sadly they couldn't intervene in time, because at that moment both launched their decisive strikes. The Arden sword technique, first strike domain slash. In that instant, the world seemed to stop, but only Elena Arden could move. The blade advanced slowly as if in a slow-motion camera, thrusting the spear directly at Elena's razor-sharp sword and executing the move as fast as possible, Corin thought to himself. But sadly his body didn't move as he wished. Damn it, my spear won't move. In the frozen world I couldn't move. I could only perceive the stopped world at certain specific points. When I faced Marietta, it was the same. Is this a coincidence? I can't control movement in this space anymore. No, one more step must be precise. Just one more step and it's done. That's all I need, Corin thought as he forced himself to move a little more. And at that moment the two weapons clashed. Then immediately, centered on the two of them, a violent shockwave erupted, blasting everything around. The professors now gaped at the scene, reacting by instinct rather than knowledge. A godlike sense of omnipotence, as if one were the center of the world. You reflexively reacted to my domain. That should be enough. And more, you might need a better spear. Amusingly, your weapon is inferior to the skill you showed, the big sister said as she sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Corin's spear had been split in two. But just then, Elena suddenly noticed the way Alicia was trembling up front. She glanced back and told Corin, "Tests and the like don't matter. The reason I didn't avoid this fight was so someone like you could witness my domain. You already know Alicia's talent. There, the answer is clear. Lose the battle but achieve the goal," Corin thought joyfully. Up ahead the big sister continued, "I'll stay in this city a while longer. I have some business to attend to. But don't interfere with what I have planned for that girl. No matter how you resist, the outcome won't change. Alicia, I won't let you touch her," Elena added, then truly turned and left. Behind her, Corin grinned darkly. "Now it's my turn to show her my domain. Elena Arden, you think things will go your way?" After Corin and Elena's match ended, the professors finally announced the decision. The judges had reached a unanimous verdict. Trainee Corin Locke received a perfect score in the practical exam. The other trainees who heard this had to agree with the panel, facing Elena Arden and earning a perfect score, and in a one-on-one no less. How is that possible? But at that moment, some skeptical murmurs rose among the professors. Impossible he could stand up to Elena Arden. Could he really be only a fifth-rank knight? The white-haired professor, apparently the highest ranking here, pondered that this student must have once intended to hunt spirits. Meanwhile, Professor Fermack removed his stylish sunglasses and stared at Corin, his expression full of suspicion. Really bizarre, Corin Locke. Why did you use that skill? Days passed quickly. A few days later, at some forge, without Elena telling him, Corin already knew he needed a better weapon and walked into the smith. The shop owner was a burly man. When he saw Corin enter, he asked, "Who are you?" The academy never hesitates to provide rare materials. Why are you here? You don't need to know, Corin replied calmly, thinking he'd done this many times and didn't bother to explain. Those ultra-rare materials cost hundreds of gold, of course. No ordinary player could use them. Normally, you'd use such materials after completing a major quest. However, I had Supreme Soul Dust, a Tier 2 analyzer, and a top-grade silver granite, plus the wholehearted support of the Academy Council, the most powerful weapon to pacify the world, also called the White Spear. Corin beamed as he looked at the spear radiating light before him. The legend, the war spear of the White Knight from the Land of Shadows. Back to Alicia. It seemed she was recalling childhood memories. The deity hadn't stopped. It wasn't dead, so why was that? I remember the first time I went out. I remember cutting down a level 5 demon and frowning as its organs and blood leaked from its body. But the smell of human blood was different. I recognized it instantly, even though it was my first time. That distinctive smell belonged to a species on the brink of extinction. Back in the present, she sat in a carriage muttering that she had to work again today. Alicia was currently taking a silver wolf hunt contract with a reward of 70 silver coins, but at least it was better than that urgent, grim mission. The emergency task: hunt the murderer in the Mist City, graduation credit, and an advisory consult opportunity. I don't want to die, Alicia thought, breaking into a sweat as she looked at the assignment. Still, there were other reasons Alicia chose the werewolf hunt. Where could he be now? She thought that as she glanced at Corin's bloodstained belt. Then a few voices behind them rang out and drew her attention. A 5th-rank knight? Are they joking? Damn, at my age I'm still babysitting. And the person they were talking about was none other than our protagonist, Corin. Ignoring their gossip, he cheerfully greeted Alicia ahead. What a coincidence, Alicia. Ah, Corin, hello, she hurriedly replied. Meeting Alicia there made Corin very happy. The other guards looked displeased. The Guard Association had complained countless times about quota systems and planned to take in penniless trainees. They probably didn't expect a brat like me to show up. But I'm glad Alicia came along, Corin thought, hastily shaking her hand. That gesture seemed to irk those behind them, their gazes sharpening like lasers, which made our protagonist a bit embarrassed. They wouldn't dare make a move in front of the Saint Knight's granddaughter. Stop starring. My neck's about to catch fire, Corin thought. Then he cheerfully slung an arm around Alicia and asked, Anyway, Alicia, how's your eye? Surprised, she replied, What are you saying? My eye's fine. You know that's not what I meant. Did you hear something from my sister? She said, glancing at Corin, and Corin shrugged and answered, You could say that. Of course, Elena hadn't said a word to me, Corin thought, then added, You best hurry, your sister seems serious. She'll make it impossible for you to ever hold a sword again. That's why I could give up the path of a swordsman. Alicia muttered seemingly the words the big sister had told her. Corin fell silent after hearing that, thinking, who knows, I didn't expect you'd manage it. I'm sure of it. The mission proceeded smoothly. There were 2 werewolves and over 20 ordinary wolves in the den. The hunt team skillfully handled the werewolves and even captured one. But then something unexpected happened. As the group prepared to pack up and return, a fog suddenly rolled in around them. Then countless strange monsters attacked the party. Why are there so many of them? Where did they come from? What's with this fog? Someone shouted. At that moment, someone remembered Corin and hurriedly said to his companion, Hansen, What about that dumb kid? I don't know. Now's not the time to worry about him. Hansen snapped. Then they turned to watch Alicia, who was slaughtering frantically up ahead. Fortunately, Miss Aiden was doing her job very well. Before they could deal with all those monsters, another wave arrived. Where are these coming from? Demons. Evil spirits. This area shouldn't have this many evil spirits, and there are even fiends. Looking at the evil spirits, Alicia grew worried. In remote, sparsely populated areas there can't be demons. This is artificial. These are manufactured evil spirits. As Alicia thought that, a massive shadow began to emerge from the fog behind her. Seeing it, she intended to turn and greet it, but before she could speak, the figure ahead let out a roar and swung its axe violently toward Alicia, forcing her to strain to block it. Too strong. That's not an evil spirit, it's a knight. she thought, then shouted, "Why are you attacking us? How rude, back off now." Alicia shouted angrily. While she was busy dealing with the knight in front of her, a shout sounded from behind her, causing her to start and turn her head to look back. But it was too late, because immediately after, the knight behind her swung a maul in a sneak attack, throwing her off balance and sending her tumbling forward. The knight in front also seized the opportunity. He raised his axe high, preparing to deliver a chopping blow. Just at the moment, Alicia thought she was done for. The killing instinct inside her awakened, like an automatic defense mechanism. Before she could fully register what was happening, her body moved on its own and sliced the forward attacker into pieces. The sight of the mangled corpse before her, blood splattering everywhere, turned Alicia's face pale. This smell, human blood, it's different. Behind her, the remaining knight saw Alicia in a dazed state and charged to attack again. But before its intent could succeed, a spear pierced its head and a voice rang out, "What are you doing? It's not a real person." Hearing this, Alicia on the other side hurriedly turned toward the sound and blankly said, "Corin." From her view, it seemed Corin had thrown his spear and saved her from disaster. Returning to the matter at hand, Alicia asked, "Why do you say it's not a real person?" Corin slowly explained, "Their bodies are moved by dark magic." As he spoke, he casually plucked the head off the nearby knight and thought, "The main event of Act 2 is taking down the killer in Mist City." In the original scene, a group of players must track down a crazed serial killer that Mariette defeated at the end of Act 1. And if you pick the werewolf hunting quest in those events, the killer Jian Ro will be discovered and eventually escorted away after a battle, Corin thought to himself. Meanwhile, the rest of the hunting party hurried over to check. "Alicia, are you okay?" But Alicia barely paid attention, because she was staring at something ahead and cried out, "Over there." At her words, everyone turned their eyes that way, and in front of them a dark shape hovered in midair. "What is that?" someone shouted in amazement. Alicia gripped her sword and prepared to charge in to intercept, but Corin beside her stopped her. "It's okay, get ready to run." Then he gave his spear everything and hurled it forward, piercing the dark shape through the center instantly. The whole body was then dragged backward and impaled on a nearby tree. "As expected, Corin, you're amazing," Alicia said joyfully. The rest of the team stared at the dark shape nailed above them in shock. "What the hell? It died in one strike. That weak?" "Obviously not. If it had died here, the boss wouldn't have a way to trigger its opening move. Based on Jian Ro's basic character setup, I couldn't take him down alone. The issue isn't raw power or combined abilities, he's a master of concealment." As Corin thought that, the dark shape's eyes flared and a voice spoke. "Well done, you destroyed my puppet. That's enough for today. I hope we meet again." Saying that, the dark form began to spew red smoke from its body, and everyone hastily backed away. "What the hell is that? What's that smoke?" Facing Corin, the scene didn't shock him much. That smoke is called Fire Night. When the summoner of the haze, a necromancer, drops their life points to 0, the haze will dissipate automatically. What I just crushed was only a puppet. The thing that created the fog, a revenant made from a necromancer's corpse. The reason that guy was so hard to catch is because he used puppets to scramble information. You can't find that wraith because he's merged himself into the haze. Thinking that, Corin immediately turned and ran, warning everyone, "Let's go, that fog looks really dangerous." "Yeah, got it. Run, everyone." At that moment, Alicia glanced back and asked Corin, "Aren't you going to retrieve the spear?" "I thought it was expensive." "It's fine, it'll return to my hand on its own," Corin replied calmly. And just as he said, the ancient recall rune carved on the spear ahead activated. Right after that, the spear automatically came back into his hand. But just as everyone was sprinting away, a shout rose from behind them, catching both their attention. "Chak Lai," someone yelled. The man grit his teeth and said, I'm caught in vine ropes." Seeing that, Corin and Alicia hurried over to rescue him. "Grab my hand," Alicia said, reaching toward him. "Ah, thank you." "Ah, over there," Chak Lai cried when he saw a giant hand reaching straight for Alicia. Then it seized her and pulled her back. "Damn it, what a pain," Corin thought, then quickly told the young man beside him. "Chak Lai, get up and run. Get out of this forest, don't worry about us, and lend me your cloak." Saying that, he snatched the youth's cloak and charged straight toward the smoke ahead. "I didn't expect I'd have to do this a second time. I was trapped inside that haze before. Back then my ankle was sprained, and within less than a minute I came closer to death than ever. Now that I've been reborn, I have to buy more time. But the problem is Alicia," Corin thought as he looked at her. Right now, she was struggling to fend off the hands lunging at her, but it didn't seem very effective. She was already soaked in blood. Alicia won't hold out much longer, Corin thought. Facing Alicia, though surrounded by those arms, she refused to give up and kept unleashing countless sword energy strikes wildly forward. If I cut through all of these, that should be enough. But why aren't they severing? Is it because I'm weak or my stance is wrong? Oh no, is it just because I'm weak? I'm sorry. I also want to save someone in a cool way like you. Someone saved my life. I want to become someone to be proud of. And just as she was about to give up, a call Alicia made her startle and look up. In her line of sight, someone carrying a spear was running straight toward her. Could that voice belong to my savior? 2:48:08. What now? She looked at Alicia, then at Corin. He was already approaching Alicia and hurriedly asked Alicia, "Are you okay?" Alicia, hearing that, began to sob. Corin, I can't get it to let go. Please save me. At this rate, I'll die." Seeing that, Corin threw his cloak over her and began to instruct. "Calm down, Alicia 8. Random slashing won't work. Focus and strike hard. Just stay calm," Corin said as he picked up the sword at their feet and placed it into Alicia's hand. Then he turned to face the swarming undead ahead and said, "From now on, I'll protect you from the undead. You know what you need to do, right?" Alicia, still crying, said, "No, I can't. My strength isn't enough. The fog is hurting me and making me dizzy. You can do it. Among the swordsmen I know, you have exceptional talent. And if you set your mind to it, you can definitely do it. Just one step, Alicia Aiden. One step is enough," Corin said with complete confidence, and his words seemed to calm the third girl down a little. Then, not giving Alicia time to think, Corin charged straight at the undead and called back, "Thank you in advance." Turning to Alicia, she was a jumble of thoughts. "I can't hold out here any longer. Then how can someone with a lower aura rank than me like you endure this? If you put it that way to me, I have no choice but to make it work." With that thought, she gritted her teeth and took a posture to draw her sword. That technique can cut through anything. To use it, I have to awaken the realm-seeing eye, a cursed ability that forces the user to see other domains. At this moment, Alicia was in a state of absolute focus. "Just one step, Alicia Aiden. One step is enough," she told herself, then stepped forward one pace. Aiden family technique, Aiden first sword art, domain cleave. At that instant, Alicia tightened her grip on the sword and a flash of light erupted, and that radiance sliced through everything, even the entire mass of undead and the trees ahead. "How can you see?" the undead screamed. It seemed he was Jian Ro. Viewed from above, a large section of the forest had been sheared away by that domain cleave. The fog that had been covering the area was also blown apart by the attack. Down below, the hunters, seeing the fog dissipate, hurried back and asked, "The haze is gone. Hey, are you all right? What happened?" At that, they also noticed the body split in two below and shouted, "Oh, that's Jian, the vampire killer from Miss City. Oh my god, the forest's been cut in half. How could a person do that? I've heard of this move. So this is the legendary domain cleave of the Sword Emperor," they said in awe. Corin beside them was so surprised his mouth hung open. "I thought she'd use the third form of single cleave, or iron tide. How did she manage to use that technique already?" Contrasting Corin's bewilderment, Alicia opposite him was ecstatic. "Corin, I did it. I really did it," she said happily. "Wait, stop. Now isn't the time for you to be able to use that move," he worried. And just as Corin predicted, the hunters began to gossip. "Oh, so does that mean the next head of the Aiden family will be her?" "Exactly. Because no one but the Sword Emperor can use domain cleave, except that girl. Alicia Aiden, the future of the Aiden family. The Sword Emperor successor, Alicia Aiden." The crowd began to cheer. Alicia, seeing this, flared her nostrils in excitement. From then on, in the days that followed, news about Alicia spread everywhere. Daily bulletin. Hot news. Jian has been defeated. The Nightmare Haze, the notorious serial killer who slew dozens of knights, Jian Ro, has been defeated by the candidate for the next head of the famed Aiden sword family. The beautiful knight has defeated a first-tier dark mage. Who is Alicia Aiden? The Aiden family's foundations are trembling. Sword Emperor Garant remains silent. Rewards for Alicia Aiden's outstanding performance. What will happen to the Aiden family's succession structure? Will the heir change? The Aiden family's organizations and businesses are in turmoil. Martial officials are baffled. An exclusive interview with an insider. Actually, Alicia Aiden is the true genius of the Aiden family. At last I can say this with confidence. Blah blah blah. In short, all sorts of praise-filled news about Alicia began to appear. This even made the leader of the Five-Hall Sword burst with anger. She tore the paper in her hands and snarled. "How arrogant, get rid of this," she said, tossing the paper to someone beside her. Meanwhile, the person most directly affected by this, eldest sister Lunia, remained calm as if nothing had happened. The renowned Aiden sword family operates like a martial order and acts on the basis of strength. Under the commanding presence of Garant Aiden, they had been awaiting a swordsman to succeed him. Domain Cleave it exists at the Mind Dao realm, a level most warriors don't know about. Garant Aiden had long been waiting for someone who could inherit his legacy. Lunia she trained until she bled and sweated. The calluses on her hands are proof of her life. Yet even Lunia, hailed as the genius of her generation, could not satisfy the Sword Emperor. But Lunia's younger sister, who had only recently picked up a sword and sparred with her elder, the illegitimate child the head brought in from outside. Lunia had never regarded that child as a rival, and that was her mistake. In a brief instant, Lunia recognized that Alicia's state was extraordinarily unusual, and before she could react, she was cut down. "You can't staunch the bleeding, that's not a risky move. How did this happen?" People shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, Lunia, lying below, paid no heed to her wound. Her face was dazed. "When I was defeated, I couldn't see that move." "No, it's correct that I couldn't see it. The moment that child focused, I was already struck. The problem isn't speed. It's something else entirely, the domain, that deep path of martial Tao." Alicia took a step into it. "How is that possible? The child is so young and lazy to boot." Surely the girl is in shock. "But I understand the title he told me about. The twisted nature mortals cannot comprehend. Sword demon, a demonic talent." Lunia thought as she stared at Alicia's twisted, half-laughing, half-crying face. At that moment, Garant approached, patted Alicia's head and said, "I will appoint Alicia as the candidate for the next family head." And so, Alicia Aiden became the Aiden family heir candidate, despite everyone's objections. The gesture of patting the half-sibling, who grew up neglected by the family, would linger in memory. Nearby, the girls of the Five-Hall Sword, seeing Lunia deep in thought, asked, "Mistress, are you all right?" "They're worried about me." Lunia thought, then said, "Don't worry. I want that girl to step into the domain too, because if I can see that sword technique once more, maybe I can step into it myself." With that thought, the eldest sister made a decision and said, "Everyone, prepare to challenge the sword web." Turning to Alicia, Corin came to visit her. "When do you think you'll recover?" "Oh, they said if I apply medicine to the wound I'll be fine in a day or two." "Corin, do you want a popping honey candy?" Alicia asked with a smile. Her carefree attitude put Corin more at ease. "Gosh, you really are relaxed. By the way, that move, Domain Cleave. How did you pull it off? Even if the realm-seeing eye let you see the domain, that doesn't mean you can use it right away," Corin said as he tossed a candy. And Alicia, embarrassed, answered, "You believed I could do it." "Hee, I didn't expect that if I tried I really could." Corin beside her, hearing that, exploded. "Oh, you're a genius who doesn't have to try at all." Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door. "I'm here to visit the patient. It's me, Junior. Are you all right?" The visitor was none other than Mariette. Her arrival surprised Corin a bit. "Ah, Senior Mariette." Mariette looked at Alicia and introduced herself. "Oh, hello, I'm Mariette Duniliff, second-year magic department." "Hello, I'm Alicia Aiden, first-year cavalry department." Turning to Corin, he glanced at Mariette and asked, "You came to visit her?" "Yeah, I was worried about her." It was unclear whether she meant Corin or Alicia, but immediately, her expression changed 180 degrees, and she asked, "So are you too close?" "Why do you ask? Why does your expression suddenly look so scary?" Then there was a knock at the window from outside. "What now?" Corin said wearily. In response, H. Warren poked his head in like a ghost and said, "Food, the live fish from earlier." "Oh my goodness." Corin cried out in surprise, but then he noticed the worried look on the potato senior's face and thought, "Ah, Mariette is uncomfortable standing in front of H. Warren. But I think anyone would feel uneasy seeing that appearance." Unfortunately, Corin overthought it because Mariette then clasped her hands and forced a smile at Corin. "Food, you also ate with H. Warren. What? That's what makes you uncomfortable." Corin thought to himself and said, "Don't worry, I also prepared a really delicious meal for you." "A delicious meal," Mariette said happily. As for Corin, he stroked his chin and realized something. "Wait, today all these talented people happen to meet. With members like these I can pull that off." Having thought that, our protagonist told Alicia some bad news. "Alicia, the rumor that you inherited Domain Cleave has spread out, so Lunia will definitely come to challenge the sword way soon." "Are you confident?" Alicia jumped and stammered. Challenge the sword way." Speaking of the challenge of the sword way, it's a swordsman's tradition, carried out by 5 grand master-level swordsmen to test the head who has taken charge of a branch of the family. Or at least that's the pretext. For a long time, the Aiden family has used the Swordway challenge to legally eliminate rivals. Back to the story, when Alicia learned she was about to be challenged, she wailed, confident, "If I fight her, I'll die. No, from the start I couldn't beat the 5 swords." Corin beside her spoke up, "I have a good plan. What is it? I'll tell you, but on one condition. I promise I'll do anything." "What is it?" Alicia hurriedly said. Corin looked at her coldly and said, "From now on, if I suggest fighting monsters or training in the gym, you must follow without complaints. Basically, you're a permanent member of my team now." Okay, I promise I'll obey, so please help me," Alicia cried. "Good. I'll take your promise as an oath." Corin locked through the hardships of this time, whether short or long, and the truths I've learned through my own flesh and blood will help you get through the challenge. Cut to the evening. The leader girl of the 5-hall sword was walking along the road when suddenly a knife flew past her face, making her scream in anger. "What the hell is this? Who did that?" she said, turning to the side. Then a voice rang out, "Challenger." The leader, having clearly seen the attacker's figure, was surprised. "Huh, student H. Warren." While she was still stunned, H. Warren introduced himself. "I, Alicia Studio, master of blade technique." After saying that, she immediately lunged to attack. This left her opponent a bit confused. "Blade technique? What are you talking about? Why are you doing this all of a sudden? He said if he caught you he'd buy me sushi." H. Warren replied calmly. At the same time, somewhere else on campus, Corin was fighting another girl from the 5-hall sword. "What is this about? What are you doing?" she growled as she defended against Corin's flurry of attacks. "Alicia Studio, master of the blade pole technique Corin Locke. I want to learn from the famous sword master Lunia," Corin said, pulling a villainous face and rushing in like a madman. "Strike before you're struck. That's the truth of life," he told himself. "Alicia Dojo, master of the blade pole technique Corin Locke. Alicia Dojo, master of fist arts H. Warren. Alicia Dojo, master of flying sword technique Drin Warsk. Alicia Dojo, talented mage Mariette Dunlop. The new commander of Alicia Dojo, Alicia Arden. The Arden family's 5-peak swords have been defeated. And now, Lena, the sword master, also looked at Corin and asked, why would you do that?" Facing her question, Corin smiled slyly. "To develop a new dojo like ours, we need to raise our reputation, right? We're trying to expand aggressively." And the next day, news of the 5-peak swords defeat made the papers the Merkaba Daily. Arden's new dojo defeated the 5-peak swords of the masters, from an anonymous report. This photo shows blah blah blah, the first steps of the new dojo, beating the 5 swords, gaining attention in the guild for its innovative dojo management. Would the Arden clan accept this? By family rules, there's something called the sword trial, a test to choose branch leaders, but even I know it's a way to crush other rivals. That's why Corin said he'd change this operational structure, by joining the dojo's trial, and sequentially beating the 5 swords under the dojo's challenge format. What I ultimately want is a one-on-one match with my sister. If I win and announce it, her people won't be able to touch me. That's why I started this. Registration fees for the dojo, operating costs, mercenary wages, Mariette covered it all. Once we get the bounty from that vampire assassin mission, I can quickly pay her back. Back to Lunia, she turned to Alicia beside her and said, "Interesting. Stupid. If you wanted to run, you should have fled the moment you saw me. The idea for the dojo challenge wasn't yours, right? She's too sharp." "So terrifying," Alicia cried inwardly, and that terrified look made Lunia realize immediately. "Judging by your expression, I must be right. It was Corin's idea, wasn't it?" Right after she said this, Corin from behind cheered Alicia on. "Alicia, do you have something to say? Could I really beat her?" Alicia wondered to herself, then spoke up. "The first sword technician of the masters, Lunia Arden. As the new head of the Arden dojo, I want to duel you one-on-one." Lunia on the opposite side replied coldly, "Fine, a one-on-one duel, but a warning. I won't use a practice sword or any non-lethal weapon." "I am ready," Alicia said nervously. The first sword technician Arden, a disciple of Lunia Arden and the first sword Arden, the second swordmaster, Alicia Arden. It's time for the sisters' battle to begin. Beside them, Mariette looked at the pair and thought, even if I go all out after transforming into a vampire, Lunia is still an opponent I'm not sure I could beat. Thinking that, she worried for Alicia and turned to ask Corin, "Is Alicia really ready for this? I trust her. Alicia can handle it." "Yeah, then I trust you at most." Mariette's level of trust in Corin remained unchanged. Turning back, Lunia tossed Corin a pouch of coins and said, "Take it." "What's this?" "Repair costs in a fight like this are too high," Corin said in surprise. "No, this is the operational restructuring fee," she said. With that, the elder sister officially launched her attack. It was impossible to tell what technique the elder sister was using to attack. Moments later, she cleaved the entire building in two, to the horrified stares of Corin and Mariette. Strangely, Alicia had managed to block that assault. I really admire Lunia for how her passion for swordsmanship still blazed. She's my idol, like a hero stepped out of a fairy tale, a champion like Garand Arden, the figures from the stories that shaped my childhood. Compared to her, I'm just the daughter of a concubine. My mother died giving birth to me, and my father treated me like a stain. To him, the only thing of value was the bloodline of the great sword king Garand Arden. Back then, their relationship was very good. Whenever she returned from a long trip, she would always pat my head. But the day I first cut someone, everything went wrong. Back in the present, a halo now enveloped the blade of her sword. Meanwhile, Alicia, on the opposite side, was plotting her opening move. She stepped 1 foot back and swiftly slashed the sword forward. As she thought it, she executed the exact motion she had planned, and immediately her blade successfully repelled Lunia's attack. She was following precisely what she'd learned from the books. Although adept at offensive techniques, unexpectedly she fought defensively. On the opposite side, Lunia unleashed an extremely powerful strike. It knocked Alicia back. Her footwork remained as sloppy as ever. "Coward," Lunia said. Alicia stayed remarkably calm, observing her opponent and using movement speed to unsettle her and attack at close range. With that in mind, she used superhuman speed, moved in a zigzag, closed from behind Lunia, and then immediately launched the third upper sword form, the dragging cleave. But unfortunately, her blade hadn't yet touched Lunia before Lunia spotted. Lunia instantly countered with a breaking move, the blow nearly defeating Alicia. Right after that, Alicia let out a shout and charged forward. She grabbed Lunia in a bear hug, seemingly attempting a throw to take Lunia down. But with elite skill, the elder sister easily was able to nullify Alicia's attempt. Then she surged forward and kicked her younger sister in the face. "Idiot, you think you can beat me with those little tricks?" As she spoke, she swung her sword and attacked again, forcing Alicia to struggle to parry. But shortly after, the girl began to rise and counterattack. Everything was exactly like Corin said. "If that's the case, I have a chance too," Alicia thought as she launched a flurry of breaking strikes straight forward. But it still wasn't enough to take Lunia down. "Whoa, I can still counter well even though that move nearly knocked me down. She probably won't hold back now." "You fight well, but you're still green," Lunia said, then used her long legs to kick Alicia hard backward. The blow made Alicia's face contort in pain, but before she could think much more, the one opposite lunged into attack immediately. Seeing this, Alicia could only grit her teeth and raise the sword in her hands to block. By some miraculous means, Alicia even managed a counter. But sadly, it still wasn't fast enough to reach Lunia. And right after she ducked to dodge, Lunia swung the sword again. However, her blade was stopped by Alicia. At this moment, the elder sister began to notice something. The younger one was keeping up with her speed. Not only that, Alicia was even seeing into her territory. "Of course, this is the sibling I wanted to see. I want to see the true nature you denied, all the talent you possess," Lunia thought as she swept Alicia back with her sword. After a sustained, intense fight, Alicia's stamina plummeted. Alicia herself noticed this, and it seemed she was preparing to unleash a decisive move as she began to sheath her sword. Meanwhile, Lunia across from her understood this too. It seemed Alicia realized victory wasn't so far off but very near. "All right, then I'll respond. Come on, Alicia," Lunia thought as she took a stance to draw her sword, and Alicia opposite assumed an identical stance. It looked like both were about to unleash the same ultimate move, and as if by telepathy, the two rushed toward each other at the same time. And at that critical moment, Alicia began to recall. What she's been pursuing is her sister. "Sister, today was the first time I learned swordsmanship. You know, one day I wanted to become a swordswoman as skilled as you. But now I'm not even sure anymore." Alicia gritted her teeth fiercely, and then in the focused gaze of both, the two blades clashed. The territory-cleaving strike was used, and immediately after, a huge explosion occurred at the center between them. Mariette, watching nearby, murmured, "Is it over already? The victor has been decided." And when the dust cleared, the person still standing on the main stage was Alicia. Alicia won. Corin and Mariette cried out in delight. Corin smiled as he watched Alicia's victory. Compared to the swordmaster Lunia Aiden, Alicia's only real strength is territory slash. So the only way to win this match was inside the territory. I told Alicia to focus on dodging blows, escaping, and stalling by exploiting the repetitive habits of Lunia that I remembered from my past life. We seized the only chance to win a fight inside the territory. As predicted, fighting inside the territory would cause Lunia's sword to break. Back at the arena, Alicia was stunned, unable to believe the outcome. I actually beat her. While she was still in shock, the elder sister behind her stood up and said, HMPH. My performance still wasn't good enough. From now on, neither I nor my subordinates will interfere in your affairs. With that, Lunia turned and left. Seeing that, Alicia hurried forward and stammered, wait. Sister Lunia, please. She was too nervous to speak. Corin understood and said she must be terrified. Alicia, obviously the weaker one, has defeated the great Lunia. It's understandable she's worried about how everyone will judge Lunia, and about Lunia's attitude when she turns her back on her. But that worry was unnecessary. Just now, faced with Alicia's panic, Lunia reached out and patted her little sister's head, which left her a bit surprised. Lunia Aiden. The first time I met her in my previous life was before Mariette's accident. I was a bit surprised we ran into each other earlier than the original story. During that time, Lunia searched for whoever killed Alicia. In the end, she couldn't find them because the real culprit was Park Sihu. Even 3 years after Alicia's death, Lunia kept relentlessly searching for the perpetrator. She even came and prayed for her death. I thought you hated your sister, Corin asked. At his question, Lunia fell silent for a moment and then said, I do. I find her lazy, unserious, and annoyingly clingy. But apart from me, no one can resolve her bitterness. Lunia did not hate Alicia, no matter what happened. Even if Alicia surpassed her, she would quietly support her while smiling. You've grown. Lunia smiled at her little sister. Corin, standing beside them, was glad for the two of them. That's exactly the Lunia Aiden I remember. Alicia was so happy she began to cry. At that moment, a system announcement appeared. Lunia Aiden has been defeated. Alicia defeated Lunia Aiden difficulty B+. Rewards. Renown aura increased from low mid to mid, plus 600 mana, 40 attribute points distributed evenly, acquired territory slash. Scene shifts to Alicia's quarters where she shared her thoughts with Corin sitting beside her. I'm afraid of fighting, I know that. But in part of me, I smile when I fight. I can see it now. That's why I always avoid fighting. I feel it's no longer myself. I was also afraid to face Sister Lunia, so I pretended to be unserious and only did simple tasks. Everyone is like that, Corin said calmly. Alicia continued, because I won, I'll officially become the Aiden heir. Lunia and her subordinates will be on guard against me. But if I run away, the bond between me and Lunia will be severed. She said sad, but Corin disagreed. No, there may be distance and things might get awkward, but relationships aren't something you can just cut off whenever you want. After all, you two are sisters. Besides, you did great. When I was little, I used to get beaten up by bullies all the time. But later, the hard part wasn't the physical pain, it was my anger at myself for not having the courage to stand up. You're stronger than I was back then. I hope you'll always be able to hold your head up with pride, Corin said calmly. His words left Alicia dazed. You're weird. You're the same age as me, so how are you so mature? You think so? Corin asked nervously. Yeah, like you've lived through a lot, I can feel it. Well, I've lived 14 years longer than you. With Corin's 30-year-old memories, I'd be 50. Corin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Alicia beside him felt calmer and said, Thank you for the fight today, and for what you did in the forest. When you rescued me in the forest, that was you, right? How did you know? You're not that clever. Corin laughed at that. Alicia smiled and replied, Your voice and your belt. I'm sure of it. Since you already know, I'll let it slide. Corin sighed. Heh heh, I owe you a lot. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask. Corin across from her fell silent for a moment, then asked, Be my friend. His request left Alicia a little puzzled. What, you don't like that? Ah no, friend, a friend. I've never had a boyfriend before, so this must be good. I mean, you're a guy, she stammered. Corin took her hand and laughed. Yeah, then let's be close, my friend. Yeah, I'm glad I have a reliable friend like you, Alicia said happily. Punishment awaits the wicked, while a bright future awaits the good. Children will always be joyful and have more good choices available to everyone. Scene shifts to a corner of the academy hallway, where Mariette is being watched by her close friend Isabel. My name is Isabel Kamen. Lately, I've been a bit worried about my close friend. Like now, there are always guys loitering around Mariette. Following her gaze, A boy drops to one knee in front of Mariette and says, "Mariette, please accept my feelings. If not, it'll be my blood." The boy said this while holding up a bag of blood. Mariette was extremely embarrassed. Before she could say anything, the young man added, "Or I'll give you my neck." "No way, I get blood bags from Professor Josephine every day," Mariette blurted. The scene made Isabel grit her teeth in irritation. "Idiot." Those words make Mariette the most uncomfortable. That happens every day, so it's not the issue. What really worries me is that guy. Turning toward Mariette, Corin's voice suddenly sounded behind her, making her jump. "Mariette, are you out of class?" Mariette turned to look at him, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Corin Locke. He's the one who's been closest to Mariette lately. He's a rude, showy knight. But that doesn't matter. The fact he could stand opposite Swordmaster Lunia Aiden means he's truly talented. What worries me is that they often do suspicious things. Like now, standing in front of a door, Corin asked Mariette, "Do you want some blood? Should I take it?" She asked shyly. Then the two opened the door and went inside. Isabel hurried over and pressed her ear to the door to listen. They locked the door. What on earth are those two planning to do? She worried. Then from inside the room voices could be heard. "Oh, Sister Mariette, do you remember the offer I mentioned before? About the plot of land we got when we registered the dojo? Since it's being rebuilt after the damage, I'm thinking of building an inn there." "An inn?" Mariette asked. "Yeah, consider investing in it. I guarantee the returns will at least triple, maybe even more." Isabel, hearing this, ground her teeth. Invest? Returns? Is this bastard trying to mine Mariette dry? Who even is he? Cut to the training room where Alicia met Corin and asked, "You're training again today?" "Just basic conditioning drills," Corin replied calmly. Still, it impressed Alicia. "You're so dedicated, Corin. Conditioning is essential for everything. I want to train with you," she said as she began to warm up. "I want to train with you too." Alicia started her warm-up. Her words made Isabel, hiding above in the ceiling, startle. "What? Who is she? Wait, isn't that an illegitimate of the Aiden house?" Speaking of which, Corin remembered something, pulled out a meal voucher, handed it to her and said, "Ah, Alicia, here. I eat here often and the food's great." Alicia blushed with excitement. "Oh, Shangju. The place everyone says is the best restaurant." Isabel above turned red with anger. "Wait, Shangju. Isn't that a famous dating spot? He's already wooing Mariette." But as Isabel thought that, probably from too much excitement, she slipped and fell straight down. The noise she made caught Alicia's attention. "Did you just hear something? I'm not sure. How much did you get? Not only playing both sides, but you even talk money, Corin Locke." Isabel fumed as she listened to their conversation. Time quickly passed to the next afternoon at a restaurant. Corin had invited Warren to eat as he'd promised earlier. "What do you think? Not just sushi, the meat's great too, right?" "Yeah, it's delicious," Warren said between bites. Seeing her so pleased, Corin started a topic. "Oh right, do you have money? I've got a great investment deal. Do whatever you like." Warren spoke casually. Meanwhile, Isabel, peeking behind the window, was so worried she nearly cracked the glass. "Even Warren, my worry's over. Corin Locke is an amazing con man, a bastard." Back to Corin, she ran around gathering capital. Everything had a purpose. Corporation registration fees, dojo renovation costs, daily mercenary wages, taxes, and so on. It all totaled 97 gold coins. Converted during the fight with Lunia, that's about 100 million world currency. And it was all thanks to Mariette. I'm extremely grateful for that. I didn't expect she'd give a full 100 gold. Do mages make that much? That's what I thought. Lunia contributed 50 gold for the reconstruction, and Alicia received 110 gold as a raid reward. Warren also has a lot of funds, managed by her follower. Yule and Jaeger also had savings. And Drin, the money-obsessed bastard, had an enormous sum. In the end, I earned 150 gold. With that money, I bought it all this land. Although it's still a barren plain outside the city. By the second semester, we'll have an exchange festival with BAME Academy from the Eastern Continent. That'll be peak season for lodging. Visitors from across the continent will flood in. A few hundred gold, and we'll recoup it in just 2 weeks. I'm a reincarnator with foresight from my previous life, so I have to use information like this. Just wait, I'll gather money from across the world into my pocket. Corin thought happily. Cut to the principal's office, where he told Professor Josephine. The stance of the Catholic Church, the Royal Demon Tower, and the association toward our school isn't very favorable. But that's not something we can handle. Josephine replied, "Our orders will support your decision, Chairman. I think the opportunity should be given to everyone." Hearing that, the principal seemed to think of something and stood up. "I'll be stepping out for a bit. I can go in your place. Other places are fine, but the Catholic Church isn't for you, Clara. Take care of things while I'm gone. If anything happens, use the emergency communication network. Safe travels, she hurriedly said. Then the professor sat in the principal's chair and began reviewing the remaining tasks. Let's see. Vampire regenerative energy experiment. Not approved. Permission to build a third dormitory. Postpone. Next up is, Corin Luck. What is this kid planning now? She said anxiously, as she looked at the item related to Corin. Harvest ginseng. She wondered, because in Josephine's hands was Corin's land request form for ginseng harvesting. Cut to the vacant lot near the western laboratory of the academy. Alicia asked Corin, are we really going to harvest ginseng in a place like this? Tell me, what do you know about ginseng? Corin replied calmly. Well, I only know they explode out of the ground a lot when we pull them, right? That's right. So you have to protect your hands when pulling them out. Otherwise your eardrums could burst. Definitely wear decent ear protection and harvest them in a wide, cushioned area. Ready, worker Alicia? Yes, Captain, Alicia replied cheerfully. And by now they'd equipped earplugs, special ear covers made from silver fox leather. The reason Corin called Alicia was because he couldn't harvest ginseng alone. This job requires one person to grip the leaves and pull along the stem, while the other cuts the leaves and root. Because as long as the root and leaves remain attached, the ginseng root will keep screaming. This was Corin's fourth time harvesting ginseng. In his previous life he did it with a guy named Park. I'm a little worried, Corin muttered. Then he pulled a devilish face and said, let's do it, and directly yanked the ginseng root out. And immediately, the obnoxious-faced root began screaming as if the house were on fire. And seeing that, Corin hurriedly turned to Alicia and shouted, cut it now. Alicia, show me that sword skill you've got. But as he said that, his voice fell silent, because by his gaze, Alicia was already foaming at the mouth. Idiot. Wearing ear protection all wrong. Damn it, fine, I'll do it myself, he thought as he drew a knife and gripped it tightly. You think you're the only one who can scream? Thinking that, Corin opened his mouth and yelled straight at the root, and while it was still blanching with surprise, he tossed it high into the air. Then, with a single simple motion, the protagonist was able to cut off the leaves at its crown, and only then did the ginseng root shut up. Next, Corin glared at Alicia, who was peacefully asleep beside him, and bellowed, wake up, you brat, I brought you here and you're completely useless, Corin, are you sleeping well? She asked dazedly, and that only made Corin angrier, like he wanted to die. Putting Alicia's issue aside, Corin glanced at the remaining ginseng and thought to himself how long he'd have to harvest to get the silver ginseng if he did it again. He thought he'd probably faint, and just then a voice called from behind Corin that made him curious. Who's there? I thought I put up the warning sign. Thinking that, he turned his head back, and the person who appeared was none other than Mariette. Mariette, didn't you have some lab exams on the schedule today? That's right, it sounded noisy outside, so I jumped down to check, she said with a smile which surprised Corin. Wait, jump down from there. But that's the 12th floor. Facing Mariette, she squinted and cheerfully asked the two in front of her, what are you two doing? Her face was very happy for some reason, which made Alicia feel increasingly creepy the more she looked, while only silly Corin beside her felt nothing and casually explained, I told you before, we're harvesting ginseng. When Mariette heard that, the tense atmosphere around her immediately vanished. She then ran over cheerfully and said, aha, so are you going to harvest the remaining roots now? Yes, but we're tired today, so we'll probably continue in a bit. Let me do it, she offered, and Corin hurriedly warned, wait, if you're not a knight it's hard to cut. Before he could finish, Mariette in front of him had already pulled the root up, and after uprooting it she cheerfully said, the color's gorgeous, it's silver. Corin behind her wanted to disappear. Too late, she already pulled it. If that silver ginseng screamed, he thought she might die. But unfortunately for Corin, his worry turned out to be unnecessary. I actually have a whole ginseng garden at home. Just this year I harvested 30 roots. See, I make it look easier than you thought, she said as she casually stripped the leaves off this root, causing it to spew blood from its mouth, which made Corin's eyes widen. Good heavens, amazing, he thought inwardly. Then Mariette looked at the ginseng and asked, you're going to decoct them, right? Since I'm here, I'll brew a pot. Alicia, can you find something for us to eat? I think rabbit meat and potatoes would work, Alicia replied quickly. She ran off to gather ingredients, while Corin wondered to himself what he should do now. There's nothing for you to do, Corin, because I'll handle everything, she said, her eyes already turning into hearts. But goofy Corin didn't get the hint and gushed. Ha ha, thanks, Mariette, you really are the best, he thought to himself. Back to the ginseng commotion. There are two ways to absorb its medicinal power. One is to eat it directly, as is. However, the most effective method is to decoct it. Add red amaranth root, silver grape leaves, goji root, deer velvet, and 28 other ingredients together. Then simmer everything for over 10 hours. If you do that, you can make a traditional medicinal decoction. No, a ginseng tonic. Sounds strange. Yeah, but that's how this system works. Returning to the story, Mariette cheerfully cooked and told Corin beside her, "Great. Now we just need to simmer it." "What are you doing, Corin?" "Sitting around doing nothing is boring," and he began drawing strange characters on the ground. Mariette came closer and asked, "This is ancient script, right?" "Yes. Can you recognize it?" "I don't know the meaning, but I've seen it in liberation education class." "Where did you learn these?" "Ancient script is practically a death language now." "My master taught me," Corin said sadly, thinking that only in recent years had he learned ancient script and how to use the chants from her. She left behind original martial arts and the script, because knowing the characters of ancient script doesn't mean you know how to use it to reclaim and inscribe the script onto the body, is a power only one person can wield. One of the final boss's goals is to recover and possess this original script. While his master tried to pass the script to him, she died before she could. It's all because of him. Speaking of Mariette, after hearing Corin, she asked curiously, "Who is your master, Corin?" "If she knows ancient script, is she from the Mage Tower?" Corin calmly replied, "No, she's just an ordinary person like any other you see on the street. A kind person like other kind people, someone who always tries her best." He thought inwardly. "You seem to really care for her," Mariette said in a pleasantly sad tone, but then she brightened up immediately. "Want some potatoes?" "No, I won't eat." "I brought some diaku," Mariette said, clapping, and the name made Corin look over with some curiosity. From his view, diaku was that canid head he'd encountered during the long event rescuing Mariette the blood-sucking fiend. Diaku, and now it was holding a bag of supplies in its mouth. Corin, a bit surprised, said, "What is this diaku from before?" "So you've completely tamed diaku." Mariette smiled and said, "It's thanks to you, Corin, because you kept sharing your blood. I finally got a loyal companion." "Isn't he adorable?" "Adorable," Corin said skeptically, then stared at diaku panting in front of him and admitted, "Yeah, the more I look, the cuter he seems." At that he remembered something and asked, "If part of his makeup is your blood, then half his blood must be mine, so does that mean I'm his dad?" Mariette blushed hard and said shyly, "I never thought about that," taking a few seconds to recover before adding, "Then daddy of diaku, why don't you play with him?" "Play with him?" Corin asked, puzzled. "But is he even a real dog?" Before he could think much more, the big dog leapt straight at him and started romping. He, how fun, Mariette thought happily watching the duo play. While Corin was wiped out, the blood-sucking fiend was so energetic he had to wrestle it until he was exhausted. Time passed quickly, and by now the brew was finished. "Looks good," Mariette said, ladling a bowl for Corin. Corin took the chance to drink it immediately. Alicia, seeing him in that state, quietly asked Mariette what's wrong with him. "Because he played with diaku," Mariette replied. "Diaku, what's that?" Alicia asked curiously. After finishing the bowl, Corin received a system notification. "You have absorbed the ginseng decoction. Your mana regeneration has increased significantly, and your maximum mana has risen by 1,300 points. Now my power stats are boosted. You two should drink too. This brew only works once," he said, glancing at them. "The ginseng herbs are strong, but they only work a single time. If I give the rest to Lack or Yule, they'd be thrilled." "Okay, the remaining one is the platinum ginseng. I have to eat it raw." He thought that and clenched his teeth as he swallowed the ginseng root. "You have absorbed the platinum ginseng. Your mana core has formed." The mana core stores all of a knight's magic, and as Corin absorbed the silver ginseng's power, a violent surge of mana erupted through him. Just forming one mana core requires extreme magical training, but I got it without that. Once I reach a higher rank, I can add many more cores, so basically limitless. Now that I have a mana core, the silver ginseng's effect is truly top tier." The two behind him, hearing this, were surprised. "Mana core? Really, Corin? Quick, eat the yellow ones too, that'd be awesome," Alicia hurriedly said. "Not yet, I'll uproot and eat the gold ginseng later." "You say that, but yeah, taking too many restorative herbs at once isn't good for you." "That's true, but my reason is a little different." Cut to the professor's meeting room, where they were gathered to discuss an issue concerning Corin. "Knight rank 5, Corin Locke. We need to reassess this student's rank," said Professor Heyman. His proposal surprised the others. "Corin Locke, Isn't he a first-year student? Rank 5. The data shows that. It's not even worth our attention. Why reassess a student? Voices of doubt rose and the dark-skinned Firmak began to explain. The senior professors haven't reviewed the midterm exams yet. Corin fought one-on-one directly with Swordmaster Lunia Arden. And of course she finished it in about 3 minutes. Others in the room were shocked, saying, impossible, she must have held back. Why would Swordmaster Lunia Arden use her full strength on a child's midterm? Held back, the professors present, myself included, asked. Who thinks Lunia Arden held back against Corin? Heyman asked calmly, and at his words everyone fell silent. Seeing that, Heyman continued, so no one thinks she held back. Another person spoke up beside him. Relying solely on midterm tests to promote the student's rank is a bit much. Even if there's reason to doubt his ability, regulation state promotion is only recognized after results. Those are the rule. Heyman stroked his chin and said, then let the association handle the official rank assessment. I think reassessing for the purpose of issuing an official guardian certificate should suffice. However, that would require changing the student's class schedule and his homeroom professor. Others suggested that since Professor Heyman raised the issue, Coach Heyman, why not take the assignment himself? Coach Heyman, I'd like that, he replied. So what do we do next about Corin Locke? Blah blah blah. They began discussing testing Corin. Meanwhile, Professor Heyman focused his thoughts. Corin Locke, although rank 5 seems far beyond his stats, his one-on-one with Lunia Arden was truly top tier, and his spear technique, no matter how I look at it, resembles that person's style. He must be reevaluated, he thought to himself. Cut to the Academy lecture hall. Alicia walked over to Corin and cheerfully said, "Hi, Corin." "Oh, hi, Alicia," Corin replied happily. Alicia sat down beside him and said, "We're in the same class today, can I sit next to you?" "If I'm already sitting, why ask?" he replied, "But that's Yeager's seat." Corin said this while looking at Yeager standing and watching them. Alicia stood up quickly and said, "Sorry, I'll sit somewhere else." "No, sit down," the big guy said, hopping down to the row below. Corin teased him, "Oh, Yeager, so chivalrous." Yeager shot him a fiery look in response. Why are you glaring at me?" Corin asked. "Do you want to know why I glared at you? From the most famous person in the academy to the super cute demon girl. Now even the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor shows up. I'm dying of envy. Why is he living like the lead in a romance movie? What about my schoolyard youth? Why is my area so cold and empty?" Yeager thought, clutching his face and crying, which made Alicia slightly worried, wondering if he was suffering. "Who cares?" Corin said casually. Just then, Professor Firmak entered through the door and said, "Are all first-year students ready? Let's begin class." "All right, settle into your seats. As I said last class, today you'll be doing a group assignment," he said calmly. The other students groaned in disappointment, cursing, I hate group work." Professor Firmak heard the complaints and said, "Okay, stop sulking. Group work is beneficial for all of you. Now I'll explain the group assignment. Since you're in the Knights department, I won't give you hard math problems or tasks like planting magic trees that the Mage department professors might assign." He snapped his fingers as he spoke, and immediately, the stack of papers on the desk began to float, neatly folding together and slowly forming an image. "Okay, look at this sheet. The theme of this group assignment is spear techniques." "Spear techniques? Why suddenly spear techniques?" the students asked, curious. Alicia cheered for Corin. He said, "Spear techniques, this will be way too easy for you." For Corin, the group assignment being spear techniques brought back many thoughts. Why that? In my previous life, the group assignment was boxing. Firmak Damon is a boxer by background. His hallmark is constantly changing distance and closing in, plus a special shadow ability. He was also a first-rank knight from Vercute Academy in the north, and he was famous for the gauntlet engraved with ancient script. Why is Professor Firmak suddenly teaching spear techniques? He's sharp, all right. Is he trying to test himself? Corin wondered, glancing at Firmak, who was also eyeing him. Back below, Firmak continued his explanation. This group assignment will involve choosing and researching a specific set of spear techniques. Then you'll have time to demonstrate various spear maneuver. Across from him, a student raised a hand and asked, "Professor, won't students who use spears as their primary weapon have an advantage?" Firmak replied slowly, "I'll take that into account by adjusting the evaluation criteria and awarding bonus points." He then placed a cup filled with pre-numbered draw slips on the table and said, "Each group will consist of 4 members, drawn at random." Regarding group work, they said it would encourage and assess students' teamwork skill, but in reality the diligent ones get the short end of the stick. It's a contest to see who has the thickest skin. Should I head to Agujeong now? Oops, wrong chat. Sorry. I've finished the research portion already. Hey, Kim, at least remove the copied sources and stop relying on Wikipedia. My grandmother just passed, so I can't make the meeting today. Doing group work with people who don't know what to do, freeloaders, or those with recent family deaths. That's what I endured for 4 years in a physical education university program, and 3 years at the academy. But this time things will be completely different. Yeager Hinchbetter, a third-rank knight with superior physical ability and decent judgment, he can complete assigned tasks well. Alicia, needless to say, is an extremely strong sword prodigy who easily picks up any physical discipline. The final member is H. Warren. Yes, though blunt in personality, she's quite diligent. Lately, watching her focused form while studying has become a pleasure of mine. Since my group members are strong and hardworking, I can say goodbye to the painful past thinking that. Corin couldn't help but smile and said, I've reserved the training room for 3 hours. So I'll teach the theory and attributes to everyone first. At least that's what Corin planned before heading to the training room. Hey Hyun, what's up? Hyun, we've been using this training room for 2 months. The walls are made of high-density shock-absorbent material, right? Yeah, that's right. And it's not cheap, Corin said anxiously, looking ahead. And yet something like this is destroyed. Yeager stammered as they faced the ruined scene of the training room. The wall opposite them had been punched through, leaving a large hole, and little Alicia was so terrified she couldn't get up. Just one punch, this is crazy. I only told her to spar with Alicia to practice spear techniques, so why did she demolish the whole room? Look at that expression. She doesn't even realize she did anything wrong. Of course we were kicked out of the training room. Where are we supposed to train now? Corin said in exasperation. Time passed quickly. On Sunday at the church, Corin's group held a quick meeting there. It's time to review the group assignment. Okay, members, feel free to share your thoughts, Corin said, while Alicia and Yeager on either side of him fell silent for a moment. Finally, little Alicia spoke first. About yesterday, I'm sorry. I'm not good at controlling my strength. No, Alicia, you did great. At least I can help you train. Hearing that, Alicia hurriedly added, your spear technique is so perfect that just copying it will make me proficient. It's because you're a good observer. What about you, Yeager? Yeager gritted his teeth and said, I don't know, using a polearm feels a bit difficult for me. I struggle with the spinning spear maneuvers and don't know how to do them correctly. You did well. If you learn the 8 basic spear techniques, your mace skills will become more varied, Corin said calmly. Then he turned back and looked at H. Warren and asked, H. Warren, what about you? In response, H. Warren replied coldly, eat. Corin thought to himself that because he'd incorporated many Earth traditions into the game, similar customs would appear here. And he looked at the cups H. Warren had set out carefully and said, is this about the church, the goddess, Eucharist? It's voluntary, right? Corin asked. That ceremony is mandatory attendance on the church's weekend, she said calmly. Corin realized then, so H. Warren was forced to take part in that ceremony. He added, they forced her to train to become a nun along with the other worshippers, right? I volunteered, she replied, but you should read the Bible. There are things you can learn from its mythic stories. The Catholic Church does have outdated views, but it always teaches believers the same thing. Love yourself, love friends and family, and love those around you. To love and be loved. Alicia perked up and said, oh, what a wonderful lesson, love. Yes, love is very important. H. Warren started to say something awkwardly, but before she could finish, Alicia interrupted, right, Sister H. Warren, why did I lose yesterday? Are you back yet, H. Warren? H. Warren paused a moment at the question and then said casually, because you all are too weak. You all offered no resistance. With just a little force from me, you panicked. No matter how much you train, the weak remain weak and the strong will still win. Hearing that, Corin on the opposite side stood up and said, you're not wrong, but that's an attitude only the strong can afford to show. Wanna bet? 1 minute if I can make you kneel within a minute and I succeed, you have to treat us to dinner, Corin said confident. H. Warren accepted his challenge. Fine. But if I win, I don't need a reward, I'll win anyway. With that, they headed to an open courtyard in front of the church to prepare to fight. Corin said this spot will do. Yeager will give the start signal. Yeager was sweating for Corin, thinking how had things come to this. I don't know, Alicia stammered. All right, ready, begin. At Yeager's shout, Corin immediately lunged forward to seize the advantage. I'll start with my secret technique, my strongest move, Shadow Serpent. Drawing a quick sketch in his mind, Corin lunged the spear's tip straight at H. Warren. Unfortunately, it didn't even scratch her. Corin wasn't too surprised, she could easily block it. She really was as strong as the rumors said. If that's the case, try catching this, he thought, and snapped the spear upward in a fierce thrust toward H. Warren. This was the tiger's snout wind step, but that move didn't seem to work either. In fact, Corin's spear snapped in two from the impact. Meanwhile, across from him, H. Warren began to attack in earnest. "Now that you're unarmed," she said as she spun and launched a punch at Corin. Seeing that, Corin smiled confidently and said, "Oh my, you're really good at breaking other people's stuff, huh?" He then hurriedly performed the Bagua step to dodge her strikes, and it worked. H. Warren couldn't even land a hit on Corin. "What's wrong? You still can't hit me," Corin taunted. That soon started to annoy H. Warren. "Annoying if you don't want to die, dodge this," she said. She said that as she began gathering mana into her fist. Corin immediately recognized it as Yaoquan, a simple but highly effective technique. "If that hits, I'll be in the hospital at least a month," Corin thought. H. Warren had advised him to dodge, but he decided to try blocking it and started concentrating mana into both palms. He directly caught H. Warren's punch. This was the 8 steps, continuous links, and at the instant of impact, the general's face clenched in pain. Even though he'd fully blocked it, his muscles felt as if they were being crushed. Corin gritted his teeth and thought. His attempt to stop the blow also surprised H. Warren. He didn't die. While she was still baffled, H. Warren suddenly wavered and collapsed. From the outside, it looked like H. Warren had dropped to one knee, because Corin had stomped on the back of her foot. Alicia and Yeager were stunned. "Corin, when did you get behind her?" "Sick move, man, awesome." Corin wore a thoroughly satisfied grin and said, "Wow, she's kneeling." H. Warren snapped irritably again, but Corin waved her off. "No need, I've already won, why fight more?" "Do it again," H. Warren gritted out. Corin replied teasingly, "Nope, not interested." "I can hear you trembling, you're so mad, aren't you?" he said, laughing with delight. Days passed quickly. After a while, though it took some time, I finally grasped each member's full capabilities, so I figured I could slowly teach them spear techniques and prepare our group's performance. But there was a small problem with H. Warren. "I'm sick, everyone train without me," she had written. Lies, how could that monster be sick? Yeah, always trying to make things difficult. In this case, the team leader has to deploy a secret weapon, Corin thought, crumpling the note in his hand. And the secret weapon he had in mind was food. Right now, at some restaurant, Corin faced a glittering spread of breakfast, and he grinned slyly as he told H. Warren in front of him, "Eat as much as you want. Once you eat, you won't be sick anymore." H. Warren looked at the table and swallowed hard. Seeing she was close to her limit, our protagonist asked, "So can you refuse?" And the end result was still victory through craving food. "I'm not sick anymore," she said, quickly gnawing on the fish in front of her, while Corin grinned like he'd hit the jackpot. "Haha, no surprise." Then he looked at H. Warren and asked, "Do you know how long it takes chefs to finish a dish?" "Less than 30 minutes, H. Warren answered. But Corin gave a completely different reply, 10 years. From sourcing fresh ingredients, processing them, and preparing everything, most chefs take about 10 years to serve their dish to customer. H. Warren looked up, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Corin began to elaborate. "It took me 3 years of practice for my martial art to make you kneel even once. Your favorite dish and my martial art share similarities, like choosing the right ingredients is like the stance I pick before I strike. Everything starts from the smallest detail. Anyway, we're reconciled now, right?" Corin said with a bright smile. H. Warren then slammed a notebook into his face without further explanation. So Corin had no choice but to open the notebook and examine it himself. "What is this?" "A notebook, what's in it?" "Stances and spear techniques, the principles. This isn't the research assignment I gave you. You finished it." "Ah, you little cutie," he said, happily ruffling the girl's hair. "Get lost," H. Warren said, but she didn't pull her hand away and let him keep ruffling her head. Alicia and Yeager were also diligently practicing spear techniques, and thanks to H. Warren they no longer had to worry about the research. We would prepare for the group presentation. Time flew, and it was already mid-May, the first week of group presentations. Order of presentation was determined by drawing lots, and the group before us had already begun their display. At that point, Professor Firmek addressed all the students. "All right, we'll begin the group presentation." The leader of Group 1 stood up and said, "I'm the leader of Group 1, Pale. Our group's topic today is 5-star spear technique." "Very well, show your presentation," Firmek said calmly. The students of Group 1 immediately formed their formation and practiced their moves, and those watching from the back praised them. "Haha, they prepared very well, yes indeed." Back up front, after Group 1 practiced their spears until exhausted, Professor Firmek gave his evaluation. "I can't read, Pale. Thank you, Professor," the boy said happily. But his joy didn't even last 3 seconds, because Firmak then said something that made him break into a cold sweat. "All right, now I'll try to break your formation." "What?" Palais exclaimed in confusion. Everyone knew how strong this professor was, the top graduate of the Northern Guard Academy, and a first-class knight of the Kingdom of El Laws. Firmak demanded. By the look in his eyes, Professor Firmak had already put on his old gauntlets. "If you can withstand 10 seconds, I'll give you the highest score for this exercise. The real group test starts now." While Corin's team was still bewildered and hadn't yet understood what was happening, Professor Firmak tossed the notebook he was holding up into the air, then closed the distance to them as fast as the wind. Unsurprisingly, the entire first team was rotated like a set of spinning tops by the professor. "Teacher, he's too fast," Yeager said fearfully, since it would soon be their turn, and Corin beside him felt sympathy for Team 1. He showed no mercy, he thought to himself. Back up front, Firmak caught the falling notebook and said, "You chose a good spear practicing group. Although you're lacking practice and focus, it's not too bad, probably a B will do. Any objections?" "No, sir," Group 1 weakly replied. After that, the whole group withdrew their spears and stepped down. Meanwhile, the boxing teacher spoke up again. "All right, Group 2, come up." The other students, seeing Group 1 beaten so badly, whispered among themselves, "How can we possibly fight Professor Firmak? Should we just surrender?" While they were still murmuring, Group 2 stepped forward and their captain announced loudly, "We chose a spear style focused on critical damage from the North Nine Suns dragon, because when the spear forms are executed, it looks like 9 dragons flying and so on." In short, there was no need for much explanation before Professor Firmak immediately lunged in to attack. Their result was even worse than the previous group. "Your spear techniques are not only uselessly complicated, but you haven't mastered them. What can you even do?" he said as he pummeled his students into the dirt. "Next, Group 3, up here quickly," the leader of Group 3 called. "Corin, Locke, step up." Corin smiled hearing this and said, "Good, it's our turn, so let's go. We'll perform the Bagua spear technique of Lan Na Chat, 6 moves." Fine, begin," Firmak said calmly. Then the group began their spear demonstration. First was the Lan Na move, a counter-strike used to deflect incoming attacks, performed by Yeager. Next came Ja Ti, a technique to knock an opponent's weapon free, presented by Alicia. Right after that was the Queen Dam, a thrust aimed at an opponent who has lost their guard, performed by H. Warren. "Excellent, everyone's success." "Wonderful, H. Warren has practiced harder than I thought," Corin said, nearly in tears of joy. Even this boxing teacher had to praise their performance. "Great job, you've removed the unnecessary movements in combat. It looks simple, but the core of your spear techniques is outstanding." Corin smiled and said, "Then I'll have the whole group prepare to practice more." "No need for the whole group, I only need you, Corin," he said coldly. "For the actual spar, it'll be just you and me. Any objection?" Corin realized the professor had planned this from the start. He smiled, thought for a moment, and replied, "No, none, Professor." "Good, then I'll begin." After saying that, the man closed on Corin at lightning speed. This was the flash technique. Immediately after, he threw a left punch. The punch came from the right, following a special stance. It's the way boxers attack their opponents. Normally, in this situation, you should block from the right to avoid taking damage. But his body didn't shift the right pivot foot, instead it shifted the left. And I already knew the professor was left-handed. Thinking that, Corin immediately used the 6th step, second form Lan Na Ja, to stop the attack. This astonished the dark-skinned teacher. How could he possibly block that? He thought inwardly. If Professor Firmak was surprised, the students below were even more so. The professor's movements completely changed facing Corin. "Look at his speed, wow. He's only 5th rank," someone said. But how could she be able to block Professor Firmak's boxing? Watching their expressions, Firmak was now throwing punches like a machine, and Corin was using his method to parry every one of those blows. Facing Firmak, the professor had to gradually acknowledge Corin's ability. This level meant he had surpassed the other students. "Now show me your true strength. Not just these basics," he thought as he loaded all his power into his left fist and fired it at Corin like a cannonball. Lan Na Chat spear technique is indeed unpredictable. But let's see how you stop this move, Firmak thought. But faced with the professor's strike, Corin only smiled and didn't bother dodging. Then immediately, there was an airburst created by that terrible punch. Corin's teammates watched and quietly worried for him, though their concern was somewhat unnecessary. Firmak's fist had stopped just before touching Corin's face. At that moment, seeing Corin not bother to dodge, he grew puzzled and asked, "Why are you still standing there?" "It's over, I counted 10 seconds, Corin answered calmly. That reply left the boxing teacher momentarily speechless. You must be surprised the teacher had only used his right hand until now. But in reality, the teacher was left-handed, and your reaction was based on knowing he's left-handed, which means he was only testing you, right? Returning to Fermac, he handed the notebook back and said, Group 3. When it comes to secret techniques, many fools choose complicated moves, but it's the fundamentals that truly make you succeed. Corin Locke, no. Group 3, you get an A+. His words sent Group 3 into a frenzy of joy. My friend, yeah, Corin, awesome, Alicia said with a smile. Then the group started acting ridiculous in celebration. See, I'm an A+, Corin Locke. Meanwhile, Professor Fermac remembered something and turned to Corin. Ah, Corin, can I have a word? Don't feel pressured, just a normal conversation. With that, Corin followed the professor upstairs to his office. There, Professor Fermac asked, Hey Corin Locke, are you really a rank 5 knight? His voice carried some doubt. Fermac continued, You showed me in that match just now that your ability doesn't match a rank 5 knight. I'm only a bit better than the others, Corin hurriedly replied. Fermac pondered. You can't sense souls and can only capture certain evil spirits under specific conditions, which suggests you've had some enlightenment that boosted your strength beyond others of your rank. With that in mind, Fermac revealed his true purpose. The faculty have met and debated whether to reassess your actual combat power. You will be assigned some more complex tasks, and through them your rank will be reevaluated. The highest rank you achieve will be determined by those tasks. Because you have shown some clear achievements and strength, the professors may make an exception and promote you, he said calmly. Corin felt quite pleased after hearing that. Moving up a rank wouldn't cost him anything anyway. The tasks would probably be harder, but they'd come with greater rewards, and he could choose higher-ranked missions if he wanted. If I want to get a second-tier mission, normally I could only get it after leveling up. But if I reach a higher rank, it's different. Thinking that, Corin made his decision and said, Yes, I'll accept the rank reevaluation. What do I need to do? Fermac, sitting opposite, took out a sheet of paper and said, You'll have to complete 2 missions involving a monster and a malevolent spirit. Of course, which ones you choose is up to you. Right now there are 4 dungeon conquest missions assigned by the Hunters Association. Luckily 2 are monster-related and 2 involve malevolent spirits. Turning to Corin, he understood immediately. So in the end they want me to capture a monster and a malevolent spirit, but within a set time limit. Then choose, Fermac said with a smile, handing Corin the mission briefing paper. Time passed quickly, and our protagonist picked his missions and moved to the locations to complete them. His supervisor for this mission was Professor Heyman. Arriving just on time, Corin greeted him. Heyman said. Corin hurriedly replied, Good morning, though this place feels a bit gloomy to say that, Coach Heyman. Not bad. When I was young I risked going into the fog in the haunted forest to hunt monsters. Stories like that seem to inspire you to fight. Corin quickly flattered him, and sure enough, old Heyman began to boast. I suppose I should spare you my tales of the Western Deathwood back then, blah blah blah. As for Corin, prompting Heyman had a purpose. He could learn valuable experience from the old hero stories, he thought to himself. Putting past recollections aside, after a while Professor Heyman moved on to the mission details. Your first mission will be the 2-headed draconid on the western mountain of Mist City. The juvenile 2-headed draconid is slow but dangerous. Corin, surprised, asked, I chose it, but isn't the 2-headed draconid normally a first-rank monster? How is it now sub-first rank? It's not mature yet, so its rank is lower. From what I've heard, it has been raising wild wolves and some low-level monsters as minions, he said calmly. Corin understood and asked, So we're not supposed to attack it head-on, right? Exactly. A talented person needs not only strength but also intelligence. We'll evaluate everything about you after this mission. And so the mission officially began, and the first thing Corin had to do was investigate the surroundings. The western mountain of Mist City, the cave where the 2-headed draconid lives. No one, not even old Heyman or association staff, will come help you. They might do something if you're in danger, but by then your promotion attempt would be jeopardized. Corin thought this to himself and returned where everyone was waiting. Professor Heyman saw him come back and immediately asked, Tell me the results of your investigation, Corin. Corin began to present what he'd found. Based on the tracks around, there were signs of the draconid and wild wolves moving together. Apparently they live together in some area. How many wolves are in the pack? Heyman asked. 3. Ah, but only 2 4-legged footprints accompany the draconid's prints, so it seems to be one female and she appears to be pregnant. You seem to know the answer. Explain. Corin pointed to a dragged mark on the ground and said, instead of hidden footprints, there's evidence of a monster being dragged, which means the prey wasn't able to move and was dragged somewhere else. Neither the draconid nor the wild wolves habitually store food, so they likely thought a comrade couldn't move and brought the food to it. Heyman praised Corin for these accurate deductions. Excellent. So Corin, how do you plan to take down the two-headed draconid and those wild wolves? First, you'll separate the draconid from the wolves. How will you do that? Professor Heyman asked. Corin heard this and began to lay out his plan. They're monsters but have keen senses, so I'll use the sharpest weapon humans were given to deal with them. I'll use my head, Corin said confidently, then thought. Unlucky for them I run this operation now, he thought as an expression of excitement spread across his face. Even though humans have expanded their influence and control over this world, there will always be lurking threats. Demonic entities seep into this world. The ruler of this forest is one of them. A tyrant, the two-headed Tranchen controls the woods. Few humans dare venture here. To him, the forest is his kingdom. After the hunt, when they returned to the lair, the long-coated hounds noticed a companion was missing. The newborn that couldn't move had vanished without a trace. Clearly an intruder had taken the pup. Realizing the litter and pups had been kidnapped, they erupted with the furious rage of beasts. The enraged howls of the forest's ruler and his minions shook the whole woods. They immediately used their scenting ability to track. The two males, consumed by fury, let out agonized screams. Must chase, must rescue the pup. The long-coated hounds followed the scent of the kidnapped pup with the Tranchen close behind. As time passed, the pup's scent grew stronger, and they could even pick up the intruder's smell. As usual, nothing can stop them inside this forest. It's time to make the foolish intruder pay dearly for angering the forest ruler. Before long, the tracking was complete, and what they found was the pup lying collapsed on the ground, emitting pitiful, wailing sounds. The two males hurried over and nudged the pup with their noses to check if their mate was safe. They tried to help the pup move, but at that moment two ropes beneath it suddenly tightened. Then from above, countless wooden stakes fell down, terrifying them. But it wasn't over while they were still stunned. A pair of sharpened logs lunged from the side straight at the immobile pup. The result: the pup and another male were struck and driven into the tree trunk behind them. The direct impact was so powerful both were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Beside them, the other male hadn't had time to react when it suddenly heard the snap of severing ropes. Immediately after, innumerable tree trunks shot upward from below, aimed at that hound. The scene before its eyes turned its fur white with fear. No longer tracking, now it had to run to survive. Thinking this, the long-coated hound bolted out of the danger zone. There are no trees there, it's got to be safe. The hound thought happily when it spotted an open patch ahead. There it panted, trying to catch its breath, but unlucky for it, everything had been arranged in advance and was waiting for it to run into this spot. Surrounding it were countless stones carved with ancient runes. This was certainly a trap, but sadly it failed to notice in time. Then all the runes suddenly lit up, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted within the forest. By the time the two-headed Tranchen reached the spot, the surroundings had become a sea of fire. Along with the charred corpse of the long-coated hound, it had lost a loyal subordinate. The tyrant's enraged howl echoed throughout the forest, but because of that sound, it didn't hear the snapping of the ropes. And once again, countless sharpened stakes shot toward the Tranchen. This time the logs were blazing fiercely to increase the damage, but those wooden stakes still couldn't trouble the Tranchen. With a single swing of its club, it knocked away all the stakes heading its way. A common trap couldn't touch that tyrant. He truly was the ruler of the forest, but he had no idea that now the hunt was only beginning. The forest's ruler, the two-headed Tranchen, was also a natural hunter. The first head had sharp vision while the second had an excellent nose, and together they hunted the long-coated hound's attackers with ease. If anything was odd, it was that way too many traces were left behind. This bastard couldn't even conceal his footprints or scent carefully. It's surprising the long-coated hounds lost to someone like him. But contrary to expectations, on the first day the Tranchen couldn't find his prey. Though the tracks remained, no matter how far the Tranchen chased them, he couldn't find that guy. Even when he felt he was close, he still couldn't catch him. And while camping, after pushing aside his unease, he was ambushed. At that moment, a rune-carved stone was hurled into the air, and immediately after, countless jagged ice blocks flew down below. An unexpected strike that, if one of the heads failed to notice, would have awakened its second head with a hail of ice from the sky. So it only needed to wildly swing its club to fend off that assault, resulting in the Tranchen being grazed by a few shards. That was the attack's sole purpose. But the strikes didn't stop whenever it was about to sleep. Hailstones kept pelting. After several times it tried to ignore them since they didn't hurt much, until fiery stones came flying and ignited. Despite chasing until dawn and the chaos it caused, the prey continued to leave only vague traces and never revealed itself. 3 days passed like that, and by then the Transient's body was covered in scars. Finally it realized it was being hunted, when it understood the hunting order had been reversed, and that it wasn't the hunter but the hunted. Sorrow and fury filled it. Then the source of that fury finally appeared, when a voice sounded behind it. "Hello, how do you like all my efforts to catch you? It's time to end this," Corin said, yawning. When the Transient saw him, it almost went mad. Then it let out a thunderous roar and charged at Corin like a tank. But Corin opposite showed no fear at all and lunged forward to engage in close combat immediately. And just as he was about to enter the Transient's attack range, Corin leapt high into the air and spun the spear in his hand. He jumped at the moment the prey came down. It would use the 2-meter birch club to knock that small body away, the Transient thought as it began to swing. Its intention made perfect sense, but unfortunately for it, its opponent was Corin. Because right now, while he was still suspended in midair, he had already gripped his spear and unleashed his ultimate technique, Yizai Mu Shan, second form, red thrust. At that moment Corin forcefully hurled the spear forward. The flying spear moved faster than an arrow, catching the Transient off guard and too late to dodge, and the spear pierced straight through the Transient's body, instantly severing part of it. The agony of having part of its body destroyed made both heads scream in pain, but before it could think much, the small figure opposite readied another attack. "Bagua Hun Yuan Zhang," Corin murmured, then immediately struck the Transient in the belly with a palm strike. The blow was so powerful that a shockwave could be seen erupting from the creature's back. This was the finishing blow. The Transient collapsed instantly. So the tyrant who once ruled the forest had been hunted down by a human. Turning to Corin, he picked up his spear, yawned a short, tired yawn and spoke gently. "All that effort building inner power and I didn't even need to use it. Well, the Transient's done wonder if Mariette's okay," he muttered. This goes back 3 days earlier, when our protagonist went to see Mariette to ask her for a favor, how much she trusted him. Mariette, listening, was a little puzzled, then immediately said, "Even if you tell me you're making kimchi out of potatoes, I'd believe you." "I can do that," Corin replied calmly and moved on to the main point. "Anyway, if you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me?" His serious tone made Mariette startle so hard she squeezed the blood pouch in her hand. "Go far together, all the way." "Yes, all the way to the end," she hiccuped, embarrassed. Corin hurriedly handed her a cloth and explained, "I have a plan and I need you, Mariette." "Understood, so you need me for your plan." "I'll explain the plan starting tomorrow, Mariette," he said. But as soon as he reached that line, Mariette's expression suddenly turned cold and she asked, "Cor, this is our plan, why is that girl involved? What did you say?" Cut to the bathhouse scene. Though a seasoned guardian and an unusual vampire who'd endured a turbulent youth, at heart she was still a girl. Locke's careless choice of words had stirred her heart. But the matter was bigger than she thought, Mariette muttered as she replayed Corin's words. Mariette was not foolish. The young man always planned a step ahead and reacted in time before things unfolded. Whether he saved her or helped Alicia Arden, she was grateful for his devotion. But how much did that young man truly know, and how far would he go? She could only question herself. Having fallen into love, she was somewhat blind and, once again, chose to heed the call of unrequited love. Speaking of the Merkaba Academy, the reason mages want to become professors here isn't just the Merkaba Grand Library's vast collection, but also the huge research building at the far west of the academy, and the finest materials mages dream of are housed there. Inside is sealed a special monster that cannot be killed and could be bound. Standing beside the giant creature were 2 professors. "Oh, what a magnificent boar," Firmak said in surprise. The female professor next to him asked curiously, "You've seen it in textbooks before, right, Professor Firmak? This boar devours ore and the forest origin, now it's confined here." "Professor Dana, this study is based on the alpha traits of that special entity, right?" Firmak asked, and Dana smiled and replied, "I want to write a thesis on the influence of special demon clans on lower-ranked entities, and how the source of magical chi affects our human world. So I just need to graft the rune onto this special monster." "Yes, exactly. Fortunately, Professor Firmak is here. Nowadays few mages are fluent in ancient runes." Firmak agreed. Ancient runes are hard to comprehend because they've existed so long, and they're difficult to use effectively in real combat. Dana, listening, added that for someone with as much magic as she has, This task would be manageable. Wait, who are you talking about? Firmak asked in surprise. Professor Dana turned and explained, you know, there are even more special creatures inside our academy. I didn't expect a special vampire to volunteer to assist my experiments. Would calling her that offend you? No, it's fine, Mariette smiled. What you said isn't wrong, so there's no problem. And now the encounter between two special subjects, the meeting of Chapter 1 boss, Mariette Dunilliff, and Chapter 2 boss, the King of the Iron Mine began. Back to Corin. The evil spirit quest he took on was the Haunted House mission. It's a simple side quest selectable in Semester 2 of the original game, but to defeat a rank 1 spirit haunting the house you must dodge attacks from countless household objects, find the mysterious magic circle in the basement, and destroy it. The mission's difficulty far exceeds its outward simplicity. Veteran players call it the Haunted House, a test to prove you're experienced. Normally I can't sense spirits, but this time was an exception. Duke Sebancia, the one who possessed Lark, or the spirits that inhabited the magical tools in the lab when a house is successfully possessed, a seismic phenomenon occurs, meaning we can use physical force on everything inside. You can't just ignore them with religious rules, so play to your fullest. Okay, jump up and strike here. Then pull out the spear slice off the shaft and the tip to disconnect them easily. Do a dodge jump. Now point the spear forward and thrust through the window, so shards of glass scatter toward you. Then evade them by sliding and head for the door. Once inside the house, slash the clock on the left and perform 3 jumping slashes. Next, destroy the nails shot from the staircase without looking up. Keep moving forward. If you step on the middle of the rug once, in the basement, next to the magic circle is a table. When it flies at you, simply cut it in half and shatter it into 2 pieces. Then claw apart the magic circle to weaken its spiritual power. Next there will be a candle on the right. Kick it and use the spear, Kenas plus fire Hagalaz. Now go up to the upper window and boom, a painting will fly at you. But when you open your eyes in terror, change your expression to friendly and sprint upstairs. Once you're up, tables will fly at you randomly, so be ready to dodge them. After that, a wall will appear you can't move, and then plates will inflict a tetanus-like debuff on you. And after dealing with all that, no more furniture will fly at you. When you open your eyes, you'll wonder what the hell just happened and be stunned. All the inscribed magical runes will activate at once. They're fire runes, and once triggered the house will set itself ablaze, and you can leave the house. A real man will turn his back on the explosion. That's what you have to do. Pretty easy, right? 30 seconds, extremely simple, Corin said confident. Meanwhile, Professor Heyman and his companions gaped at his performance. It's a challenge even rank 2 mages can't handle. How did he do that? What was he muttering just now? Someone shouted. Turning to Corin, he was still grinning like he'd hit the jackpot. This was the final tactic the legendary streamer used to shake Korea's streaming scene and leave behind that expertise. Then Professor Heyman patted Corin's shoulder and said, "Congratulations. Truly, you've certainly been recognized as a semi-rank 1. There's a nearby port city called Sar with a great restaurant. Let's go eat together." Corin, hearing that, remembered something and asked, if it's Sar, do they sell raw fish there? That's also why I chose to raid the evil spirits in this area, Corin thought to himself. Across from them, Professor Heyman slung an arm around Corin's shoulders and pulled him along. Oh, you know that place. You like fresh seafood, right? I love it, Corin replied. Great, I'll show you an amazing place for raw fish, the professor said cheerfully. He didn't notice that Corin was glancing back at someone behind them. Following his gaze, behind the tree Diaku was half hidden. Good, he's tailing us too. But why is he following Corin? 88 years earlier, in the far north of the continent on the Peninsula, though it was a bitterly cold land, it buried an immense wealth of natural resources beneath the ice. The ice mountains contained such vast ore deposits that people called them the Iron Mountain. Yet the pioneer miners who ventured to the far north, searching for iron and gold, witnessed something unbelievable. A colossal boar was devouring iron, or a monster that swallowed everything. The demon beast of the Dingle Peninsula, the Iron Mountain King. This was the first time anyone had seen. Cut to Alicia, who was now rushing off somewhere. If I fall asleep again today, I'm doomed. He said the 4th floor lab, right? I can't be late, that's what Corin told me. A few days earlier in a lab, Alicia had come to see Mariette at her request. Ah, so it's you, little Arden, you scared me, Mariette said. Alicia scratched her head. Sorry, you seem focused on experiments. Is it important? Oh, it's fine. I'm just testing something during the break, Mariette replied. Alicia then asked, but why did you call me here? Diaku said he came because you asked him to, Alicia added. Yes, Corin asked me to explain things to him now, Mariette said. Corin asked, she said with curiosity. Anyway, do you want to try this before we start? Mariette said, presenting a vial which surprised Alicia. Is that a restorative? You could say that. If it's good for your body, of course, Alicia said, gulping the vial down, prompting Mariette to warn hurriedly, it's hot, slow down, I need to check its safety. Sorry, what did you say? Safety, Alicia asked. At that, Alicia started coughing violently, which terrified Mariette. What's wrong? She asked anxiously. But moments later, Alicia broke into a satisfied grin. So good tastes homemade, I told you. Really? Oh, that's a relief, Mariette sighed. She then took out a notebook and recorded the details. Taste good, safe, non-toxic. Back to Alicia. She asked again, so what does Corin want you to explain? Mariette closed the notebook and said, okay, I'll tell you now. Corin asked me to explain the story that's about to unfold. The king of the Iron Mountain, the demon sealed in the lab. The Iron Mountain King. Returning to the present, Alicia hurried to the lab. She didn't know why Corin had called her, but she needed to get there quickly. Cut to the 4th floor lab basement. Dana asked the student before her, Mariette, do you think a monster differs from a special demon? Mariette pondered and said, they're very powerful. Power is obvious among special entities. One of the strongest abilities is the power of domination. The power of domination. Yes, some demons emit an energy different from ordinary demons. In theory, they're called alpha entities. And unlike normal demons, they're stronger and wield control. These alpha entities can easily control lesser ones, though that domination doesn't work on other species of demon. Mariette chimed in. But with special demons, it does work. Special demons can control demons weaker than them. Exactly, you've seen this before, right? Mariette remembered fleeing the hunting ground, driven mad by thirst. She had commanded other monsters to offer their blood to her. Thinking of that, Mariette realized a difference and said, but Professor, on reflection, it's a little different from domination back then. Instead of controlling their minds, I used their fear. Professor Dana heard this and slowly explained, it depends on your species, Mariette. There are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and half-humans. Those are the 3 basic categories, but the influence of the alpha trait varies. For example, she said, waiting for Mariette's question. The vampire girl stroked her chin and said, so does that mean I could command other half-humans? We need to investigate further, but I don't think it's likely half-humans have intelligence higher than monsters, so that kind of domination probably won't affect them. The theory is settled, then let's start practicing. Everyone bring out the fang beasts, she said, clapping to signal. Immediately afterward, her assistants rolled the cages toward them one by one. Seeing the test subjects brought out in full, Dana continued. The purpose of this experiment is to test the range of the alpha trait in special monsters. If you can freely use this trait, then in theory humans could control most monsters and evil spirits. Mariette pondered the professor's words. This was a bigger experiment than she had thought, and it satisfied her curiosity as a mage. If successful, humanity could proactively counter the demon threat. Just as she thought this, Professor Dana suddenly leaned close and cheerfully said, oh, by the way, you succeeded in creating that tasty restorative, right? The one you asked me about before. Yes, thanks to you, it tastes great. What a relief, Mariette replied. Haha, sorry, I'm just a bit curious, Dana said with a smile. Then she looked toward the cages and said, all right, Mariette, try to dominate the Langthai. From everyone's view, the cage held a wild boar. Mariette's eyes lit up, and she coldly commanded, come here. At her words, the boar's eyes glowed the same red, and they slowly stepped out of the cage. Stop, Mariette ordered again, and the boars froze immediately. Okay, now lie down. And at Mariette's command, the boars began to roll over, which left Mariette a bit embarrassed. What the hell are you doing? I told you to lie down, why won't you obey me? She said this as she looked to Professor Dana, who immediately offered her hypothesis. She suspected it was a limitation in communication between half-humans and monsters, since low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand Mariette's order. Let's test the difference with same-species beasts. Professor Fermac, release the seal on the king, Dana said. Understood, Fermac replied calmly. He then approached the massive body of the Iron Mountain King and began drawing runes on it, the expulsion runes. First, I'll release the first seal, he said. As soon as the unsealing was complete, the enormous boar let out a crazed, furious roar, and it began to command the smaller boars below. Protection circles 1, 3, and 7 are activated. Reinforce the chains on seals 4 and 6. Someone shouted. Meanwhile, the Iron Mountain King continued to howl, and increased its domination over the piglets below. And then it officially seized control of those boar and sent them charging to attack Mariette and Dana in front. "Stop," Mariette shouted, and she swatted the attacking boar with her hand. Professor Dana beside her guessed aloud, "Is it because they're all wild boars? They lose control too easily." "Fortunately, you can still control them easily," Mariette said with a smile. But not even a few seconds later, an explosion suddenly rocked the lab, and an alarm announced, "Emergency! Emergency monster in cage A107 has escaped." Professor Dana panicked and said, "What cage A107? No." As she turned around and in her line of sight, the creature that had broken loose was a manticore. The upper body of a monkey, the head of a lion, the lower body a serpent, and it was charging straight at Mariette. But unfortunately it picked the wrong opponent, because Mariette immediately used blood wounds to summon countless spears hovering in the air, and fired them at the manticore. Sadly, the beast seemed blessed by its ancestors. By twisting its body miraculously, it dodged every spear aimed at it. Mariette clicked her tongue. "Too slow, Diaku." But as she spoke, Professor Fermac's voice rang out beside her, "Conserve your strength." He then launched a cannon-like punch straight into the creature's snout, making it reel. Then he gathered energy into his left arm and delivered a spiraling destruction strike to the manticore that sent it flying like a cannonball backward. But even that didn't make Fermac feel relieved. He said seriously, "Professor Dana, something's wrong." According to his observation, all the monsters began to scream in horrific unison. An assistant then rushed to Dana and reported, "Professor, this is strange. The monsters are escaping their cages and ramming themselves into the beams. You need to evacuate now." Dana, however, barely reacted. She was focused on the screen, frantically hitting buttons. "Manual operation Z17, activate large anti-monster circle and sealing magic. I'll reseal the Iron Mountain King, activate sealing protocol." "All right, we may lose some research, but safety is our priority." "I can do this," Dana said through gritted teeth. But bad news kept coming in. "This is Team 2, our magic circle won't activate. The sealing magic circles are down too, damn it. Someone's destroyed the sealing circle." Before she could get properly angry, the sound of chains snapping rang out and grabbed her attention. In the stunned eyes of the female professor, the massive Iron Mountain King boar had finally broken free from its seals. At the same time, in the port city of Sar, Master Heyman had dragged Corin to a bar. "It'd be perfect if we had another drink. I'm out of dipping sauce," Corin said happily. And Professor Heyman laughed, "Ha ha, kid, you really know food." Looking at the lavish spread before him, Corin thought about why he was enjoying such a midday feast. Master Heyman had brought him to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate his recommendation for a higher rank. He grinned mischievously and suggested, "Ha ha, shall we order a bottle of rice wine?" "Kid, you're still a student and I'm your trainer," Heyman refused. That didn't dampen Corin's spirit. "I'm Corin Locke, still a first-year student and technically a minor, so I rarely get chances to drink. I don't get why these taverns are so strict about ID checks. This odd blend of medieval and early modern rules sure has some amusing law. Do you know the sorrow of not being able to have fried chicken and beer at the best fast food place right now? Ironically, I, coming from a country that tops daily alcohol consumption, can't drink." Thinking that, he decided to start performing to persuade the master before him. "Coach, in the East they have a saying that alcohol is something you must learn from your elders. I want you to be the one to teach me about drinking, coach," he said with a face full of sincerity. And it immediately touched Master Heyman's heart, who would have thought the kid would look at him with such care and admiration. It clearly wasn't just a craving for alcohol. He genuinely wanted to talk with. Without hesitation, the gullible Heyman popped a bottle and poured for Corin, making him ecstatic. "He's fallen for it," he thought to himself. But just as Corin was rejoicing at the prospect of tasting it, Diaku's bark suddenly rang out and startled him. "Wait, what's that sound?" Even Master Heyman beside him heard Diaku and grew curious. "What's that? Where's the dog barking coming from? Did someone bring a dog?" Corin trembled with excitement. "Why now of all times? I've waited years to drink," he cried as tears formed, while Diaku kept barking. Back at the experiment ring, Fermac, realizing things were going wrong, hurriedly told Mariette, "Damn it, we have to stop it, Mariette." "Yes," Mariette replied quickly. Then she used her magic to form a massive ice spear. This was the crystal spear spell, and as soon as the spell completed, she hurled it straight at the Iron Mountain King. But Mariette was astonished at the sight. The crystal spear shattered on impact, she thought as she watched the spear fragments crumble against the boar. Strange, did it only deal that little damage? She wondered. At least it created an opening for Fermac to strike. "Good job. "I'll handle the rest," he shouted as he began focusing power into his right fist. Then Fermac launched a single 1,000 mountain punch straight at the boar. But the result wasn't much different from Mariette's attack. "I couldn't feel that punch doing any real force," he muttered, saying as he stared at the mountain-sized boar. "It's true the hide and fat on this pig are too tough. My punches won't do it." At that moment, it seemed their attack had enraged the boar. Its tusks glowed a golden light, and lightning scattered wild. Below, Professor Fermac broke into a sweat attack runes. Impossible. But before he could think further, the professor was struck by the boar and sent rocketing backward like a missile. The blow left the professor with eyes wide and immediately removed his ability to fight. At the same time, Professor Dana cried out in alarm, "No, the wall's been breached. The defense system will fail." And just as she feared, the monsters confined inside each cage began to break the bars in front of them now that they had lost their defensive magic. "Alert! Alert! The entire dining area above the Iron Mountain King's cage has been released," the announcement blared. And at that moment, all the experimental monsters escaped their cages. Their escape also triggered the lab's defense systems. Emergency Guardian launch code activated, red alarm code engaged, evacuate all staff and teams. Security activate all defensive magic circle and deploy the spirit golems to the scene immediately. Activate the golem teams. Initiate the containment systems. Do not let the monsters escape the lab. With that, the warrior golem squad sent in began engaging the ferocious creatures. But it seemed to do little good, because all the golems were being overwhelmed by two level 1 beasts. The first was a venom dragon, a rank 1 demonic beast. The second was the Heron King, a rank 1 demonic beast, and led by those two massive monsters. The deployed golems were destroyed shortly after. Support requesting emergency assistance. We can't stop higher tier monsters without the magic circles. On this side, Professor Dana panicked. "No, if they break out of the academy, it's going to be disastrous. Permit wide area paralysis fire to incapacitate monsters continuously." And immediately countless bolts of lightning struck down from the ceiling toward the monster. But one horned beast managed to avoid the attack range and charged straight at the female professor, making her scream in terror. Just as she thought she was done for, a few swords flew in from afar and struck the horned monster, preventing it from taking shape, and a voice rang out. "The master's prediction, it's getting scarier by the day." Hearing that, Professor Dana hurriedly turned toward the sound and shouted in surprise, "Dren, what are you doing here?" "I'm out here getting real combat experience," Dren replied calmly. Then he also controlled his sword and sent them charging to attack the worthless monsters in front of him. Across from him, the Heron King took notice of his action and immediately gathered a large flame in its mouth and breathed like a flamethrower. The blast shattered the lab floor into many pieces, but it didn't realize that its attack was helping someone nearby, someone well-versed in golem magic, who was using the debris to forge a golem. With the sound of the pieces clattering, chunks of earth and stone began to come together and slowly form a massive body. In seconds, a giant stone warrior appeared before everyone. A fortress golem, a scrap golem, and its master was none other than the golem engineer Cranel, who shouted with joy, "Great, I've got full control of it now. It actually works. The technique you taught me really functions." A few days earlier he'd said stamina was the key to upgrading his power, and had forced me to train rigorously in the combat hall. Then he taught me a few golem control techniques he said he'd read in the library, and the price for passing them on was that I had to come on today's field trip. While the general was still reminiscing, his golem was being pushed back by the Heron King. With a single sweep it sent the golem's stone pieces tumbling down. "No, we're being pushed back. Is it because that rank 1 beast is too strong?" Cranel cried in alarm, but almost immediately, the golem became enveloped in winding roots, which visibly helped the golem recover. Root support, wooden reinforcement, a scrap wooden golem. And the one who aided the golem was Avenlowen's cleric, Yule. "How did he know this would happen and teach me such an effective method?" Yule muttered. Meanwhile, Cranel had to clap in praise. "You timed that attack perfectly." Turning to Professor Dana, she noticed the venom dragon charging upward and hurriedly said, "Ah, venom dragon's heading for the 3rd tier." And the moment she spoke, Alicia sprang from somewhere and slashed it countless times across its body. As a result, the monster lost its momentum and fell straight down. "Phew, have we taken it out?" she exhaled and asked. Meanwhile, her arrival only heightened the female professor's astonishment. What perfect timing. She hadn't expected the students here to be at least rank 2 knights or mages. "I've never been this grateful to students," she thought. Then she finally noticed something odd and said in surprise, Wait, why are all of you in the laboratory right now? On a field trip, everyone answered in unison. And of course, all of this had been arranged in advance by Corin. At the same time, Mariette began using her blood domain power to envelop the Iron Mountain King and temporarily trap it within. Good thing we prepared the magic barrier like Corin said. Now, it can't burrow underground and escape, Mariette said with relief. Immediately after, she used her ice magic to summon countless ice pillars that thrust toward the warthog. But it didn't seem very effective. The Iron Mountain King was still smiling down below. Nearby, the research staff turned pale at the sight. What the hell? Don't let your guard down. It has many different attack methods, Mariette urged. Back at the Golem's battle with the Heron King, unlike an ordinary demonic beast, the Heron King is a rank 1 monstrosity, like something out of a monster movie. Just moving that enormous body was already causing massive damage. Damn, it only moving is enough to blow everything apart, Drin shouted. At the same time, Engineer Cranel, piloting the golem from inside, called back to Yule behind him. Yule, support me more. Do you really want me to? Yule said anxiously, though she began casting her magic. The spirit golem's body had been shattered by the rank 1 monster's attack, but I rejoined its joints using the golem magic technique Corin taught. While she was still lost in thought, Cranel had his golem land a punch on the massive monster in front, jerking its head sharply back. But immediately, the Heron King countered the claws, emitted a burst of light, and swiped at the golem. Yule's support magic made the golem stronger against the monster, but it still wasn't enough. Thinking that, Cranel shouted, according to the plan, Yule buffed the golem's punch. Will that be enough? Mariette asked worriedly. Cranel hurried to explain. We'll detonate all 5 spirit bombs absorbed in the golem at once to unleash a massive magical blast at the monster. Legendary hero Ahan, the pair of trainees handling the large number of lab monsters. Systems check golem balance control. Operation check mana amplification technique. Operation check targeting radar engaged. Equipped with a natural wooden fist weapon, the spirit bomb explosion will be enhanced. All systems stabilized. You're in control. Hearing this, Cranel yelled like a madman, which made Yule behind him a little frightened. Move forward. He said that as he slammed the cracked button in front of him. Immediately after, the scrap wooden golem assumed its ultimate form, an elbow missile, and delivered a crushing blow to the Heron King ahead. This was the moment that thrilled veteran players. The dream lineup of legendary hero Ahan. Good job, Black Mud Warrior. Cranel roared with joy while Yule looked at him as if he were ridiculous. When did he name it that? She wondered. As for Corin, the reason he chose the port city far from the lab was intentional. He picked this mission because there's a special church here. At this moment, Corin had already arrived in front of the church. Hello, a voice called from inside after Corin rang the bell, and then a nun stepped out. When he saw her, he smiled and introduced himself. I'm an academy student sent out on assignment. Because of the mission, I can't attend the service. May I use the poet's prayer room? Oh my, a guard. Of course, she said cheerfully. After that, Corin was granted permission to use the prayer room, and sitting before the crucifix he murmured, if I remember correctly, this is the seal. Due to an arising situation, I hope you can arrive as quickly as possible, Corin said as he performed something on the crucifix. Immediately after, a spatial gate appeared behind him, which surprised our protagonist. Ah, your response was as fast as I expected. And right after he spoke, a magic sword was placed at his throat, accompanied by a threatening voice. Corin, how did you know about the seal? You should answer honestly. The voice belonged to Professor Josephine. Somehow Corin had successfully sent her a signal and made her rush here immediately. You must have a lot of questions for me. But now is not the time, at least not yet, because there's still a lot to do. He thought to himself, then said calmly, first we have to handle the emergency. Back in the lab, after witnessing Cranel's scrap golem feeding King Heron, Alicia's eyes widened. What is this? I've never seen it before, she said in surprise. But at that moment the poisonous dragon beside her woke up, let out a roar, and lunged straight at her. Alicia quickly focused. Now's not the time to look away. I need to deal with the monsters around me first. I have to face it alone, but Senior Mariette told me. Oh, Corin also told me to tell you this. You're not allowed to use it. That domain cleaver, don't use the domain cleaver. Corin must have seen the potential power inside me, but can I really do what he expects? Alicia thought as she began dodging the attacks from the poisonous dragon. Then Alicia suddenly heard cracking noises that made her curious. What's that sound? She said as she hurriedly turned to look. The cracking was the sound of the blood pit imprisoning the Iron Mountain King splitting apart. And right after that, It shattered into pieces before everyone's stunned eye, and the owner of the pit, Mariette, was blown out as well. Her condition didn't look very good. Just as Corin had said, "I probably can't defeat this demon beast," she muttered. The Iron Mountain King. It immediately transforms into a legendary demonic monster after absorbing all the arcane iron from the mine. Ancient texts say this grants extreme resistance to physical and magical attack. That's why countless heroes died and failed to slay the beast, forcing it to be sealed here. But even so, I won't give up, Mariette thought. Then she opened many bleeding wounds and charged to attack again. Her reckless, fearless stance surprised Alicia behind her, and taking advantage of the moment, Donglong also surged forward to attack her from behind. "I can't fail either," Alicia told herself, and prepared to fight to the death with the giant serpent. Meanwhile, Professor Dana of the magic department stood agape, unsure what to do as she watched, as Mariette used alchemical magic snowflowers to assault the Iron Mountain King. But it didn't deal much damage. On one side stood the Iron Spring King, a true legendary monster, and on the other was the high-ranking vampire, Mariette Dunlop. Though Mariette was struggling, she still managed to maneuver and fight the demon beast. This battle would only be feasible if she were an ace. Professor Dana realized she was witnessing a moment that might one day enter history, unable to hide her astonishment and fear. Back in Mariette's fight, the Iron Mountain King charged at her like an unstoppable tank. Mariette gritted her teeth and formed countless ice shard spears that shot straight forward. But with its absurd magic resistance, her attacks were essentially useless against the hulking beast. They couldn't even leave a scratch on the boar-like creature's face. Seeing that the Iron Mountain King was nearly on top of her, Mariette immediately deployed multi-layer shield's blood barrier jade formation to erect a crystal wall to stop the boar. But it wasn't strong or rigid enough. With a single direct ram, it shattered the wall and charged at Mariette. The students fought desperately to prevent the demon beast from escaping the lab, but everyone could feel failure looming, since the only person capable of stopping the monster was about to fall. And at that moment, the Iron Mountain King slammed forward and caused a sizable explosion. Then, when the dust settled, it was slightly stunned to find Mariette's small figure nowhere to be seen. Our potato senior was at that moment lying in Diaku's arms. Diaku, so where was? "Oh, so she's back," Mariette said happily. Meanwhile, beside her, Alicia was also struggling to fight the poisonous drake. "This is bad. I'm not allowed to use the domain cleaver, so how can I beat it? What would Corin do?" Alicia ground her teeth in thought, and the huge serpent once again opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow her whole. "Right, if I were Corin there be no other choice," she told herself. Then she gripped her sword tightly and lightly leaped to the side to dodge the recent strike. "Basically, as I know dodge and slash, clear away all fanciful, fearful thoughts and act," she thought. The candy-loving girl launched a flurry of slashes, carving countless cuts across the serpent's body and making it scream in agony. This was Arden's first sword technique, Ascension, and after that assault the top-ranked Drake collapsed immediately, its condition uncertain. "What the ha-ha, I did it anyway. I managed to take it down without using the domain cleaver," Alicia said cheerfully. Then right after, a familiar voice sounded behind her, making her spin around. "Yes, well done. Everyone did great." The voice belonged to Corin, who had just stepped out of the space gate. Meanwhile, nearby, the Cranel and Yule team had also succeeded in taking down King Heron. "We won. I beat it. I don't need Corin. I don't need friends. I only need the Luden warrior," Cranel shouted like a madman, and his arrogance prompted Yule to ask, "Isn't it because you befriended Corin that you could create the Luden warrior?" Turning to Corin, he glanced at Heron and said, "So King Heron, been roasted. Where's the poisonous drake? Why is Alicia bleeding so much?" "I thought you weren't coming," Alicia said anxiously. "Report where's the demon beast." Mariette is still trying to hold it back. I need to go help her right away." "Oh, is that so?" Corin said calmly. At that moment, Professor Josephine from the rear also spoke up. "What's the plan, Corin Locke? You brought her from the church all the way here. You must have thought of something." Corin smiled and said, "Of course, just help me catch the demon beast." "Huh, but there are so many monsters here besides the demon beast." "Don't worry," Corin said as he bit the spearhead into the ground, and a wave of energy began to emit from the spear's tip. Something Corin said would definitely happen here, as he explained the plan to Mariette. The boar-like lab monsters inscribed with ancient runes would be hard for Mariette to control, but after luring them to consume all the rune-etched slabs Mariette had prepared, then by activating the runes' resonance ability it would trigger explosions, thereby wiping out the entire pack of boar monsters. As for me, with the silver spear inlaid with primordial rune stones, Given enough time, this will be the main weapon to defeat the lab monsters. Corin thought to himself, then shouted and charged forward. Come on, Alicia. Ah yes, Alicia said hurriedly and gave chase immediately. Right now, among the mid-tier monsters that could survive the runestone resonance explosions, about 30 elite monsters remained, with the Iron Mountain King as their leader. Don't worry, Corin muttered, then called to Drin beside him. Drin, come here. You finally made it, Drin replied calmly. Then Corin also told the top formation, the Dream Team, stop clowning around and come help me. Huh, I don't need you, Cranel grumbled but was immediately rebuked by Yule. Are you out of your mind? Let's go. And what do you mean, Dream Team? Saying that, the two went down to join the others. All the main characters of the heroic legend were gathered here. These would be the heroes who save the world in the future. Then our protagonist looked at Mariette and asked, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, she replied. Then let's start again. Launch a counterattack and take it down, Corin said confident. Corin stared at the Iron Mountain King and thought, this squad is not only flashy but also smooth. Yet the reason the team members can't be confident is because their opponent is a giant demonic beast. The Iron Mountain King, ruler of the Iron Mountain, uncontrollable and undefeated, crushing everything without submission, ruthless and merciless. It will devour anything in its path. And while the protagonists were still hesitating, the Iron Mountain King launched an attack and charged forward like a bulldozer. Mariette saw this and urgently shouted a warning to everyone. Scatter now. That's entirely reasonable advice from someone who's faced it head-on, but unfortunately the engineer Cranel didn't heed it. The victory of his golem over King Heron had made him overly arrogant, so when he saw the boar charge, he directed his scrapwood golem to intercept Luden Warrior. Advance, he yelled, gripping the controls and pushing forward. Corin below couldn't help but snap angrily. Hey you blockhead, we can't go head-on. What the hell is wrong with this warrior? Is a fortress golem, Cranel shouted as he kept charging forward. He activated his King Heron combo, Spirit Bomb X7, an empowered explosion, an airborne knee strike, and simultaneously used a series of techniques that began to trigger at once and targeted the Iron Mountain King, which sounded cool. But facing such a terrifying monster, it did nothing. The huge boar simply rammed forward and knocked the golem flying aside, and the delusional Cranel began to cry, ah my Luden warrior, you blockhead. Fine then Cranel, go all out attacking that demon. Everyone fall back. Yule, create a tree to hold it in one direction, Corin shouted from below. Your Luden warrior can't lose, Cranel wailed, and Yule from behind angrily muttered a few words. Tusk, change of wind like daytime already, she said as she began to cast her magic. Then immediately, a magic circle appeared at the Iron Mountain King's feet, and from within it, countless large branches sprouted, wrapping tightly around its body and lifting it into the air. Success, Yule cried. But unfortunately it had no effect, because at that moment the Iron Mountain King used the primordial rune. Its fur turned red, and Yule's branches were shattered at once. This left Cranel and Yule inside the golem, astonished. What the how is it so strong? Looking down, when Corin saw the massive boar break free from the roots, he hurriedly told Drin beside him, Drin, go around and attack it from behind. Use those magic swords. Got it, Drin said, then accelerated to circle toward the Iron Mountain King's back. As expected, his commander was a strategist with perfect timing to minimize casualties, so there was no reason the mercs wouldn't follow orders. Thinking that, Corin began directing the two swords, the Fire Sword and the Thunder Sword, to strike. My other weapon was enhanced by the finest magic stone, which I obtained after defeating Mariette in her vampire form. But this Iron Mountain King now has a different power, so it will be quite hard to handle, he muttered as he aimed his two swords at the red boar's face. And before his strike, the boar once again used its primordial rune, and immediately its fur shifted to blue. And Drin's two swords were knocked away the moment they struck that massive body. What how? It's not hurt at all, Drin said in astonishment at the sight before him. Meanwhile, Mariette beside them realized something and shouted to Corin, yeah, I know Diaku. Hearing that, Diaku leaped violently and launched a punch straight at the boar's snout. And that blow actually worked. His fist sent the boar flipping backward. It worked, someone shouted in surprise. Corin took the chance to brief them. To hurt the Iron Mountain King, we need to separate physical and magical attacks. It's a pretty common tactic. This is about the primordial rune Bazai. Kenthine Heaven, a place that exists yet becomes void. Through the primordial rune, the Iron Mountain King gains perfect strength and defense. It resists physical attacks with the red aura, and resists magical attacks with the blue. It alternates its fur color to counter, whatever type of damage is being dealt to it. With that, Corin urgently issued orders. Cranel and Yule, try to hold it. If it breaks free, latch onto it again. Dren, attack at mid-range. Alicia and I will wait in the rear. Mariette pointed at herself and asked Corin, what about me? Leave the strikes to Diaku, Mariette. Just move on my command, he replied. Don't overthink it, this has to be a quick fight. It can't drag on, he said. Play all our trump cards and we'll win, he told them confidently. This youth was sure he would deliver victory against a legend. Across from them, the Iron Mountain King let out unintelligible roars and lunged to attack. Seeing this, Corin shouted, Cranel, Yule. They immediately charged to stop the boar. Cranel directed his golem to leap onto its back from above, while the cleric Yule used her magic to grow roots to bind it. That way, they temporarily restrained it in a magic-resistant state, but only briefly. Then the Iron Mountain King switched to physical resistance, tossed the golem and the roots aside and broke free. It's loose, it's fast, someone shouted. Immediately after, Dren's fire sword and nurture sword charged at the boar, but it was astonishingly agile. It shifted its fur color again from red to blue, and successfully intercepted Dren's magic blade. Keep the same tactic, rush in and block it so it can't escape, someone shouted. At that call, Diaku rocketed forward like a cannonball and stomped on the boar's snout, while it was still restrained by the roots Yule had summoned. Cranel, seeing this, shouted happily, it's working. The strike was even more direct than last time. Even if it were him, that attack would. But his voice cut off mid-sentence, because from where he stood the fur color hadn't changed, the transformation had stopped. It was still red at the spot where Diaku had struck. It was a fake after showing that turning blue could resist magic. It used that trick to deceive Diaku, their most dangerous opponent. As for the Iron Mountain King, it now smiled in contempt at everyone below. Then it unleashed a colossal primordial rune that destroyed everything it touched. A beam of annihilation shot straight at Diaku and sent him flying. As a result of that strike, Diaku lost the ability to fight. From behind, Corin urgently called Mariette, withdraw him, then use blood spears to pin it down. Okay, she said calmly. Mariette then produced countless blood spears and fired them straight at the Iron Mountain King. Of course, the strike did no damage, while the boar was in its magic-resistant state. Their goal was only to temporarily stop its advance. I'll start too, Corin murmured. Then he leaped forward, to Mariette's astonishment. Hey, you Smurf, don't block this strike, whatever you do, Corin shouted as he vaulted high into the air, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. The incantation, Mushan symbol, one strike to kill. Crimson thrust, he poured all his strength into his arm and hurled the spearhead he held down toward the ground. It created a massive explosion that shattered the ground into fragments. Cranel and Yule gaped in shock. Amazing, what was that? Just throwing a spear caused that kind of shockwave. But unfortunately, Corin's spear throw missed. Damn, it was so close. Its reflexes are impressive. Corin grumbled, quickly retrieved his spear and said, Mariette, blood spears again. All right, Mariette hurriedly replied. Then countless blood spears flew straight at the boar. Corin's plan. If it used the blue aura to block magic, it couldn't block his physical spear strikes. Conversely, if it used the red aura to block physical damage, it couldn't stop the blood spears. This was combined physical and magical damage. How would it block consecutive blood spear strikes? Corin thought to himself, but the situation seemed to shift. Though they had it cornered, something changed. The boar in front let out a sly chuckle. Then, for some unknown reason, Corin was suddenly blasted backward, and Mariette's volley of spears aimed at it were all shattered. So you finally played that card to block both, Corin ground out. He gritted his teeth as he looked forward. Absolute defense against both physical and magical attacks, also known as the invulnerable metal body. In his view, the boar's entire body had turned a blazing gold. The king smiled with smug satisfaction. After all, it still had that secret trump card. The 5-minute limit of the invulnerable metal body made it unbeatable. No one could stand against the king once it entered that state. And after becoming invincible, it began to attack again. It's coming again, damn it, everyone run. For 5 minutes no attack will affect it, Corin yelled, warning everyone. But now there was a new problem. Dren worriedly said, Boss, that's impossible, there's nowhere left to run. Corin spun around, startled, and said in surprise, since when did the building's debris? It looked like the entire exit had been blocked by fallen rocks. Then Corin realized something and scowled at the Iron Mountain King. Damn it, that monster. The king grinned. To pin them in the corner, it had rammed that poor wall countless times. With no other choice, Cranel had to send his scrapwood golem to attack. Forward, Luden warrior, time for us to shine, he said as he commanded the golem to throw a punch forward. But the result was unsurprising. the stone golem was immediately slammed away. Even that giant couldn't stand up to it. At the rear, Mariette, seeing Cranel fail, hurriedly used alchemical magic blood ice to create a barrier wall. But the outcome was identical to Cranel's magic from a small half-human was useless. Now it was time for the king to break free from the prison that had contained Golden Aura, the final form of the Iron Mountain King, the demon of Dingle Peninsula, the 5-minute undefeated state of the final boss in Part 2. It was that horrifying moment that had driven countless players into despair. However, there was actually a hidden method here. "There's nothing left. Release the seal, Alicia," he said with a look. For some reason, Alicia had already closed in on the Iron Mountain King and was preparing to swing her blade. Physical and magical, this sword technique pierces through all defenses and deals 100% true damage. It was Arden's first sword technique, the most effective strike against legendary foes. Demon Slayer cut, domain cleave. At that moment, the king took a direct hit to the face. With that blow, Alicia successfully sent the boar flying far backward. While she was still dazed and trying to process what had happened, Corin behind her shouted excitedly, "While one Alicia is worth more than 10 people on the team." Alicia, flustered, replied, "What are you talking about? Is this okay? What if it moves again?" "No way, now it's Madam's time to shine," Corin said, looking ahead. Then, above them, a gigantic magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. From within that magic formation, countless chains descended and locked around the boar's snout and entire body. She had restored that massive circle in an instant. "No wonder, Professor Josephine," everyone said in amazement. As for Corin, he smiled in triumph. "Invulnerable metal body is strong, but once you break that defense, the monster can't use its primordial rune anymore." With that in mind, she said, "Senior Mariette, I'm ready." Mariette answered. Then she summoned a supreme blood spear above her head. Corin's group hurriedly scattered to avoid stray fire. "Professor Josephine, it's all thanks to you," someone said. Facing the beast, Mariette shouted, "I'll end this grand blood art flame spear." Saying that, she aimed her spell directly at the massive boar. The nightmare had existed for 80 years. The beast had slain countless heroes. When the demon of Dingle Peninsula was destroyed, the light that burst forth from its scattering body could not be ignored by any spear user. The origin, the 8 runes required to ascend to heaven, was left by the gods. No matter how great a power, it could not destroy those runes, though its primordial rune shell could be broken. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula chewed and absorbed a great many ancient rune stones. No one imagined they could defeat it and extract those rune stones, because the ancient runes grant their bearer near immortality. But now the demon beast seal had been removed, and it had been defeated, and the protective shell around the ancient runes inside it had shattered. So where did the exposed core runes go? The answer is simple. They wander until they find the nearest suitable shell to inhabit, and it had already found its destination. 10 years ago, he joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor. Because of this, the Iron Mountain King was defeated by the academy's students. The outcome was rather mild, though not what he wanted. It wasn't hard to understand, since it had been sealed in this prison for 80 years. So the king's strength naturally waned. Now all he needed was to leave the academy quietly, slip out through a secret passage, and vanish from the city. Then he could complete his mission with ease. But unfortunately, there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. When he stepped out of the corridor and went outside, someone was already waiting out there for him, as if they had known he would appear. And that person was the one who had defeated the vampire Mariette, and the great demon king of Tiantian heavy cavalry knight Corin Locke was blocking him. "How, senior brother Baltazar? Senior disciple Fermac?" "Senior disciple?" Fermac asked in puzzlement at Corin's words, and Corin began to explain. "Because you're the student of a disciple once expelled by my master, I'm your senior uncle. Address me as such." "Senior uncle, dream on," Fermac said coldly. Looking at Corin, he thought to himself that it seemed the man had finally realized his identity. Fermac had one thought after seeing Corin use spear techniques identical to his master's. The only person Fermac knew who had reached the Grand Master level with the 6 spear techniques was his master, the Spear King. Seeing the identical move, he likely assumed this man was another disciple of his master. "But I am actually a disciple of a master. He doesn't know it's where I infiltrated to carry out my mission. I had already guessed his intentions here. He must find my existence perplexing and suspicious. So the safest choice was to ignore me. I, who once fought Lunia Arden in the midterm trial and was sent to the city outskirts to be ranked. That was just an excuse for him to remove me from the plan to kill the Iron Mountain King and seized the origin rune. After that he succeeded in his plot and left the city. He naively thought that by removing me elsewhere the plan would go off without a hitch, but he couldn't have expected I'd use Professor Josephine's seal to instantly teleport back. Thinking of this, Corin said aloud, Professor Dana's experiment and Mariette's commotion must have worked in your favor. You were just waiting for that opportunity. The origin runes, you won't be taking them, Corin said confident. The moment he said that, Firmak's expression changed. How could a lowly student like you know this? Did Josephine tell you? No, impossible. Fine, so a petty student I ignored wants to block my plan by standing in my way. Very well. Then you are my enemy, he said, slipping on his rune gauntlets. Immediately he took a fighting stance and unleashed an extremely dangerous aura. And Corin knew this well. Firmak Damon was famed as the top knight on the continent. Moreover, he was the mastermind behind unsealing the Iron Mountain King, the final boss of Part 2, and later he would appear under the name Tianwang, one of the four kings. By then his power would rival Lunia Arden at her peak. If circumstances were favorable, he had the potential to reach the level of a top-tier master without much difficulty. Speaking of Firmak, when he saw Corin lost in thought he sneered, "An arrogant fellow with so little talent, what, you think you can fight me? I'll end this quickly." As he spoke, Firmak began to channel his dark energy, and a shadow behind him started to rise from the ground, forming an identical clone of him. But tinted purple, this was his signature shadow duplicate technique. Corin across from him wasn't unfamiliar with the move. Firmak's power lay in lightning counterattacks and increased damage while in darkness. But I didn't pick this battlefield by accident, he thought with a smile. And then, our protagonist activated the sun rune he had carved into the ground. And immediately the rune unleashed a fierce beam of light, causing the dark clone to gradually dissipate. Darkness's natural counter is holy light, you know your weakness, Corin said, then continued thinking. A dark mage needs shadows to reach full strength, just as a water mage needs humidity, and a fire mage needs dry, hot air. While our protagonist was still explaining, the traitor Firmak launched himself at him. Apparently, he wanted to finish the fight as quickly as possible to prevent Corin from pulling any more tricks. But unfortunately for him, before he could reach him, the ground before him suddenly blazed with countless sun runes, which left the dark-skinned man stunned. "No, what is this?" he said in panic. Corin on the other side began to explain. "I put a lot of effort into this, carving the sun rune for 20 straight days. But in return, I have plenty of mana and the advantage to face you. Every rune has inherent strengths and weaknesses. I had to prepare for this final fight before anyone else. This is the cruelest counter to Firmak wrapped in holy light and solar radiance. He can't do anything." "Coward," Firmak snarled as he realized Corin's intent, and our protagonist smugly replied, "You should praise my preparation." Corin sighed. Also, the shadow duplicate already drained a lot of Firmak's mana, so whatever move he uses it will still be countered by me. Facing him, Firmak retorted, "You're persistent and full of tricks, but it's still not enough," as he channeled mana into the soles of his feet, and then he activated his echo step technique, and lunged at Corin at blinding speed. "You're attacking so suddenly," Corin thought inwardly as he swung his heavy spear powerfully forward, but sadly his strike only hit the afterimage Firmak left. Firmak himself had already slipped quickly to Corin's side, and before Corin could react, Firmak unleashed a burst punch technique aimed straight for his skull. But our protagonist reacted fast, realizing his blow hadn't hit the opponent. He smoothly tilted his body aside with Bagua movement, and avoided the explosive punch. This truly surprised Firmak. He dodged it, he thought. Echo step is supposed to strike repeatedly at the opponent's blind spots. I didn't think he'd be able to avoid that, he felt inwardly. At that moment Corin began to use his 4-step ultimate, complete return, rushing forward to seize the initiative. And once he closed the distance, he unleashed a falling sky slash that produced countless cuts. But with his battle-hardened experience, Firmak still managed to dodge the attack without taking a scratch. He even didn't forget his footwork. It's a technique forged by experience. "Still playing Professor, huh?" Corin said tiredly as he kept attacking. "I've been pretending for 10 years, it's a professional habit. Can you drop that act and be real for once, you arrogant brat?" he said as Firmak continuously retreated to avoid the strikes. "No matter what you do, you'll die here," Corin declared to him. But seeing Corin had some fighting skill, Firmak didn't intend to slug it out. The priority was escape. "Unfortunately, I can't fight you to the end. Next time we meet I'll kill you," Firmak said as he used Echo Step to retreat rapidly. He had to leave the city as soon as possible, and avoid the attention of those who thought him dead. And if he truly decided to flee, he'd use spatial magic to teleport elsewhere. With that in mind, Firmak began inscribing teleportation runes into the air. But at that moment, Corin on the opposite side suddenly declared, "This will be a duel, Firmak. You think I'll just let you run away? I have no interest in dueling someone like you," Firmak replied coldly. "You will duel, Firmak demand, that's the code," Corin said with a smile. For some reason, the moment he said that, Firmak grew extremely angry. The riskier the terms, the greater the reward. In this world, many things bind a person. For those who walk in darkness like him, there exists a code. He cannot refuse a duel, Firmak demand. Bound by that code, must accept. "So that's why you came alone?" Firmak asked in puzzlement when Corin made the demand. "A duel must be one-on-one," Corin replied calmly. "Duel matches are fair and sacred, a fight to the death between two people. So the limits of the code are one-on-one. As long as I come alone and the duel rune is activated, you'll be forced to duel, no other choice." While he was musing, Firmak across from him announced his name. "Firmak Daman, disciple of the Spear King." Corin answered in kind. "First spear of Empress Tianhu, Aaron Danhwa, Corin Locke." By code they had to name themselves. Win or lose, a duel has a single outcome. After naming themselves, the two launched at each other. The system's backup repeated the codes. First precept, duty: do not look away from another's misfortune, affinity A+. Second, restraint: I cannot understand the spirits, backup increases damage dealt by 50%. Third, oath: I will save this world, affinity A, backup doubles all stats. Current stats: average aura 5530 plus 5530, high mana 4170 x2, strength 67, agility 67, stamina 68, aura 64, mana 64. Passive skill: tenacious warrior, effect x100, pain endurance, entire domain. Average magic core, flow 3500. Begin the world-saving quest by first defeating Firmak Daman. Good luck, hero, Corin Locke. Back to the battle. Immediately after the first clash of the duel, the two generated a shockwave that shattered the ground into many fragments. The fight between spear art and martial arts is fundamentally about distance control. The martial artist uses a speed rune to close distance, while the spearman tries to keep distance just like now. As soon as Firmak intended to close in, he was met by Corin's blazing chariot mind echo, which thrust out countless spear tips forward, forcing him to hurriedly retreat to dodge. In this battle, the martial artist focuses on seizing every opportunity to find the spearman's opening, and the moment the spearman shows an opening, they close in on him. But this attacking method had already been read by the spearman. Instantly, Corin planted his spear and leapt up. In close quarters, jumping exposes many weaknesses. Firmak would wait for Corin to land, and then deliver the decisive blow. But Corin anticipated that. While still airborne, he unleashed the spear technique Heaven's Return, endless chaotic wounds. The attack sent countless spear tips raining down on Firmak below, forcing him to lift both hands to block. He's too fast. He can strike 7 times in a row while suspended in midair. But the moment he lands, I'll have my chance. And just as planned, the instant Corin hit the ground and hadn't yet regained his stance, Firmak closed in on him from behind. Our protagonist reacted quickly too. As soon as he saw the man charging, he hurriedly spun around, then unleashed Tiangui's second form, Demon Spear Return. The strike carved a wound across Firmak's chest. At the same time, Firmak's fist slammed straight into Corin's face, sending him flying backward, not giving Corin a chance to respond. Firmak immediately closed the gap and launched a barrage of punches. Even though his hand was bleeding from being slashed, he kept attacking, continuously closing distance. He even thought to himself, while Corin across from him was struggling too, is he attacking while enduring that pain? He gritted his teeth and laboriously raised his spear to block the rain of fists from Firmak. Then the dark-skinned man gathered mana into his left arm and unleashed a move called Heavenly Strike. Seeing that, Corin realized immediately, he's putting everything into this finishing blow. If I block it, I'll win this match. That was Corin's thought. But in a split second he saw the man's fist open. Right after, the man's hand clamped down on Corin's spear. He's aiming at the spear. Is that a feint? Corin wondered in shock. Before he could react, Firmak had inscribed some rune onto the shaft of his spear. Once the rune was complete, Corin's spear flew sideways and drove deep into a nearby tree. What are you going to do now, spearman without his weapon? Firmak said as he hurled a full-strength punch. Corin hurriedly raised both hands to brace. But even so, the explosive fist nearly made Corin vomit bile. Afterwards, his entire body was pushed backward. Thankfully, Corin recovered his footing in time. He shouted and thought, It's okay, I can just recall the spear. But sadly, things weren't that simple. When he tried to summon it, the spear twitched but didn't return. Damn it, it stuck too deep to pull out. Corin gritted out. Right then, Firmek closed in on him from behind. He then launched a technique called left fist straight punch. Luckily for Corin, he noticed in time and dodged. Corin refused to sit back and take hits and counterattacked. Even without my weapon, I'm still a martial artist. You know that, right? Saying that, Corin began using Bagua Ascending Dragon Palm, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes at Firmek. The foundation of every martial art is physical attack. With that, Corin delivered another move, Bagua Third Gate Palm. The strike was powerful, even generating a shockwave that blasted out from behind Firmek. But it still didn't seem enough to put Firmek in real trouble. After taking the FULL Chinese letter barrage of palms, he could still calmly say, "You've surprised me a bit, but your fist techniques aren't as strong as spear techniques, are they?" He spoke as if Corin's previous attack had done nothing. Corin gaped. He didn't take any damage at all, he wondered. Before he could think further, the dark-skinned man opposite landed a left hook to his ribs, leaving him no time to react. Corin's Bagua was powerful, but he'd forgotten one thing. It was only his secondary weapon. For Firmek, it was something he'd spent his life training. The result? In an unarmed duel, our protagonist was getting beaten senseless by this master. Left straight punch, left flying strike, left rib punch, left elbow. Countless blows rained down in uninterrupted succession, leaving Corin only able to raise his arms to block, as his body was steadily pushed backward. "You won't fight back and will only block. Fine, I'll end this quickly," Firmek said coldly. At the same time, he unleashed another explosive fist with his right hand. Unfortunately for him, this time Corin blocked it with his spear. That spear? How? I threw it away already, Firmek thought in surprise. Corin, as if reading his thoughts, said, "I must admit you are a strong opponent." Turning to Firmek, he realized what had happened. This brat. He deliberately took hits to bait me, then get close and retrieve his spear. And as he thought that, Corin on the other side launched a powerful spear slash in formal counterattack. Then he gripped the spear with both hands and unleashed Huosha Yilyu Snake. The attack produced countless spear images like a machine gun, driving straight at Firmek. As a result, the master couldn't dodge in time, took numerous strikes and was pushed backward. But quickly Firmek regained his posture, stamping both feet to halt his retreat. Then the master tore off his bloodstained shirt and said, "Impressive. The way you handled losing your weapon and discovering you couldn't use your martial arts, those moves were clever and precise. So I'm the one at a disadvantage now." Corin across from him replied irritably, "Can you stop that? I beat you so much and you still act like a professor." "Act like one? Looks like I really have to get serious then," Firmek said as he began inscribing runes onto his left arm. As soon as the rune was finished, Corin's solar runes below suddenly cracked and lost their radiance. In a world where the sun does not exist, part of the sky is forgotten. Summon technique, celestial city of darkness. At that moment, the silhouette of a submerged city appeared above Firmek, and the sky darkened with its arrival. It was his third precept. Third precept. Oath, I will submit to the darkness. Facing Firmek, he looked at Corin and said, "Surprising. You know how to use solar runes against the darkness. But with that little trick, you'll never be able to resist the everlasting darkness. This is the forbidden domain of the great dark warriors of Hai Tian, except to be torn to pieces by the dark creatures, or be killed by my fists," Firmek said as he surged forward with his monster. Meanwhile, Corin across from him smiled and said, "Isn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? I knew you'd pull a trick," Corin said as he pulled out a golden ginseng he had prepared in a pouch of soil. The moment it was taken out of the earth, the ginseng let out an earth-shattering scream. Its force was so great that it blew away all of Firmek's shadow monster. Golden Crown Ginseng. It emits a sound 7 times louder than a normal ginseng and cannot be blocked by any magic. Even if they're dark creatures, they can't stand against the cry of this one-of-a-kind ginseng in the world. The scream even made blood leak from Firmek's ears. Whether his eardrums were ruptured was unclear. Meanwhile, Corin opposite him continued speaking. "Let's see if you can withstand this little trick of mine." "As I said, Firmek Damon, you'll be defeated here," Corin declared coldly. "So how do you plan to deal with this now? The ginseng will keep screaming and make all your clones vanish. And just so you know, I have pretty strong regenerative ability if this fight drags on. It'll only help me adapt and benefit. But how long can you endure it?" Firmek across from him grit his teeth and called him a coward. He knew Corin's words might be true. Worse, if he didn't finish this quickly, even if he won, he might not have the strength left to teleport with runes. So to finish the fight quickly, Firmak immediately formed 12 clones and said, "From the moment you stepped into this dark city, you had no chance of beating me," he said as he ordered the clones to charge and attack. But Corin reacted very quickly. He immediately dodged the first attack from one clone, then delivered a sweeping strike that split that clone in two at once. Taking advantage of Corin's assault, another clone closed in from behind and grabbed him tight, thinking our protagonist had lost his advantage. But the ones who underestimated him were immediately met with a spinning spear technique demon spear return that sliced that rear clone instantaneously. Meanwhile, Firmak himself lunged at Corin from the side and unleashed a spiraling jet strike straight at Corin. Although Corin had time to raise his spear to block, the force of the blow still sent his entire body flying backward, shattering the dark city wall into fragments on impact. And without giving Corin a chance to respond, Firmak and his clones immediately surged forward to attack again, while Corin began muttering, "I can't stand this, are you even listening to me?" He tore off his shirt as he spoke, and immediately afterward, his body emitted a fierce radiance, causing the clones to evaporate on the spot. "My shadow minions," Firmak yelled, but before he could think further, Corin shifted gears and attacked. "I told you this would be a once-in-a-thousand-years duel between us," he shouted. From Firmak's perspective, the light Corin emitted came from countless talismans covering his body. His flesh was etched with solar talismans, making Firmak's shadow minions completely useless. But doing that was essentially suicide. Was he willing to burn his body to ash? Stupid, Firmak thought. At that moment Corin used the supreme snake art, Serpent Flow, producing countless lightning-fast strikes that rushed at Firmak, forcing him to step back hastily. And seeing this, Corin coolly said, "Stop your petty tricks. Fight me to the end with pure technique. Don't hold back any longer, attack me with your full strength." And his words made Firmak fall silent in thought. Instinctively, he could sense that the warrior facing him was his archenemy. "Very well, I'll bet my life on this battle. I'll wager everything I have." With that thought, Firmak let out a roar and unleashed his ultimate move, the Six Realms Sura. Immediately his body was wrapped in a purple light that exploded with fierce power, cracking the ground beneath him into pieces from the pressure. This was a self-destruct technique, burning the caster's magical core for power and speed, a skill only great celestial kings possess. Across from him, Corin also screamed wildly, "Good, let's fight. You should have done this from the start." As he spoke, he used a similar technique, the six-pole spear art breaking war spear Sura. Corin could use that skill too. Both warriors poured everything into it, and immediately after, our protagonist charged forward to attack, thrusting his spear straight at Firmak, but Firmak stopped it with his left hand. Seizing the moment, Master Firmak landed a punch to Corin's jaw, making him spit a mouthful of blood. But then the battle suddenly reversed. Somehow Corin managed a spear swipe that severed the master's right arm instantly. Losing his right arm, he still had his left. Firmak gritted his teeth and unleashed a full-force punch, but unfortunately, Corin read its trajectory and dodged in time. Then he swung the spear again, sending that arm also farewell from its owner, while unleashing countless spinning spear strikes at once. With that, the battle and the hostility reached their conclusion. As Firmak fell to his knees and accepted his defeat, Corin quickly plunged his spear into the master's chest and finished him. "I won," he murmured, then thought that whenever he closed his eyes he could still hear those screams. "Help, I don't want to die. Please let me live, Corin, save me." The last time Firmak was defeated by him during Stage 2, we were trapped in a reality no different from a nightmare, a hell disguised as heaven, where innocent people slowly died before Firmak's army of darkness, and I lost many comrades in that battle. One of the four celestial kings, Firmak Demon, the demon king, had tried to unleash that hell on this world, at the bidding of Tades Valtazar. But this time would be different, he thought as he looked over Firmak's body before him, then bent down to search through the man's belongings and said, "Just as I expected, he doesn't have it. One of the four mysterious relics guarded by the priests, the fate gem Phalias, Leah Fall. If he truly possessed Leah Fall after restoring the runes, my chance of victory would have been greatly reduced." Then at last, Corin found what he was looking for. "Here it is," he said as he looked at the rune stone on his own limb. "At least I retrieved the rune I needed." Tades Valtazar was hunting 8 rune stones to summon the Dark Citadel into this world. "I can't let this thing fall into his hands," Corin thought, then wondered to himself how important that object could be to drive him to slaughter those people. They were angry and discontent with the world, and I understand that. But taking revenge that way is completely wrong, Corin told himself. He collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion. "What am I doing? My left eardrums ruptured from running around with that ginseng, and the right isn't much better. I relied on my regeneration, but the sun rune burned away part of my body. The pain is tolerable, but the wounds Firmek inflicted are the real problem. He tore my liver and punched my clavicle until it broke. When he hit my sternum, a few ribs cracked, and my insides were tossed about. I could barely lift my left hand. It was also somewhat injured by the six-realm Sura cough. I kept telling myself I'm used to pain. I have to stay conscious, Corin thought, but his awareness was gradually fading. At the same time, the system issued a congratulatory notification. You have defeated Firmak Damon. A commandment reward is being sent. First commandment. Do not turn your face away from others' misfortune. Good person, unknown number, difficulty. A reward. 60 stat points distributed evenly. You have defeated a great evil. You will receive a secondary reward. A map, the 4 secret treasures, the son of Findia. Time passed quickly. After a long while, our protagonist slowly regained consciousness, and upon realizing someone was carrying him, he asked, "Is that Alicia?" "You're awake," Alicia said hurriedly. Seeing that, Corin immediately asked, "What about the cleanup?" "Professor Dana is handling it, but she seems upset. Dren has left. Heron and the others found you. That bastard Dren probably doesn't even know what loyalty means," he said. "Don't expect much. That their relationship is just a business partnership, and he told you to repay your debt by next week." "Alicia, what about?" Before Corin could finish, Alicia guessed what he meant and answered, "The runes and the golden ginseng. We put them away." "Strange that you knew what I wanted to ask. You're not that smart," Corin said in puzzlement. Her annoyance flared. "Hey, remember I'm carrying you. Watch out or I'll drop you." "Don't do that, I'll die," Corin said in panic. Then Alicia found a bench and let Corin rest there temporarily. Only now could our protagonist manage to say thanks. "Thanks for saving me." "Of course," Alicia waved it off. Corin then continued, "About the clashes. Without you I couldn't have defeated the Iron Mountain King." "I didn't do much," Alicia muttered. But Corin disagreed. That didn't change that she contributed to an important victory. Speaking of Alicia, she then realized something and asked, "Now that I think about it, during our group mission, and even when brewing the ginseng tonic, you were always sitting there drawing runes. You prepared for this battle for a long time, right?" "Yes, that's right. Why do you ask?" Before Corin could answer, Alicia cut in, "Why did you have to fight him alone? It's fine if we fight together." As she said it, Alicia's face grew sad. This surprised Corin a little. Then he smiled and said, "Ha ha, fewer deaths would be better. Why is everyone so indifferent?" "Well, I guess that's fine. You did great, Corin." Time flew to the next day. Yeager and Lark were talking about Corin. Corin was badly injured. He's been taken to the hospital. "Yeah, some bones broken. His plan was too risky. That's why he refused to ask us for help. Poor guy, let's go visit him." "Yeah, if we don't, who will?" Lark said, and the two quickly went to Corin's hospital room. When they opened the door, they burst out laughing. "Corin, you okay?" "We brought a bunch of snacks because we were worried you'd be lonely," they said excitedly, but the sight inside the room left them speechless. From their perspective, inside Corin's hospital room, he was being doted on enthusiastically by his 3 wives. "Do you want more peach?" "I'll peel it for you," Mariette said as she quickly peeled an apple, while H. Warren somehow produced a goofy-looking fish and presented it to Corin. "Here, a huge flounder." Finally, Alicia handed Corin a slice of cake. "Have some more sweets," she said. Speaking of Corin, while happily accepting care from his wives, he finally noticed the 2 guys and said, "Hey, why did you bring snacks?" "I'm stuffed." This casual remark made Lark and Yeager furious. They crushed the snack bags in their hands, thinking, "That bastard, you're doomed." Of course, they were only thinking that for fun. There were 3 monsters sitting in the room, so they didn't dare make a sound. Resigned, they sat and watched the couple show before them. "Corin, eat this apple." "Corin, have some candy too. How is it? Is it good?" "I heard sweets help you recover faster. It's delicious." They continued to fuss over Corin, making the 2 friends beside him so jealous they cried. "Damn it, that bastard, I'm so jealous of him." Yeager sobbed. "Lark wasn't much better. Why do I have to be here and watch this?" Across the room, Alicia thought of something and suggested, "It's rare for us all to be together like this. Let's play a game for fun." "Oh, sounds great. Should we invite Corin's friends to join?" Mariette said cheerfully. Hearing that, the 2 guys suddenly lit up. "Us too? Amazing. You're awesome, Corin. You're the best. So glad I came." Indeed, those 2 flipped their attitude faster than a pancake. Just as they were about to start mingling, a few knocks sounded at the door. Yeager, curious, stood up and opened it. "Oh, who else could it be?" "Who is it?" he called as he opened the door. Seeing the visitors, the big guy was startled. What wind blew you in here? Looking back at Corin, the arrival didn't surprise him much. They're the ones I expected. I need to go meet them anyway. By everyone's looks, the visitors were the academy principal accompanied by Professor Josephine. The principal spoke up. "Student Corin, how are your injuries?" Corin on the bed quickly replied, "Hello, principal." "All right, time to show my worth, principal," he thought to himself. Then everyone else left the room so Corin could speak privately with the two of them. "Sorry, but I have to ask your friends to step out for confidentiality reasons." "I know you understand," Corin answered calmly. The principal then got to the point. "First, we have a lot to ask you. This matter is much more serious than Mariette's." Corin vaguely guessed what they meant. Are they suspecting me? Time to steer the conversation. With that thought, Corin laid his cards on the table. "Professor Fermac Damon is a spy," he said coldly. The principal's reaction was somewhat cool. "HMPH, about that," he was about to say more, but Josephine cut in. "Principal, I mean. Don't. Both of us know Professor Josephine." They weren't as surprised as expected. They probably learned something from the commandments on Professor Fermac Damon's body. But there are still things they don't know. Thinking that, Corin revealed something they hadn't expected. Tate Van Taffa da Man is his disciple. And this statement truly startled them both, especially Professor Josephine. Upon hearing it, she shouted, "Impossible. That's unthinkable. 80 years ago he..." Before she could finish, Corin interrupted, "The infinite six-pole spear art. And the commandments, you know them too, don't you? Those are things you taught him." "Actually, I have a similar background." "You too, you're also a disciple of Tate Van Taffa," Josephine said as she began to pull out her whip. At her reaction, Corin slowly sat up and said, "You don't need to be that wary of me. I'm not the type to kill on a whim. I wouldn't say something that would put me at a disadvantage." "These aren't your true bodies, are they?" "Their true bodies are inside the main building and cannot appear, right?" How do you know?" the headmaster asked in astonishment. But Corin didn't intend to answer that question. He continued, "I haven't finished yet. Van Taffa's disciples are still alive, scattered across the continent. And now he's become very powerful. He's far stronger than before and no longer alone. Everything stems from your decision 80 years ago." The headmaster fell into thought upon hearing that, unreadable. Meanwhile, Corin went on, "As for you, the source of your power was scattered all over the continent, and you've only recovered 2 parts. There's something you certainly don't know. Even the Liified Truth Stone, one of the 4 sacred relics of Ryua, is in his hands. Once he gathers them all and restores his power, he will no longer be considered a usurper. You know what comes next, don't you, Aaron Danwa?" Corin said as he produced his ancient rune stone in front of the headmaster. The headmaster was also greatly startled by Corin's words. Things are becoming clearer. That's why Professor Josephine, with over 80 years' experience, didn't become headmaster, and why the rising star Iriu Kassar was immediately placed in that position. 80 years ago, the Academy's headmaster was Lord Vyern. 50 years ago, it was Lord W. And the current headmaster is Lord Kassar. The truth is their bodies are composed of and empowered by those ancient rune stones. Aaron Danwa, a supposedly ordinary person, returned to the topic. At this point, the headmaster had taken the rune stone and asked, "What do you want to do?" At the headmaster's question, Corin slowly removed his coat and said, "We share the same goal." With that, he revealed the ancient runes engraved on his body. "Are those commandments?" the headmaster asked, puzzled. But before the headmaster could think further, Corin spoke up. "I am honored to be your vanguard spear to protect this world. You may treat me as a servant if you like," Corin said, kneeling on one knee. At that moment, he recalled his master's words from a past life. "I'm grown now, kid. As an adult, I will protect children like you, Iriu." "No, Aaron Danwa, I still can't forget what he did. Now it's time for me to repay him," Corin told himself. His action left the headmaster at a loss for words. Scene shift to some secret location, where Professor Josephine was present and speaking to the woman before her. "Aaron, I don't think so." The woman named Aaron fell silent for a moment, then said, "So Tate is still alive? Corin, that child, can he be trusted?" Josephine was about to reply, but before she could, Aaron continued, "I know. I shouldn't trust anyone so easily. Have someone follow him. We still can't fully trust him." "Understood," Josephine replied calmly and turned to leave, leaving Aaron overwhelmed with troubled thoughts. "I can't act recklessly because I carry too great a responsibility. Everything he said could be a lie. There's one thing I still don't understand. Why did he look at me with that sorrowful expression? Corin locked that child. What is going on after all?" she wondered to herself. Time passed quickly. At the Merkaba Academy's year-end celebration, There would be a rank reassignment based on each student's performance. That carried great significance. If the rank you received upon entering the academy was only temporary, then this is the official ranking granted by the Academy's Guardians Association, a formal level. Because of the reassignment, many students trained very hard to secure the best official rank possible. It could be said that many cadets reached levels comparable to the Academy's Guardian. At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out. Everyone has worked hard. Your achievements have brought great prestige to the school. Blah, blah. Now we will announce the students whose ranks have changed. Hearing this, Corin told the girl Mariette beside him, let's go up on stage. All right, Mariette replied cheerfully. The announcer continued. Second-year student and top of the magic class Mariette Dunilliff. Although Mariette's situation was difficult, she remained determined to improve and proved herself by assisting with the accident at the training grounds. Blah, blah. Corin looked at Mariette and thought, to be honest, she hasn't contributed much this semester, since she wasn't allowed to leave the city after turning into a vampire. Still, she assisted Professor Dunilliff with research, and the abundant mana she gained after becoming a vampire helped the academy a great deal. With abilities like that, her promotion is only natural. Above all, her efforts to stop the Iron Mountain King minimized casualties at the academy. Mariette Dunilliff, nominated by Academy Headmaster Iryu Kassar and Northern Branch Chair of the Guardians Association, Dina Grandia, you will be promoted to semi-advanced rank. The headmaster announced as he handed Mariette a certificate. This moved the students in the audience to gush. Amazing. Doesn't that make her the youngest semi-advanced guardian ever? She'll definitely go down in the history books. The headmaster's voice resumed. The students I name, like Mariette, all made major contributions in the recent incident. Blah, blah, blah. The students below began whispering, like Mariette. There were others who helped with that. I don't recall hearing about that. Murmurs spread. That was not surprising. Although the incident was widely known, its inner details were kept secret. What happened that day remained classified. No one knew of the Iron Mountain King's existence, or of Professor Fermac Demon's betrayal. Magic class Cranel Luden, Night class, Alicia Aiden Drinwarski, and finally Corin Locke. Students Cranel, Alicia, and Drin. For your achievements you will be promoted to semi-upper rank. As for you, Corin Locke, although you are currently a 5th-rank guardian, with your exceptionally outstanding performance, Headmaster Iryu Kassar, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Heyman Gals, with the endorsement of these three, you will be promoted to 1st-rank guardian. The headmaster's announcement left the students stunned. What? 1st rank? How can someone go from 5th rank to 1st rank in a single semester? This is bizarre. A 5th-rank guardian to a 1st-rank guardian, receiving a non-standard promotion after consultation with the association. There's no question about my abilities, but the reason I was bumped straight to 1st rank was thanks to my efforts in the battle that defeated Professor Fermac Demont. The most important thing is the privileges of every 1st-rank guardian, the right to join the guardian squad immediately. It's finally started. In the game it would have taken 3 years, even with early graduation. I achieved it in under 2 years. That will be a major change for the future. I will recruit all the elites here. Power and privileges consolidated that will let me do anything. Corin thought as he looked at the people beside him with a sly gaze that made them uneasy. Do I have a bad feeling about this? When the ceremony ended, summer break began. Corin asked about everyone's plans. Finally, summer break. What are you all going to do? Make money, Drin said. Jaeger's going back to his hometown. Lark decided to intern at the Magic Tower. You will plan to consult experienced risks. There are some risks in the west, and she already scheduled meetings with them. Engineer Cranel would also head west. He'd heard of an abandoned castle there and planned to search it for an energy core for his golem. As for Alicia, she was in tears. I might have to return to my clan. My grandfather is urging me to come home now. Safe travels, Corin said calmly. Alicia then asked him in return, what about you, Corin? Are you going home? No, Corin said, thinking to himself. Before, when I returned to the house from Corin Locke's memories, it was completely empty. They'd gone on a trip without me. I traveled to Ven because a glitch in the messaging system delayed notices by 3 days. He thought privately. Seeing that, Alicia mustered her courage and offered. Oh, then would you want to come with me? Go with you to your home? Corin asked. I'd be a little scared going alone. Scared. With her personality, she shouldn't be scared of anything. Nothing went wrong in the game, so she'd be fine without me. Corin thought, then declined. Sorry, maybe next time. I've decided to explore the east. Okay. Then next time it is. she said shyly. Corin's plan to explore had been in the works. There's a place I have to go. I must go now. There's still some time before the next term. Without this summer break, I couldn't get there easily. Cut to a certain train, inside which several figures in cloaks sat. They opened a wooden box to check their weapons. We still have 9 hours on this train before we reach the northern continent. Preparations are complete. At that, all the black-clad men turned to one another and drew their weapons. Then a porky-looking man like their leader stood and shouted, "Everyone, hands up, turn over everything you have." At his command, people cried out in fear. The leader threatened further, "You'd better do as I say, unless you want to tussle with a semi-upper rank." And as soon as he finished saying that, a voice rang from the entrance. "Oh, this doesn't look like our car, does it? Why do we keep getting lost?" The leader spun his sword toward the back and barked, "Who the hell are you? Can't you read signs? Got into the wrong car. Hands up if you want to live." He said this as he pressed the blade to the throat of the one who had spoken. The result was that the man received a punch to the chin, sending him flying up and getting stuck against the train car's ceiling. The owner of the punch was, of course, Corin. Beside him was H. Warren. The Southern match officially began. Flashback to when Corin and his friend Lark went to the Academy's secret vault, the Merkaba library. After defeating the vampire Count Sabancha, Corin took the Mage Tome's stalwart warrior's recovery, along with a few discarded journal entries, which recounted Sabancha's battle with a certain warrior. "I saw a dying warrior standing on a blood-soaked battlefield, clutching his wounded body to a rock. Yet he still stood firm. I asked him, 'O warrior, should I cut your throat?' He answered, 'If I could have a little water to quench this thirst of mine, I would be grateful.' Out of respect for this hardened warrior, I drew water from a nearby pool and gave it to him to quench his thirst, and then something utterly surprising happened. His wounds were completely healed after that. The story turned so dramatic." Closing the book, Corin found it hard to believe he was near death and yet recovered. His stance was majestic, like the great general Yi Sun Sin. It was truly remarkable. Beside him, Count Sabancha, who was controlling Lark's body, also asked, "Is my southern stronghold still standing?" "Huh. Ah yes, it is," Corin replied. Hearing this, Sabancha offered him a piece of advice. "If you have time to go there, stop by my office. It might still be there." "Huh? What's still there?" the general asked in surprise, because in his previous life he hadn't found anything there. Returning to Sabancha, he didn't intend to explain much. He only spoke a few vague, puzzling words. "You must find it yourself, old grammarian. I hope you gain the skill and the courage of that warrior. If you possess his courage, there will be nothing in this world you cannot do." He was a humble man, not a hero or a sage. A man who swore to save this world. People always have the option to flee to escape imminent danger, but you did not choose to run. I respect you, young man. Finally, thank you for telling me about your wife and child. When he finished speaking, Count Sabancha left Lark's body and slowly began to fade before Corin's eye. Back in the present, at the southern land gate on the mid-level, this is the train station area. Corin lowered Mariette's axe beside her, and the reason he'd come here was because of Sabancha's earlier instructions. That's how it was, according to the Duke. I decided to go south, and the reason I chose to come with Mariette is that she's from this place. Opposite them, as soon as Corin and the others stepped off the carriage, the station master greeted them with a bright smile. "Thank you both so much. If not for you, I'd have been in big trouble." As he said this, he glanced toward the bandits being escorted off to a neighborhood tea house. "No need to mention it, haha." Corin waved his hand, but the trainmaster reached for a pouch of money and insisted they at least accept this. Seeing the money, the greedy fellow lost any remaining pride. "Oh my, you don't have to do that, but how could I refuse such kindness?" At the same time, the system gave 2 notifications. "Congratulations to him, duty, not ignoring others. Misfortune, reward distributed. 2 skill points have been granted." Seeing this, Corin put on an exaggerated face and laughed. "Ha ha ha, as expected, people should live well," he thought to himself. He turned to the senior beside him and asked, "I'm starving. Shall we get something to eat first?" Hearing that, Mariette cheerfully offered, "I know a few places." "You're familiar with this area?" Corin asked. "Yeah, I come here pretty often," she said, "ha ha." "Tell me what you want and I'll buy it," Corin said, holding up his purse. The old trainmaster felt happy watching the excited young pair, such kind students. How could one not be happy after doing a good deed? This is the gateway to the southern lands. All carriages stopping here head toward the southern metropolis, the city of Le, and from there it's at least an 8-hour ride. "Oh God, kill me now," Corin complained, drawing the attention of passers-by. Acting as guide, Mariette pointed ahead and reassured him, "We're here. There's a transfer station I use often." A transfer station, Corin asked, curious. Quickly he realized the place was a wyvern dock. Wyvern dock, I used this transport a few times in my previous life. It's faster and more comfortable than a carriage, though many people dislike this mode of travel. Corin thought to himself, then asked aloud, isn't renting one supposed to cost at least 30 silver per ride? Huh. No, my family gave me one, it's a bit different. Mariette laughed, huh, a different one. Corin said with a hint of surprise. Raidsvelger passenger, the legend of Arhin. The fastest and most maneuverable transport, its price equals that of 12 wyvern. This one belongs to the city of Lef, preparing to land to pick up important guests. You have to be steady to pilot it, understood? At the same time in the control room, the man in the vest began contacting the captain. Hello, this is Duff. We'll start clearing the landing area. Please confirm visuals at 200 feet. On the other end, the captain confirmed. Roger, ETA 10 minutes will begin descending. Outside, some staff were already waiting. What's the academy up to this month? The man in the vest wondered. Oh, it's the academy's holiday, so the students have gone home, the man beside him replied, making the vested man realize so the princess is returning. Up ahead, a guard-dressed uncle told those behind him. That means Miss Mariette is arriving, everyone get ready to give her a grand welcome. According to him, a giant eagle carrying a manor would land in this area, and as soon as the manor's door opened, hundreds of male and female servants stood in neat lines, bowed and said, Miss Mariette, congratulations on your vacation and on your promotion to semi. Back with Corin, the sight before him left his face slack. I don't know how I missed that our destination was the city of Lef and that the eastern city is Duna. Mariette, you said your family are farmers, right? How large is their estate? Corin asked. The young woman stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, I'm not sure, but maybe around 2 million. 2 million pyong. Wow, Corin exclaimed. However, he had underestimated Mariette when she began to correct him. Oh, the unit is a bit different, not pyong, but hectares, she said. Corin started to go blank. Wait, what? What's so special about that? Mariette asked, smiling. The reason Corin froze was that 2 million hectares equals about 6.5 billion pyong. And 1 pyong is 3.3 square meters. All right, here's the deal. Dunilef, the Dunilef family, is extremely famous in the south. Dunilef Hair Salon, Dunilef General Store, Dunilef Office, Dunilef Agricultural Center, Dunilef Professional Wrestling Union, and so on. The many signs along the road made that clear, no joke. And what's a professional wrestling union? Corin mumbled. Soon after, a luxurious carriage took the two of them to an enormous manor. This was the Dunilef family's great estate. Seeing it, Corin could only blurt a few mechanical lines. Mariette, why did you say you're not rich? Oh, my parents are wealthy, but I'm not, Mariette laughed, making Corin only sigh. That's how rich people talk. After they entered, an elderly steward greeted them with a smile. This was Steward Paul. Hearing them, he chuckled, haha, anyway, you will inherit this fortune, since you are the eldest of the Dunilef family. Startled by his sudden appearance, Corin asked, where did he come from? Who is this Paul? Oh my, you nearly gave me a fright, the busty girl reminded with a smile. Steward Paul continued, let me take your luggage, and oh, who is accompanying you? He asked with interest. Mariette didn't try to hide it. Oh, this is Corin, he's my junior. Hearing her say that, the old steward's gaze shifted and immediately fixed on the young man. Aha, she returned with a junior. For generations, the family has always had a son-in-law living with them. Of course, we'll provide and support a house for the Dunilef household duties from the son-in-law's place. Our Miss Mariette has been called the flower of the South for her intelligence and beauty since childhood. The number of marriage proposals she's received could fill an entire potato barn, maybe more. After praising Mariette, he turned to her and said, by the way, Miss Mariette, as I mentioned before, this is about the Duke's castle, right? She answered, and Paul then shared what he'd heard. I heard someone recently bought it. If it's the Duke's castle, Count Cassius purchased it. Hearing that, Corin began recalling details from his past life. Ah, the Duke's castle was owned by someone else in my previous life too. If I remember right, it was a merchant from the distant southern isle, but he was a rotten man. What did he say back then? Some guard. If you don't catch the sea monster, don't even dream of coming here. So to get permission, Park Sihu and I spent day and night defeating that sea monster. And after many hardships, we finally entered the Duke's castle. At the thought, Corin's head ached. Did he have to go through that again? Up ahead, Mariette seemed to notice his worried expression and smiled reassuringly. I already told Count Cassius in advance, so let's go together. I figured you might want to visit the Duke's castle, so I warned him. He agreed and said we can come whenever. He mentioned he's hosting a party on Friday, so let's go together then. When she said that, our protagonist went blank for a few seconds. When he came to, he inwardly sobbed this quest could be completed this easily. In my last life I had to crawl like a dog just to get in once. Is Mariette a goddess? Putting that aside, Mariette then suggested, Corin, do you want to go shopping tomorrow? We need to prepare outfits for the party, and it's kind of boring here anyway. Yes, of course, Corin replied cheerfully. Time flew. The scene shifted to Mariette's shopping street, and Corin was genuinely a little frightened. Is this real shopping? A suit costs 3 gold, a necklace and shoes 6 gold. Casual wear 4 gold plus a watch, and payment is a blank bank draft. All of these items are designer brands. This pile of money could make someone a wealthy real estate owner in Seoul. She won't make me sign a slave contract, will she? Corin worried inwardly. Meanwhile, Mariette showed no sign of stopping the shopping spree. Ah, we're here, Corin, here we are, she said, and Corin began to cry tears. You're scaring me, Mariette. Please, stop buying things from me. Scene changed to a forge. When the owner saw Mariette arrive, he greeted her with a smile. Oh my, Miss Mariette, you're finally here. You've come to pick up the items you ordered, right? Yes, she nodded. Then this vampire girl went inside, carried out a chest, set it before Corin and said, Corin, here, this is the same kind of ore used a lot in Odachi. As she spoke, she opened the chest, and Corin immediately recognized what was inside. An item he couldn't touch before, seemingly absent even from the academy, the unbreakable stone. Unlike refined silverstone that shatters under very strong magic, the unbreakable does not break. This stone made him happier than all the gifts he'd received today, because it was the special stone used for the hidden blade of sword Emperor Garand Arden. Thinking that, he couldn't help but pick up a piece of ore to inspect and asked, how did you get this? It's not something you can find easily. Beside him, Mariette's face blushed a little seeing Corin so delighted. If you attach this to your spear, it'll massively increase its power, even expand your domain. You'll be able to overcome every challenge easily, right? This is a gift I'm giving you, especially seeing you this happy makes me happy too, she said with a smile. Aside from thanking her, Corin couldn't find any more words. Thank you, he said. Time quickly passed until evening. At that time, in a huge dining room of the manor, a banquet table had been set, and Corin felt a bit awkward upon arrival. Hello, he said. Corin, this way here, Mariette said, gesturing, while the lady opposite, who looked like her mother, smiled and praised him. Oh my, what a handsome young man, please sit here. Yes then, Corin bowed and thought to himself that when visiting a friend's home, dining with their family was obligatory. The warm smile belonged to her mother, and beside her was. As he thought this and was about to sit, suddenly another voice rang out. Wait, let me ask you one question before we eat. Depending on your answer, you'll be allowed to sit or not. Are you a virgin? The one who had just asked was Mar Dunilef, Mariette's father. The question genuinely left Corin a bit stunned. What? He asked, puzzled. At that, the lady beside him began smacking him playfully and scolded. Oh my, Mard, why would you ask such a question? Corin, ignore him and just sit, Mariette said. However, stubborn old Mard persisted. No, if he's going to become the Dunilef family's son-in-law, he must be a virgin. Father, Mariette said helplessly. It seemed the meal would not go smoothly. Speaking of Mard, he suddenly declared something shocking that froze everyone. My daughter won't be easy, she'll marry whoever she loves. I will never. Before he could finish, Mariette hurriedly pinned him down, making him cry out, Wait, Marie, that hurts, how are you so strong? You take after your mother, father, stop it, she shouted, cutting him off. She began dragging him away from the table to prevent him from blurting more embarrassing things. Mard thrashed like a child. Why are you like this? I'm just trying to protect you, please, father, stop talking, Mariette said in exasperation. The lady then turned to Corin, embarrassed. Sorry about that, Corin. No, it's fine, he replied awkwardly with a forced laugh. What a lively family. Meanwhile, the lady's demeanor grew serious. She stood and said she had heard about Corin from Mariette's letters and really wanted to meet him and greet him. Thank you very much for helping, Mariette, she said sincerely. Corin hurried to reply, Ah, madam, you're too kind. I only did what I felt I could, and Mariette deserves to be happy. Hearing that, the lady fell into a slight reverie. Then she smiled at Corin with a knowing look. Well, when I received Mariette's letter, I thought the girl saw the world through rose-colored glasses. Turns out I was right. Corin, the girl, I mean. Before she could finish, Mard interrupted. Hey, I do appreciate it, but I'll only allow holding hands and you must remain chaste. He hadn't finished speaking when the mother and daughter promptly pinned him to the floor. "Father, stop it," Mariette shouted, while the lady glanced at Corin and laughed as if amused. "Welcome, Corin, ho ho, so different from my husband, I'm more easygoing." "Mother, what are you saying?" Mariette said awkwardly. Corin could only sigh to himself. Indeed, an interesting family. The next day at the Duke's castle, as previously planned, Corin and Mariette set out for the place. "Hello, Count Cassius," Mariette called out, and in response came Cassius's sincere voice. "Ah, Miss Mariette has come as promised on behalf of House Blandria. We warmly welcome you," he said, smiling with his eyes crinkled. This made Corin start doubting life itself. So it's the same person. Is this the very name from my past life who said he wouldn't open the gate unless I caught the sea serpent? After a brief conversation, Cassius quickly led them inside. "Miss Mariette, Lord Corin Locke is entering," someone called, and immediately confetti cannons fired to welcome the two of them. At that moment Corin thought to himself, "Honestly, I'm very proud. If I hadn't saved this girl, I'd never see her like this today, and the people of the South would have lost their beloved princess." Nearby, some other noblewomen whispered when Mariette entered. "Oh my, it's really Miss Mariette, so she actually came. The rumors were true. It seems Count Blandria really is impressive." In the South, saying the Dunlop family's influence is absolute isn't an exaggeration. Mariette's appearance put a spotlight on them, more useful than starting a fuss about a sea serpent. Corin thought to himself and reminded her aloud, "Mariette, enjoy yourself and we'll go to the study afterward." "All right," she nodded in reply. Meanwhile Corin had already planned. "Mariette and I will bring everything. When the banquet reaches its peak, I'll speak with the Count to leave my things and then head to the study." At the same time, from the back, a voice called that drew her attention. "Miss Mariette, I'm Garley of House Rendinium. I've long admired you. Would you dance with me?" The handsome youth dropped to one knee and extended his hand, and his words were like a switch that signaled the other men at the party, and they began competing to offer their hands to Mariette. "Miss Mariette, me next, please grant me the honor of dancing first with you." "No, please, Miss Mariette." A cascade of pleas rose up. This left the wealthy young woman extremely embarrassed, unsure how to handle. In the end, it was Corin who reached out to help her. He calmly stepped forward, dropped to one knee, and said, "Mariette." The young nobles nearby scowled, wondering who this guy was so earnest, yet lacking proper manners. Corin thought to himself, then gently kissed the back of Mariette's hand and asked, "Mariette, will you dance the first dance with me?" This is the basic etiquette to request the first dance. Corin remembered words a girl once told him. If a beautiful lady stands before you and you want the first dance, first kiss her hand. Last life I was scolded for forgetting. Across from him, Mariette's face went bright red and she murmured, "All right." Then the music began to play. At the same time Corin added, "You're so famous I'm embarrassed. If you're uncomfortable, I'm sorry." "No, I like it," Mariette hurriedly replied. Corin kept thinking he felt like he was repaying his savior. He had relied on her a lot back in the South, so he had no choice but to return the favor. But still, this was risky. As he thought that, Corin glanced down slightly, where a pair of enormous speakers caught his eye. He felt a bit embarrassed himself. He sighed inwardly and turned his face away. But at that moment, Mariette's heel jabbed his toes. It sent a searing pain through the general, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. "Sorry, I'm not a very good dancer," she hurriedly said. "No, it's fine," Corin replied. At the same time, he thought it would be better to guide Mariette, and without hesitation Corin began whispering into her ear, "Put your left foot on my foot, we'll dance like this. Your foot will get dirty and the steps will be a bit awkward, but who cares? You don't need to worry about other people's stares. Just look at me now and enjoy the dance. Now place your foot on mine and just follow me. Look straight into my eyes. Watch the direction of my feet and anticipate the movement. You have a good eye." A guiding voice began to play, "Just like what I learned in my past life. When your eyes tremble, lock onto someone else's gaze to find stability." We both smiled, not knowing who started first. She and I danced, sharing a dreamlike moment, and time flew by. Right after the dance ended, the other bootlickers immediately jumped in with offers. "M'lady, next time me, no me." A torrent of requests began to rise, but the wealthy young lady no longer had the mind to entertain them. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. I want to rest for a while." "Then let me escort the lady," Corin said with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Corin," Mariette replied. Hand in hand they began to leave, making the bootlickers behind grind their teeth at how Milady Mariette walked off with such a ridiculous fellow, contrary to the men's assumptions. The thoughts of the other young women at the party were entirely different. "Did you see? She stepped on his foot and they danced so romantically. His attention is cool, and that dance was impressive. Have you seen how big Mariette's laugh was? Definitely, I'm 99% sure. Back with Corin's group, after changing clothes, he and Mariette went to the room Sabancha had mentioned earlier. Wow, so this is Duke Sabancha's study, Corin exclaimed, while the wealthy young lady asked curiously, Corin, what are we looking for here? It doesn't matter, just look for traces of Duke Sabancha, Corin answered. Then the two of them split up to search the room, and Corin found a book that caught his attention. It was the Duke's story from the game. In the Duke Sabancha quest, players must find traces of the Duke's wife Luna and his daughter Cecilia. Usually turning this in to Duke Sabancha completes the side quest, but in the game, no, in my past life there was no line instructing you to search the study. Why did he summon me here? I'm not sure either. Let's just look, Corin muttered. After tiring themselves out, the two sat down in frustration, having found nothing. Mariette spoke up. Corin wasn't too surprised. It's not easy to find, he said. Mariette asked, no clues at all. I thought there might be a hidden space or something like that. I'm starving, she said, rubbing her belly. You didn't eat earlier, Corin asked. I didn't have time, I came straight here, remember. How are you, Corin? Mariette said, casting him a strange look. That look was a sign that formed naturally as our relationship progressed. Mariette went on, I just realized your jawline and collarbones are really beautiful. As she said it, she unconsciously sat on Corin's lap, and the scene between them became very suggestive. Knowing Mariette was about to suck his blood, Corin didn't feel ashamed at all. You must sweat a lot, mind if she began. I mean, it's okay. Then I'll do it here. With that, she lightly bit the protagonist's neck, while his face showed almost no reaction. After a short while, Mariette breathed heavily and reluctantly pulled away. Done? Corin asked. Yes, it didn't hurt, right? She replied. Maybe it's because I have the endurance of a persistent warrior, so I didn't feel anything at all, he said casually, which startled her too. Really? For me, she meant she didn't feel anything either. Back to Corin, he suddenly realized something. Wait, I already received the endurance of a persistent warrior along with the soul powder. The book that sealed Duke Sabancha's soul contains functions and charms. If you read it, you can learn its skills and spells. Could the body and soul be linked like this? Thinking that, Corin turned to Mariette and asked Mariette, can you summon Deku here? Saying that made her curious, and she quickly summoned Deku. Seeing that, Corin continued, can you summon it in a slightly staggered state akin to a celestial being's body before it's fully formed, close to a star body's form? Got it, Mariette nodded. Then she called to Deku, Deku, wait a moment. Hearing its master, the dog began to whine miserably. It whined a lot under these conditions. Its body is being torn apart, so that's understandable, Corin thought, watching Deku's body slowly change. Good, Deku is disappearing. Someone who can't perceive souls wouldn't be able to see it. Then something happened. At that moment, a stream of evil aura suddenly targeted both of them, and Corin immediately sensed its presence. What is that? A chill ran through him. Mariette, be ready, Corin shouted. However, the next second he discovered he was trapped inside an isolated space. I get it now. Duke, you should have told me earlier if things were going to turn out like this. The thing sealed inside the Great Grimoire Library is Duke Sabancha's soul. What he chose when he couldn't die and had to endure the bloodthirst was the separation of soul and body. So where is the Duke's body? The answer lay right before him, and just as Corin had predicted, Sabancha's voice began to ring out ahead. Why have you come here with fragments of my soul? I'm asking you, what are you doing in my castle? Duke Sabancha, is that you? Corin asked calmly. Yes. And you? I am Corin Locke, I'm your descendant, he said. Sabancha looked him over and assessed him. Your appearance isn't bad, you seem ordinary. Have you seen my soul then? Sabancha asked, and Corin nodded in admission. Yes, but I'm a bit curious. If your body and soul were separated, how are you still like this? In response, he donned his armor and pointed his sword at him. Stop. I'm the one asking the questions, you just answer. Seeing his posture, Corin realized he couldn't avoid a fight. Damn, I thought things would go smoothly, so it's not just a book after all. 800 years ago, a great general commanded the entire South. Duke Sabancha. People praised him as the strongest of his era, no, the strongest of all time. Back in the clash, Sabancha lunged to attack. Corin quickly used his spear to block, and during the clash, Sabancha seized the moment to ask, I notice now you came after meeting my soul. Did you deal with? Hearing that, Corin dodged a horizontal slash and replied, Huh. Of course not. I helped your soul find peace and move on. I even thought you'd give me something besides that magic book. Across from him, Sabancha retorted, if my soul led you here, then it would have led a bloodsucker demon along with you. Do you think I'll believe the lies coming from your mouth? What are you talking about? Wait also, how could a soulless corpse move like that? Corin said in surprise. After striking him away with a single blow, Sabancha explained. Because this is the body of a bloodsucker demon. It's immortal and needs a fragment of soul trapped in this castle, so that I won't become a monster like the one you led here. A monster? Mariette isn't like that, she's already controlling the bloodsucker's power. Believe me, Corin shouted. Sabancha paused at that, drove his sword point into the floor and slowly removed his mask. Believe you? To free myself from the bloodthirst. For 800 years I have crushed my soul, my senses, and my emotion. But there's one thing that hasn't faded: the taste of fresh blood. A bloodsucker demon cannot resist that instinct. With that, he removed the mask completely, revealing Sabancha's true face scarred all over, and with his mouth sewn shut so he couldn't feed on people. After showing Corin his real face, he put the mask back on and continued. I'm the same. I won't simply believe things I can't verify. If you try to stop me, you'll put yourself in danger too. As he spoke, a crushing aura flared out and shoved Corin backward. At that moment, Corin realized negotiation was pointless. He hadn't planned for this. He shouldn't have brought Mariette here. The one who sealed Sabancha's body long ago because of a grudge with the bloodsucker demon, the hero had gone completely mad. If he was the strongest in his era when alive, then at least now he's quasi-superior. I have to give it everything, Corin thought, and he began to use his trump cards. The 6 techniques, the magic halberd Usura, the supreme serpent essence, serpent ascension, venom dragon head strike. Thus an attack filled with force, and a phantom dragon image began aiming at the hero ahead. Facing that attack, Sabancha calmly raised his sword above his head, wrapping the blade in a violet energy, and said, "Look, this is the power of creation. In life I felled a dragon to gain this power. The demon sword supreme, dragon-slaying technique." His cold voice rang out. Immediately he slashed, projecting a blade of energy that shattered Corin's assault. Only then did he realize how vast the power gap was between him and the man before him. I was wrong, this guy is even stronger than a high-tier monster, Corin thought inwardly. Back where Mariette stood, for some reason another Sabancha appeared before her, starring and accusing. You are a low-grade monster, how do you expect to live a human life? He tightened his grip on his sword and slowly advanced toward Mariette. Of course Mariette couldn't understand what was happening. A monster? What are you talking about? Before she could finish, Sabancha interrupted. Don't you already see yourself as a monster? If so, are you sure you've overcome it by the strength of your will? In the end, you'll crave the blood of the one you love and massacre everyone you care about. Get out of here, he shouted and lunged his sword straight at Mariette. But she nimbly dodged. At the same time, Deku the dog, seeing his master attacked, rushed at Sabancha from behind, intending to take him down. Unfortunately, before he could act, Sabancha noticed him. Bind. He uttered a single word and countless chains shot out to restrain Deku. Quick and agile, a truly brave beast. You're even faster than I was at my peak, but you fight without strategy. You're just a creature that relies on raw strength. As he spoke, he thrust his sword into Deku's body. Mariette screamed in horror beside them as Deku turned back. After speaking, she was also incredibly startled, because Deku's body was still there, and all of this was caused by the sword in Sabancha's hand. This is the sealing sword of Romania. This sealing sword imprisons immortal beings into a space attached to it. Facing this sword, your immortality means nothing. His voice rang out, then 2 swords shot forward and stabbed straight at Mariette. They dragged her away. Sabancha also directly removed his mask and tossed it aside. Go die quickly. I will end that empty life of yours. A monster will always be a monster, he said with absolute certainty. It was puzzling how this old man could still speak with his mouth sewn shut. At his words, Mariette remembered what Corin had told her before. Whether now or before, you're still you. Those words gave her renewed courage. No, Corin said, it's okay, so I. Before she could finish, Sabancha summoned Corin's body and declared, let me say it again. Go die. This is the best path for both of you. Looking back at Mariette, seeing Corin's battered body like that, she rushed over and began panting, as if the symptoms of bloodthirst were starting to kick in. Sabancha stood coldly watching and felt contempt inwardly. I expected nothing else. The bloodsucker demons should all die. Even at her lover's deathbed, she couldn't overcome her instincts. That was what he thought before finishing off the pair. However, her next action was truly beyond Sabancha's expectation. Through his eyes, Mariette began to kiss Corin through her tears. Wait, she's not going to suck his blood. She used her own blood as a healing draft and put it into him. She didn't drink his blood. She gave her blood to him. She overcame the limit in that circumstance. She should have lost reason and given in to her instincts. Sabancha thought in confusion. Corin, please, open your eyes, Mariette cried. That plea made Sabancha begin to reassess himself. I failed. I couldn't save anyone. I surrendered to my own desires. But this kid and this girl. So it turns out I can't judge everything, Sabancha muttered. And living alters some decision. Then a second later, the sword in his hand turned pink and plunged directly into Corin. Seeing Corin stabbed like that, Mariette turned and screamed, "Stop it, enough. How long will you torment us? Don't take my Corin," she cried, her face full of fury. At that moment, a light flashed. Then, immediately after, the two of them reappeared inside the original room. "I'm okay now. Sister Mariette, I'm right here," Corin said calmly. When Mariette saw him awake, she began to cry. "Corin, are you okay? Are you really all right?" Corin didn't answer. He began to touch the scar on his chest, then turned to look at Sabancha and asked, "Why did you save me?" Hearing him say that, Sabancha threw his sword aside and explained, "I transferred my core heart magic to you. Now I understand why my soul led you here. Corin Locke, I see the qualities of a hero in you. Those who chase power are greedy, but you are not. You possess the faith and pride those people usually lack. Above all, you changed a story I could not. You have the right to change this world. What I couldn't protect 800 years ago, correct the mistakes I've made all this time. I beg you, hero," he said with a voice full of feeling. And then, as if his task were complete, Sabancha's body slowly dissolved into nothingness. As for Corin, feeling his heart pounding, he marveled inwardly. The core heart magic of the great General Sabancha, I can't believe I received a gift like this. At that, Mariette suddenly threw her arms around Corin. "Sister Mariette, you're still here. I was so scared just now. I thought you'd abandoned me, so I was terrified. Promise me that if I don't permit it, you will never die." She sobbed like a child. Her plea gave the protagonist pause. "Anyway, I guess everything turned out fine. This reward is enough." "I promise," Corin said, rubbing her head. And Corin's effort was duly rewarded by the system. "You have received the core heart magic of Duke Sabancha. Your magic level has increased. The core heart ability has formed, the Duke's demonic nature. Aura rank 6730 medium. Mana rank 5370 low. Abilities: regenerative power of the stalwart warrior, endurance across all fields, new dual core hearts. If I could hope for one thing, I hope his body and mind, tormented for 800 years, finally find rest." Back to the story. After soothing Mariette to sleep, Corin began thinking about himself. His second core heart not only raised his aura rank but was a true second core heart. And this one even had a supernatural power. But it's strange whether in the game or in a past life. Why didn't Duke Sabancha grant this power to the player? Wouldn't it have been kinder from the start? "He made me suffer," Corin complained inwardly. He glanced at the torn, blood-stained clothing from the earlier battle and thought, "These clothes need washing. Who knows when they'll dry." At that moment, a maid suddenly opened the door and stepped in. "Ah, sorry, I didn't know there were guests," her voice trailed off. From the maid's perspective, the scene was extremely suspicious. Corin shirtless and sweating, Mariette asleep with only a single cloth covering her. "No, not what you're thinking. Really, I know how it looks, but it's not like that," Corin hurried to explain. But his words seemed not to register. Seeing the compromising sight, her face flushed sweat, muscles, the heated atmosphere, and she stammered, making Corin even more panicked. "Oh my God, I told you it's not what it looks like. I'm serious, though it's understandable." Before Corin could finish, the maid hastily shut the door and ran off. "I'm sorry, please continue," she said as she left. "Continue? What do you mean?" "No, it's not like that. Don't misunderstand. Don't go," Corin shouted in desperation. Now he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Something felt off. That night, Mard's screams echoed through the castle. "You bastard, you touched my daughter, I will kill you." So it was only 20 days later was the misunderstanding resolved. And during those 20 days, Corin had to hide in the mountains to train his aura, while knights continuously rode wyverns across the sky searching for his whereabouts. "Find that son of a bitch for me. How dare he lay a hand on Our Lady Mariette." The only lucky thing is that somehow the misunderstanding was cleared up. I nearly became the #1 enemy of the southern region. Corin breathed a sigh of relief and spoke up. "When we return to school, the second term will start, and we need to prepare for the festival," Corin said. The rich girl beside him applauded. "Great, our inn will do well." "Of course, we'll be even lazier then," Corin confidently asserted, relying on knowledge from his previous life. "At that time, a large number of tourists will attend the festival, and of course the inns will thrive. After making it big, I'll sell that plot of land and make a mountain of money." Haha, then money will just breed more money. I'm truly unbeatable. The festival really is the best thing ever. As he said that, the general flared his nostrils and fantasized about a wealthy life to come. Before he could continue, the sight before him froze the general in his tracks. Huh, what is this, a storm? There was no such thing in my past life. From both their perspectives, a terrible tornado was tearing everything around them apart. Sensing Corin's mood, Mariette gently placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. A storm this big will likely mess up the festival. It's okay. Corin, big ventures sometimes fail. Still, should we write an IOU? If you can't pay me back, you'll fulfill one of my conditions, sign it, the little wife said, her eyes turning into hearts. Corin began to despair. Before he ended up moving under a bridge, Mariette made a highly suspicious suggestion. This can't stand, there must be another way. Cut to the special dormitory of Merkaba Academy. Corin and Mariette took shelter there to avoid the storm. Welcome, it's rough travel when there's a storm, Headmaster Aaron said, handing him a towel to dry off. Is that the headmaster? Where's Professor Josephine? She's returning with H. Warren. During the break, they're both at Zion Chapel. Stay here tonight, he offered, which surprised Corin. Really? I'm not an outsider anymore. I was planning to keep you here from this term on, Aaron nodded. Hearing that, the protagonist guessed Aaron's intention, partly to supervise him. Professor Josephine and Headmaster Aaron clearly wanted a way to monitor him. They still couldn't fully trust him. Putting that aside, Corin turned back to the weather and asked, what's causing that storm? Yes, such a huge storm will cause a lot of damage. Is everyone all right? Mariette asked anxiously. In response to their questions, Principal Aaron calmly sipped a cup of tea and replied, there's still no serious damage yet. The city isn't in the eye of the storm, but the outskirts will be much more affected. /home. But if the storm moves, it'll pass through the city anyway, Mariette said in surprise. Aaron's next answer surprised her even more. No, that storm isn't moving, because it's not a natural phenomenon, it was created by a monster. The story began on an important sea lane of the Southern Isles, upstream along the Aegina Strait, where there lived a creature, the solitary king of the deep, a sea serpent. This king went mad, paying no heed to human life, and began sinking ships and invading human territory. One man wanted to become a hero, so he decided to fight that king. Son, do you really have to go? Count Blandria asked. In response, his son gritted his teeth and said, yes, father. It's an A-rank monster. If I succeed in defeating it, I'll be promoted to first-class knight. This young man was Levant Blandria. Part of his motive was that he had previously asked Mariette to dance and been refused, which made him furious. Worse, Miss Mariette had agreed to dance with some rustic fellow. That was Levant's subjective view, but looking at Corin's face in reflection, it was true. If I can defeat that monster, I'll be able to steal Miss Mariette away from that despicable fraud, he thought to himself, and resolved, I will slay the sea serpent and bring peace back to the strait. So, with hearts full of zeal, a strike force fought fiercely for 6 days and 5 nights. They truly succeeded in driving off the sea serpent and returning peace to the Aegina Strait. The sea serpent is fleeing. We won. Congratulations on your victory, young master, the knights nearby shouted. Levant was so overjoyed he nearly cried. Miss Mariette, I dedicate this victory to you. Back to the story. The problem was that in the end they couldn't catch the sea serpent and it got away. And that sea serpent had caused the deaths of innocent people, starting with a pair of storm bats, which reproduce by falling into the eye of the storm to protect themselves from predators. Their nickname is Stormfall, because their bones, blood, and flesh are all potent elixirs. Even monsters crave them. And the wounded sea serpent couldn't ignore this brood of Stormfall, and the female Stormfall made a decision. For the sake of the offspring in her belly, she headed north, flying as fast as she could toward safety, and so she chose to give birth near the Merkaba Academy, and more precisely, she selected the exact lot that Corin had raised funds to buy back to build an inn for the festival. And now, well, everything was ruined by the storm, my land. Who would have thought of that? A storm bat. They're rare, hardly seen in summer because they breed on the small islands of the archipelago, so why are they here now? Ah, I get it, must be the butterfly effect I caused. One flap of wings and it brought a whole storm. A real storm, Corin thought bitterly. Meanwhile, with the storm, the construction workers had packed up and left. We're evacuating. We can't work anymore. Wait, you're almost done. Why leave now? Corin grabbed at their sleeves but couldn't stop them. The crew was determined to go. The storm kept growing. To keep building would mean death. You should give up too. That's just how life is sometimes, they advised and left. If the storm keeps like this, there won't be a festival at all. If it drags on another week, my inn will be gone. I spent 280 gold to buy this plot. 330 to buy raw materials and pay construction workers. 220 to finish the architecture. Of that, 110 gold was mine, the rest I borrowed. If my business fails, I'll be on the hook for 720 gold. It's over, really over, Corin said, face as if he were dying. A short while later, Merkaba Academy called an emergency meeting to deal with the storm. Principal Aaron Kassar summoned several students and professors. Is everyone here? Surely you all know why I called you. It's because of the stormfall. So we have to subdue it. Professor Dana asked, and she added that if they caught this bat, all the research funds poured into Mount Design would be recovered immediately. Nearby, Professor Ha Min slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Of course we have to catch it." I object. The storm will be over in a month. I don't think we need to take that risk, Professor of Magic Edgar said, shaking his head. And as soon as he finished, alchemy instructor Lurala spoke up. "Oh, Professor Edgar, what's your evidence?" she asked. The professor then explained. Alvin's breeding season typically runs from June to September. They're known for short birthing cycles, and even accounting for other variables, the storm should end after a month. Hearing this, the busty woman covered her mouth and laughed. Then there's really no need to take the risk. I think we should leave things as they are. At the same time, a burly man at the table, after some thought, offered his opinion. I still think we should subdue it. He was Ojin, the new professor of the Knights Department, probably to replace that brutal instructor. He continued. Not only would students fail to return to school on time and the festival be postponed, outsiders would assume the academy was doing nothing. Professor Ojin argued our institution is an educational body. The job of monster eradication should fall to the guild first. Someone objected. Either way, this is a breakthrough. I'm with Professor Edgar on this. Back to Corin. After a while of discussion with no decision, he began to stand up. Professor, no, elders, though I'm still inexperienced, please hear me out once. We swore to be brave and pursue truth with kindness. I will not betray my ideals even if it costs me my life. To protect the weak and defeat evil, we are the guardians, the protectors of humanity. Of course we must fight, Corin said with passionate voice. But his words still weren't enough to convince Professor Edgar. Corin, I understand your sincerity, but about that. Before Edgar could finish, Corin interrupted. Edgar, how can you say that? Can't you see the victims who lost their homes to the storm? At this, tears began to stream down his face as if mourning those ruined by the storm. But of course, inwardly he worried for himself. Please, subdue it, I'm about to become a beggar, Corin screamed inside. He then started embellishing to move them. They're driven into the streets, losing their jobs. Children go hungry because they lost their homes. Can you buy back human lives with money? How can you abandon them? Hey, wait, I didn't mean that, Professor Edgar protested, and the other teachers began to be moved too. Oh, he's sincere, what a model of knightly spirit. Hearing that, Corin unleashed his final act. This wasn't just knightly spirit or the guardian oath anymore. It was something grand. I only want to save people. So save the inn, no, save the townsfolk. As he spoke, Corin's tears flowed and his gaze drifted off into the distance. At Corin's words, the knight instructors started pumping their fists. I knew I picked the right person, he's right. So young and already a passionate knight. Damn, so touching. But an inn. There's people running an inn. Oh, I see. Form the strike team at once. In the name of the Guardians, I swear we'll protect them, Ojin declared. While Professor Dana grinned with narrowed eyes, he, my research fund. At the front, Principal Aaron announced, so we have a decision. And so, thanks to his brilliant performance, all the professors and students agreed to attack. The strike team was formed and moved toward the storm. I've spoken with the support team, we just need to time it right, Edgar said. Corin began to pant, which surprised Professor Ojin a bit. Haha, you're so moved, didn't expect you to have such a desire to save others. Yes, lucky me to protect everyone, Corin laughed loudly, secretly thinking. Of course I'm sincere, I have to repay 720 gold. My whole life depends on this. Back to the raid. The plan was simple, to catch a living stormfall Alvin in the eye of the storm. We needed help from the support team to create a breach in the storm. If they successfully made a crack, the entry team would go in and defeat the Alvin. It would be great if the plan went so smoothly. But the eye of the storm teemed with countless monsters. These monsters had been drawn into the storm while trying to eat the Alvin. They've gone hungry for a long time, and were becoming incredibly fair. I was also very worried because Professor Heyman was present at his peak. He was called Heyman the Brawler, a first-rate knight. Heyman Welsh. He wielded a 2-meter great axe, as if it were a pair of chopsticks, a first-rate knight. Professor Ojan, a top-tier mage and temporary captain, whose staff know it's not a cigarette was the weapon he used to display outstanding talent. Professor Edgar, and moreover a second-year student, who was also a first-rate knight like him, a member of the savage Northern Isle tribe. The berserker Bajacker. With these excellent members, it would be surprising if they couldn't beat those monsters. You're so tall, are you half giant? Corin asked. Focus on the fight, Bajacker reminded. Hearing that, Corin casually slit the throat of a goat-headed monster in front of him and said, he's easier going than he looks. He thought to himself, anyway, the main focus is to catch the Alvin. We must penetrate the eye of the storm before the damage spreads and capture the Alvin. And of course, about the damage to my inn, just wait, Alvin. I'm coming, Corin said, his face flushing with anger. Meanwhile, Professor Heyman had cleared away the monsters ahead and volunteered to lead. We will enter the eye of the storm. Everyone followed. So everyone followed him, but once inside they were even more astonished. Whoa, I didn't expect this. A small storm inside a bigger storm. I've never seen anything like this. I think it sensed intruders approaching and used its final power to create a smaller vortex. Professor Edgar speculated as he stared at the whirlpool before him. Can an Alvin do that? Professor Heyman asked. It can only be maternal instinct. Even as a beast, it's truly remarkable. Edgar replied, then turned to ask Ojan. Professor Ojan, do you think we can get through? Hearing Edgar, Ojan thought for a moment and answered, if we can endure wounds all over our bodies, so we'll take heavy casualties too. Meaning we shouldn't overexert ourselves, let the support team go in. Professor Edgar said calmly, then quickly drew a pistol and fired a luminous bullet into the sky, signaling those outside. Outside the storm, the support team quickly spotted the signal. Professor Dana, request for support, someone called. The professor became excited. Haha, let's see, it's been a while since I got to show my power. She then began casting some spell, forming a magic circle at her feet. At the same time, lightning in the sky began to strike chaotically, making Edgar inside tremble with fear. Professor Edgar, isn't this a bit dangerous? Someone shouted. Oh my God, Professor Dana, are you trying to kill us all? Everyone hide behind me, I will raise a shield. God, we only need enough power to dispel the storm. Someone complained about Professor Dana's brute force magic. And then, from above the sky, a gigantic column of lightning struck straight down. This was the chain damnation spell. Seconds later, the lightning vanished and the strike team staggered out of the rubble. The angriest was Professor Heyman. Lord, this is why I hate mages, they almost wiped us out, he complained. Edgar, hearing this, cautioned, well, it's dealt with now. With that amount of lightning, the storm should. Wait, why is it still there? Edgar cried out in alarm. For the small vortex before them was still active with no change, leaving everyone stunned. With that many lightning strikes, even top-tier monsters shouldn't have survived, Edgar muttered, while Professor Heyman quickly noticed something and said, wait, there's something strange. That Alvin is getting bigger, what the hell is going on? Turning to Corin, he too stared ahead in disbelief. Evolution, it's evolving, he murmured. Evolution, damn it. This is a unique phenomenon that occurs during the accumulation of life experience. It's not simply a stage where the alpha, the pack leader, ascends. It's when the species vessel ascends. For a creature that can survive in a storm of this scale, it's not surprising it can resist lightning. The Alvin absorbed all of Professor Dana's lightning. We can no longer regard it as a weak monster. The Alvin now is the thunderstorm sovereign. Damn it, everyone be careful. Someone shouted before the whole group was swept up by the storm and thrown into the sky. Hey, support mages, can't you do anything? Heyman asked urgently. Professor Edgar shook his head. Even if we called them in now, the Alvin's power would only grow stronger. Look at Professor Dana, this creature isn't ordinary. Damn it, what do we do now? Heyman said angrily. While everyone struggled, it was Corin's moment to shine. Heh heh, time for me to take the stage, Huoxia Zaliu. Corin shouted as if activating an ability, but then he realized martial arts only work with feet planted on solid ground. He had to cling to his spear shaft to avoid being carried away. This is so frustrating, I can't do anything. Give me a chance to show what I can do, Corin thought inwardly. He glanced at the big guy next to him. Hey Bajacker, do something, shut up. What do you want me to do? The big man shouted. And because they were airborne, Whether 2-meter giants or spear wielders were all equally helpless. No, no, the 720 gold depends on whether I catch that bat, Corin told himself. He shouted again, Bajacker. Hearing this, the big man grew annoyed. You bastard, why do you keep calling me? In response, Corin stomped straight on his head, using it as a spring. Corin muttered and thought inwardly. Just because I'm flailing in the air doesn't mean I can't do anything. I won't give up. Then Corin used Bajacker's head as a foothold to launch himself into the air. Not stopping there, he also used the bodies of other professors as springboards to propel toward the monster. I'll kill you, Corin screamed like a madman. Across from him, the golden bat saw him coming and screeched to intimidate. It was the clash of a man blinded by vengeance and a monster trying to protect its offspring. Their lives hinged on this moment. A desperate battle had just begun. But at the moment they collided, suddenly Corin's foot hit something soft. Then his whole body sank into that soft thing. God, why is there slime here? Corin cried out, but he didn't give up his attack. Not over yet, Tumushan. 2 strikes will do it. Red strike, he shouted, throwing all his strength into the spear aimed at the alvin shrouded by the vortex. And the moment it touched the vortex, the spear was easily knocked back ultimately, because Corin had no solid footing to fully deliver his force. Not again. All ground techniques are useless in the air. Ah, it's over. Is it done? I shouldn't have invested from the start. I should have used that money to buy good food. Damn it, Corin thought bitterly as tears threatened to fall. Thus Corin's world seemed to collapse inside the storm. Or at least that's what he thought before suddenly, a dark figure hurtled through the storm and kicked the bat square in the neck. The impact was loud enough that Corin could hear it even inside the storm. Someone was fighting the alvin, but who was it? He wondered. He strained his eyes to watch. The one beating the monster was none other than H. Warren. Under the small girl's rapid punches, the creature could only groan in pain. Then H. Warren gathered power into her fist and struck the center of the monster's head direct, causing its whole body and the surrounding storm to explode in an instant. And as soon as the vortex vanished, all the professors began to plummet back down. The storm has stopped. But who are they? Ojin said curiously as he looked at the 2 dark figures ahead. Even if I must go through the valley of shadow, I will not be afraid, for the gods are always by my side. Even before being buried by a debt of 720 gold coins, the rescue team will come. Hearing that, Corin immediately fell to his knees, raised both hands above his head, and clasped them in prayer before the girl who had just saved his life. Time passed quickly. The vortex that hit the outskirts caused an uproar and minor damage, but thanks to early intervention, aside from the rural roads, the city suffered little loss. Although there were a few casualties, they would recover soon. The academy is funded by taxes, so symbolism and heroic image are important for the guards trained by the academy. Volunteer work is one way to maintain that image. Of course, there are exceptions like now. She gave me extra potatoes, the man said with a smile. But H. Warren shot him an annoyed look. If I'm offering it, then just eat it. Why yes, he stammered in fear. Nearby, Corin spoke up to chide her. You're so mean. Do you even know when humans began forming civilization? Don't talk like those professors, she scolded. But the captain couldn't stop talking. I only heard it once, but civilization began when a broken leg showed signs of healing, he said. If your leg broke, you'd clearly die in the wild. But a healed broken leg means someone helped you until it mended. When someone survives disaster and receives aid, that's the start of civilization, he said with a smile. But these theories seem to have no effect on H. Warren. She replied that it just meant humans are weak. It means nothing to me. No human would ever help me, she said. I can help you, so does that make it meaningful now? Corin asked with a smile. H. Warren fell silent for a moment after hearing him, then replied, a weakling shouldn't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Corin only sighed and smiled. Turning back to H. Warren, she was trapped in her own thoughts. I am a Dasha, a creature created when a human grows close to a monster. If you knew my past, if you knew my true nature, would you trust me enough to stand beside me without guarding your back? I know this isn't my body, but if you knew, would you still help me? At that moment, inside H. Warren's mind, a spirit seemed to exist, constantly screaming to have its body returned, and she immediately refused that demand. Shut up, this is my body. It's mine, I'll never give it back. Night fell quickly. The Guard Academy was located in the city of Merkaba, commonly called the safest place in the world, but the reality was different. Alleyways ran everywhere, and those who held power in those lawless districts were the Black Star Guild. Their main income came from slavery and distributing bootleg liquor, but to cement their status, they also ran more special businesses. For example, handling troublesome customers like this one. "Bring the drink here." Corin shouted like a true drunkard, his arm wrapped around a serving girl who could only force a smile, while the old man behind looked awkward and unsure how to react. Then, after finishing the bottle that had been brought out, the little captain started causing trouble. "You bastard, this called wine. Who's the manager here? Tell him to come out and meet me now." In response to his demand, a big boss barged in with a few underlings, kicking the door open. "Which bastard dares cause trouble in my tavern?" Hearing the shout, Corin glanced at the group. "Finally they're here. The Black Star Guild supplies this tavern with bootleg liquor while collecting protection taxes. If you want to find them, there's no better place than here." Corin thought to himself as the big boss approached and spoke. "You look like an academy student. What's a minor doing here?" Corin pretended to be drunk and slurred, "You are Hickwat." Seeing his state, the boss calmed down and said, "Kid, finish your drink and go home, I'll cover it." Instead of accepting his kindness, Corin grabbed his cup and poured it straight over the boss's head while taunting, "Perfect timing. Are you the manager here?" "You bastard." The hounds shouted as if ready to leap, but the boss raised a hand to signal them to stop. One of his lackeys understood and quickly handed him a towel. "I've seen plenty of brats like you always stirring trouble because you go to the academy. They think they're the best and fear no one. Teach every one of them a lesson," he said coldly. At those words, the hounds drew their swords and rushed in to attack. These guys were the crazed hounds from the north known as slave hunters, or the red hounds. How can a student who's nothing but a puppy not realize how terrifying a tiger can be? The boss yelled, but reality differed wildly from his expectation. With just 2 punches and 3 kicks, Corin easily sent the pack of hounds crashing down into pools of blood. By then the boss had lost his composure. "Why you? Who are you?" he stammered. Corin was happy to introduce himself. "Me. I'm the one who catches crazy hounds." No sooner had he finished than Corin punched the boss square in the face, denting it inward. And so that day the Black Star Guild vanished. Well, it wasn't just about cleaning out a gang. There was a specific reason for targeting them. They trafficked in slaves. He wanted to free their victims, the demi-humans. They moved to a warehouse where countless cages were stacked, each containing a person. Seeing the scene, sympathy crossed Corin's face. My God, they're treated like animals. In this world, demi-humans were always treated brutally. They were different from ordinary people and easily ostracized and despised. With that thought, Corin quickly picked the locks and freed them all, while instructing them, "When you get out, a wagon prepared by the Dunlop family will be waiting. Those who go out first can follow that path." At his words, some began to move. This would make them less alert to him. All right, time to complete the final objective, Corin thought. Then he approached a green-skinned demi-human girl and asked, "Are there siblings here named Ren and Ron?" Hearing his question, the girl calmly pointed to the side. That drew his attention to a pair of wolf siblings. The older sister was desperately protecting her frightened younger brother. And after taking a good look at them, Corin was extremely surprised. What, they're so small? Odd. In my previous life I met them around 20 years old. I'd heard that a werewolf's body develops according to the maturity of its mind, but this is way too small. Still, even so, thinking that, Corin stepped closer and called out, "Hey." Inside, the older sister hurriedly hugged her brother and shouted, "Don't hit him." Seeing the siblings' frightened looks, Corin thought to himself, so this must be the sister Ren. I heard werewolves awaken right after birth, so they were sold when they were little. "I'll kill you, you bastard." In my previous life she used to spit lines like that at me. Her attitude was very different. She used to be so abrasive. Did she really change like this within a year? In my previous life, Ron and Ren were villains working at the Werewolf Catholic Church, orthodox extremists, fanatic segregationists. In attempts to raise public awareness about demi-humans, humans committed countless brutal acts against captured werewolves made into slaves. Those events sparked the political confrontation between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Neither was an easy opponent in my previous life. Still, in the end they were both killed by Park Sihu. I'm saving unfortunate villains who would later evolve into powerful mid-tier bosses, Corin thought. Then he opened the door and said, "You're prettier than I expected. Come on," and he reached his hand toward the two of them. But Ren immediately shoved his arm away. "Go away, leave us alone," she cried, while the others kept trying to soothe them. "Be good, let go, let them go. You'll get hurt. It's okay, no one will hurt you anymore. You're safe now." After saying that, Corin opened his arms and hugged the two children. Children who had never known adult protection, and were always oppressed. How miserable, he thought. After waiting for the siblings to calm down, Corin asked, "What are your names?" "Ron, I'm Ron," the boy said, and the older sister wiped her tears and replied, Ren. I see, I'm Corin Locke, he introduced himself. Are you a guardian? Yes, that's right. After hearing Corin's confirmation, the two children immediately fell asleep. They must feel more comfortable now, both of them. Thank God he'd calmed them down. But do I really have to hand them over to the academy guards? Corin wondered awkwardly. Time passed quickly. Back at the tavern, the serving girl spoke up. What do you think? Her name was Lenya, a tavern worker. She looked like a typical alley server, but she actually managed a guild that gathered information. Hearing that question, Corin began to sweat. Things hadn't gone as he expected. He'd assumed mid-tier bosses Ren and Ron wouldn't be children. He thought they'd be stronger and had planned to use their power to control enemies. Who could have predicted this? Thinking that, Corin stammered, just put them in the shelter first and feed them. Are you playing philanthropist now? Lenya asked skeptically. Think what you want, Corin grumbled, rubbing his temple. Forget the sibling situation, don't I have to save H. Warren first? He painfully reminded himself. Time flew. In the city of Merkaba, at the landing for flying beasts in the East Village, a one-legged bird had just landed, carrying several people on its back. Seeing that, an official from a distance stepped forward and asked, Hello, are you from the East? Show me your registration paper. After saying that, he studied the group closely. And with his gaze, the three people jumped down: two men and a woman dressed in Eastern-style ancient clothing. Then the white-haired youth held up an eagle-shaped badge to prove his identity, and the official immediately recognized it. Oh, an officer from Borime Academy, I see. Next, the old man dressed like a priest stepped forward to introduce himself. I'm Kang Ryan. These are my disciples. I'm Jin Hyuk, nice to meet you, the white-haired youth said, and the girl beside him put her hands together and added, I'm Student Council President Kang Yuwa. Hearing them, the official smiled and replied, The Kingdom of El-Laz welcomes you three. A carriage is ready this way, please, and he gestured to the side. After boarding the carriage, Jin Hyuk relaxed and said, Phew, they sure treat us well. Seeing that, Yuwa immediately pointed her sword at him and snapped, You haven't sat yet. Come on, Yuwa, you know I'm not strong, he said casually, which only annoyed her more. First night and you talk like that. Jin Hyuk replied nonchalantly. At that point, Master Kang had to chide them. Enough, sit down. Stop your nonsense. Hearing him, Jin Hyuk sobered and asked seriously, Master, are you sure? That creature is here, right? Yes, he confirmed, adding, the leader here definitely took it. The Emperor already knows about it. A flare of aura burst from Jin Hyuk, making the Master slightly uncomfortable. Hide your killing intent. We must forget all that for now. Remember that only then can we act, he instructed. But Jin Hyuk looked straight at him and asked back, Forget it. How am I supposed to forget? What did that damn thing do to us? As he spoke, memories flitted through his mind. The academy tower engulfed in a sea of flame, and before it stood a girl standing atop countless skulls, a talisman affixed to her forehead for some unknown purpose. Time passed quickly. It was now a month after the falling storm incident, and the academy was bustling about the upcoming festival. The festival, despite its name, was more like a competitive exchange. Students from the 4 academies in each region battled for dominance. At that time, friends Lark and Jiger excitedly suggested, shouldn't we form a team soon? Right, we need to pick individuals, pairs, and teams to compete, they agreed. Nearby, Foodie Alicia asked, what event are you entering, Corin? If it's pairs, I'll take you with me. Corin replied calmly. Behind them, burly Jiger said he wanted to pair, while Lark said he'd do singles and team events. Alicia's face paled slightly after hearing Corin. Me? HMPH. HMPH, what we're already a fixed team, Corin reminded her. Alicia, knowing that, asked again, what about the team matches? Teams are randomly assigned, so I don't know, hope I get grouped with you. Corin replied, and Alicia snorted coldly, which annoyed Corin a bit. Why does she keep snorting? Before she finished, Corin smiled enigmatically. Announcements will come soon. If you're rank 2 or higher, you'll have the right to choose. So you're making me a laborer again at the festival, she complained, head down, having to work hard. Corin didn't know how to respond. Why don't you pair with Mariette? Isn't she the strongest? Alicia asked, prompting Corin to recall and explain. Mariette, she'll probably do singles. Hearing that, Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. A mage doing singles, she asked. Yes, seems like she wants the singles prize, Corin answered. At that moment, murmurs began to ripple through the room, drawing Corin's attention. Hey, look over there, check out that outfit. Must be from the East. From the East? Corin mumbled, quickly shifting his gaze to the distance, where the 3 Jin Hyuk and the others were strolling. Is that a Taoist robe? Idiot, it's just Eastern clothing, someone said. Seeing them appear, Corin thought, have they already arrived? The immortal Taoist Kang Ryan, combat hound Sa Jinhyuk, and sword saint Kang Yuhua. They're the main characters of Part 3, Tianya Zhu. Cut to a room somewhere else, where Professor Josephine's voice rang out. Transfer students from our academy to Borime Academy. I cannot agree to that. Across from her, the Taoist Kang replied calmly, we're only making a reasonable request, as if we were the child's own kin. A year ago we faced a tragic accident, and sadly, the center of that tragedy was my granddaughter. While our hall burned to ashes, she took my granddaughter away. We found the girl, and of course we want to bring her home. Professor Josephine fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, H. Warren is a special case, you should know that. She thought to herself, did he request a meeting as a judge for the team matches because of H. Warren? Kang tossed his chin and continued, you know as well as I do there's a monster dwelling inside H. Warren. I only want to help my granddaughter free herself from that creature. H. Warren's body survives because of that child, and that was also the wish of Principal Aaron's friend and student Kang Yu's father. Josephine replied, we will handle that ourselves. Do you really think you can harmonize with that monster from the start? He challenged. Of course. H. Warren completed the first semester with no problems, Josephine conceded. At that moment, another voice suddenly cut in. I want you to prove it. Has that wicked demon truly been integrated? Who's to say this isn't part of her cruel scheme? The voice belonged to the fat man, a bishop sent by the Catholic Church named Li Jinyang. Professor Josephine frowned and warned Bishop Li Jinyang, please watch your words. No, we trust what our eyes and ears tell us, not this woman's claims, he snapped. What do you mean by that? She retorted. The bloated pig of a man then stated his intent. Release the evil thing during the festival. If that murderous entity is inside her, its true nature will reveal itself in the heat of the grand event. You want me to expose H. Warren during the festival? Professor Josephine asked gravely, then began mulling it over. Although their accusations were baseless, she wasn't confident she could persuade them. When it comes to trust, a witch like her is only a target of suspicion. This might actually be an opportunity. If she could show others that a demon can be harmonized and possess conscience, it would bode well for the future. With that in mind, Josephine consented to their request. Fine. I'll enter H. Warren in the singles match, and Professor Kang Ryan, where H. Warren wants to be, is the girl's decision. I don't know the Eastern continent, he said. Here, her legal guardians are Principal Aaron, myself, and the High Priestess of the Xi'an Temple. I think we've said enough. You two may leave now, she said, dismissing them. Having achieved their purpose, the two men didn't want further entanglement. Understood. Thank you for your time, Professor Josephine. Back with Professor Josephine, after the wicked visitors departed, she finally exhaled and reflected. In hindsight, everything really was just as he had said. During this festival, Balthazar's henchmen are in hiding. Corin spoke up, startling the female professor. Where? Who is it? Seeing her so alarmed, Corin remained calm and said, I only know something. About to happen, I don't have the details. But I suspect the Catholic Church and Borime one of them. Or maybe both. Actually, Corin already had the answer in his mind. It was both. The Catholic Church, in decline, is desperately trying to expand its influence, and Borime's spirit mages and their followers are also involved. The key name is Tian Yazuo H. Warren. This event will determine that character's fate and mark a turning point in the main plot, shaping the overall direction of the Kingdom of El Laz. Thinking that, Corin tossed a few fries into his mouth and said, I want you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church, Professor Josephine. The professor asked, curious about Corin's intention. Sensing her curiosity, Corin explained, there are inns built around religious groups out there. With Borime students staying there, it'll be easier to watch them. How can I trust you? She fretted, which left Corin a bit exasperated. Does she still think I'm Balthazar's disciple? Having no choice, Corin took off his shirt to prove it. You can keep doubting me if you want, that's the proper mindset. But whatever you do, my goal remains the same. With that, Corin revealed the oath engraved on his body. I will save the world. He thought that if she saw a warrior's oath, her suspicion might ease a bit. As Corin expected, Josephine hesitated after witnessing the commandment, and after some pondering she spoke up. I heard the new Outskirts Inn was built with funds pooled by students, so that has nothing to do with you. The general quickly denied. Unfortunately, the professor exposed that claim. I have information that the innkeeper received the contributions, she said. I heard Mariette recently moved supplies there and set up a stall on the street totally unrelated to you. Corin stubbornly refused to admit. Although the professor's words were correct, the stalls Mariette moved were to support 100 long-term lodgers. Daily supplies, food and drink, round-trip transport costs. All those profit projects were planned by someone with far-sighted vision. Sometimes you need a little help, don't be so stubborn. Time passed, and finally the preliminary round of the team tournament took place. Arriving at the gathering ground, Lark and Jeeger were grinning ear to ear. "Hey, do you think we'll actually survive?" Jeeger said nervously as he looked at the crowd scanner. "From this sea of people, only 16 teams will pass, the rest will be out." "There are so many people, even veterans are joining," they said, faces falling. Only Corin remained untroubled. H. Warren was absent from the roster, she was probably only entering singles. "Where, Alicia?" In the distance, Alicia's foodie voice called, "Corin, I'm here, let me squeeze through with you," and she tried to wriggle through the crowd. At the same time, from the elevated stage, the Taoist Kang Ryan's voice rang out. "Nice to meet you all, I am Kang Ryan, a judge for this competition. This is the preliminary round that decides the 16 guardians who will compete in the team matches. Good luck when the sash on your arm is pulled off. You're eliminated, so be careful. We'll begin. The theme of this test, yes, it's the Guardian's most important duty, rescuing civilians." As soon as the words finished, countless walls began rising up around the crowd, forming a maze that cut the group off completely. This was the 8 Gates formation array. Back to the bulky Jeeger. Seeing the sudden change, he was utterly baffled. "Hey, what the hell is this? What's the point of doing this?" Beside him, Lark started to enlighten him. "Of course it has a purpose. Kang Ryan is the greatest formation mage on the eastern continent." Hearing that, Jeeger was still a bit curious. "But in this area, what does rescue the civilians mean?" "Civilians, did he mention that?" Lark said, puzzled. At that moment, they suddenly received a rules notification. First, after touching a civilian, you may issue commands to them. Second, lead civilians to your objective, 1 point per person. Third, destroying unnecessary civilians deducts 2 points per person. Back with the group, they now roughly understood the rules and eagerly inspected the stone figures before them. "These stone mannequins are civilians, so if we touch them they'll move. Probably awesome, this is fun. All right, let's go." The two cheered as if they'd found a new toy. Such kids so enthusiastic, Corin thought to himself. Cut to Alicia. Suddenly an alert blared, "Careful, it's a hound." Seeing that, Alicia lunged forward, and with a single stroke easily took the hound down. Her companions didn't hold back their praise. "One strike and it's down, Alicia's the real deal. Lucky to be on her team." The three kept patting their horses, making her nostrils flare skyward. "All right, trust me and follow my lead," she said confident. "The civilian protection mission. Demonstrate your skills as a guardian. To protect civilians from monster attacks, move as many civilians as possible to safe zones." In line with the mission, their 4-person team was shepherding a group of fleeing people. At that moment, the man in black within the group spoke up. "Alicia, there's a water civilian over there. If we save that person, we'll have rescued 10 people. Let's move quickly." "Okay, then scouting for the safe zone first would be best." Alicia nodded. "I'll send someone to scout. This is an 8 Gates formation, so a safe zone should be nearby," the man in black suggested. But before they could act, the ground around them began to tremble violently, forcing the group to halt. "What's happening?" All of a sudden the ground shaking. "Is that a drum?" the man in black shouted as he heard a booming noise. Beside him, the foodie girl also saw something and cried out, behind us." The group turned in unison and witnessed something enormous thundering toward them, accompanied by a haughty voice. "Lay down your weapons and we'll spare you." Back to Alicia. Seeing this unbelievable sight, sweat broke out on her face. "What the car?" Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed boys got a clear look and shouted, "No, they've tied the mannequins together to make a cart." "What on earth is that?" "Neil, we're robbers," the bulky Jeeger bellowed, and Alicia, seeing his stance, couldn't hide her astonishment. "Jeeger, what are you doing?" "No, also, are those lyres being strummed like guitars?" Ignoring them and turning back to Corin, he thought with a smile. Does he want over 1,000 students to score points by transporting a limited number of mannequins? Why bother with those tedious tasks? Eliminating others is clearly easier. The foodie girl's face drained as she stared at him. "Why, you're Corin." Hearing the shout, Corin looked down from above and asked back, "Corin, who is that?" "Call me the Almighty Immortal, I am." "The Almighty Immortal," Corin said with a clownish expression. Time quickly passed until the next morning. As usual, the group gathered again before the old man Uskia. At that moment, Corin cut straight to the chase and asked him direct, "Even though we couldn't get the fruit, We can still take part in the final task, right? In response to Findia's question, Uskia nodded. He said, "That's acceptable, but if you don't take the fruit, the advantage in the final task will tip to Dunskai's side." Hearing this, Corin began to complain to the old man. "Even as a mage, don't be so pedantic. We lost because that guy showed up midway. Can it be a fair fight?" Ignoring his words, the old Uskia focused on the final task. "Now I will announce the mission. Make the magic staff grow until it reaches the sky and meets the giant who guards the sun." He said this while pointing a finger up at the sky. There are 3 weeks until the eclipse. Until then, Corin's group must raise the staff high enough to touch the sky. In another development, at the request of his niece, the old sword Emperor Garand was training her without showing any mercy. For Alicia, when she encountered that demonic swordsman, she felt something very strange. Comrade. The essence of demonry flowed through every swing of his blade. That's why I understand the innate genius and demonic nature of a swordsman. That's why I'm afraid, because that person is even stronger than I am. Food-loving Lunia gritted her teeth, thinking back to each razor-sharp stroke made by that demonic swordsman. His skill completely overwhelmed everyone. Even Lunia couldn't compare. Across from her, old Garin paused for a moment and warned, "Your basic skills are still lacking, my niece. But since you begged this old man for help, it's only right that I teach you properly." Hearing this, Alicia suddenly grew angry and demanded, "Enough! What about that monster? Why don't you just kill him?" Explaining the question, Garen's face showed memories of the demonic swordsman as he spoke. "I can't, he's a genius. He can reach the realm of the heavenly sword." The heavenly sword? Why have I never heard of that? Alicia's voice was full of curiosity. In reply, old Garen chuckled and explained, "Of course you haven't, you didn't exist when I created it." Hearing this, Alicia froze for a beat. Her face turned visibly angry. She gripped her sword and lunged at the old bastard. "Don't mock me." From Garen's point of view, he also clenched his sword and coldly explained, "Those who reach that realm can cut through the sky and split the world in two. I want to see a swordsman like that." Having said that, he swung his sword with full force forward, colliding directly with Alicia's blade. The moment the two blades clashed, a deafening sound rang through the air. Their strike was so powerful it produced a shockwave that spread outward. To his notion, Alicia could only shout, "You crazy old man. Ha, you're getting more like your sister every day," Garen said with eyes brightening in excitement, while Alicia clicked her tongue in annoyance. Cut to the kingdom of Elraz. At the southern castle, Busty Mariette had just taken off her heavy cloak and asked, "Mother, can I go now?" She quickly changed into her familiar outfit and told herself, "The spring festival ends in 4 days. Corin sent word that he'd meet her before the eclipse on February 8th. Of course, I've ridden the Skydrake many times, but I'm still worried." Thinking of that, Mariette's face flushed slightly. But before she could leave the house, her father rushed out and shouted to stop her. "No, where do you think you're going, Mariette? Holidays are for staying home and being with family." "I'll get married there, father," Mariette replied, and at the same time her mother darted over with lightning speed, slapped her husband's throat and clamped his neck. She admonished her daughter, "Our Mariette is old enough, go on. Hurry and give Diaku a sibling." With that, the lady dragged her helpless husband back to the room. Meanwhile, Mariette muttered about which means of transport would be fastest. "A skydrake? No, I'll borrow the bloodcrest bird. Let's go, Diaku. Go find your father." This is the instinct of a high-ranking vampire. Mariette Dunlop herself knew that. Besides her, a new enemy had appeared. Cut to the great cathedral of the first sanctuary, Jerome, where H. Warren and Professor Josephine were present to meet someone important. The person she needed to meet today was the holy maiden Estelle Hadatha El Rat. The person she needed to meet today was the holy maiden Estelle Hadatha El Rat. At that moment, her face looked a little dreamy, as if praying. But the instant she spotted Josephine and H. Warren approaching, she immediately tossed the prayer aside and ran to embrace H. Warren. "Oh my, it's H. Warren. We've been hearing about you at the festival. Are you okay? Of course you're not hurt." Then she pinched H. Warren's cheeks with both hands and pulled them apart, while H. Warren, not wanting to waste time, spoke bluntly, "Get out of here. It's important. Quickly break the seal for me." "Why?" Estelle asked curiously. At her question, H. Warren's face flushed and his voice stammered and unclear. It's uncomfortable you do it. Opposite me." The holy maiden slit eyes slightly opened a bit, then she, "Are you Lan?" In response, Lan cheerfully said, "Hello, your highness, I feel the same, we need power." "Why?" Estelle asked further, and for this Lan playfully shared, "Because I want to become his wife." Her words made the holy maiden opposite her pause in thought for a few seconds, but then she accepted the request. Estelle placed her hand on H. Warren's head and used her holy power, causing a glow to appear on H. Warren and slowly fade away. Seeing that, the fire girl regained control of her body and asked, "The seal has been lifted, right?" "Only the first seal," the holy maiden Estelle clarified further. However, for H. Warren that was enough. "Good, I'll be off then," she said, and turned to leave in a great hurry. Meanwhile, Professor Josephine, who had been watching from the side, reminded them, "It's 24,000 km from here to the eastern border. You'd best ride a skydrake there." "Wouldn't I be faster going on my own? I can't arrive after her anyway," H. Warren said, looking a bit embarrassed. "No," Lan said no. Then H. Warren accelerated and leapt straight out the window, ignoring Professor Josephine's loud shout behind her. "That will take 3 weeks. Why are you jumping out the window?" "Only 2 days," H. Warren answered. Meanwhile, the holy maiden Estelle watched their departing figures and gave a knowing smile. "How interesting. Vampire Mariette and swordswoman Lunia Arden Alicia, successor to the Sword Emperor, Alicia, from defeating the Iron Mountain King to preventing H. Warren from turning into a monster. Many such events are connected together. What kind of person is the junior Corin Locke?" Time passed quickly. 3 days later, back with the main character, who was now helping the gluttonous Alicia bandage her wounds. Looking at the wounds on her body, Corin clicked his tongue in annoyance. That old man really showed no mercy to anyone. "You'll bleed to death before you can climb that tree." Saying that, Corin tightened the bandage in his hands and tied it off. The pain made the scatterbrained Alicia cry out in tears. I feel like I'm going to die." "Stop it, you idiot. Dying now would be far too soon," Corin scolded her. From Alicia's viewpoint, she began to look at the 2 staffs the Corin group and Dun Sky's group had planted in the ground, then said with a puzzled face, "I think I can climb it, but I'll need several more lifetimes to see all the wonders of this world." By her gaze, the staff they planted had hardly grown at all, while Dun Sky's staff had already become a gigantic tree. "Impossible," Alicia said helplessly. However, our protagonist already had plans in mind, so he reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will fall into place." Corin's confident voice made Alicia drift into a daydream, always like that. Whether it was stopping a giant boar from escaping Professor Permack's matter, or facing an undefeatable demon, how did he always keep such firm faith? Even when facing impossible tasks, he never worried. Thinking this, the scatterbrained girl couldn't help but ask Corin, "What exactly do you want to do?" Hearing this, Corin stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if considering whether to reveal his plan. But before he could, suddenly the voice of the old man Doom rang out in front of him. "You still work hard though night has fallen. Corin Locke, Thuong D stroke letter 1 EBF, I want to speak with you at least once." The old man stroked his beard, and his appearance put the pair on alert. "Speak of what?" Corin asked. In reply, Doom's face showed some puzzlement. "Why do you humans want to stop the heavenly path?" Opposite him, Corin rose and answered clearly, "Because countless people will die. Surely you know that. Why would a nature mage like you side with them?" "Not clear enough. After living for centuries, I've reached a conclusion. To protect nature, humans must die," Doom said coldly, and this crazy idea left Alicia stunned. From her perspective, Doom didn't even seem human. Those dry eyes were more like a plant's. His thoughts were filled with malice toward the world. Turning back to Corin, who saw Alicia's bewildered expression, he patted her shoulder and said, "Look closely, Alicia. What I want to do is kill scum like him to the last one." At Corin's declaration, even Doom couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, go this far to stop us. You're serious. But at least for now you won't win. Look over there, what do you think? See the difference? I've lived with nature for centuries. No magic on this continent can bridge that gap. That's the law of nature, of God's logic rules. It's your problem. What do you think? Do you even know?" At this, Doom paused slightly because Corin had begun to slowly approach the staff, as if he intended to do something. Returning to the protagonist's thoughts, after revealing that dropping the golden ma root herb into the lake, many believed that doing so could promote ranks. "But I'm tired of those traditional methods. Even experimenting with rare items is the same. Rare items like the golden ma root herb. I'm probably the only one who knows how to cultivate." How Alicia turned an oak into a powerful magic tree, with just a few drops, proved its effectiveness. Even if you've lived with nature for centuries, you might not know this. The golden ingredient in this vial is something I made myself. A mystery that exists in only one bottle. It's fertilizer for the golden ma root herb. Golden ma root fertilizer boosts the growth of magic plants and creates an area that restores mana. 185 mana per minute. Thinking that, The protagonist poured the entire vial onto the staff in his hand. Then he turned to the old man Doom and said, "Mage, I always thought newcomers were clumsy fools. I don't know how long you've lived, but keep living and you'll see more wonders. Look closely, you old fool. From now on, watch my magic." At that moment, in everyone's eyes, Corin's tiny staff suddenly emitted a dazzling light and began to grow at incredible speed. And in no time, its trunk shot up into the sky. "Unbelievable. Very good. The growth rate tripled," Corin said with a bright smile. Beside him, old Uskia stepped forward and reminded him, "I don't know what method you used, but that's impressive. Since you're about to ascend, this is my final advice as Findia's maid. To obtain the Sword of Light, don't miss the moment when the sunlight wanes. As a being who lives on this land, I wish you all the best. From now on, it all depends on you to stop them, young hero," he said as he gripped Corin's hand. It seemed he realized that if Dun Sky's group obtained Klaus Sola's, something bad would surely happen. However, since he couldn't interfere with the trial, he could only place all his hopes on Corin. Seeing this, Corin smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, hungry Alicia cheerfully said, "Corin, let me go call my sister. Are you going right now?" Hearing that, Corin shook his head and said, "No, it won't be finished in just a day or two. We need to prepare now. I'll pack food and clothes and leave a week after we're ready." Saying that, he looked up at the sky and pondered. The final battle for one of the 4 great treasures, the Radiant Sword, will take place in the sky. There's only 1 week left from now. You'd better prepare, Doom, because I'll summon the strongest figures here. At that moment, the 2 high-tier monsters, Mariette and H. Warren, were also racing at top speed toward the giant tree. Time flew by quickly. Although Corin had eagerly expected Alicia and H. Warren to arrive, in the end no one arrived. To make use of the time, they had already begun climbing the tree to reach the sky. As they went, Corin complained, "In the end no one came. What on earth are they doing? Why hasn't anyone shown up?" In truth, Corin had somewhat blamed Mariette and H. Warren unfairly. It's not that they didn't come, but that they had arrived long ago and been trapped in the illusion the Druids created for the first trial. At present, the 2 had been discovered by the Druids and brought to old Uskia. "So you detected them near the barrier?" the old man asked. Following his gaze, for some reason both Mariette and H. Warren's faces twisted in discomfort, which made him a bit worried. "They weren't like this when we first brought them here. This powerful aura, the mana, is truly terrifying. I don't know what they saw inside the illusion realm. They've been like this for days. If it continues, the mysterious land will be in danger. I must enter the illusion realm and pull them out." Uskia's voice was full of anxiety. At this moment, like an instinctive reaction, Mariette and H. Warren's powers kept surging outward. At any moment it might erupt and turn this entire area into a battlefield. Hearing this, the 2 druids behind hurriedly asked, "Is there anything we can do?" The old man closed his eyes, focused his mind, and explained, "No need. I will split my spirit and bring both of them out." Having said that, his spirit began to divide in 2 and entered their dreams. The first dream was that of Busty Mariette. The scene was some kind of ceremonial hall. Inside the hall, a few children with faces identical to Corin's were running and playing around. Seeing this scene, Mariette's face involuntarily broke into a smile. At the same time, a few murmurs rose around her. "I heard she had a child even before graduating the academy." "Oh, that's against the rules, right? The boy looks exactly like his father." "Indeed, this is a wedding," Mariette thought to herself before being jolted awake by a loud proclamation. "The groom is entering the hall." Hearing this, everyone in the hall turned toward the entrance. There, Corin, dressed as the groom, was slowly proceeding in. At his appearance, appreciative murmurs sounded. "Oh my, he looks so dashing." Seeing that, Mariette's cheeks flushed. "How can he be so majestic? Corin is so handsome," she thought silently. Immediately another loud cry rang out. "The bride is entering the hall." At this, the vampire girl's gaze grew dazed. She turned her head back in anxiety, and sure enough, the woman in the bridal gown entering the hall was H. Warren. Seeing the 2 of them walking together so tenderly, Mariette's whole body trembled. She collapsed to her knees, dazedly thinking, "A year has passed. That child looks exactly like Corin. That child must be mine." Corin was so attentive on the wedding day. Yet that outfit stirred so many memories. "If it were me, I could do better. Houses, lands, mineral mines, titles, everything she needs. I can give her all that. If only she would come back and live with me in a happy, warm home. Just that, I will give her everything. If that's the case, so that's how it is. I cannot accept this failure. I cannot believe this is true. Sooner or later Corin will age. After all, he is only human. His life will only last 100 years. But I am an immortal vampire. Or should I turn him into a being like me? Then later, we could live together forever. In the end, he will belong to me. Only 100 years I can endure it. After that, I will take him away, until every trace of her is completely erased from his memory. In this illusion, the upperclassman's potato thoughts began to distort. Scene shifts to H. Warren's dream. Contrary to Mariette, in this dream the one marrying Corin was Mariette. And just like what Mariette experienced, upon seeing Corin and Mariette wed, both H. Warren and Lan became dazed, as if they'd lost all faith in life. Both told themselves, I'll make him happy. For the first time, I gave my whole heart to a man like this. The image then shifted to a scene where Corin was affectionately feeding Mariette. From behind, H. Warren was watching the two of them from a tree. What are they doing? Hoa asked. What on earth am I looking at? Lan whispered. What do you want? Hoa frowned and asked further. Lan said, in my plan there's no room for being heartbroken like this. Beloved, husband, Lord, I want to call him by every title. I want to live a simple life, like a normal, happy family. As soon as she heard that, Hoa began to regain control of her body and cried out, why can't I do that? Help me. I also want that happiness. Next, H. Warren moved to meet Corin alone. Seeing her appear, the protagonist cheerfully greeted, long time no see, how have you been? In response, H. Warren said nothing and immediately lunged, grabbing Corin's hand and pinning him down on the bed. Take off your clothes, H. Warren bluntly said. With a single motion, she tore Corin's shirt off. Corin tried to struggle, but H. Warren's monstrous physical strength left him unable to move. He began to ask, why are you doing this? In reply, H. Warren's voice scolded, you're awful. Instead of looking at me, you look at someone else. Saying that, H. Warren bit straight into Corin's neck, where Mariette's bite mark remained from before. Afterward, she looked at the protagonist with a cold gaze and asked, why did you do that, Corin? I gave him everything I had, so he must belong to me. H. Warren told herself this. And so, a man and a woman stayed beside each other all night, holding hands tightly. The image shifted to a scene of H. Warren cradling some newborn baby in her arms, a face so happy it brought her to tears. Like this, I'll surely have a baby. I'll be happy. Well, that was her delusion, until both Mariette and H. Warren woke and found themselves holding each other's hands, not Corin's. Accompanying this was Uskia's slightly awkward voice. He cleared his throat a few times and reminded them, Ahum, wake up. I am Uskia, Findia's guardian. If you came to see Corin, you may be too late because they have already begun their journey to the open sky. Too late, the two thought in daze. But then they both asked in unison, but how did you know we came to find Corin? Turning to Uskia, the question struck him like a bolt of lightning. Remembering what he'd witnessed in their dreams, even an old man who'd lived many years felt embarrassed and bashful. He answered, I am the guardian, so I know many things. After speaking, he silently prayed for the two in his mind. Guardian Druid, I will do whatever it takes to make you feel fulfilled. The scene cut back to Corin's group. At this time, they had reached the topmost part of the giant tree, but aside from feeling freezing cold, the group couldn't find anything else here. It's freezing. There's nothing here, complained the glutton Alicia. Hold on a bit, we're almost there, Corin replied, drawing an ancient rune on the tree trunk. For him, having gone through the scenario once, it was clear what would happen next. According to the chronicles, Balthazar's forces once possessed all four relics: the spear of light Gore, the sun sword Klaus Solas, the magic shield Marias, and the life stone Pali. If the game's plot is accurate, then right now I'm hunting Balthazar's subordinates. I might visit Gore and Marias, of course. Those relics are no longer there. What I read in the game flashed through my mind. The magic shield Marias lies deep within gloomy darkness. In reality, it might exist in a venomous serpent's lair. Then, what that guardian said about the sun sword Klaus Solas ascend high, reach the sun, could be a metaphor. If so, try looking that way, Corin mumbled. Hey, the clouds are coming down, you're about to touch them, Yule warned. However, things weren't as she thought. Rather, the tree was continuously growing. It's not the clouds coming down, it's the oak growing up, Corin replied. So the group clung tightly to the trunk. Time passed quickly, and the trunk pierced through the cloud layer. When it stopped growing, Corin's group discovered an island above with colossal structures. Next, the group hurried to the front of the city gate. Only when they saw it up close did they realize it was larger than imagined. The wall's height was 50 meters, too tall. Corin exclaimed while his sister Lunia was somewhat surprised. But it looks small, not like I pictured. This could be the fortress of a giant watchtower. It does look majestic. Beside them, the nun Yule added, Lord Uskia said there's a bachelor who guards the sun here, and whoever stands watch, it's hard to get in here. The fruit of the manhwa tree is the ticket to enter the gate. All right, let's try knocking, Corin suggested enthusiastically, which startled the nun. Then the protagonist took a deep breath and shouted loudly forward, "Is anyone there?" His voice was so loud it made those nearby cover their ears. As if hearing him, the giant door slowly opened. From the top of the gate, some dust fell, as if it hadn't been opened for a very long time. Seeing this, Alicia couldn't hide her worry and warned Corin. Hearing that, the protagonist calmly said, "All right, let's wait and see." Then through everyone's line of sight, as the gate slowly opened, a horde of big, fierce giants stepped out. A horde of big, fierce giants stepped out. Seeing this, Alicia's eyes widened. "Oh my, it seems they all have fairly high ranks," she shouted. Meanwhile, Lunia anxiously asked Corin if he intended to fight them. Opposite them, a giant pressed his face close to Corin and asked, "Speak, did you bring the key, human?" "No," the protagonist answered bluntly. Just hearing this, the giant's attitude shifted 180 degrees. "No key, then become my meal," it shouted, swinging its massive fist straight toward the protagonist. However, the next words from Corin made that arm suddenly stop. "Wait a moment. We are the vanguard heroes recognized by Lord Uskia. Soon our master, the one who commands all, will bring the red fruit of the manhwa tree here." Corin said this as he dropped to one knee before him. His words piqued the giant guardian's curiosity, and he asked, "So who sent you here?" "Our master is the great hero, Dun Scott," Corin said, wearing an excited smile. For him, if they didn't have the fruit, it was enough to pretend to be the one who possessed the manhwa fruit. Next, to make the ferocious giants before him more convinced, Corin immediately pointed to Yule behind him and explained on behalf of the sage. "We invited a druid here." "Me, a druid?" Yule exclaimed, her face full of panic. It was all because Corin hadn't warned her about this ruse. Meanwhile, the giant opposite looked a bit astonished at Corin's convincing performance. "The one even Zavin and Findia recognize," the giant said, pressing his face close to the nun. Why yes, that's right," Yule stammered in reply. Then Corin prompted, "Go on, do it." Hearing that, it seemed the nun's mind started working. Yule intoned a spell and summoned a giant golem right before everyone. Seeing it appear, the monsters were immediately convinced. HMPH. They know about the manhwa fruit and can command worker man. If they're Uskia's representatives, that's not surprising. As for the key, before the giant could finish, Corin jumped in with the right cue. "I know, I get it. Without the manhwa fruit you can't take the sun's sword. Our hero said that announcing a visit beforehand is a way to show respect to the great elders." Corin seized the moment to flatter them, making the giant visibly pleased as he laughed heartily. "Indeed. All right, vassals of Dun Sky, we will receive you as honored guests. But the sun's sword is not to be taken anywhere." Saying that, he led Corin's group inside the massive fortress. Meanwhile, seeing things go smoothly, our protagonist grinned broadly. "See, easy, wasn't it?" Corin said with a mischievous look, prompting Alicia and Yule to regard him with appraisal. "How many times has this guy pulled this off to be this good at acting?" Not paying them any mind, Lunia turned to ask the protagonist, "Is that the plan then?" Of course Corin wasn't going to let things end that easily. "This is where it starts. Now everything begins, I'll steal it." The rogue bluntly shared his plan. Time passed quickly until evening. As planned, Corin left Lunia and Yule waiting outside while he and Alicia went to the giant's treasure hoard. As they walked, he reflected briefly on the past. Though a bit embarrassed, in his previous life thievery had become part of his life. For Park Sihu, a player's inventory capacity was a universal cheat. So in any stage or land, he always prioritized hunting for treasure first. As for Alicia, seeing Corin so familiar with the routes here, she couldn't hide her surprise and asked, "How can you know the way so well if it's your first time in a giant city?" Ahead, Corin didn't answer that question. He began to ramble. "Treasure is the same everywhere. The point is, we have to search for the sun's sword right here." Before them lay a huge hoard with countless gold coins piled up, glittering. Looking at it, even rich Alicia couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Then she glanced up at the gaping ceiling and asked, "The ceiling's broken, and there aren't even any guards," her voice full of wonder. And since Corin already knew this, he explained, "That's because Klaus Solas must absorb sunlight all day, so only during the eclipse when its power wanes can we take it." "So just take it at night then. Can we find the sun's sword in a place like this?" Alicia said, eyeing the treasured sword in her hand. Meanwhile, Corin looked at the hoard before him with a disappointed expression. "I think the reason there are no guards here is because you can't find the sun among all this stuff, right?" "So that's why there are no guards," Alicia conceded. But just then, suddenly a chicken wandered past the two of them, prompting Alicia's curiosity. A chicken. But it's too small for a giant to eat. No sooner had she finished speaking than heavy footsteps sounded outside, startling them both. Someone's coming. Hide now, Corin shouted. Hide where? Why so suddenly? Alicia asked in panic. Then from the outer passage, a giant approached the little chicken and broke into a satisfied grin. Oh, my little one is still here. Ho ho, my little, come here. Back with Corin and Alicia, they were hiding inside the treasure pile, silently praying for their safety. Please let this pass peacefully, they thought. However, up ahead, that dumb-looking chicken had spotted them, then tilted its head to one side. Its gaze full of confusion, it clucked twice, cluck cluck. Seeing that, Corin muttered, "Stupid chicken," while Alicia hurriedly signaled him to be quiet. "Shh, Corin, be silent." Strangely, the chicken's expression suddenly turned extremely serious. Its eyes narrowed, it tensed its rear, squeezed its buttocks, and laid a golden egg. This extraordinary sight left Corin dazed. This is something even my previous run never had. Could it be that all this gold comes from that chicken, pooping it out? Corin speculated, while the swordswoman cautioned, saying poop sounds a bit crude, doesn't it? Unaware that Corin and Alicia were hiding inside the treasure, the giant stretched out his massive arm, grabbed the chicken, and feathers flew everywhere. "Ha ha, my cute little one, come with daddy." Seeing this, Corin's eyes turned into coins. "Oh my, he's taking it away. If we stole one chicken, we could live like royalty forever." Nearby, Alicia, seeing Corin losing his senses, hurriedly warned, "Get a grip. We're here for the sun's sword, not the gold." After that, once they heard the gate close, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, "Phew, that was close." Indeed, Corin nodded in agreement. Then, with their faces so close together, Alicia suddenly remembered how she had flirted with Corin while trapped in the illusion. Perhaps out of nervousness, she dared to ask the protagonist, "Corin, what do you think of Sister Lunia?" Responding to the question, though a bit curious, Corin answered, "Sister Lunia. Well, she's wonderful and very likable. She's good, talented, has a great personality, and she's beautiful too. What man wouldn't like her?" "Is that so?" Alicia replied in a wistful tone. However, Corin seemed not to notice this detail, and returned to the matter of finding the sword. "Anyway, we have to find it. The day after tomorrow is the eclipse, and there are only 2 hours left. If we don't make it in time, Dun Sky will legally claim ownership of the sun's sword." Hearing this, Alicia let out a heavy sigh. "I see." Having said that, her gaze suddenly landed on something, and she remarked, "But hey, Corin, there's something strange here." "What is it?" "First, step back." Corin frowned, but then he too seemed to notice something and fell silent. By day, this place is always flooded with sunlight, yet at night it's a spot the light can't reach. However, during an eclipse, some places lose their power. Could it be? Today is the new moon, right? From Corin's perspective, if his thought was correct, the moon before them should be waning, not perfectly round like that. Klaus Solas. The sun is disguised as a moon, hovering above the sun eye. Time quickly passed. Cut to Corin's group's resting chamber. He relayed his discovery to the others, causing both of them to utter an astonished "oh." "So by day it's the sun, and by night it becomes the moon floating over the island," Yule asked to confirm. Corin nodded and added, "Exactly. But in reality it won't be as distant as the sun or moon. It likely creates a barrier to hover above this isle. Still, it's not something we can easily reach." Hearing this, the two women's brows knitted, and Yule asked Corin if he had any way to reach that moon. Answering that, Corin said he didn't know yet. There was nothing they could do for now, but the eclipse was in 2 days. So for the moment they'd quietly look for a method, he said, stroking his chin. And so time quickly passed, and 2 days later arrived. And now Corin's eyes were rimmed dark from sleepless nights planning, yet he still hadn't found any solution. Indeed, whatever plan he made, finding a way to touch the sky in 2 days was no easy feat. Dun Sky and Doom were also close at hand. Arriving 2 days early offered them no advantage. Thinking this, Corin heard the giants whispering behind him, "Aside from the druid, the rest we can eat. Just wait and see, maybe they're different." Their words reminded Corin that these giants were no small problem. Indeed, they were tough as oxen. The Sky Giants, the Sky Guardian Savin, had engraved commands into their bloodline that they must not attack a druid, and whoever brings back a cluster of berries will be awarded the sun. Elsewhere, the giants, unaware that Corin had overheard every word, were grinning with anticipation at the thought of a feast. Once the treasure was handed over, we'd be free and the mission would be complete. Then we can climb down and hunt to our heart's content, ha ha. Besides, Dun Sky said he brought gifts. He always brings a bunch of snakes and frogs. The big giant beside him nodded and said. As for Corin, he stood tucked to one side, coldly observing the two giants, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. HMPH still, arriving early wasn't entirely pointless. Time moved quickly, and now a giant shadow began slowly to cover the sun. Meanwhile, Dun Sky's black-clad faction had already gathered outside the castle entrance. Savin isn't here. The sky giants living here are a bit cramped, but still, it gets me excited. Now let's go take the sun sword, Dun Sky said eagerly, as if he could already see the blade before him. But before he could call for his big men to open the door, the gate swung open on its own. Along with that came a furious voice that reached their ear. Stop, seize that one for me. The shout changed Dun Sky's expression, and following his gaze, the giant wooden golem Yule had summoned pushed the door outward. Next, when Corin saw Dun Sky standing there, he said excitedly, "My great master, at last you have arrived. Master, I have completed your command," he said, offering the golden egg-laying chicken up to Dun Sky, which left the latter looking bewildered. "Hey you guys, what's going on?" Dun Sky asked dumbfoundedly. At the same moment, a giant sword cleaved the wooden golem's shoulder and split it in two with a single blow. Then a mob of giants armed with clubs charged out in a fury like a gang ready for a brawl. "How dare you steal our treasure?" the leading sky scholar shouted, before he could take in the scene of Corin, presenting the golden egg-laying chicken to Dun Sky and continuing to report his results. "Oh, my outstanding hero, by your command I seized the fool's treasure for you." Out front, Dun Sky began sweating profusely and hurriedly protested. Me. When did I order that?" Without explaining any further, Corin simply smiled, turned to the charging giants and suggested, "Then now, let's wipe out those idiots together." Meanwhile, Old Doom immediately realized he had walked into Corin's trap and began preparing his magic to fight. And sure enough, the lead giant hurtled at Dun Sky like a meteor. Kill them all, tear them apart and devour them. At his command, a group of giants surged forward and swung their fists at Dun Sky's crew. As a result, with a single assault they rounded up Dun Sky's lackeys into the giant's grasp. They began screaming miserably as they watched some of their comrades being chewed in the giants' mouths. "Help, don't eat us." "Ha ha ha, I'll eat Dun Sky," one giant cried eagerly. Yet his face broke out in sweat. Moments later, countless venomous snakes crawled out of his mouth, causing the giant to retch violently. Below, Old Doom could only turn angrily to Corin's group, but was powerless to act. From the protagonist's perspective, he had planned this. "No one can stop it, not you, Dun Sky, nor Balthazar, none of you. If you can't seize the sun sword Klaus Solas, then I'll reduce it to ashes. Ha. Now let them fight among themselves, the better if they all die together," Corin said with a grin and led the group in fleeing. Sister Lunia, hearing this, wanted nothing more than to sever ties with him immediately. "Hey, Corin, don't you feel ashamed?" "Ha, the shameless don't know shame," Corin replied cheerfully, but his words only confused his sister more. "What does shameless even mean?" "It basically means someone like that, sis," Corin shrugged in answer. Putting that aside, Sister Lunia took out a handkerchief and handed it to Corin, admonishing, "Wipe it off. Do I really have to accept these sides of my betrothed? I won't regret it if I don't." Hearing that, the protagonist hurriedly took the cloth and wiped away all the makeup on his face. At the same time, the glutton Alicia ran alongside Corin and asked, "But what if Dun Sky defeats the giants and seizes the sun?" He had anticipated that, so he shared. "No problem. If he comes down to the ground, I'll chop down all the oaks." He said this with a wicked smile. If you didn't know beforehand, no one would guess this fellow is the story's protagonist. "So cruel. You're truly evil," Yule shouted. But Corin remained proud of the plan he devised. Only the victor can write history. Ha. For Corin, if he could seize Klaus Solas, that would be perfect. But if he comes down first and chops down all the trees, he can leave Balthazar's two lackeys stranded on the Sky Isle forever. So far, everything was going according to Corin's plan, or at least that's what he thought. But, as if things would go that smoothly, they hadn't run far when the group ran into an unexpected obstacle. "Wait. What is that?" Lunia warned. Before Corin could react, the whole party was immediately trapped inside a domain space. The one who deployed the domain was the Sword Demon, a monster craving the cold melody of honed steel, where hot blood mingles in a life-or-death clash. The Sword Demon appeared before them and was gathering power, preparing to unleash its skill. Next, the Sword Demon let out a terrifying hiss and lunged straight at Corin's group like a rabid dog off its leash. Seeing this, Sister Lunia stepped forward and clenched the sword in her hand and prepared to intercept. "Leave it to me," she said. She unleashed a defensive skill, creating a curtain of energy to protect the entire group behind her. However, what she didn't expect was that the sword demon completely ignored her and attacked the people behind her. He's ignoring me. Is he aiming for someone else? Lunia wondered. To Corin, the sword demon would become the greatest swordsman in the hero legend, later to be recruited as Balthazar's subordinate. But for now, it's still just a demon. It doesn't yet possess the power to destroy the world. So in this fight, relying on oneself was the only option. With that thought, he wrapped his spear in energy and unleashed a move. Dragon's Rampant Fury. He struck straight at the tip of the sword demon's blade. The clash instantly produced a massive explosion in the air. However, the sword demon was a tier above Corin. Even if it wasn't the strongest swordsman yet, against Corin's current power it was extremely difficult to withstand. In the blink of an eye, it launched 3 slashing attacks at Corin's body. This was its Atarm Twin Blades skill, ridiculously powerful, wielding 2 swords as if they were 8. Even Corin couldn't match its attack speed and took the hits. Next, before our protagonist could react, the sword demon coiled its leg and kicked Corin, sending his whole body smashing into a tree and leaving large cracks. Seeing her comrade pummeled like that, the swordswoman Alicia was also alarmed. However, before she could run over, Corin shouted a warning, "Don't come near." During the fight, only look forward. At the same time, another domain was deployed, and its creator was none other than Sister Lunia. She ordered Alicia to stand aside and challenge the sword demon behind them. "How dare you ignore me?" Alicia gritted her teeth, gripped the sword at her hip, and moved in from a drawing stance. If this space collapses, the technique will be executed, moving half a step slower than the field. The technique of Lunia, Void Sever. Outside the field, Lunia's strength surpasses that of Corin and Alicia combined. Even the sword demon must be cautious when fighting Lunia. However, that's only when outside the field. Once again, the sword demon began to deploy its own domain. Getting in once was hard enough, but deploying a domain twice in a row. At that moment in front of her, the sword demon once again used its skill, Atarm Twin Blades, to attack, aiming at Alicia in the back, making Lunia wonder, is the sword demon deliberately targeting them? Lunia planned to strike the moment the sword demon's domain ended, so she could use her half-step domain advantage to cut the sword demon down immediately. However, as she watched, she realized that the swordswoman Alicia could only block at most 3 of the monster's attacks. If they waited until the domain fully ended, Alicia would likely be sliced to pieces. Seeing that, the elder sister clicked her tongue in annoyance and immediately rushed forward to block the sword demon's attack. She used both hands to successfully block 2 strikes, while taking 3 other blows herself. Fresh blood began to stream from her wounds, but it only seemed to enrage Lunia more. "This useless field," she cursed. Then Lunia let go of her sword to change the blade's angle and drove the sword deep into the sword demon's body, causing it to scream in agony. However, it immediately bit back, clamping its jaws down on Lunia's shoulder. Seeing that, Alicia rushed in and swung her sword straight forward. Unfortunately, the sword demon nimbly leapt back to evade. With no time to spare, Alicia immediately turned to try to catch her sister as she fell. However, Lunia shoved her hand away and coldly snapped, "In a fight you don't look back, you stupid brat." After saying this, her whole body went limp from exhaustion. From Alicia's perspective, seeing her sister Lunia faint made sweat pour down her face. She wondered how she could possibly stand against that sword demon. Then, before she could think much more, the nun Yule freed the group by summoning a giant golem to block the sword demon's path. At the same time, she helped Lunia to her feet and told Alicia, "Alicia, it's time, run." When she said this, Yule's complexion tightened, making Alicia worry and ask, "You summoned it without a sacrifice, twice in a row." Cut to the front. The giant golem began pounding its massive hand down toward the sword demon, as if trying to swat an ant. Looking at the hand about to crush it, the sword demon showed no fear at all. It gripped its weapons and used the twin sword Arden style, Twin Dragon Heavenly Demon, releasing countless dragon-shaped sword breaths, shredding the wooden hand into splinter. And because Yule was the one who summoned it, she also suffered the backlash, coughing up some blood and collapsing before Alicia, which made the gluttonous girl even more panicked. "I'm so scared I want to run away. But I can't do that." Seeing that, Yule asked, "Corin, are you okay?" And while she was struggling with the monster, Corin managed to crawl up to Yule. Seeing that, Yule asked, "Corin, are you okay?" In reply, Corin took out a blue potion and said, "I'm fine. Heal Lunia first." Hearing that, the nun hurriedly took the potion and slowly gave it to Sister Lunia to drink. Watching Yule tend to Lunia, Corin thought, "If I had more time I could recover. But in this situation I can't. I have neither strength nor speed." Just as he thought this, as if fate decided Corin's group hadn't suffered enough, A familiar voice rang down from above. "Hey, you look pathetic right now." The owner of the voice was Dun Sky. At that moment, he and Doom were free-falling down from above. Behind them, several giants were chasing, determined not to let them go. However, Dun Sky didn't care much. He immediately reached out, grabbed Corin's head, and laughed loudly. "Hee, you don't need to worry about them." Thus, Dun Sky pulled Corin to fall with him, leaving Yule's bag even unable to react, only able to shout in worry. Ignoring her, Dun Sky was ecstatic to have captured the protagonist. "The bastard killed Firmak. Let's see how good you are," he roared, but for some reason Corin suddenly smiled and said, "Thanks." Saying that, he thrust his hand forward and summoned his spear. As soon as he gripped the weapon, Corin used a technique called Eternal Sky Shift, Chaos Spear. Corin's strike speed was so fast it left countless afterimages in the air, and immediately shredded the coiling, venomous snakes to pieces. Finished, he planted the spear tip into the tree trunk and stood on it to rest for a moment. Opposite him, Dun Sky transformed his arm into several tentacles and wrapped them tightly around a branch to stop himself from falling further. Seeing that, Corin asked him, "Doesn't the oath forbid us from attacking each other?" Explaining this, the dark-faced man chuckled and admitted, That's right. If we deliberately break the oath, our heads will explode. Tusk tilde, that's what would happen." As he spoke, the man's head began to emit a beam of light, and then exploded right in front of Corin. However, Dun Sky didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Shortly after, his head regenerated. The dark-faced man calmly put his hat back on. Honestly, whether it's a quest, a riddle, or who solves it first to claim the sun's sword, I'll just kill you and take it. Right. On this side, Corin nodded in agreement. This guy made a lot of sense. "I know, and I think the same." Then he even gave him a thumbs up. But before the two of them could rush at each other, several blood-stained spears flew in at wind-dripping speed, turning the dark-faced Dun Sky into a beehive. The ones who had just struck were Mariette and Warren, who had just climbed up. "Corin, are you okay?" Mariette asked anxiously. Back to Dun Sky. Of course, those attacks hadn't harmed him at all. Countless venomous snakes began to slither out of his body. Then he turned and glared at Mariette and Warren. "Who are you? Friends of yours?" Seeing his terrifying posture, both girls screamed in shock. "So scary." Not giving the filthy guy another word, Corin leapt down from above and delivered a crushing kick to his back. At the same time, he told his two wives, "Don't worry about me. Get up, hurry." As for Dun Sky, he began to command the snakes on his body, coiling them tightly around Corin. He spoke slowly, "You're trying to save your comrades, huh? But I have a question. You're the Spear Emperor, so you surely know this, right? My master would have no hesitation in granting you saint rank. So why do you refuse us?" The response to his question was not words, but a gaze full of power from the protagonist. Corin curled a lip and his voice rang out strongly. "Firmak Doomnorix Balthaser, you are all wrong. Becoming a god to destroy the world, what good is that? You ask why I oppose you. Simple, defeat the demons and save the world. Balthazar's lackeys, Beast King Dun Sky. I want to witness my own victory." As soon as he finished, Corin shattered the cocoon made by the snakes. Immediately after, he dashed toward the dark-faced man, his eyes burning with determination. Back to the battle between Alicia and the sword. The monster's actions were unacceptable. Who taught it swordsmanship? Does this monster know it didn't inherit only this sword? That feeling you always have when facing an enemy. Swordsmanship, stamina, the frustration and despair, being utterly outclassed in every way. That's why I understand. Even with such great power, I still can't defeat that monster. I cannot defeat it. Alicia told herself this before the sword demon sent her flying backward. Her body crashed against the tree with a loud thud. But at that moment, the sword demon did not realize that its danger seemed to be awakening something inside Alicia. She began to question herself. "It took me days to climb up here. How did I end up like this?" Cut to the opposite side. When the dust cleared, the figure of the swordswoman Alicia reappeared once more. But this time her expression was completely different, as if her personality had changed. A diamond-shaped symbol flashed in her eyes, signaling that mind-eye had been activated continuously, and she coldly asked the sword demon, "You think I can't kill you?" Opposite her, the sword demon seemed provoked by that remark, so it roared in anger and lunged to attack with no mercy. Its two arms flailed like machines, leaving afterimages in the air. For the sword demon, this was an unacceptable situation, an incomprehensible emotion. "I'm the hunter here. The opponent is prey that could die at any moment. So why hasn't she collapsed? Why hasn't she been cut to pieces? How can she still be smiling?" By its gaze, each of its sword strikes began to be gradually blocked by Alicia. She, the gluttonous girl, even broke into a crazed smile. Immediately after, Alicia unleashed a skill called Shallow Slash, Radiance, a lightning-fast strike that brushed across the sword demon's shoulder. It struck before it could react. "Hey, you're getting slow," Alicia warned. However, the sword demon was fully aware of its condition. "No, I'm still very strong, not slow at all. That's because the prey has grown faster." Returning to Alicia's viewpoint, it seemed the more she fought, the more her instincts awakened, becoming stronger. Alicia gripped her sword tightly, slowly raised it high, and employed the Arden Sword style. Theme sword Twin Dragons Falling from Heaven, Arden Sword style Lone Sword Fist. Two blinding techniques were unleashed simultaneously, forcing the sword demon to hurriedly swing its blade to block. Even so, it was pushed back. Furious at being increasingly oppressed, the sword demon let out a thunderous roar. Once again, it began to use a skill. Domain Cleave 8 unmatched strikes, at which point its body seemed to sprout 6 additional arms, continuously swinging blades toward Alicia's weak points. But facing her mind-eye, those skills had no effect at all. Alicia had read the direction of every attack. She planted her sword into the ground, vaulted into the air, and evaded the entire barrage, leaving the sword demon's face momentarily stunned. For this was the first time after using Domain Cleave that it felt nothing. Impossible. She moves as if she knows my next attack. Back to the glutton's viewpoint. Now her mind-eye not only allowed her to read the opponent's attacks, but even to copy other people's skill. She began to reproduce her sister Lunia's move, Deep Domain Slash. As soon as Alicia executed this technique, she lunged forward like a flash of lightning. Immediately, she left a wound on the neck of the sword-wielding monster, which could only grit its teeth in anger. However, Alicia's assault was not over. She produced an illusory dragon that lunged straight at the monster. At this moment, the monster realized something and told itself, I understand now. The reason I came here. This thing is connected to me. A monster with swordsmanship talent. I came here to kill it. If I kill it, that old man will be the same. How boring. I feel no interest in anything except her. Your birth, your life, your efforts have all been prepared for me. And this moment, I am certain, the Supreme Peak Arden Sword Technique Demon Form Heavenly Sword, Peerless Heaven Thrust. At that moment, just behind the sword demon, countless afterimages of hands appeared, all swinging their blades at once. They slashed out innumerable sharp sword chi, weaving together like a net and shredding all the giants standing before them. And it continued to charge straight at Alicia. But a second later, the sword demon's expression suddenly changed. He slightly turned his head toward his back and realized that at some point, the swordswoman Alicia had appeared behind him. At the same time, a long streak of light also sliced through the entire group of giants, along with the sword demon, causing their necks to be instantly cleared away. As for this monster, it realized it had been cut. It wondered if there was any state higher than sheer determination. Back to Alicia. The skill she used was the state she had just reached, the Arden Sword style, Alicia Heavenly Sword. This is a level an ordinary person could never attain. Alicia's nemesis, the sword demon. Great things are always formed from a simple step. A small step can create a miracle. The technique Alicia just used is called Infinite Rift Break. Returning to Corin's battle. Now, countless large timber fragments shattered by Alicia were falling below. Their impacts made the trunk shake considerably, forcing Corin to struggle hard just to hang on and not fall. Meanwhile, the black-faced Dun Sky was still right on his tail, showing no intention of giving up. Just climbing up is already difficult. Corin snapped irritably and swung his spear, slicing off the head of a snake trying to close in on it. Behind him, Dunsky grinned mockingly. Hee, you look like you're really struggling. To Corin, the reason this Dunsky is called the Beast King is that death means nothing to him. He is a bottomless pit containing countless snakes and toads along with 3 dragons. He is one of the 4 secret treasures, the infinite serpent ancestor. Ahead, Dunsky waved his arms and fired countless black serpents like a machine gun. Got you, his voice full of glee. However, Corin only gave a cold smile at this attack. Souls like yours are unworthy of me. Saying that, Corin began to activate the death orb he had received from the death god before. Its effect always hits its target, separates the soul from the body, and bypasses defense. When Corin activated the orb, it emitted a blinding light. Wherever the light reached, the snakes suddenly seemed to lose all life and fell limply to the ground. Ahead, Dunsky saw his attack nullified, but showed not the slightest fear. Are you a soul gatherer? But do you know I won't stop? Do you have enough mana? In reply, Corin sneered. You know a lot, but you're not fast enough. As he spoke, Corin drove power into his legs and sprang into the air. At the same time, for some reason, countless golden specks of light appeared on the trunk beneath their feet, making Dunsky uneasy. Don't tell me, he muttered as he realized something, And this was because Corin had used the world's only fertilizer, the ancient tree that touched the blue sky. Its roots will continuously absorb mana. You think its roots will spread how far? That vast land was nurtured and grown by me. My domain will provide me with unlimited mana, Corin thought confident. However, moments later his expression changed, as the form of Dun Sky before him began to slowly transform. First Beast Emperor Corin Locke. Haha, I admit in this form I cannot defeat you. But how long can you hold out? Because my legion has been assembled. Looking at Dun Sky's new form, Corin's face was already slick with sweat. This was one of the Beast King's final moves. Too many. General of Massacre, Serpent Legion 8 horses. Before Corin now was a giant serpent coiling tightly around the trunk, staring at his throat with a dangerously hungry gaze. Turning to Dun Sky's perspective, now its eyes showed a memory of the past, and it slowly shared its story with him. The queen locked me in darkness, imprisoned me in a cramped cauldron. But now the queen is captive and the throne sits empty. Like a wolf with no fence around the flock, I will devour everything she sought to protect. First guardian of the queen, Corin Locke, I will swallow you, and the last goddess, Danwa. As he spoke he opened his mouth wide, baring sharp teeth as if to devour Corin at once. Up ahead our protagonist, irritated by the serpent's endless prattle, complained. Are you going to talk about yourself forever? Didn't I already say this is a domain I created? Having said that, Corin began to bounce on his spear tree so it shook continuously. At the same time he started activating the rune magical resonance he had prepared early. Suddenly the giant trunk developed countless cracks the color of tempered steel. This strange phenomenon made the serpent's face go blank. Before it could understand what was happening, Corin kindly reminded, "Pick a place to lie down, you fool." Meanwhile, Dun Sky finally guessed Corin's intention, and thus could not suppress his astonishment. This was the first time it had shown such an expression since its appearance. What, you madman, Dun Sky shouted. This goes back to when Corin first began climbing the tree. From the moment he started climbing the oak, every ancient rune had been carved bit by bit onto the trunk and now were simultaneously activated with abundant mana, turning the trunk into a pillar of searing flame. And the thing coiled around that pillar of fire, Dun Sky, suffered considerable damage as a result. It began to scream in pain and turned to the protagonist. You create such a hellfire. Do you think you'll be safe? In answer to that question, Corin flashed a sly smile. You came here to fight me. I only came to take that thing. Corin's words snapped Dun Sky awake, because from the start their goal here had been to seize that sun sword. Back to Corin. While the giant serpent remained trapped in the flames, he nimbly climbed atop it to return to the Sky Island. At that moment, the eclipse entered totality, which was also the best time to take the sun sword, one of the 4 sacred treasures that only appears during an eclipse. The sun sword Klaus Sola. Anyway, now that we're here, whoever masters the power of Klaus Solas will win, and those who cannot will fall to their deaths, right? If you want to live, fly away quickly. The male lead said coldly, while summoning the spear back to his hand. Below, Dun Sky could only sneer angrily, bastard. Then just as Corin advised, his body transformed once more. From within the flames, a pair of broad wings spread outward, and its massive form, aided by those wings, shot upward once again. Corin, they began fighting as they surged upward, until they burst through the cloud layer and landed on the Sky Island. At this moment, Mariette and Warren were also laying the smackdown on the giants. All around, countless giant corpses lay strewn everywhere. In front, the vampire girl turned in surprise when the protagonist suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, the black-faced Dun Sky praised Corin. For a human, you've held out quite a while. Now let's finish this, Corin whispered. Before him, Dun Sky's form had completely changed, becoming a black dragon radiating a vicious aura. This was his second form, the mysterious legend, Dragon. Corin calculated that if he focused all his strength into one strike, he might reach that legend. To do this, he began to activate his third core, releasing its energy so his whole body emanated intense power. Then, using that energy, Corin unleashed the skill, first demonic spear Black Mystery. His spear tip became wrapped in streams of black lightning, and tore toward Dun Sky at wind-rending speed. However, the black-faced one was no fool. He smelled the danger in Corin's attack, so he immediately withdrew his dragon form and reverted to a human-like shape. This caused Corin's powerful strike to miss by a hair. He shifted form to dodge, Corin wondered. At the same time, Dun Sky behind him took the chance to attack the protagonist. Just wait and see. He waved his hand and sent forth violet snakes charging ahead, but they were shredded to pieces by Corin's lightning-quick spear swing. Even so, Corin couldn't contain his anger and ground out. Damn it, is a full power strike useless like. Meanwhile, the black-faced Dun Sky took out the cluster of fruits from before and calmly explained. Do you know what it takes for the deep red manda seed to germinate? In the dark, the condition for the seed to sprout red is to absorb yin energy. It is the eclipse. At that moment, countless branches suddenly crawled out of the cluster in Dun Sky's palm, growing at a terrifying speed. In seconds, they shot up into the sky and coiled tightly around the sun hovering above. Countless great serpent and giant toads enough to fill a manor, 3 savage dragons and 3 magical bulls, deep dark shadow beasts, top-tier sealed monsters of the domain, and the king of all bulls, the Black Taurus. Moreover, the sword in its hand was also a treasure. The Sun Sword had been claimed, unexpectedly facing the Sun Sword twice. What rotten luck, Corin grumbled inwardly, as Dun Sky, already terrifyingly strong, grew more fearsome wielding a legendary treasure. Thus the battle between them truly erupted. And of course the outcome was predictable. Corin was knocked senseless by that bull with a single simple swing of its sword. It easily blasted his body towards several buildings, sending them crashing down and choking the air with dust. Taking advantage of the dust-obscured vision, Corin silently engraved an ancient rune on the stone beside and hurriedly rose to prepare for the next fight. Up ahead, Dun Sky jeered loudly at him, preparing everything in advance. Seems like that's all you do all day, huh? But it was pointless. Dun Sky said as he brandished the sword in his hand, absorbing all the surrounding flames into the blade. All fires must bow before the sun. Seeing that, Corin gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Damn it, can't even buy time, he muttered under his breath. Then Dun Sky swung his sword again, slashing out a fireball that flew straight at the protagonist and produced a horrific explosion, causing the entire island to seem to tremble in unison. Luckily, Corin managed to leap aside in time and avoided serious harm. But that didn't mean he was out of danger. The mad bull kept on his heels, refusing to give him any respite. Die, Dun Sky shouted, swinging his sword in a flurry at Corin, forcing him to curl up and run away. Speaking of Dun Sky, seeing Corin hopping like a fleeing rat made his eyes burn red with anger. You think you can keep running forever? In response, Corin traded barbs. You're the ridiculous one, an abyss beast wielding a weapon. That would make sword demons the special case. Saying that, he gathered his energy, drew the spear behind his back and took a stance to swing. Opposite him, the mad bull just laughed to taunt Corin. Haha, the brat's about to die and still posing. Die. With that, he swung his sword, cutting straight at the protagonist once more. At the same time, Corin thrust his spear forward, and at the moment the two were about to collide, Corin activated his domain and simultaneously used the Ascension Angel skill, Soul Dragon Emergent. Thus, both figures, one large and one small, slid past each other, and both their weapons were flung away. Yet with a single move, he lost his weapon. His 2 mana-accumulating cores were exhausted, and now the final move, Ultimate Spearpoint, piercing even the unbreakable diamond. A desperate strike, Black Mystery 8 Trigram Extreme Fist. Thus Corin unleashed his strongest fist technique, his hands enveloped in pitch-black mana, and struck straight at the bull's face. The blow was so powerful that, even from the outside, one could see a massive explosion occurring inside the castle. However, when the dust cleared, the scene we saw was Corin sprawled motionless atop the bull. The monster had poured everything into the attack, but still could not be defeated. The male lead thought bitterly. Cut to the battle between Mariette and H. Warren and the Sky Giants, the giants of the fortress in the sky. These entities, classified as giants, when fully grown, are demonic beings whose power reaches at least standard rank 1. But of course, they were facing 2 super special grade beings. Even so, for Mariette and H. Warren this was by no means easy. After taking a full punch from H. Warren, the giant opposite her merely stroked his chin. It's certainly not easy, the nun sighed. On this sky island, as many as 50 giants existed. Among them was even one giant far stronger than the others, wearing a king's crown, and this was thanks to Alicia. Alicia performed a feat by cutting down nearly half the giants in a single strike, but those were only the soldiers who had followed Dun Sky down below. The chief giant of special standard rank still remained intact within the Sky Fortress. Given the current situation, neither of them could be guaranteed to survive. Escaping this place was impossible. In the end, there was no one left to hope for help from. Back to Corin's battle. At this moment, Dun Sky also reached out his massive hand, grabbed his body, and threw him straight down like a pile of trash. It pierced a large hole in his abdomen, blood pouring endlessly from the wound. For Corin, the warrior's persistent regeneration had reached its limit and could no longer recover quickly. From within his energy core, he no longer felt even a trace of power. His whole body grew heavy, his eyelids gradually drooping. Is this death? Corin wondered. In his delirium, he saw the figure of that Park Sihu appear and begin to taunt him. "See, I told you so. The more players you kill, the stronger you become. At least I made it to the final battle. What about you? You almost died over one of Balthazar's underlings. Understand, everything you've done up to now is meaningless." He chuckled, indifferent to Corin's actions. Yet even with death near, Corin still refused to give up. "Wrong. You're a pro and you don't understand. Maybe because you've never seen it with your own eyes." Even as a vampire, she still made those around her smile. The children began to accept themselves, growing step by step. One by one, they were surpassing their limits. Corin said with a voice full of resolve. Seeing that, Park Sihu leaned close and whispered words meant to make Corin give up. "Haha, you must have been happy, right? But now give up. By now you've done all you could." In response, our protagonist did not hesitate, delivering a punch that shattered the illusion of Park Sihu into pieces. "If you knew all that, you wouldn't be able to live so comfortably." Then he reached forward, as if to summon his spear back. Meanwhile, the mad bull, seeing Corin still have strength to stand, looked surprised and asked, "Still able to recover? It's that thing again. If you really want that spear so badly, then try and grab it." With that, the black-faced Dun Sky also seized the spear as it returned, and then he hurled the broken spear straight at Corin like an arrow. Wounded, Corin couldn't react in time, and the spear pierced his right arm, driving him crashing into the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Dun Sky clutched his sword and charged up to him. "It's over," he said coldly and swung the blade, gritting his teeth through the pain. Corin raised both hands to grasp the sword that was radiating a blinding light. The intense heat emanating from it began to burn Corin's hands, turning them bright red. The sensation of his whole body being scorched forced him to cry out in agonized pain. Then the sword itself suddenly detonated in a terrible explosion, sending smoke billowing throughout the castle. Corin himself was blasted away, his fate uncertain. Seeing this, the mad bull Dun Sky exhaled lightly. Finally rid of that long-lived little pest before me. After witnessing Corin lie motionless and unable to move, he coldly took his sword and turned to leave. However, Corin's body suddenly twitched slightly, causing Dun Sky's steps to falter. He looked back, surprise evident in his eye. The monster reached out its huge hand, grabbed the protagonist's hair, and pulled him closer for inspection. He complained when he saw Corin still breathing. "What is this? Still not dead? What a nuisance." Having said that, he casually tossed the small body of Corin high into the air. Meanwhile, Dun Sky below began transforming his body back into a dragon form. He intended to finish the protagonist in a single blow. If completely incinerated with no flesh left, there would be no chance of resurrection, right? As he spoke, flames began to well up at the corners of his mouth, as if he were gathering firepower inside. From his vantage point, he saw Corin above still trying to reach forward, as if attempting to summon his weapon back. This pointless action made Dun Sky laugh aloud. "Haha, you still want to retrieve the spear to the end? Go on. Burn in the flames of H letter 1EA5P H letter 1ECF Akai T letter 1E9C. Then, denying Corin any chance to call his weapon back, he opened his mouth wide and spat a violent pillar of flame that pierced the protagonist's body. However, a second later, he suddenly noticed something unusual, as the fire he spewed seemed to be getting absorbed by something. "What is this? My fire? Why is it being sucked in like this? Could it be?" A feeling of unease rose in Dun Sky. He hurriedly glanced downward to check, and indeed, the sun's sword Klaus Solas had flown off. More precisely, it had fallen into Corin's hands. Earlier, when the protagonist used both hands to hold the sword, he had quickly inscribed a regression sigil on it. So now he had the chance to snatch the sword back at the last moment. From Corin's perspective, he began to breathe heavily and said, "Huff, huff, big snake, toad, ox. Now a dragon. Anyway, you're Balthazar's subordinate, Dun Sky. So who am I? You're just a damn boring fool now. Die." Dun Sky shouted in anger, once more gathering firepower in his mouth. For Corin, in the previous run, Park Sihu, and he had reached the final battle before facing the final boss. That means the king's subordinates, the ones who wielded the 4 great treasures, were defeated by them. So, what happened to those 4 great treasures? Exactly that. Corin was the queen's spearpin, the only one in this time who knew Klaus Solas' true power and its former owner. At that moment, the sun's sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a golden orb. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight into his mouth. As he swallowed, Corin began to unleash a considerable surge of energy. His whole body glowed like a neon lamp. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Absorbed Solar Klaus Solas. Klaus Solas is choosing its wielder. Solar Klaus Solas recognizes you as its great battle warrior. Solar Majesty of the Sun, Corin Locke. You have received the light of the sun Agatram. While the sun is present, you receive blessing. At the same time, the great dragon below had finished gathering its firepower. It opened its maw and expelled a column of flame even more terrible than before, aimed straight at the protagonist. But from within that rolling flame, a dazzling beam of light erupted, causing Dunsky's face to momentarily go dazed. And a second later, Corin's body lunged forward, fast as lightning, and easily pierced the great dragon's throat. So, this is the second time I've used the sun's power. Back to Dunsky. He wasn't dead and began regenerating his body, returning to the form of a bull. Then roared, "You bastard!" With that, he threw his massive fist and struck straight at the protagonist. However, Corin simply stepped lightly to the side to dodge. The bull's punch was so powerful it cracked the ground into countless pieces. Numerous shockwaves spread out from there. Corin muttered some obscure words to activate all the ancient runes he had previously inscribed around him. In the blink of an eye, the scene around them instantly became a sea of fire. Seeing that, Dunsky nearly went mad. That's mine," the bull bellowed. From Corin's perspective, he began to harness Klau's soulless power, concentrating all the heat and fiery energy around into the spear's tip. The flame formed by the rune magic converged to a point. When he felt the energy fully accumulated, Corin released it forward, aiming directly at Dunsky, who was charging like a tank. At that moment, it seemed all color reduced to black and white. The mad bull took that devastating blow and could only let out a few pitiful cries before his body was blown away. Corin's mighty strike also destroyed part of the castle. Looking at Dunsky, who had been pulverized to dust, Corin told himself, 1,000, 10,000, or 1,000,000. Increase it by however much it takes. Charge on. I will never stop until the world is saved. Return to Mariette and H. Warren's battle with the giants. At that moment, H. Warren cloaked her fist in energy and launched a punch straight into the giant opposite her. It made him spew blood from his mouth non-stop and fall backward. Seeing that, another large giant behind them bellowed angrily, "Bastards, my comrade." As he spoke, he swung his massive fist straight at the small body. However, before he could do so, countless blood-tipped spears descended like rain from the side. By the time the giant realized it, his body had been riddled like a honeycomb. "H. Warren," Mariette cried out anxiously, and H. Warren hurriedly leapt beside her to keep a temporary distance. Next, the vampire spoke up. "Hey H. Warren, do you feel it too? Something's wrong with Corin. The problem is there are too many of them. If that's the case, then I'll—" Before she could finish, a blinding light suddenly appeared above the group. Then the giants' expressions shifted wildly as they shouted to one another, "Captain, that is impossible." The large giants stared in bewilderment, because in their eyes, inside the glowing orb suspended in the sky, Corin's image was slowly appearing. In his hand was also a small sphere of light, the divine power of the sun. At the sight of this, the giants' bodies automatically dropped to their knees in salute. They had no choice but to submit instinctively to the power that had bound them here, bowing before the might of the sun. "Huh, that's," H. Warren said, eyes wide, before she realized the vampire Mariette beside her had vanished. Up ahead, Mariette had rushed over like the wind, hugged Corin tightly, and began to sob loudly. Seeing that, Corin anxiously said, "Even if you've become an adult vampire, this intensity of light must be uncomfortable for you. Are you okay?" In reply, the potato senior hugged him even tighter. "What's important about that? Why are you so badly hurt like this? I can't stand it, I can't." Hearing that, Corin could only reach out gently and pat her back a few times to comfort her. Meanwhile, the nun H. Warren awkwardly stepped forward toward Corin and said, "You're injured." "Yeah, I know, but we're fine now," Corin replied with a smile, reaching out to ruffle H. Warren's small head. Then Corin's sun form suddenly extinguished without warning, and his hair color returned to normal. At once, the giants' attitudes changed abruptly. They began to stare at Corin with wide, bovine eyes, making his face break out in a cold sweat. Being stared at by dozens of hulking figures made him nervous. "Actually, it's not very good," the protagonist stammered, while the giant's captain immediately commanded his men, "Kill them. Now is the perfect time." Ahead, Corin's group, seeing the giants recklessly charging, could only pick themselves up and run. "God, I didn't think it would turn off so fast," Corin said in frustration, while the succubus woman complained, "These damn monsters have enormous strides." And sure enough, as she said, with a single bound the giant's captain lunged straight to the front of the group and blocked their escape. "I will kill all of you, then go down there and devour all humanity on the surface." Saying that, the giant swung his massive hand, smashing it down toward the group like he was swatting a fly. Looking at the huge hand coming at them, Corin had no time left to dodge. "We're going to be captured," he said anxiously. But at that moment, A blue energy sword suddenly shot in with no warning. It instantly sliced through the giant's arm, spraying fresh blood everywhere. The giant captain looked at his severed hand with a bewildered gaze. Meanwhile, Corin was overjoyed to have found a way out of certain death. "Do you think I'm too late?" Corin said excitedly. The one who just acted was the old sword Emperor Garand. "Ha ha, it seems this aged body has grown slow. Climbing trees at this age isn't easy at all." A considerable shock rang out in their duel. "Go on, kid, I'll play with these ones," the old man said with a face full of excitement, as if he hadn't had a good fight in a long time. And knowing just how powerful he was, Corin entrusted everything to him and ran off immediately. "All right, then, good luck to you." From Garand's perspective, though facing a horde of furious giants charging at him, he could still break into a delighted smile. "Yes, sword fiend. Though he's young, you killed him. It seems I've missed many fine scenes. But finally, a swordsman who can stand alongside me has arisen to see something greater than Mount Tai in this world. This truly is the most magnificent chorus, ha ha ha." In short, Sword Emperor Garand arrived at the perfect moment to rescue Corin's group, so the three of them hurriedly ran down below. While moving, Corin spoke up. "Hey, on the way down, can I ask you a favor?" "What is it?" Warren asked, frowning. For Corin, without Garand he couldn't have escaped those giants, so he was determined to repay that favor. Then Corin asked the two girls behind him, "Cut down that tree stump." Whenever he thought of nearly dying because of what that swordsman had made, Corin shuddered. He suddenly recalled an old saying his elders had told him. "A gentleman avenges slowly. 10 years is not too late. Today is the day of vengeance." Behind them, Mariette and Warren's faces showed surprise, since Garand the Sword Emperor had apparently still been trapped on the Sky Island. To explain this, Corin put on a very sly face. "That old man isn't much use to this world anyway. Let him stay stuck on that Sky Island for a year." Hearing Corin, though Mariette didn't understand a word, she would follow his orders without question. "All right, if Corin says so, fine." Beside her, none Warren agreed. The two of them executed a combined strike at the trunk, and it split cleanly in two. Of course, the Sword Emperor Garand on the Sky Island saw this, and was silenced for a moment. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the Arden family. At that moment, the gluttonous Alicia was also vaguely coming to after her coma. She began to open the door and stepped out into the yard. There on the tree stump, Corin had been waiting. Seeing her come out, he called out, "Are you physically okay?" In reply, Alicia sat down gently beside Corin and answered, "My whole body is numb, but at least I can still move. As for my thoughts, they're a mess. When I joined the academy, I thought I'd enjoy an ordinary youth, dozing off in class, or wondering what to eat in the cafeteria. But I'm so alien to that kind of normality. With a sword, no, I'm more like someone who's drawn to cutting others down." As she said this, her hand tightened slightly. To comfort her, Corin offered a small smile and calmly said, "Feeling that way isn't entirely bad. The issue is your conviction and choice. Even if a sword tempts you, as long as you don't swing it at anyone. There are plenty of strange people in the world, and most of them make equally strange choices. But you, despite having such power, still want to live a normal life, right? So be proud of yourself." Alicia turned to look at Corin, then gently rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Then promise me. I'm a very strange person, so promise you'll take care of me. I might lose my way. So help me keep doing ordinary things, like strolling through town, grabbing weekend snacks, watching the newest plays, shopping, enjoying sweets at a pretty cafe, then walking together. Just ordinary things like that." The young swordswoman's small wish was impossible for Corin to refuse. "I'll do them with you." "Hee, that's good then." Alicia smiled softly. Thus, the tale of the Sky Island reached its conclusion. But of course in life, things rarely end so peacefully. The next morning, our protagonist scratched his head and announced earth-shattering news to Mariette and Warren. "Oh right, I completely forgot. I'm about to hold an engagement ceremony." The protagonist's words turned the two girls to stone. Warren even stopped chewing. Then the vampire Mariette stammered, What did you just say, Corin? An engagement? With whom?" "Someone from our class." Hearing this, Corin's expression went a bit dazed at their overblown reaction. Before he could answer, his sister Lunia spoke for him. "Lunia Arden, in a week I will hold my engagement ceremony with my betrothed. If the eldest daughter of House Dunliffe and the abbess of Zion Cathedral would serve as bridesmaids, Arden would be honored to have you attend." Elder sister Lunia said cheerfully, unaware that the expressions of the two girls opposite had darkened like the bottom of a pot. Seeing this, Corin not only wasn't afraid but inwardly smirked. Surprised, "I'll tease them 5 more minutes and then say, Tada, hidden camera. Then Corin stroked his chin and said nonchalantly, "That's when I wildly fell in love with Lunia." Hearing his nonsense, Lunia's face paused, and she let out a soft HMPH, looking no different from a young girl newly in love. Though young, his integrity was very attractive. "So on that full moon night we confessed our feelings," Corin continued. However, Mariette seemed unable to bear watching them flirt any longer. She stood up. "I'm leaving." 100 years, Mariette muttered, as if she hadn't forgotten the things she experienced in the Druid's illusion. Looking at that somewhat cold killer's expression, a terrible unease began to rise in Corin. He broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, little Lan sobbed uncontrollably. "Congratulations. I wish you happiness." Seeing Lan like that, Corin couldn't keep joking. He hurriedly explained, "No, Lan. Actually, this is a lie." Before he could finish, the girl covered her face and ran out of the dining hall, leaving Corin behind with a stunned expression. What should I do now?" the bewildered gentleman said, while his sister Lunia burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I really am a cruel person. And yes, my betrothed is too." Time quickly passed until evening. At this time, the morning's events still haunted Corin's mind. Where did they go? If I find them, I'll bow and apologize at once. But if they run off again, what then? With their physique, there's no way I can catch up. The male lead sighed. Then suddenly, little Lan appeared behind him like a ghost, making Corin startle and turn around. "Lan, I have something." Before he could finish, Lan cut him off. "I don't want to talk to you." As she spoke, the girl shrugged off her outer layer, leaving only a thin nightgown. Then she slowly moved toward Corin, causing him to back away in concern, until he sat on the bed. "Tonight, I'm going to sleep here," Lan said, her face unusually distant, her tone commanding, leaving Corin no room to refuse. Looking at her expression, Corin suddenly wondered, is Lan really Lan right now? Or is she Ho? 5 minutes later, all of Corin's worries had completely vanished. He looked at little Lan sleeping soundly beside him and shook his head softly. She was saying such scary things earlier, but she's still just a child, right? And she even wanted to hold hands to sleep. Well, I should consider myself lucky, he told himself. Time quickly passed until the next morning. When Corin woke, he found Hoa was already up. "Lan, no Hoa, huh? Up so early," the gentleman said, yawning a long yawn. Meanwhile, Hoa was still staring intently at the distant sky through the window, then wondered, "It didn't come, that stork. Why didn't it come?" From behind, Corin also stretched to wake himself and replied, "There are no storks around here. You'd have to go north to find them. Up north, near the northern kingdom, there might be places where they live. For now, let's have breakfast." To explain a bit, Hoa believes that bobbies are brought by storks. So when she sleeps with Corin, she always hopes a stork will bring a child the next morning. Time passed, scene cut to the dining hall. After Corin explained the engagement was fake, he immediately received a punch to the face from the nun, leaving one of his eyes bruised. "So it was a fake engagement?" Warren asked again to be sure. Corin stood before her and awkwardly nodded. "Yeah, I only meant to tease a bit. I must have been insensitive. Please tell Lan for me." "Oh, well done then." On this side, Hoa gently tore off a piece of fish and offered it to Corin. "You're always busy. Eat. And if something like this happens again, remember to bring me along." Looking at the piece of fish before him, Corin pondered for a few seconds, then smiled and nodded. "Yeah, thanks." After finishing the meal, having explained things to Warren, he only needed to tell Mariette. "Now, we have to find Mariette. However, even the servants at the Arden main house don't know her whereabouts. If so, the only one who could know where number 3 is would be Diaku. But why is this guy so popular?" From Corin's perspective, the red dog Diaku was now sitting arrogantly, surrounded by countless bitches staring at him with heart-shaped eyes. And Corin, he looked like nothing more than a servant standing beside him, begging his master. Corin started bargaining. "When we get back, I'll buy you a prime black ox, top quality from the south. How's that? Say thanks, but help me find Mariette first." Hearing this, Diaku sneered as if mocking him, reminding him whose dog he was. Then Diaku produced a check from his person with a staggering number on it that nearly blinded Corin. He couldn't help but wonder, how is this dog richer than me? I risk my life for money and still can't match it. After some jeering and disdain, Diaku finally revealed where Mariette was. Cut to the hidden annex in House Arden. "Good heavens, why didn't you say so earlier?" Senior Potato shouted. "Sorry." Corin forced a smile. After the senior learned the whole truth, she seemed so embarrassed she crawled under the blanket and kicked it repeatedly. "Hey, Corin, I always believed whatever Corin said. I never doubted him. If Corin said he'd triple my gold, I'd believe it. If someone told me a meteor would fall tomorrow, I'd believe it. So, Corin, You absolutely must not lie to me, she said, turning to Corin with sparkling eyes, tears still at the corners. Yet behind that cute appearance was a very dangerous thought. Mariette told herself, no matter what happens, in 100 years Corin will be mine. In short, the girls who once had feelings for Corin now knew the engagement between Corin and Lunia was fake. They also understood that the couple's dates were merely a cover to deceive others. They could safely let go of their feelings, except for her, the food-loving Alicia. She always tagged along watching their dates. Alicia's emotions at this moment were extremely complicated and hard to describe. Why am I here? Since the start of the term, this strange feeling has lingered. Is it from the sword-breaking incident? Or from the serial killer in Miss City? Or from when he said he'd always be by my side? What exactly is my relationship with Corin? The little girl asked herself amid the tangled emotion. Then her eyes widened when she saw before her elder sister Lunia suddenly brought her face close to Corin's, as if the two were about to kiss. Seeing this sudden move, Corin couldn't help but warn her. However, Lunia winked mischievously and whispered, "Since someone's watching, let's create a sweet scene, Tilda." Understanding her intention, Corin began to play along. He reached out and gently took Lunia's hand, remarking, "Your hands are rather rough, aren't they?" To Corin's comment, Lunia casually admitted her hands weren't very ladylike. Corin thought differently. "What? I think they're great." At that, she leaned close and murmured in his ear, thinking, "Good, but my instincts are really awful." Instincts? Did I miss something? Corin asked curiously, but Lunia didn't explain further. "No, it's fine now, I'll go ahead," she said, then glanced at the table where Alicia had been sitting, only to find no one there. Meanwhile, Corin still didn't understand a thing. Didn't this last date please her? "If you want to keep me like this, it's not so bad. Very sweet, my betrothed," Lunia said with a smile. Time quickly passed until the engagement ceremony day. At this time, the Arden main house was filled with countless guests, congratulating the family's eldest daughter. In her wedding dress, eldest sister Lunia's beauty drew admiring gasps from the assembled guests. Even the protagonist couldn't help but praise her. "Very beautiful. Ha ha ha, truly a young man who knows how to please people." Lunia smiled, though her expression looked somewhat unbelieving. "I'm serious," Corin added in explanation. Then the host's voice rang out in all directions. "The engagement ceremony of Corin Locke and Lunia Arden is officially beginning." Around them, people began to clap enthusiastically, wishing happiness for the young couple. But at that moment, the swordswoman Alicia suddenly rushed forward to intervene. "Wait, this engagement, I object." Seeing her appear, memories of Alicia as an infant began to flash through Lunia's mind. When someone called Alicia a filthy, illegitimate child, Lunia immediately retorted, "Filthy? How could that be? This beautiful girl is my sister." Lunia had watched Alicia from when she was a tiny newborn weighing only 2 or 3 kilos, to when the child became a little girl with wide, sparkling eyes, then grew into a child who more often looked at the ground than at others. Hasn't it been less than half a year at the academy? She had always been clumsy and careless with her belongings before, but now she's grown. "Finally, you've made up your mind, haven't you?" Lunia murmured inwardly. From her perspective, Alicia now grabbed Corin's wrist and pulled him away, leaving the protagonist utterly flustered. "Hey, Alicia, what are you doing?" Corin asked. "Come, follow me," Alicia cried. Elsewhere, Lady Sophia was embarrassed and ordered the family's warriors. "What are you waiting for? Chase after them at once." Nearby, 2 other swordswomen seemed deaf to the command, moved only by the spectacle of snatching someone's husband. As for elder sister Lunia wanting to support her younger sister, she began to feign illness. "Really, madam, I'm feeling faint," she spoke as her body swayed slightly as if she might collapse at any moment. With no choice, Lady Sophia rushed over to steady her and asked tenderly, "Child, are you all right?" At the same time, from high above, a giant eagle carrying a small room on its back descended below. Each beat of its wings created powerful gusts, causing the surrounding guests to be a bit alarmed. "What's happening now?" someone shouted. From inside the room, H. Warren threw out a rope and leapt out, extending her hand toward the two. "Come here." Hearing that, swordswoman Alicia glanced back at her sister and received a nod from her. That nod seemed to bolster Alicia's resolve. She reached out and clasped H. Warren's hand firmly. Then the eagle spread its wings and flew straight into the sky. "Goodbye," the vendor shouted boldly. Corin, carried along behind, still didn't understand what was happening. In the rear, eldest sister Lunia saw their backs slowly disappear and stopped feigning illness. "Oh my, this shock has made me not want to see men anymore," she complained. And so, the simple engagement ceremony at the Eastern Arden Swordcraft family ended in chaos. Back where Corin was, after sitting on the sofa inside the room, he looked puzzled at the three girls and asked, "So, what exactly is going on?" As he spoke, Corin casually took off his vest, and by chance, a slip of paper fell from inside it that read, "From now on, I will officially come to pick you up, my betrothed." Reading those words, the food-loving girl awkwardly said, "You already knew everything, didn't you?" "Haha, well, yes," Corin chimed in. Up ahead, Vampire Senior Mariette also asked Corin, "Hey Corin, where are we heading now?" "Just keep moving forward, there's still a lot to do," the male lead replied with a smile. "I've found reliable teammates." And so, our vacation from the academy to the east came to an end. In another development, in the zombie city where Master Iryu remained trapped in her endlessly repeating tasks, it was the third night. She was still swinging her spear, cutting down the hordes of zombies before her. Her close companion, who always watched her death, suddenly asked, "Why are you smiling?" Hearing that, Master Iryu shrugged. "Why wouldn't I have a reason to smile?" The skull-faced one truly couldn't understand the explanation. "The Undying King's legions are growing stronger, and you're approaching your limit. If you fail to fulfill your promise to cleanse this place, that boy's life will end. The deadline is approaching. Don't you feel worried?" "Instead, you seem quite cheerful," Death said. In response, the master's face flushed slightly. "Yes, it's a sign that Corin is about to return." At the start of the chapter, we flash back to Corin's past. He suffered his first defeat in a sparring match against his master. "I lost." Spear Saint pointed the tip of her spear at Corin's throat and smiled. "Regardless, you've trained hard, so your fundamentals are solid." She turned away, looking pensive. "Corin, is there a particular reason you're focusing on mastering Bagua?" "Ah, well, among the martial books in the library, it was the first thing that caught my eye." "Oh, and why did you choose spear techniques?" Corin scratched his chin and stammered, "Because I heard the spear is much easier to use than the sword." Hearing that, Spear Saint only smiled faintly. "Very practical, but if given the choice, I'd prefer to teach you my spear methods rather than just Bagua spear." Spear Saint waved her hand in refusal. "No, that would consume the soul of a student like you, Corin. Invest another half-year into Bagua spear." Corin's face showed regret at being denied the final secret technique. Balthazar is the six-harmony spear. When Corin said he wanted to learn the six-harmony spear, Sihu introduced someone to him. But having to learn hundreds of things at once, after more than a month he still saw no significant progress. Corin truly felt jealous of Sihu. He only needed to open his skill panel to use great magics without any training. Truly, the protagonist is a different kind of big muscle type, but just standing here feeling jealous won't solve anything. So just keep working little by little, and progress slowly but steadily. So Corin buried himself in training day and night without rest. He practiced spear forms day after day with the basic stances until they became second nature, ingrained in every cell. But Corin knew clearly that he needed something far beyond that. And then, on a clear, breezy night, he finally cultivated his unique ultimate skill. "Did I really do it?" Spear Saint grasped his hand, astonished. "Succeeded in only 2 months. I thought you'd need more than half a year to learn that spear technique. Why do you want to become stronger? If it's just power that's needed, Sihu alone is enough." Corin replied calmly and gently. "Even a hero needs help, right? At the very least, I should be able to be the driver beside him. Above all, if I become stronger, fewer people will have to die." Those words seemed to move Spear Saint's heart. Her face flushed unexpectedly. "You really are a kind child." "It's nothing, just normal," she said with a satisfied smile. "All right then." The chaos at the Mage Tower was caused by the tower's mages colluding with the barbarians. They shattered Aaron Danwa's disguise. When the disguise dissolved, Aaron Danwa stepped into the real world and brought with her that event, a death scripted to the letter. Spear Saint left the will to protect the world to the player. When Danwa's secret treasure was opened, that was the most important event in the entire chapter, an event that the player's power could not possibly stop. Those were Corin's thoughts, but the hand holding his was warm and the voice gentle. Would such a perfect person have to die? Those thoughts pressed like a stone on his heart. When Corin looked at that smile, he could no longer feel joy. Spear Saint led Corin up onto the roof of a fortress, her voice clear and soft. "You know about the matter between Test and me, right?" Yes, she passed everything on, including the six-harmony spear, to her direct disciple. But unfortunately, his goal was heaven's descent, the destruction of this world. In the end, Spear Saint refused the final step in the inheritance. It was surely the greatest and worst failure of her life. Aaron's voice echoed in the silent air. "I have agonized and hesitated a great deal. I have suffered many failures and have not always made the right choice." She suddenly shouted, Corin, do why owe you Chinese letter to accept me, Aaron Danhwa, as your master? This is the event and dialogue any player of a hand's heroic legend would recognize. An event accessible only after meeting conditions and accumulating enough good deeds. A player-only event. Immediately, Corin knelt and said, "Yes, I accept you as my master." But at that moment, the in-game information no longer mattered much. She stepped forward and embraced Corin. Falling is fine as long as you can get back up. Failure is fine as long as you succeed next time. Crying is fine as long as you smile louder afterward. Keep your justice, your faith, and walk the royal path. I will grant you the goddess's blessing. Corin would never forget that warm moment, certainly forever. Back to the city of the dead, Nasria. The night of death had repeated for 300 years. However, the undying king's army was gradually growing stronger bit by bit. The fragile balance that had lasted 3 years was nearing its limit. Tonight was the third night. If this continued, undying King Geralg would fully become a true lick. This time, the situation was truly critical. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "I've handled Geralg." None other than Corin. He spoke with calm. "Don't rush, we still have plenty of time." Corin's smile shone. "I'm here to save you, Aaron. If undying King Geralg dies, time in the city will roll back 3 days, and all the undead he created will vanish at the same time, as if nothing ever happened. Nasria's population is 1.2 million. If the undead break out of the city, the entire continent will be annihilated. That's why Spear Saint made a pact with death. By day, this place is a peaceful city, but by night it is a city of the dead, ruled over. That loop repeats forever. To end this, the undead bosses must be defeated within 3 days. Undying King Geralg must be slain. To achieve that, Spear Saint split her soul in 2. The soul here was forgotten by her main self, and thus repeats the fragile 3-day loop for 3 long centuries. That loop continued endlessly. To end it, the undead bosses must be defeated within 3 days. Undying King Geralg must be slain. To accomplish this, Spear Saint split her soul in 2. The soul here was forgotten by the main body, and thus repeats the fragile 3-day loop for 300 years. But Geralg began to notice the repetition, and this fragile loop reached its limit. So Corin made a deal with death. Nasria would be purified within half a year. Now, as that half-year deadline approaches, the two have repeated the 3-day loop 3 times. At night they fight the undead. By day they go out together, read in the library, enjoy plays, and go to the cinema. And now, the moment has finally come. Spear Saint spoke softly. "You've given me much joy. You've been here 300 years, don't you get bored? Being alone and being together are very different." Corin smiled in reply. "I'm glad you're happy. Though it's a pity we couldn't make it to the best restaurant. It doesn't have to be some fancy place to be meaningful. With my future student picker, anything we eat will be enjoyable." He turned to Spear Saint and said, "Master, tomorrow night, no, tonight, we're going to purify Nasria and end this eternal night right." Aaron's sunny smile, lit by the sunlight, was truly exquisite. Corin gently ruffled his master's hair and said, "Yes, by your theory we can do it. I tried it with Sihu last time. This time we'll definitely succeed as long as nothing interferes. So don't feel pressure." Corin looked straight at Aaron and smiled confidently. "I told you, I'm just fulfilling your wish. After this, you grant me one wish." Spear Saint's expression grew flustered. "A wish, pupil, might we?" Time passed quickly until evening. After 300 resurrections and countless deaths, Geralg found the answer. "So that's it, the primal runes. And if I place these 2 primal runes side by side, what then? The dead's paradise will endure forever. Desecrate the primal rune." Nasria's loop had now ended, and the city's necromantic aura surged manyfold. His face went mad. Finally it worked. Geralg had evolved. He had become a complete lick. "Undying King, ha ha ha, die you bitch. This time I'll tear that body apart, disgrace that corpse, and not even its soul will escape my hand." A battle swordsman priest looked up from the window, astonished. What the hell is going on out there? Are all the undead from the monitored districts gathering in one place? Nothing like this has ever happened before. The true Undying King is summoning every undead in the city. This is an endless assault by the undead. In one corner of the city, after the Undying King's evolution, everything nearby has collapsed. "Are you okay? Sometimes odd incidents happen, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. First, we must hide, then figure out how to respond." Yes, before the sentence finished, an attack came flying from somewhere. Damn, another thunder burst. Corin shouted, "It's not over yet. That undead skills have spread here. Infection is encroaching on the dead land." Corin glanced around irritably. The sky was full of lightning, and the ground was all poison. Why do they just keep pouring out endlessly? Spear Saint pulled out her cloak and ran off. It seemed Gerald had fully become a lick. If so, his magic in this city was nearly limitless. Don't stop, we must keep moving. As the two ran from the sky, a pack of mid-level hellhounds, inferno hunters, suddenly leapt down and launched a surprise attack. Wasting no time, Corin used his sixth form, Usura, to sweep away the monster, but Spear Saint's face was deeply worried. Don't use that skill. If you're mid-air, how can you dodge an attack? But in response, Corin gently cast the primal rune for hardening and the wind primal rune, allowing himself to spring and jump in the air. He bounced back and forth, evading the attacks with great finesse, and he didn't even sustain a scratch. Seeing that, his master's eyes filled with pride. You really are strong. Don't use that skill. If you're mid-air, how can you dodge an attack? You slippery eels, wriggle about. Go die already. He unleashed 10 consecutive thunderbursts, a triumphant grin clear on Gerald's face. Ha ha ha. But before he could revel for long, the smile faded. What is this? A brilliant light was illuminating the entire area, leaving the undying king stunned. Impossible. Is my thunder burst disappearing? Corin replied confidently. 300 years of night activity, you forgot. Now open your eyes and look. No, it can't be. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. Connect to the sun, deploy a temporary empowered light. This will burn you to ashes. That face and smug smile made the opponent's ears burn. You say the sun. Ridiculous. How on earth could you suddenly produce such a tremendous power? He poured all his strength into releasing his most powerful thunder burst and charged at Corin without hesitation. Ha ha ha, do you really think you have a chance to defeat me? The moon's endless mana protects me. Here I am invincible. But before he could finish, the ground suddenly flashed with brilliant light. The undying king's eyes hurriedly looked down, only to see sun runes and fire runes painted everywhere below. Impossible. How could you possess so many runes? Corin slowly produced a miniature sun in his hand and spoke. You're right, such power doesn't just appear out of nowhere. The last day Corin spent beside his master was the time when he truly became a disciple, a hero who cared nothing for being forgot, someone who had built everything by himself for 300 years. It was thanks to the remnants left behind after battles that they had what they have today, because the master had inscribed runes across the city through countless fights. Corin activated his power, gathering light of the sun, initiate luminous arc. It's a pity, but this is our final night. Now it's your turn to disappear, undying king. Klaus Solas, the embodiment of the great sun, melted, it burned, it purified everything. No cleric, no source of power had ever carried out a purging on such a scale. It cannot be so. How could an ordinary human possess such terrifying power? 1.2 million deaths, 300 years of darkness. All that darkness has been completely erased from this world. Death quickly appeared behind Corin and spoke. You have truly succeeded. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect you to use Danwa's relic for this. It's a one-time miracle anyway. It's not my full power. You have fully honored your bargain, so I will also honor mine. O Queen, now it is truly over. Spear Saint turned to Corin and said, Corin, when this covenant ends, I will. I know, I've experienced that in the future. You protected this land for 300 years and will disappear with its darkness. You've done well. Yes, you've fallen many times, haven't you? Yes. Did you cry a lot? Always. Yet I know I will never forget you. Even if you lose your way later, I hope you keep your true self. Hold fast to your faith and walk the royal path. Then you will. You are still a hero. Though your current memories differ from my old masters, you consoled me with the exact same words I once spoke. I will bless you. The goddess's blessing, right? Spear Saint grasped Corin's still-stunned face. Immediately, she gave him a farewell kiss, which made the moment all the more moving. Corin, I sincerely wish you happiness. And so, when the sun completed its role, the darkness returned once more. Aaron Danwa could no longer be seen anywhere, except for the long-time disciple she had raised since childhood. No one else had ever entered this palace. Balthazar, betrayed by the disciple she loved as heir, the queen had been sealed here for over 80 years. The only thing that woke her from that long, silent sleep was a flood of memories that unexpectedly returned after the covenant was fulfilled 300 years earlier. During her wandering days, Nazria for some reason was forgotten, but now it was reappearing. Is this the 3784th time? The endless war with the Dark Mage is also bound to the city. It must have been so lonely and painful. For 300 years, the self of another persona. But then Corin appeared. Isn't this boy Balthazar's disciple? I thought he betrayed Balthazar and came for me. This time I want to save him. I told you, this time I'll save him, Master Aaron. As the queen's questions continued, the final memory surfaced. No, wait, it was that farewell kiss. I will grant you the goddess's blessing with a deep, passionate kiss. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened, and the academy professor stepped through. Aaron, I've brought a new book, want to read it. But before her was the image of Spear Saint, mortified with embarrassment. I'm going mad, I'm really insane, what are you doing? The memories had merged and could not be erased. That became the Queen's first kiss, a memory that could never be wiped away. Corin, my student, returned to Zion's second sanctuary at the great cathedral of Nasria. The city with 1.2 million undead was purified in a single night. What? Yes, it's like the sun, a kind of blessing for humanity. But I already know. The Saint Estel, said to possess the greatest holy power in history. 4 years ago, she came to Nasria and successfully purified it with a prayer ritual. But 3 days later, everything reverted. Nasria has always been humanity's burden and dread, yet a controllable threat. However, a power capable of purging all of Nasria. Now, when no one can be identified as its wielder, in another respect, that is far more terrifying and unpredictable, we must investigate who exactly purified Nasria. The news shocked every power across the continent, including the Mage Tower and the Old Holy Church. The news even spread to the frozen far north, to lands of lethal ice and rampaging monsters. The Northerners had long prepared for war, so this place became a land where strength alone was worshipped and admired. Here, over 80 years ago, a warrior was born. The Dark King was kneeling on the ground, babbling apologies. I sincerely apologize, my lord. Above all others, he was the one who deserved to stand at the world's pinnacle. Before he could finish, an attack sliced across his cheek. In the blink of an eye, a towering, powerful man hurled his spear as a severe warning. He spoke in a deep, chilling voice. Has the sun been stolen from our hand? None other than Tate's Balthazar. He warned, fine, whatever. The Dark King frantically shouted. So who exactly caused this? It was Corin him. He's surely also the one who killed PHM. He claims to be Aaron Danwa's first spear. Hearing that name piqued Balthazar's interest. Corin, the old great sage, also added, you know that name. Of course I do. My rival changed from that kid Sihu to that name. He crushed the chair and said, I didn't expect him to show himself in less than a year after that incident. His entire being radiated an overwhelming oppression, causing even the old great sage and the Dark King to collapse. What power is this? My beloved master, the one I cherished and the one I hated. Aaron Danwa, if you dare call yourself her first spear, I will come there myself to find you. We will meet soon, Corin locked. Pumped with zeal, Corin murmured. So this means I'm starting my second year now, right? Cut to another location. A place created to manage the Academy's special demon. In other words, this is the isolation dormitory made for H. Warren and Mariette. Only a few people live here. Professor Josephine serves as head of the dorm, overseeing everything. After she returned from the Queen's palace, she encountered something strange. What is this? It was a bluefin tuna. H. Warren was holding a giant fish over her head and said, this food is great for the brain, you know. It boosts intelligence. She stepped forward and saw Corin cooking here with the others. What's going on here? Explain yourself, Corin. He forced a smile and replied. Senior Mariette said there would be many visitors, so she wanted to buy really large furniture. H. Warren bought the bluefin tuna at the market, so we decided to share. No, it's mine. Alicia came over to help slice the sashimi. After all, she uses a sword. Corin beamed excitedly. Professor, please have a seat. I'll give you a discount. Hearing that, the professor lost interest and didn't bother to reply. Enough of this nonsense. Go prepare the rooms for the freshmen as discussed. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. The freshmen I mentioned are a pair of twins, so they'll probably share a room, okay. I'll also help prepare new rooms for the other students. There are still 2 rooms to arrange. More importantly, the freshmen arrive tomorrow. Can I ask you to guide them? At that, Corin gave a very sly smile. Heh, of course, but I have one condition. Every year, outstanding second years mentor the new recruits. But this year, Senior Mariette is already a third year, so the mentors for the freshmen will be Clown of Ben Tree and H. Warren. He put on a white suit and looked very flashy. Come on, everyone. This is where the magic disciplines gather to tackle any thorny question. The male students below cheered like they'd seen an idol. Bro, you're so cool. That outfit is sick. Ha, the girls are a bit cold, huh? Then sing a song to impress them. H. Warren beside him couldn't stand Corin's crazy antics any longer and spoke up. Stop it. The whole crowd has reached the final stop and should get off the carriage. The tour ends here. Professors are inside. Please go in and do your best. After wrapping things up, H. Warren handed the board to Corin and said, I'm off. So sudden. I'm late. Someone said they'd come bother me. Who could it be? With that, H. Warren leapt away, leaving Corin watching in puzzlement. Isn't flying prohibited inside the academy grounds by rule? Leading the freshman made it clear to Corin. The new term had really begun. Suddenly, a voice rang from behind. Big brother, no, I mean sir, we're coming in. Corin turned toward the voice and saw the two beast folk he had mentioned to the professor earlier. All right, do your best. Come on, of course I'll be fine. There are a few notable freshmen this year, but these two will definitely be highlights. While Corin was thinking, a familiar voice called. This way, everyone, be careful getting off the carriage. Corin waved and asked, Alicia, you're in charge of the West Gate, right? But answering that question was someone entirely different. You are Lord Corin, aren't you? Pleased to meet you, Lord Corin. My name is Merwam Elizabeth L. Rapp. A girl with blazing red hair slowly stepped down from the carriage. Poised, graceful, radiating an authority not to be underestimated. Corin had been wrong to think she and John would be the most talked-about freshmen this year. Corin quickly knelt and saluted, to Alicia's astonishment beside him. Perhaps no one remembered her face or name yet, but certainly everyone knew the L. Rath line. She was the nation's second princess, and the villainess of the century in the legend of hero A. Han. Corin took the princess's hand and lightly kissed it as a polite greeting. She smiled pleased and said, How refined, who taught you that? Corin pondered, recalled, and replied, I learned it from an acquaintance. Actually, it was your wife in my previous life who taught me that. When standing before a beautiful lady, a gentleman should kiss her hand and ask her to dance. Of course, Corin still remembered. The two of them in the previous life had many far more interesting experiences. Look, Lord Corin, she is our daughter, isn't she beautiful? Back in reality, the second princess looked at Corin with eager, possessive interest, while Corin was fearful and sweating. Corin had met her in the prior loop, but not at the academy. Suddenly, another voice interrupted, spoiling the atmosphere. Oh my, isn't that Lord Corin over there? In the script, the princesses weren't supposed to appear yet. What on earth is going on? Hello, my name is Estelle Hadatha El Rath. Shall we shake hands? Corin hurried forward to shake hands and said, Saint Estelle Hadatha El Rath, it's an honor to meet you. The saint replied lightly, No need for formality, we're classmates now. I don't use honorifics either, right? She glanced at her younger sister and said, Muru, is that you? Sorry I didn't see you earlier, you were too small. Small in another sense, not in stature. The second princess retorted irritably, I told you not to shorten my name. Estelle the saint teasingly said, Call me Sister Estelle or Senior is fine too. I took a break from school for over 2 years, but today I'm back. Merwam's face filled with annoyance. You should use honorifics with those better than you, and besides, the only thing you have more of than me is surplus muscles. Big and surplus. With that, the second princess turned and left. Alicia, I'm heading to the free hall, thanks for guiding me. The saint also quickly went inside. I have to go too, see you later, juniors. Alicia's face showed confusion. Yes, I mean, it's an honor, your highness. Only Corin understood. What the hell is happening this time? I'm done for. Cut to outside the dormitory. The two beastfolk siblings were marveling at how grand the place was. Wow, are we really going to live here? Now keep your voice down, don't act so rustic. Boo butt, this place is so big it's like a castle. Suddenly something touched Ren's back, making her turn around. Both stammered apologies, but it seemed ineffective. The second princess calmly introduced herself. My name is Merwam Elizabeth L. Rath. We're in the same class, right? Let's shake hands. John stepped forward slowly and cautiously. Hello. But suddenly Merwam grabbed his wrist tightly and said, How strange. Your beastfolk were slaughtered mercilessly by us before. I didn't expect a few pieces of trash like you would still be left here. If you dare touch my wand again, I'll gut you while you're still breathing, understand? The two sisters sat holding each other and crying, too afraid to do anything, silently watching the second princess leave. Everything here felt like walking on thin ice. Nothing could be predicted. Two characters who were supposed to appear later in the story at the academy, Merwam Elizabeth L. Rath and Estelle Hadatha El Rath, had arrived together. Could some butterfly effect have occurred? Maybe it's related to the purification of Nazria. Damn it, I've attracted attention way too quickly. This trip's doomed. While Corin was still dazed in thought, the professor called out. Student Corin Locke, already distracted on the very first day of school. Ah yes, sorry. Quickly explain the concept of a peace adjudicator to me. That is. And as expected, he had points deducted. What the hell kind of classes are these? The first day is supposed to be orientation. It should end early. He strode down the corridor, muttering, Haven't the others arrived yet? The special dorm was supposed to include Professor Josephine, myself, Mariette, H. Warren and the wolf sibling, but she said she had 2 more rooms to prepare. Wait, don't tell me. And just as predicted, the remaining 2 rooms were for the 2 princesses. Welcome, Lord Corin. She sat upright on the bed and said proudly, aren't you going to be a bit more polite? Come here and kiss me. Corin stepped in slowly and said, a gentleman only kisses a lady once a day, Your Highness. Ha ha, how amusing. A commoner like you knows such noble etiquette. Fine, I'll be blunt. Support me in the succession dispute next year. Hearing that, Corin stammered, I'm just an ordinary guardian. Do you really need my support? Of course. A knight who possesses a relic recognized by both the old and new churches is another matter, isn't it, Klaus Sol? She immediately moved closer to Corin and said, Heh, you look deep. Are you doubting me? If so, I can give you what you want in advance. Saying that, she embraced Corin and lay down on the floor. The whole room was enveloped in a deadly, bewitching haze. Her legs even tightened, leaving Corin no escape. Tell me, what do you want from a noble like me? I'm willing to indulge any pleasure you desire. Ask, demand anything you crave, Lord Corin. Corin's face went blank. It seemed the enchanting smoke was taking effect. Corin said nothing. His eyes glazed over, and a single touch of his hand set her aflame. Yes, oh hero. Her rapid heartbeat led to an overexcited tone. My destiny, devour me and make me yours. Her red lips parted slightly, waiting for the young man to come closer. Corin swallowed. He suddenly waved his hand and the crimson haze vanished in an instant. Corin stood up, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, looking quite seductive. He raised an eyebrow and asked earnestly, You really used enchanted incense just to seduce me? That doesn't suit someone of royal blood about to inherit the throne. Meruem Elizabeth Elrath acted as if nothing had happened. She playfully licked her lips. Marrying the champion of the sun god is an extremely powerful political move. Marriage and reproduction are the oldest forms of exchange. Lord Corin, you button your shirt back up. What fate was she referring to? She was amused. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Seeing that, he quietly walked away. Fine, let's drop it then. Meruem Elizabeth Elrath sounded a little regretful. Try again next time when you're in a better mood, okay? But Corin showed no emotion and simply turned his face and left. No chance of that. She clearly didn't believe him. You might change your mind after hearing my proposal. How can you be so sure? Corin smiled faintly. I learned from an acquaintance, be careful with beauties. The door shut with a loud bang. Meruem Elizabeth Elrath licked her lips hungrily, eyes curved. Then I'll just have to try harder. As soon as Corin left the room and returned to himself, he gasped. That's dangerous. These things have been happening a lot recently. Even Senior Mariette did that. She had looked at him and blushed. Corin, thanks again for today. And Alicia, at times utterly unlike herself, her eyes brimming with moisture. That sent shivers down Corin's spine. I know you chose drama as an elective, but why pick such a messy adultery play, Alicia? The two of them said the story was beautiful, while he was about to lose his mind. H. Warren was always like that during breaks. If she wasn't holding hands, it wouldn't do. Corin was a bit at a loss. Do you really feel comfortable with that? Feeling his large hand, she blushed and nodded slightly. Since I swallowed the sun, I'm full of yang energy, especially when H. Warren keeps releasing yin energy through the Gu meridian. So just being near me might make them feel amazing. Perhaps that's it. The bell rang and he reminded her. H. Warren, stop, breaks over. H. Warren playfully put a finger to her lips. Just a little longer. Of course, H. Warren appeared from time to time. He complained about this to his friends. I see, that must be exhausting. Lark pretended to understand. Ah, so your problem is girls cling to your body, spot on. He took a sip of tea, his tone serious. Corin, I'm talking to you seriously as a friend. He smiled and raised his middle finger. Go to hell, seriously. The two friends wailed and raged. Just pick one girl already. Corin was still innocent, utterly bewildered. Why are you suddenly so angry? Lark's decision was pointless. Gerald, kill this philanderer. Suddenly a sweet voice rang out, freezing the three of them. Hello, Corin. He looked up and saw the red hair that made his skin prickle and those deep red eyes. Wow, princess, what brings you here? Meruem Elizabeth Elrath made a proposal. I'm going into town. Would you mind being my guide? He felt awkward and scratched his neck. Sure, I guess. The two friends stood like bystanders. Looks like we don't need to intervene. He's about to be torn apart. Lark eagerly pushed up his glasses with his wrist. At first I was jealous, but now I think we should study this seriously. In a moment he realized his body might be emitting pheromones, and for some reason we're immune to it. Gerald was puzzled. What are you talking about? Lark pointed. Look over there. A man grinning broadly at him. Corin, long time no see. Greeting Principal Yule, Jaeger clutched his chest, alarmed. No way he even attracts men now, Lark pondered. That guy is definitely hiding something. Before the gathered students, Yule announced. Every year the new students of Merkaba Academy, K3, participate in field training at the hunting. Among the second-year seniors in the forest, some outstanding students will play monsters to challenge the freshmen. At all costs, the freshmen must defeat them and snatch their armband. Then let's begin, he murmured with a smile, eager. They dispersed and entered the hunting area. You're in second year. A few admired one guy. Not that many people want to form a temporary group with us. Oh, let me join too. The praised one was a handsome guy. He beamed. Good idea, form a group, count heads, then split up to find our roots. Yet inside he was darker than he seemed. How annoying, just second year and pushed out of the top ranks. It's understandable if Princess Meruem Elizabeth El Rath is a first-rate mage. But he's still bitter about what happened before, being ranked alongside those filthy furball types. If it weren't for my sacred mission, I would have left this academy long ago. Last term, the church's dark unit infiltrated the academy to exterminate monsters but were captured. Bishop Renaud Ruzanen denied involvement, yet to save them, he was very proud of his own ability. They sent me, German Luther. Now I'll hide my church identity and present myself as a model student here. A scout shouted, found them this way, German. Yeah, they were all naive, unaware of his scheme. They're only third and fourth years, but I'll pass the test with them to gain trust. One knife licker gleefully said, there are 400 of us like this. I even pity the seniors. So in the end it all depends on who defeats them first and snatches their armband. They said any means are allowed, right? German was pleased with the disposable army he had naturally acquired. I'll lead these idiots with my intellect, pretend to befriend them a little, then use them as pawns when needed. Suddenly, a flash of light flared and an explosion thundered down. Josephine stood on a branch, watching. Even though that's how seniors often acted, she recalled Corin's triumphant and sinister expression. I'll lead the freshmen for this hunting forest exam. Allow me to choose the seniors I request. She sighed, unable to hide her worry. The request was granted. Was this really a good idea? The freshmen had no idea as a large shadow descended over them. As for the second-year students at Merkaba Academy, Yule, who had mastered Dri Lu Enhan's final secret technique in only half a year, instantly crushed all their confidence. The recruits had to fight vines striking relentlessly and a host of bizarre things. What the hell is this? Corin had successfully invested and obtained a top-tier cursed sword set, including Doron, a mercenary swordsman. Similarly, thanks to successful investments and someone giving him a golem crafting book, no one can stop. There's Cranal Ludin, the supreme golem-controlling mage, and another not needing introduction. This one's hard to handle. Behind them lay countless defeated foes. She was Bon Ika, H. Warren, and the next heir of the Arden family. The soft sound of swords being drawn rang out. Even Alicia Art, the freshman, knew the rumors about her. Run, she's smiling. She looked embarrassed and scratched her cheek. I'm just smiling, that's all. The entire army the rookie had gathered scattered in an instant and ran off. Spare me. What the hell is happening? One who crawled out from their ranks laughed maniacally. German frowned, snorting coldly in mockery. He raised his sword, his tone contemptuous. You pathetic lot. You run away just because of a single clown. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The ancient fire script Kenna, a yellow arrow marker, appeared on the ground. A massive explosion went off, an entire area flaring bright. All the core second-year students of Merkaba Academy, K3, became ultimate weapons. Anyone who tried to run was impaled by the clown in a single strike. Amid the blazing sky and sea of flame, Corin had gathered a bundle of armbands, the corner of his mouth lifting as he eyed the last survivor. He pretended not to know, right, what's going on here. Now everything was clear. It was that clown. German was so terrified he peed himself and collapsed. The clown revealed a crazed look, tugging at the corners of his mouth with a grimace, laughing. Let's see. Screams echoed across the sea of fire as the trees withered and died. German Luther clutched a wound under his ribs and fled. He couldn't accept reality. Born and raised in the Green Michla Monastery under the old church, throughout his life walking the path of faith, his foot suddenly struck something, and he tumbled head over heel. I've often wondered whether God truly exists, but now there's one thing I'm certain of, his face terrified. Demons are real. The clown bared his teeth, brandishing his spear. All right, that's enough. German clutched his head, unable to look, convinced he was about to be cut to pieces, snot and tears streaming. But what came was not pain. It was a warm hand placed on his head. You're tougher than I thought, huh? Corin returned to normal and reached out to help German up. I'm Corin Locke. He was bewildered, suddenly alert. Corin Locke. You mean the one who fenced with swordsman Lunia Arden and held his ground? He smiled warmly beneath the clown's guise, extending his hand. I'm assessing outstanding freshmen. Aside from the princess, you're the strongest. Would you like to cooperate with me? The strong are always welcome. Still trembling, German hurriedly grabbed his hand. Yes, I'll do it, senior. Corin squinted and nodded. Good, good. He carried another secret he couldn't tell German. My first mission in this hunting forest is, he beamed at the hand he'd just taken, chosen by Senior Corin, unaware his identity had been exposed. Scout German, a spy of the old church. The clown's expression dark and terrifying. Stay close to me but be cautious and approach the enemy. German cheerfully called his farewell. Take care, big brother. Elsewhere someone swung a mace, sneering, die, you filthy beast. Renaud shattered the weapon with a single punch. The attacker was sent flying. Really now? She angrily scolded her brother, hands on hips, reminding him. I told you to check their packs, take the armband and strip that one clean. The boy diligently stripped the unconscious one. All right, if we've got everything, let's go. Ron's personality was rather timid. The lead classmates have reached us. After all, we're demons. Sister Renaud was the opposite. She was fierce and indifferent. They want to steal our armband because we're second-year knights. She knew taking a senior's armband gave more points, but the seniors were too strong, so they chose to take from the whole group to earn points. Renaud led the way, urging, at the end point of this exam, the cabin, we can exchange armbands for rewards. We must hurry. It's coming up soon, right, the cabin. But something made Renaud pause. For some reason, their final destination was the brightest spot in the sky. Why is it on fire? Then the ground where they stood trembled. Renaud panicked. Huh, is that an earthquake? Something suddenly rose up, replacing the cabin. What's that? And a whole signboard stood there, impossible to miss. The reward is above. Both of them were stunned. Second-year seniors, what are they doing up there? Before them had transformed into an ancient, towering, magnificent citadel. A soft chuckle. How interesting, I like it. Merwam Elizabeth L. Rath leaned on her staff, stepped past the two, her gaze icy and voice mocking. Only the scent of beasts. She strode straight into the building. This was made by a druid, so destroying it will be difficult. We must press on. Her guards cheered. What are you doing? Stay close to the princess. The two beast people stood dazed at the door as Merwam Elizabeth L. Rath entered. What should we do? Renaud pointed the other way. Let's go the opposite direction. Ron couldn't argue. I'd rather die than go in with her. But after only a few steps, she regretted it. Maybe I should follow them. They had to weave and dodge the sweeping blades. The two struggled to keep themselves alive. Why are there so many of them? Doron allowed them no moment's rest. That's the client's request. They said not to go easy on you. Inside the tower, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A stealthy figure whispered, infiltration complete. The structure is very simple. He had sketched the entire tower layout. 3 entrances, 3 rooms, 3 guards, one stationed at each. The paths converged. The second floor had 2 rooms, then the third floor, where only a single person waited. Corin twirled his spear slightly. No one passed before us. Among this year's freshmen, the intruder suddenly felt something strange. What's that? The Reaper's bridge can separate soul and body, though its effect is limited on complex beings like human. Corin's mere twirl of the spear affected him. My concentration is dissolving. My stealth is being broken. Then he heard Corin name the second-year rookie knight Rasatin Mustalik. That stealth technique, is it from the assassin tribe? Rasatin no longer hid anything, though he still had an unspoken thought. How does he know about the tribe? He was ready to draw his spear. I'm sorry, but a swift figure appeared behind Corin. You shouldn't have said that. Corin spun, delivering a kick to his head. Rasatin hadn't expected his stealth to be seen through. What the? He was forced to switch to using a whip. With no other choice, a lash sliced through the air. Corin barely ducked his head aside. He performed like a circus act, leaping and weaving through the open spaces. Not bad, but if he followed that path, when the whip's tip wrapped around the spear, Corin tightened his grip. The assassin tribe of the underworld, strong pull when they strike. So what will you do? A thought flashed through Rasatin. I hate that blood-soaked doctrine. I came to the academy to run away, toward a life that's not about killing. I abandoned my clan. Rasatin suddenly let go. If my identity is exposed and the whole tribe is endangered because of... Rasatin opened his shirt. Inside were explosives, as if ready to die. Then I must seal that secret with my own death. A blinding flash lit up, the entire room filled with a sea of flames. But suddenly Corin exhaled. Phew, you're walking a dangerous path. He gently gathered the flames into a single ball. Lucky for you, The fire and heat are under my control. With Rasputin starring wide-eyed, Corin stepped past and lightly patted his shoulder. I don't care whether what you learned was assassin skills, swordsmanship, or magic. That stealth technique, I think I'll need it soon. The second objective in this hunting exam. Corin slightly curled his lip. You'll come with me on a job. This tests the abilities of promising faces. Renaud and Ron took a long time before Doran gave them a thumbs up. Next up they faced H. Warren. She was indifferent. Keep it up. The two beast people timidly stepped in, their small noses twitching. Renaud, I smell something this way, you know. As they entered, they already knew who was inside. Oh, you're here, Corin. Renaud began to complain the moment she opened her mouth. What's going on? I heard this year's test is harsher than last year's. A spear swept past her face. She froze, unable to react in time. Corin's sudden move was baffling. Renaud frantically turned to question him. What's happening? A figure flashed by. He blinked and kicked Ron in the gut. The boy couldn't dodge in time and took the full kick. Corin frowned, his voice cold as he warned. If you're fighting, never let your guard down. If you do, you'll die. Renaud was still dazed, not understanding. Corin pointed the spear at her. Wild boar sweep. Didn't you hear what I just said? A shockwave flies out, spreading across the room. Corin stepped back. I don't like this, but there's no other way. He exhaled. Feud tough, really tough. This is something he and his friends set up. The final task in this hunting exam. Finally, both sides leapt up, facing each other in a flash. Corin's goal was to make sure the kids could stand on their own. Renaud and Ron snapped back to attention, genuinely serious. And Corin held his ground. He had to help them grow up. He didn't relax for a moment. All right, let's finish this test. Controlling a beast in a partial beast form is easier when the moon isn't full, but when in full beast form, it's entirely different. They become beasts, baring their teeth, wild, utterly violent, 100%. Their strength even injures Corin. If it's the final form, they'll look completely human, but in an immature beast form, they're far harder to control. You looked at the beast snarling loudly. Even when gentle, once transformed it becomes a bloodthirsty hound. And on top of that, two beasts blocked you on both sides. You gripped the spear hard, you had to deal with both. The principle here is that transformed beasts communicate without words and attack in perfect synchronization, especially siblings who have lived through countless crises together. Their rhythm never faltered. Corin raised his spear and struck across his neck. You tensed your muscles, spun, and threw Ron at the other beast. Ron, having been thrown, quickly turned and landed facing it. Corin realized his intention. You're trying to save your sister. He pulled the spear planted in the floor out. But what good is it if you just stand there while your sister is attacked? Don't only think about saving her. He both beat them and taught them a lesson. Attack the enemy. The two were knocked aside like bowling pins. The beast howled in fury. Corin drew close. That was another terrible decisive move. Keep a cool head. You launched a strike that sent the beast flying. They couldn't withstand it. He continued. If you have time to growl, use it to observe the enemy. Hesitating a second means you're giving them an extra second. You grinned, chuckling. Yes, the sister is stronger than the brother. Renaud seized the moment, preparing a sneak attack. He murmured, but aimed precisely at the opening. Don't strike in anger. Corin seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, swung and struck the beast's neck. Hit the spot. The sudden blow left the beast no time to dodge. The two beasts lay sprawled. Were they too weak or was Corin too strong? His voice echoed through the room. Fight back, get up. His gaze was colder than a wild animal's. Until limbs break and throats are cut, keep moving. This is real combat. Renaud shifted back into human form, trembling as she stood, pain bringing tears to her eyes. The spear tip raised high, she weakly realized. We know nothing. Does Big Brother always face such brutal fights? The spear plunged down, the screech made her clutch her head. After a few seconds she opened her eyes, nothing had happened. Corin smiled reassuringly and lifted the girl. But for now, this should be enough, right? Indeed, I couldn't push them further. They haven't reached the final form, but I want them to know what fighting is and be ready for it. He smiled to soothe them. Yeah, scary, right? Is Big Brother too harsh? Sorry about that. At that, Renaud burst into tears and they both cried loudly, whining. The boss is too brutal. Don't treat me like a child. Holding the two children, Corin tried to comfort them. Okay, my bad. But your reflexes and physique are truly excellent. You didn't beat me, but you passed. Move on. The release and suppression eased in his wide embrace. The siblings felt comforted, though they vowed one day to escape those arms. After sending the two off, Corin silently took up his spear and waited. Applause suddenly rang out, accompanied by a sneering voice. They're out, and you're still standing there. Merwam Elizabeth L. Rath entered haughtily. Those dogs have physical talent, but you hit them like toys. Very nice. Corin's expression did not change. Now it's my turn to assess. You seem somewhat displeased too. She just called us dogs. If you want to get through, you have to beat me. But I won't go easy like I did with the kids. Even if you're a princess, if you pull out whatever's under that skirt, I'll have to go all out. Hearing that, Merwam Elizabeth El Rath smiled faintly. She immediately turned and tossed the banner away. Last time you slipped when I bared my skirt, but you didn't fall for it. The blue banner fell to the ground. She licked her lips, a flicker of interest in her eyes. Merwam will be disqualified here, Princess Merwam. The thing you hide in your skirt is a serpent spirit. Yet she did not falter, even though Corin had seen through her trick. Corin sighed, thinking deeply. This time won't be like the last. How should I deal with her? Evening fell over the tower peak. Freshmen crowded to look at the sign. What's this? What does it say? A clown face grinned with the words, "Return to the starting point." You kidding me? Before long night had come. The whole forest was silent, not a sound. A group of people covered in wounds. Seriously, I wish that psycho clown weren't here. Anyway, don't call a senior an idiot. Isn't that Corin Locke over there? Sounds familiar. They kept gossiping. Rumor says he's going to marry the Dunliffe heiress and is also the betrothed of swordswoman Lunia Arden. The guy's crazy. Suddenly a laugh rang through the woods. Ha! They shivered. It was Corin leaping atop a pile of weapons. Hello, freshman. He poured out wine, excitement on his face. Are you excited for the assignment? The freshman bristled. That laugh is creepy. These are the rewards you deserve for the assignment. There are 4th and 5th grade magic stones, and even higher grade gear. Corin jumped down. Do you know what you and these items have in common? His smile deepened. You're all combustible. A howl rose, bastard, along with a mad cackle in the bursting flames. Your tuition's burning. They were utterly crushed. Our rewards are test results. Just one hit, let me punch that guy. Let go, let me go. I'm not holding you. I'm telling you, I'm about to go insane. My reward, my magic stones. Another loud squeal. A clear voice rang out. Oh, hey everyone. Everyone gaped as a draconic serpent descended. Hey, is that Senior Mariette bringing a chest? The chest was set down and opened. Light flashed out. Wait, is that what I think it is? The glittering stones made them exclaim. That's hematite, and those magic stones are 2nd grade magnetite. Corin was excited. Now allow me to introduce volunteer blacksmiths who will craft weapons for you for free. The disappointed expressions were completely replaced. Top smiths from the capital, and someone applauded loudly. For Senior Mariette for bringing materials and smiths, and thanks to the 2nd-year senior too. H. Warren's face was cold as she clapped perfunctorily. Next came a showstopper. Alicia tossed a tablecloth aside, revealing a sumptuous feast. You're hungry, right? Today's food uses the best ingredients, not the usual canteen stuff. There's even honey candy. The hot-blooded freshman surged. Eat, drink, take it all, then get strong. Everyone's impression changed instantly. Enjoy the moment. The fireworks exploded brilliantly. With a nonchalant look, Corin raised his cup. Today is your day. People's eyes glittered. Maybe we judged this hero wrong. The ingredients and chefs were all taken care of by Mariette. Want some roasted tubers? She really is generous. Not only that, he asked Lankeem for all the shady blacksmiths she knew. Make good use of them. Everyone received enough stones. He seemed terrifying before, but now suddenly he's being unbelievably kind. Alicia stood nearby, watching, puzzled. Still, the expensive magic stones for 400 people were all paid for by Corin. Are you really okay? He wiped the makeup from his face. Aside from 1 or 2 ends, yes, I covered everything. His expression was half this, half that, very solemn. Money isn't the most important thing. It's honestly not that cool. Amazing. Deep down, he had something even more precious than money. The groans and screams. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Corin, save me. These are lives. He had saved every coin from the start just to reach this day and hand out magic stones and blacksmiths to the juniors as planned. Having good gear doesn't mean you'll win immediately, but your survival chances will skyrocket. This was all Corin's wholehearted intent. They ate their fill. Senior, tell us something. Me. Even though I poured everything in, a sense of unease remained. Alicia's bright eyes turned to him. Corin, this time is special. You can't avoid it. Actions different from the previous life. Keep German close, recruit reserves, provoke Renaud and Ron. It was all part of the preparation. The huge upcoming challenge will take place at When Did Corin Disappear? Cor, where did you go? Because he had something else to do here. Because that matter will happen right at Merkaba Academy, somewhere in the forest, where someone carries a lantern to light the way. Elder Admalik of the Red Magic Tower lurked. We must capture that creature, a failed experiment, neither human nor beast. With him was Elder Morin of the Black Magic Tower. Everything is ready. That creature will fall into our hands, and the Golden Mage will take part as well. They all came here with a conspiracy in mind. Mariette Dunliffe, that vampire, must belong to our magic tower. Chaos in the magic tower. The official script has begun. At first, that vampire girl will be captured under the pretense of library data research. But history was about to be redirected. The hooded men filed through the night. A lone figure stood under the moonlight. Corin had been watching them for a long time. He had been preparing quietly beforehand. Sunlight shone on the academy, the special dormitory housing those the academy valued. At first it had only H. Warren and me, but now the rooms were nearly full. H. Warren wildly punched Corin while he laughed and dodged. Every morning he bickered with H. Warren. He stepped out of the bathroom and looked around. After bathing, coming up from two crowded places, the students were caught off guard. In front of Corin were two opposite rooms in the corridor. At the far end were the rooms of the two queens. Corin glanced over, towel in hand. The first queen, Estelle Hadatha El Rath, had gone to the chapel for morning prayers. The second queen, Meruem Elizabeth El Rath, had gone to her laboratory wing. The two queens had begun their routines at the academy, different from the original timeline, so I felt uneasy. Something was bound to happen. He grabbed the doorknob and pulled. At the end of the opposite hallway, Corin propped a hand on his hip, grinning eagerly, calling into the room. "Hey, you two twins, time to wake up." The boy in white lay in a corner of the bed, groggy and complaining. "Big brother, give us 3 more minutes." Beside him, the girl in yellow squinted, her body half collapsed into the mattress. "Yeah, big brother, just 5 minutes." He looked at the kids and judged that, according to the original story, these two adorable children would grow up to become villains. Then the 3 of them headed into the bathroom to freshen up. He reminded them, "Come on, brush your teeth." The boy in white climbed onto his shoulders to brush, while the girl in yellow, still sleepy, yawned, handed over her brush and took the toothpaste. I hate toothpaste. Some parts of the exam had been pushed to the limit, so they were probably exhausted, just like little kids. Corin recalled the brutal images of the two children as they grew up in the original story. In the original, they were minor villain bosses, so their combat power was considerable. Thinking of the upcoming training sessions, it was good that they develop into their final forms early. The two finished rinsing their mouths while he stroked their heads. Looking in the mirror, Corin smiled. Children who became villains after enduring horrors, and now they're this cute. Seeing these kids, the change of the predetermined future was certain. He looked at them happily, full of satisfaction. "I no longer feel hesitation." In the headmaster's office, a voice rang from inside. "Mages from the Magic Tower are visiting." Corin stood before Professor Josephine and Yule, puzzled. What is their purpose? Professor Josephine, folding her arms behind the headmaster, explained. To use research materials from the Merkaba Grand Library and to survey the orientation of the students in the magic department. Hearing that, he agreed. Magic is always short on newcomers, so it makes sense to survey student orientations. Lately, students want to become academy masters rather than join the Magic Tower. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him with suspicion. "You know about magic, student Corin." Corin thought of the White Tower and assessed. Originally, the place that monopolized all mages and magic was the Magic Tower. It was a place full of injustice, where young mages were exploited, and all Chinese letter WERE taken by senior mages. However, with the appearance of Merkaba Academy, he then remembered the image of the academy. The Magic Tower lost its monopoly and became a bitter rival to the academy. Around that time, the former archbishop's witch hunts began. Armored men waged war everywhere. Witches were hung on pyres and burned to death. The Magic Tower, which had always disdained the academy and treated magical beings as test subjects, naturally became the former archbishop's henchmen. He recalled the heroes of his previous life and the academy's opposition to that. The heroes stood up to end the witch hunts. It was called the Witch Revolution. In truth, Corin looked at Professor Josephine and innocently reminded her, "I can't understand and feel it as deeply as you can since you participated in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. It's in the books too." She rolled her eyes at Yule, frowned, and pushed up her glasses. "HMPH, that's ancient history and it's not just me." Beside her, he also closed his eyes and sighed. "There's me too." He remembered the cruel figure of Balthazar. From their tone, he judged that the matter of Balthazar, a traitorous disciple, was an uncomfortable topic for the professors. But if it was useful, it had to be used. Corin clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at them. Because, in name, these two consider themselves disciples of Balthazar. Then he decided to reveal future information as Balthazar's plan, and told them bluntly, "The magic tower has connections to Balthazar." Hearing that, Professor Josephine was alarmed. "That matters, so," the visiting members of the magic tower, while Yule propped his chin and looked up skeptically. "Student Corin, you're revealing future information," he declared plainly to them. "Yes, it's not about borrowing the library or surveying student orientations. The real purpose is something else." Earlier in the academy grounds, the reason for this visit from the magic tower concerned Senior. Mariette looked at him, flustered. Me? Why?" Corin sat in the chair beside her. At this puzzlement, he recalled the image of her outburst and explained. "Senior's blood as a vampire is exactly what the magic tower, which crazily studies magical beings, will certainly crave." She cut him off, then scratched her face, a bit surprised, and warned, "Mess with me and it'll be a big problem." Corin understood inwardly. The Dunlop family was regarded as the potato empire, responsible for the empire's food supply and the strongest clan in the south. He then looked back at her. Targeting a clan like that over a trivial experiment isn't something worth doing. But the magic tower doesn't care about that, Corin announced, because they're following Tate's Balthazar. She widened her eyes, puzzled. Tate's Balthazar. His face turned serious, lost in thought. "I think it's time to start saying everything about Balthazar's purpose and his power," he warned her aloud. "From now on, what I tell you stays between the two of us." Hearing that, her face darkened. She touched her face and fell into thought. So, according to Corin, the so-called paradise that the headmaster's traitorous disciple is trying to create is, after gathering all 4 primordial runes and the 4 great relics into the magic circle, they would be combined, and that power used to destroy all civilization on the earth. Balthazar would take blocks of earth, rearrange and stack them, then create the world he desired, right? Corin's expression was grave as he confirmed. "Yes, so right now, the magic tower, or the former archbishop following Balthazar, doesn't care whether opponents in this world are strong or not." He thought of those in the magic tower, crazed under Balthazar's command. They believe that everything will vanish anyway, leaving only what they desire. Mariette looked at him with doubt. "Is something truly that terrifying happening?" He reaffirmed. "Though it sounds like nonsense, Balthazar has the power to do it." Then he looked at her with deep feeling and asked her opinion. "So, this may put pressure on you, Senior, but I have a favor to ask." She clasped her hands, gripping the bread's color, cheeks flushed, murmuring, "How amusing. Without me you can still do anything well, yet you need my help." "Yeah." Then she looked at him, smiling shyly, assuring, "Corin, you don't have to ask. I'll help you with anything, just say it." Receiving her reply, he beamed and answered, "Senior, then there's something I need you to do with me tonight." Then he left, not forgetting to wave and remind Mariette, "Tonight at midnight, come to the Happiness Inn. I'll prepare it, so just show up." The pastry in her hand rolled to the floor. "So that's it." She hugged her flushed face, embarrassed. "All right, tonight the inn with Corin. Do as you like, Corin, I don't mind." At the same time, Corin looked through his spyglass at the magic tower people below. They were opening the hotel, by day at the academy, by night staying at the inner city inn. The magic tower lot. From the tree, he watched the group enter. 50 mages from the magic tower had come to visit, but among them 3 were classified as notable names. He looked at the one at the front, shouting at his subordinates, and judged. First was old Malik of the Red Magic faction, a conservative old man, fiery-tempered and leader of the Flame Mages. He pointed angrily. "I told you to bring document 13B. Hurry and bring the new one here." The other bowed, embarrassed. He glanced to the side at Elder Morstan of the Black Magic faction. The man stared intently at a book and told the person behind him, "Specimen to touch, test it quickly, prepare, don't waste my time." Finally, there was one who glowed with golden light. Lastly, Edrin of the Golden Order. He held a magic stone in his hand. He was the final boss of the upcoming magic tower upheaval, and the one who signed the pact with Tate's Balthazar. Corin clenched his spyglass and pressed his lips. Catching that man is the most important thing. The problem is not knowing who he is among those 50. Elsewhere, one of them pointed and angrily shouted, "Hey, over there, lowborn magic monkey, bring the luggage here now. If anything drops, I'll crush your mana core." Lark ran over holding a pile of items. "Yes, yes." He tried to carry them while gritting his teeth, clearly flustered. Lark had chosen to ally with the magic tower and was now doing errands for them. "Lark, Change your alignment. At the bottom, one man in the group scanned the surroundings. Then he ran into a nearby alley, breaking off from the group. Seeing that, Corin lowered his spyglass, bared his teeth, and grinned excitedly. There he is, the magic tower is about to disappear. That night curses rang out in a tavern. You bastard, damn it, lost again. Manhwaji laughed smugly as he scooped up a pile of gold from the gambling table. The others complained. HMPH, aren't you hogging too much? He raised his cards with a triumphant look and announced, Fourth tier dark mage Manhwaji, privately pleased. Though he didn't care for drink, he'd heard every city tavern had an underground gambling den. The eye above him scanned around and deduced, that one's two, the other is that. The upper eye watched all the players' cards. Manhwaji smug propped his chin. Too easy, by now someone should show up. Behind him, a hand touched his shoulder, making him startle. Mind if I sit with? He glanced over. The man's face was lecherous as he smiled. The woman tucked her hair back and winked at him. Manhwaji turned to her and licked the corner of his mouth. Heh, fine. His heart shouted, is this it? This is what I'm interested in. He cried out excitedly into the night. Shall we play? In a room, the woman was pushed onto the bed, doubt on her face. If I do it, will you really give the money back? He sank into a pleased reverie. I like most to toy with someone I've ruined and left penniless. A lecherous hand and a leering laugh approached. That's right. Heh, so be a good girl. Suddenly, a more obscene laugh came from behind, startling him. That night he spun around, cast a spell, gritted his teeth, furious. Who is there? He used a low-grade curse. Corin emerged from the dust, grabbed his face and sneered. Is that the best your curses can do? Then he slammed him flat to the floor. The man screamed, stop. Corin gripped his eye. His face painted like a clown, brows furrowed. He jeered. Usually when someone is caught boasting, they'll lose a hand, but you plan to do something vile to a young woman. His hand clamped the man's mouth. The man looked flustered and terrified. Corin warned, so you deserve a harsher punishment. The man shouted, Wait, I didn't do anything. Ah, that woman, Corin corrected him. She's the owner of this place, Colenia, not a young miss. She fixed her clothing and frowned at him. Boss, you also. He hurriedly amended. A madam. He told the man the woman's name was Mariette Dunliffe. Hearing that, Manhwaji turned pale with fear. Corin stepped closer, glaring angrily. The man cowered, terrified. You intended to kidnap the special-grade magic being, vampire Mariette Dunliffe, didn't you? Outside, a figure stepped in. Do the former archbishop's men and the magic tower not consider magical beings human? That's why I've prepared. Corin turned to look at her. Senior, I think so. I'm counting on you. She glared down. This guy is a bastard. He whimpered without tears, staring at them in fear while her gaze was cold and contemptuous. Senior, turn him into a vampire. Corin, still with his clown face, looked at him grotesquely. If Corin wants it, anything can be done. At this time in the Merkaba Academy library, an annoyed voice asked, Where has that Manhwaji gone since yesterday? Ireland frowned and said, Maybe Priest Manhwaji's off gambling at the dens again. Elder Morstan interjected calmly. It's not the first time he's gotten drunk and disappeared into the gambling houses for days. He held the book in his hand and ground his teeth, scolding. Damn it, I told him this matter is very important. Now Idrin, the master of the Golden Tower, will think we black mages are a joke. He narrowed his eyes and speculated. Could this have been planned from the start? Worried, he wondered aloud. What if someone is impersonating Manhwaji and already acting? He carefully analyzed. He's the only one with direct contact with Tate's Balthaser. How can we know? Who can say whether he's plotting something with the red mages behind our backs? He turned and loudly ordered. Ireland, find Manhwaji's whereabouts immediately. She sprang off. Understood. He glared dangerously. At the same time, two girls entered the library. One hissed softly to the other. Don't shout, remember we're in the library. The younger sister lowered her head and complained. You're always scolding me. The older sister signaled again. Be quiet. He saw them and his eyes widened in surprise. Those kids, beastkin. At that moment, Ireland had already arrived at a tavern, shouting. Damn it, that bastard Manhwaji, where are you? I'm a third-tier black mage. Why am I doing these errands? She propped her chin, grinding her teeth, hissing. When this is over, I'll switch to the red mage path immediately. Over there, just lick that old man's boots and it'll be fine. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caught her attention. Uncle Paul, 2 martinis, stirred, not shaken. A well-dressed young man with his hair in a bun, strikingly out of place, introduced himself. I am Corin Locke. Then he slid the martini toward her and asked, Sister, did you come here alone? She sneered. You too. A bit young to be flirting, aren't you? He shamelessly replied. Perhaps the tower mages are all prodigies, even the rookies. Then he calmly sipped his drink. He recalled painfully. That was the end of Alicia's acting exercise. Knowing drama was an elective, why did they pick such a cheap adultery play? Alicia retorted, it's a beautiful story, this script is perfect. Ireland angrily snapped, a minor in a tavern, what are you doing? Go home right now. Hearing this, he asked with a dot of curiosity. She complained, oh my, that old red mage's been eyeing me like candy. Now this snot-nosed kid dares to flirt with me too. He blushed awkwardly and scratched his face. Ah, the tree wants calm, but the wind won't stop. She continued to shout, calling the proprietor. What kind of business is this? Corin froze in shock. He hung his head, inwardly defeated for life. Alicia, sitting nearby, covered her mouth, oddly alarmed. Why is this such a mess? Ireland irritably called out. Bring another bottle, my mood's ruined. Suddenly, a soft finger placed on Ireland's lips, accompanied by a sweet voice. Oh, darling, stop speaking harshly, speak sweetly. She was stunned. Who is this? Estelle Hadatha El Wrath continued, flattering. Your lips are so pretty, which made her blush. Estelle struck a seductive pose, eyes captivating, and asked, May I buy you a drink? She's a saintess. Seeing this, Corin and Alicia were utterly shocked. Why is she here? Estelle Hadatha El Wrath, the first princess favored by the gods, an all-powerful saintess. The thing is her personality. Estelle could easily get along with and clink glasses with Ireland. The two girls quickly warmed to each other, embracing and drinking one glass after another. Estelle kept attacking with syrupy sweet words. Oh, you're only 22. Same age as me, want to go out with your sister tonight. Ireland gushed. Yes, though we're the same age, you're still the sister because you're more beautiful. Estelle was known as vain and indulgent. In no time, numerous empty glasses lined the table. Here, drink up, drink up. But undeniably, she was truly beautiful enough to charm both men and women. Estelle trailed a finger across Ireland's face, making her flush. Not as good as me, but you're cute too. Ireland finally got drunk. She mumbled, Sis, I'm not drunk yet. What puzzled him was why someone like that was here. Ireland now slumped over the table. He stood up and offered, We'll take Ireland with us. We're also going to acting class to prepare for this mission. She crossed her arms and teased. Oh please, this mission succeeded because of my looks. I just saved this one from disaster. Now you want to take the credit. As she said it, she snapped her fingers. Meanwhile, the patrons in the tavern began to rise. She announced, We've been preparing for this mission for a long time. He was astonished. What? Alicia audaciously grabbed a sword and blocked in front of him. There are two first-rate knights here. Step back. He hurried to restrain her. Alicia, stop. Corin stared at them and guessed. You are those who secretly punish those who oppress mages. You are the secret counterintelligence unit of the new church. Realizing their identities were exposed, they asked in shock, How do you? Kid, knowing too much is dangerous. He gave a faint smile. You're mistaken, I'm in no danger at all. Corin put his hands in his pockets, brimming with confidence, and declared, I can handle this whole unit even without Alish. Hearing this, Morkai flew into a rage and reached for his sword. You insolent brat. But Estelle stopped him. Hold, Vice Captain Morkai. Her eyes were calculating, she thought. Indeed, she could clearly see who held the sun. Corin Locke, now confident, proposed. Let's make a deal, I have two conditions. Estelle cheerfully agreed. All right, the first condition. You want this person, right? What is the price? He continued. Elder Morstan, leader of the Shadow faction. If your goal really is to capture those who oppress mages, then there's no more suitable target. He calmly stated, I'll provide evidence of the illegal mage experiments he's been conducting. Estelle stroked her chin, hesitant at the level of intelligence. Corin added, a private villa behind the village of Antich to the northeast. There's a hut there, quite close to the tower. She asked in surprise, You're giving away this kind of information without asking for terms? Estelle curiously asked, In return, what do you want? His expression darkened as he replied, My objective is. Then he looked up with a sly smile. The brat snapped, Arrest every mage who came from the tower. The tower is corrupt now. From the lowest ranks to the elders and inner disciples, not a single one of them is clean. Morkai's eyes went wide, mouth agape, both astonished and contemptuous. That's ridiculous. Do you think you can arrest them all? He emphasized, if we leave them be, they'll ally with Tate's Balthazar and betray humanity. They are pure demons. Corin said confidently, I've already agreed to hand over Elder Morstan. You can go arrest him. I'll handle the rest myself. Estelle was silent for a moment, then said, Fine. She bargained, I'll hand over those we captured today to you. I'm excited about this. I gave you quite a lot in the first request, didn't I? Mordecai behind them shouted in protest. The saint ignored him, looked at him with her green eyes and asked, "What's your second request?" Corin cheerfully offered, "From now on, cooperate with each other. So long as it's not political, I'll proactively support you. From now on, cooperate with each other. So long as it's not political, I'll proactively support you." The saint replied, "In return, pray for me." She stroked her chin, intrigued. "So you know about my power, do you?" Estelle smiled and reached out. "All right, I'll pray for you until my holy power runs out. We're under the same roof, so it's not hard to manage." A saint's prayer is usually a strong buff, only obtainable late in the game. He shook her hand and quickly reached the agreement. "Then I'll follow your prayer schedule." The saint suddenly said, "Call me sister." His face panicked. "What?" She beamed and demanded, "Call me sister, little brother." They teased each other like that to the fury of her teammates. "But how could I dare? You're the saint and a princess." "Hey, I told you to call me sister, okay?" She took his arm and winked adorably, saying, "Don't you think we'll be together for a very, very long time?" He, as her little brother, wondered. Everything is moving so fast. Is this really okay? Scene shifts to a room with the door shut. Jolin bit his nails anxiously. Still no word from Ireland. I don't care whether that bastard Manroji lives or dies. But he held the ring in his hand and wailed. "Ireland, I resurrected for our Rin. When she joined our ranks, I planned to keep her around a long time. I even prepared a slave seal. Who dares touch our Ireland?" Suddenly, a delivery voice sounded outside. He replied indifferently, "Leave it at the door." Jolin opened the door and found a stone in front of him. What the hell is this? Curious, he picked it up to inspect. It was a recording stone. Suddenly the screen expanded, and he saw the image of his pale, moonlit darling, Ireland. Jolin was stunned, speechless. No, Rin. Beside her stood a tall, burly young man. "Oh ho, a young and beautiful mage. Simply splendid. I'm so lucky today." He shouted in panic, "Ireland." On the screen, she covered her eyes and screamed frantically, "Help me, this is the city's outskirts." Jolin anxiously urged, "No, don't do anything, I'll come right away." Then he ran off at full speed to rescue her. "I'm coming." But little did he know someone was watching from behind. Corin stepped out with a smug smile. "From the start, my target wasn't the small fry but the tower's golden mage, Idrin. The issue was that among the 50 mages who entered the academy this time, no one knew who the golden mage was. But at least I could tell who wasn't the golden mage." By then, Jolin had reached the house on the city's outskirts. He quickly pounded on the door and burst in. Ireland began a side quest called Belated Love. He had fallen for a young woman of the dark faction. Seeing the girl he loved so brutally tortured, he angrily asked, "Ireland, who? Does this have anything to do with that old mage Jolin?" He ground his teeth. "Who dares do this?" At the same time, Corin appeared from behind with bloodshot eyes, holding a staff. Originally, in the script there was a side quest. If the protagonists are Ireland and Jolin, then at least those two aren't the golden mage. He blurted, "I'll save her." But before he could act, he took a crushing blow to the face, like that dark mage Manroji I caught earlier. "At that time, you were doing the side quest, the gambler's trick. He was originally supposed to be caught for cheating at gambling. You listed each name. Ireland, Jolin, Manroji. Everyone tied to the script's side quests. None of them could possibly be the golden mage." When he came to, Jolin's face was swollen, his hands bound tightly to the chair, and he shouted, "What kind of place is this? You bastard, do you know?" Before he could finish, Corin clamped a hand over his mouth and held up a round object, threatening him. He broke out in a cold sweat but still spat defiantly. "What is this? How dare you torture me without asking anything? Ask me." Ignoring him, you coldly fastened the ring over his mouth. "Anyone else who shows up in side quests might lie, you know, so I captured them one by one." Corin grinned savagely and poured a bowl of blood down. "Drink up, it's delicious. This is concentrated blood soup." Then you decided to turn them into vampires. After who knows how long, countless bowls were piled high on the table. This one even fought back. He had to drink 10 bowls of blood soup before becoming a vampire. You stroked your chin, admiring your masterpiece, then added, "Another ghoul, huh?" At that moment, Jolin's eyes had turned blood-red and fangs unconsciously sprouted. Ghouls, vampires, minions. A virgin turned Dracul, or a Draculize who is no longer a virgin, becomes a ghoul. You complained, rubbing your head like Manroji. "Why has everyone lost their virginity? Am I the only pure one left in the world?" Mariette raised her hand and innocently declared, "Ah, me too. I've only ever held my father's hand." Suddenly she smiled with a bewitching air. "I see, So that means Corin will turn into a vampire. At the thought, she gleefully transformed into a vampire with blazing red eyes. Jalen trembled and looked up. You ordered, more importantly, brainwash this one first. After all, he's a slave now, he can't lie anymore. Saying that, Corin began to paint his face like a clown. With a grotesque face and a sly grin, you squeezed his face. All right, my friend, spill everything you know. You demanded, what's your name? He trembled and answered, Jalen, my name is Jalen. Then the real interrogation began. First question, you said. Tell me your plan. Jalen, why did you come to this city? He answered honestly. To kidnap Mariette Dunlop. Of course it wasn't that simple and you pressed. And then, he confessed, to assassinate headmistress Iryu Castle. With the plot revealed, the second question, why he hesitated, made you angry. You prompted. Answer me. Jalen moaned in pain. He fumbled an answer. The Tower Lord, the great dark golden mage Idrin, is the only one who knows. We were only following his orders. He said this was very important, and that he would personally take part in the mission. We didn't know whether he was hiding in the Red Order or the Dark Order, but he'd already turned into one of us. Corin curled a savage smile. With his demonic clown face he said, I have enough information. Next you pointed the camera straight at him, aimed it at the man behind and threatened. Ah, little Professor Jalen and the 3 wandering mages have disappeared. I have all of them. If you want them alive, bring a ship loaded with gold within a week. If not, the camera will shake violently, waiting to cut to his clown face. He screamed madly, every night I'll chop off 1 finger from each mage, starting with this one. Let's begin. Heh heh. The clown mask combined with his savage laugh, and the sound of the man's painful screams filled the screen. At the same time, 2 cloaked men stood watching. Jalen, that idiot. If he weren't my pupil, I'd have thrown him away. The Red Order leader, Elder Malik, said angrily. Immediately, murmurs rose below. This is the Red Order's business. It would be better if we, the Dark Order, handled it ourselves. He snapped angrily. Shut up, boy. Who gave you permission to speak? The Dark Order leader, Elder Morstan, replied solemnly. Anyway, no faction should act rashly on its own. He laid out the current situation. The Space Witch. No matter if we try to capture the vampire and the headmistress, that witch will simply teleport them away. That's why we plan to create major chaos during the Academy's midterm, so the Space Witch would be busy rescuing students. But that clown discovered our plan. Morstan promised. Fine, the Dark Order will help, but aren't you going to give him the gold? He affirmed, yes, the tower doesn't negotiate with clowns. He then proposed, then we must capture that clown. He asked doubtfully, how? He implied, we'll track him. Didn't the collaborator I sponsored just enroll in the Academy? Malik seemed to realize the situation and answered hesitantly. Yes. He continued. She must know something about that clown's identity. Second Princess Meruem Elizabeth El Rath. More than anyone, Corin wants this to happen. He calculated carefully. Meruem saw my makeup in the hunting quarter. Since the tower is Meruem's main sponsor, she'll certainly report it and cooperate. Then the rats in the tower, who are targeting Senior Mariette and Headmistress Iryu, will shift their focus to me. They will raid the special dormitory to capture me. And that's when we catch them. That's the plan. The prospect looked perfect. But when Meruem arrived and reviewed the tape, she easily recognized it was wrong, humming. Oh my, what's this? Oh ho, he exclaimed excitedly. So you've identified that man, she replied nonchalantly. I don't know anything. It seems there really are clowns like him in the world. How shameful. They listened with mouths agape. Really? A shout rang out from the bakery. What? He asked in astonishment. You say Princess Meruem didn't mention me at all. The other affirmed. No, Senior, he asked suspiciously. Why not? Of course, he was also confused. I don't know, after all, your name never appeared. He frowned, thinking, what's going on? There's no way Meruem would side with me. This threw the whole plan into disarray. Suddenly Corin stood up dazed and asked, Senior, will you explain? Yes, thanks, I have something to do so I must leave now. I'll send your payment right away as promised. He shook his head awkwardly and said, No, it's not that. I think you should rest a bit. Are you all right? He replied nonchalantly. I'm fine. Then, having a plan in place, he walked off while thinking grimly. Calculate every variable. I won't lose my master hopelessly like last time. Both sides lined up as Estelle Hadatha El Rath accused. Elder Morstan, Tower Mage, you are arrested for illegal human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful detention. He turned to you and demanded, what does this mean? Are you planning to mistreat the tower? Princess Estelle smiled faintly and replied softly. Of course I acknowledge the tower's authority, but we've received reports. This matter is too serious and the evidence is too clear. Then someone brought up the evidence. He was startled. How can this be? Why are the research documents here? Hearing that, she thought sharply. I should be the one asking. Morsten's laboratory moved constantly, so even our squad couldn't track it down. Estelle sighed. I don't think he's lying. Still, I didn't expect the evidence to be seized so quickly. And the data Corin Locke handed over isn't pre-prepared, it's completely up to date. If the Academy stirred, Morsten would likely move again. She folded her arms and guessed. So he prepared everything himself in a few days. Does he really intend to bring down the tower by himself? As for Corin Locke, his thinking was obvious. For the advancement of great knowledge, sacrifice is inevitable. The witch hunts originated from discrimination and abuse of mages. But the old church and the tower were defeated by 3 heroes allied with the new church. Afterwards, the witch hunts were called the Mage Revolution. The power of the old church and the tower gradually waned. Eventually, the old church and the tower allied with Balthazar to overthrow the Academy. They assumed it would be easy, until recently. Inside the tower, he cursed in fury. Damn it, how did the new church find and raid the secret laboratory? Don't tell me this is that clown's doing too. Is that clown connected to the new church? We must act sooner. Before my master is taken to the church sanctuary, we'll burn the academy and use the chaos to rescue him. Someone among them snapped angrily. Shut up. It's bad enough that this freakish clown wrecked things. What mission can we undertake now? Return to the tower immediately. Just then, from the sea of flames, a pair of feet stepped out slowly and he bellowed. Silence. A crimson blaze flared, and from afar Malik's silhouette gradually emerged. Members were all stunned by his appearance. Everyone, call Elder Malik. He appeared in a strange form, one eye blazing and his whole body seeming scorched. He couldn't hide his shock and shouted loudly, Lord Idris. Then he continued to preside and reassured everyone. With Elder Morsten captured, my current power is insufficient. Now you, Tower Master, must provide support. One of the members seemed pensive, and suddenly the flame spread to him. Strange talismans appeared, radiating golden light around. Finally, arranging into a secret cipher, he read in doubt, capture a witch, how? The talismans trembled again, changing into lines that indicated the method. Suddenly he brightened and murmured happily, it can be done. Then he led the band directly, departing. We will proceed immediately. Cut to Northwest Merkaba, where a secret seal known as the Mark is kept. It was carved during the Witch Wars. Only 2 people know it, Manhwa and Josephine, just those 2. So when the Mark sent a signal, I immediately thought of Manhwa and rushed there. Professor Josephine was horrified. She did not expect to encounter someone she shouldn't. She was terrified and exclaimed in shock, You people. He greeted her warmly. Long time no see, witch. While forming the spell array to surround her, a fierce fire suddenly erupted. She formed a barrier, struggling to resist. Josephine shouted, You activated the mark, didn't you? How did you learn its location? He did not hesitate, sneeringly replied. Because the Tower Master has powerful allies, and one more person knows the mark's location. A thought flashed. One of the heroes who fought in the Witch Wars. There were 3 of them. A name rose in Josephine's mind. Tate's Balthazar. She could hardly believe it and demanded, You really colluded with him. How do you plan to deal with the consequences? He said leisurely. Law is meaningless now. He suddenly grew mad. From the start, letting magic follow the law was a mistake. Wasting time protecting experimental subjects like wild beasts with things like human rights and ethics is utterly ineffective and drags ordinary people into it, just to recklessly teach them magic. Your academies are only obstacles to magical progress. She ground her teeth full of hatred. Do you know what? You people haven't changed at all. First demons, then mages. Having said that, she fought with all her strength against his assault, then emphasized, continuing, Then you witches always hate and hunt anyone who uses magic and opposes you. But when the hunt ended, you locked me up as a child and began debating how to dissect and experiment on me. In the end, you argued over whether mana fire or possession is the core. In the cold prison, they let her scream and cry, suffering torment day and night. Yet one day Manhwa appeared with a gentle face and said, I have come to save you. She continued, arrogantly confronting, until Manhwa's spear opened my heart. She raised her voice, mocking, You don't care about magic. You're just pathetic worms who need hatred to live. Ha ha, she laughed self-mockingly while surrounded. He praised approvingly. Indeed, you are the star of the witch revolution. Then kindly advised, Don't resist pointlessly, seeing her struggle in pain. At the same time, he laid out the grand scheme to her. I can maintain the seal, bind you for 3 days. Unfortunately, the main task must be handed to the Dark Order. But while I hold you, The tower will kill headmistress Iryu and capture the leading vampire, then return in glory. He laughed gleefully. In 3 days the academy will collapse. Only the chosen will pursue the pinnacle of magic, a new paradise. Suddenly a voice that stunned him rang out. 3 days. Even 3 minutes is too long. He turned in astonishment. Who is it? Then reflexively used fire talismans. They quickly lunged at Corin. He stood there casually with his spear in hand. She cried out anxiously. Step back, Corin, he's an elder level. Suddenly Josephine froze at his next question. Madam, do you know why they never change? Because they haven't been hurt enough. And here the plan. He arrogantly pointed the spear's tip at the opponents and said, First, you lot must take some punishment. Thus, the professor rescue operation began from that moment. On the train the next morning, the twins dashed in breathless, yelling, We're here. You're so late, students Rentry Ron, both panting, sweat streaming down their foreheads. We're sorry, sir. Professor Rentry angrily barked. Today is your first day on the mission to eliminate magical beasts. Even if it's just a common rank 4 beast, with that attitude, what can you accomplish? I hate repeating myself. What did I say? Both answered in unison. A good guard needs not only strength, but also the discipline to keep time. Very well. He turned, stepped into the carriage and said, Right, let's depart now. Today's mission is to eliminate low-level magical beasts. The two kids turned to chatter with each other. Because our brother wasn't here today, that's why we're late. Exactly. He's usually the one who wakes us every day. Where did he go so early? Their brother returned to the battlefield. Corin thrust his spear at the Red Tower group and said, I'll let you lot take some punishment first, then we'll see. Professor Josephine's face showed astonishment. Apprentice Corin, why are you here? The reason is simple. When cornered, the Red Tower's people will surely target the hardest opponent, Josephine. That's why he had prepared a backup plan long ago. A tracking phrase was engraved on the professor's robe. Corin lowered his stance, voice full of provocation. Elder Admalik, what a disappointment. This is not where you should be right now. Isn't your prized disciple in danger, master? Seeing that smile and face, the old Red Tower mage immediately recognized him. He shouted in fury, You are that damned clown. His armor resisted mid-level magic thanks to fire resistance. But that proved useless. He formed a massive fireball and roared. Do you think me, a Red Tower chief, am a joke? Immediately, those nearby contributed heat to fuel his fireball. Together they unleashed the Red faction's ultimate technique, capable of incinerating any obstacle. The sky of Muspelheim. He broke into a gleeful, arrogant smile. The red flame, what can't it burn? Now die. He remained calm, as if nothing significant was happening. A mysterious smile crossed his lips, accompanied by absolute confidence. The colossal flame descended, radiating terrifying heat all around Corin. But the old Red Tower mage's expression changed. This can't be. There, standing in the heart of the giant fire, was a deathly smile. The flame the elder prided himself on couldn't even scratch him. This isn't merely fire resistance, it's countering, an absolute counter. Corin warned. Whatever you call it doesn't matter. If you use fire, you're not worthy to face me. Corin quickly absorbed the surrounding flames to retaliate. Klaus Solas, gather the sun's light. Alone Corin couldn't have done this, but with the heat from the previous attack, he could do it without much difficulty. Klaus Solas manifests the solar deity. The flame on Corin's spear shifted to white. Its temperature was potentially thousands of times hotter than the old mage's fire. Without a word, he drove the attack straight at the Red Tower like a finishing blow. They were all engulfed in endless flame and couldn't resist. Even those who devoted their lives to fire magic stood frozen. This absolutely couldn't be happening. A huge explosion occurred. The Red Tower members lay scattered like roasted monkeys, their bodies burned to ash. Corin sighed wearily. That technique cost quite a bit of energy. Professor Josephine spoke, truly astonishing. Yes, after all, it's one of Dan's 4 great secrets. She leapt to Corin and said, No, I'm talking about you, Corin Locke. The solar system is the absolute counter to both the Red faction's fire magic and the Black faction's beasts. You had foreseen and prepared for this incident at the Red Tower. Ah, that. The professor narrowed her eyes, pondering. Corin Locke. There are far too many strange aspects to this child. Being on guard and suspicious of him is only natural. But the image of this young man, bearing a great mission, why does he resemble a figure of righteousness so much? She smiled with satisfaction. I'll help, without a moment's hesitation. So what's the next plan? Corin turned to her and said, As planned, the next target is Senior Mariette. I've already arranged things there. The Red Tower's objectives are twofold. First, assassinate headmistress Iryu Kassar, Second, capture Mariette Dunilla. Initially, I planned to serve as a decoy for her, but Princess Meruem unexpectedly sided with me, so things got a bit messy. But it's fine. After all, there's still a backup plan B. Cut to the Sam Watt district. Today is the opening day of the Dunilliff distribution trading chain. While Corin goes to assist Josephine, Senior Mariette will deliberately attend attention-grabbing events in visible places, then move to less crowded areas, and finally choose a suitable location for the ambush. She thought to herself, haven't they arrived yet? There are still too many eyes on this place. They're certainly being cautious. If there's no ambush, just pretend to prepare to board the carriage and walk away. If they come, it'll be here. She looked around, then thought. As Corin said, if they seize me here, the only escape is to flee by carriage immediately. Her gaze darkened, voice ready. Diaku, they're coming soon. I've prepared everything perfectly. Mariette looked toward the two figures approaching. Come on over. But as they drew near, Mariette was astonished. It was H. Warren and Alicia. Ah, Corin said they'd come this way. Plan ruined. Why is there no ambush here? Meanwhile, deep in the forest within the western mountain range, a monster hunt was underway. The twin beastkin actively hunted wild boar monsters. Hey Rentry, look. I just caught a giant wild boar. Huh, I caught an even bigger one. But this is odd. I heard it's breeding season, there should be many piglets. Last year Professor Manhwa bought many for experiments. Yet we've gone deep into the forest and only found this few. Ron asked, Hey Rentry, don't you smell something strange? She bowed her head, thinking. This smell is definitely the stench of decomposing corpses. Rentry turned back and shouted, Someone's here, come out quickly. From behind a tree root, a man slowly stepped out. HMPH, elder-level vampires are valuable, but these golden-furred wolves aren't to be underestimated either. He was the Black Faction's successor, Professor Arkai. These beastkin are as rare as vampires. There are two of them and they're still young, so they're much easier to capture. Lord Morstan will be very pleased to find such treasure, so they're much easier to catch. Lord Morstan will surely be delighted to obtain such a prize. He laughed with glee. All the wild boars in this area are already dead. Don't resist in vain, come along meekly. You are extremely valuable specimens. The twins leaned against each other, determined. Rentry, I know. Ha ha ha, you plan to fight me. What a pity, he shouted, ordering the boars. If these specimens are too badly injured, how will I face Lord Morstan? Go, take them all down. The herd of boars lunged at the twins with unrelenting frenzy, their bloodlust uncontrollable. At the same time, at the entrance to the western mountain forest, Professor Rentry was dispatching the boar. Everyone form a defensive line, center on me. Fight side by side, protect each other. Wild boars inherently possess distinctive mutation abilities and omnivorous habits, so their numbers must be controlled annually. They are fourth-tier magical beasts. From a distance, the Black Tower group stepped forward and called out. You came all the way to bring students here just to slaughter wild boars. He shouted angrily. You bastards, what have you done to them? Filthy dark mages, you are not allowed to harm the Academy students. That is a serious breach of the pact. They stepped forward and replied, we don't care about you or those students. Red Tower has no concern. What? So your target is those monster wolves? Professor Rentry answered. Always interfering, aren't you? I hate having to repeat myself more than anything. Those kids clearly still have many flaws, but they're growing at an astonishing rate. Whether demonkin or magickin, if they've learned and grown at this academy, they are all my students. With that, he unleashed a flurry of slashes toward the Black Tower group. You dare confront the Red Tower. Professor Rentry slammed down and leapt up powerfully. You dare confront us. You were the ones who dared to lay hands on my students first. Now it's too late to regret. Back at the special dormitory, Corin and Mariette met there. She hurriedly explained. I did exactly as Corin instructed, but there was no ambush. Corin's expression darkened. Could they have discovered us? Their original plan was a simultaneous attack on Mariette and Chairman Iryu. That's why I set the trap and waited. Now the 30 Black Faction mages have vanished. I captured the Red Faction, but I don't know where they went. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from outside. Are you wondering where the Red Tower mages went? The door slowly opened, and a graceful figure entered with an air of mystery. It was Second Princess Meruem Elizabeth El Rath. She wore a delighted smile and her familiar cold, sharp gaze. Back in the forest, where the fierce battle raged, the corpse boars controlled by the Black Tower had been easily defeated by the two beastkin sisters. He marveled in admiration, truly deserving of being called the Golden Wolf. These beasts are nearly as valuable as elder-level vampires, but that's not enough. We have tamed death itself. Immediately, he used dark magic to combine multiple corpses into a gigantic monster, far stronger than before. His face wore a smug smile. How could you wild beasts possibly stand against demonic arts? The twins sensed the situation spiraling out of control. Ren, Ron, shout now. Hearing that, older sister Ren replied, I know. Both of them quickly turned and ran. Facing it now would be suicide. An attack lunged at the sisters, but luckily they dodged. They looked back with faces full of panic. What the hell is that? Where does this destructive power come from? A single charge from the monster churned the ground and felled the surrounding trees into splinters. The Black Tower man panted, exhausted. Ha ha, surprised. Creatures like you can't hope to understand this. This is the essence of demonic life magic. Without another word, the twins immediately leapt to attack. I've studied the essence of synthetic life to increase the muscle density of these creatures by calculating each individual's muscle density and controlling each fiber with precision. Not only strength, but also endurance will skyrocket. Ren's attack struck the monster's neck, but now it only left a scratch. No effect. They both stepped back. That thing is so fast and strong. Yeah, I know. Another attack barreled in, but both managed to dodge it. But Corin's previous instructions flooded back. At this academy, there are people faster than him, and 2 others stronger than him. But if he fights straight on, he will win them all. The 2 asked in confusion, how? First, you must lure the enemy's gaze and deceive him. Ron sprang up onto the monster's back to draw its attention, while Ren took on the crucial role now. Seize the moment and strike the enemy's weak point. Ren charged, sank her sharp teeth into the monster's leg, and tore it apart. No need to rush. Just persistently repeat actions like that. The attacked monster screamed in pain and collapsed with its legs severed. Well done, now just finish it. Keep going like this. Before she could finish speaking, Ren's body suddenly erupted in excruciating pain. Blood spurted from the girl's mouth. Even her beast form could no longer be maintained and was forcibly reverted to human shape. Ren, what the hell is this? Ron grew worried at the sight. Ren, what's wrong with you? Seizing the opportunity, the monster counterattacked with cold precision. It swung its razor-sharp claws toward Ren, who sat motionless on the ground under a dense aura of killing intent. One of them pierced the girl's body. Blood sprayed through the air. The pain stretched into an endless agony that left Ren dizzy and unable to comprehend what had happened. The Black Tower man sneered maliciously. Ha, such stupid beasts. Chimera flesh is a pure toxin. How dare you bite into it without knowing? But suddenly he realized his purpose. Wait, if we kill it before experimenting, what's the point? I said to consider the chimera's intelligence, not just its muscles. Suddenly Ron's whole body blazed with fierce killing intent. Shut up. He gritted his teeth and turned, charging at the dark mage full of fury. He threw a powerful punch at him, but the monster quickly blocked it with its massive hand. He shouted urgently, Hey, wait, don't kill him, capture him alive. Losing a leg is no problem. The bond and mutual dependence between the wolf pair is inseparable. If one of them falls first, the other will surely awaken complete. Hundreds of powerful slashes pierced through the enhanced muscle layer and shredded the monster's body. It howled in pain, helpless before attacks so fast and strong it could not resist. The dark mage's eyes widened in shock. Before him now stood a monster at 100% strength, seething with unstoppable hatred. He roared in extreme fury. I'll kill you bastards. All of you. I will slaughter you all. Hearing that, his face went pale with fear. Kill it now. What experiment? Kill it first. His students quickly replied, Yes, Professor Archive. But it was too late to do anything. Ron charged like a bullet from a sniper rifle. In an instant, the surrounding air was stained with countless people's blood. Bodies were torn to pieces, leaving nothing. The professor collapsed to the ground, his voice filled with despair. Impossible, my disciple. Ron turned to him and screamed, Die. The entire forest plunged into chaos. A cataclysmic explosion threw everything into turmoil. Through the thick smoke, Corin appeared and intercepted Ron's strike before he could rip Archive's face apart. His voice rang out, a sadness spreading through the forest. Ren is dead. Why are you only arriving now? You should have come earlier. He pummeled Corin repeatedly as if venting his anger. The twin wolves always live for each other. When one dies, the other goes mad and loses all reason. Corin stepped forward, embraced Ron and said, I'm sorry I'm late, aren't I? But Ren is still alive. Her wounds are severe. If I had arrived a bit later, it would have been truly died. Right now she's only unconscious. Everything is okay. Ron burst into tears, clutching him. Brother, I'm fine, it's okay, I'm sorry. He remembered what Princess Manhwa had said earlier. The Black Tower had been concentrating on hunting those wolves. Corin was astonished at what he heard. Why would she tell me that? Princess Manhwa is backed by the Black Tower. There's no way she'd willingly reveal the mage's locations. The second princess continued. I just gave up something very big. There won't be a next time. Corin stepped past her and said, "Consider this I owe you a favor." Of course. The princess's expression grew sly and crafty. "You will definitely pay for this debt." Returning to the present, Corin grabbed all the soldiers by the collars and forced them to kneel. Black faction or red faction doesn't matter. Line up properly and kneel still for me. The terrified group replied, "Yes." "Lower your heads more. Who do you think you are, sticking your faces up like that?" The professor presiding over the class stepped forward and said, "Luckily, none of the first-year students were seriously injured." "Yes, that's thanks to Professor Arden risking himself to protect them." He smiled and continued, "No, it's not my credit. The armaments of this year's freshmen are far superior to last year's. Thanks to the expensive monostone gear, the kids were able to protect themselves. Also thanks to some senior who emptied their fortune to buy those costly monostones for them." Corin burst out laughing, embarrassed. "Ha ha, not all of it, only half." Suddenly Professor Josephine's voice rang out. "Student Corin." Corin turned, surprised. "Yes, ma'am, the situation has just stabilized." "Not that, it's urgent," she shouted anxiously. "The merkaba the chairman holds is reacting violently." His face darkened. What? Could it be Princess Merwam's earlier words? "You will pay for this favor." The red faction attacked Professor Josephine, while the black faction ambushed the twins Ren and Ron. Then there's still one who hasn't appeared. Where did the golden mage go? Could they be simultaneously ambushing the chairman, even with the regressor's solution being me? The scenario is gradually reverting back toward its original course. Professor Josephine opened a portal and said, "We must go now. Stay alert. This is different from the black versus red stunts you imagined before." Corin replied confidently, "I know. In any case, I'll go. This time you're no longer helpless like before." Mariette's group eagerly wanted to follow. "I'll go too." "Me too. I can't let you shoulder everything by yourself." The lineup now included a senior-level vampire, a Jiangshi with incredible physical strength, and an ardent family swordsman with powerful territory. Finally, Corin Locke, the one who holds the sun and possesses 3 aura cores. The current force is enough to confront the golden archmage Idrin, if they actually meet him. They stepped through the teleport gate, and the scene before them completely shattered Corin. They could easily see Chairman Iryu lying on the ground after being defeated. Chairman. Fortunately, his body wasn't completely destroyed. But the one who did this to the chairman was truly a formidable opponent, an elite-grade mage. But when he turned around, there was no golden mage there at all. Instead, 4 very familiar figures appeared. "Advance, advance." A notification appeared. "The 4 relics of Tuatha De Danann have gathered in one place. The Light Spear Aredwa, the Infinite Alchemy Undry, the Fate Stone Riafal, and finally the Sunsword Klaus Sol." The old great sage also added, "Long time no see, permanent captain of Iryu." Among them a handsome man appeared and said, "Well, well, we meet again on the Bridge of Fate. Why has destiny placed us in this situation? To die or to kill, that is the question." He was the versatile beauty king Ohard Brez. Another notification appeared before him. "The coronation ritual in heaven has been unlocked and is displaying backups. The system is assessing relevance. Tom Norik, relevance level A+. Don Sky, relevance level A+. Ohard Brez, relevance level A+, C++. And finally Tates Balthaser, relevance level, exceptionally special. All of the players' stats are being massively increased. Power is boosted by 740%. Hero Corin Locke, defeat the evil and save this world." Corin's face went pale. Why is it you?" Balthaser rose slowly and spoke. "Fate has bound our destinies. Have you prepared everything, my eternal rival? Your target to defeat is Tates Balthaser, the final boss of the entire story."